Behold, here lies a mind, kicked aside with disdain. In the Kanglan realm, within the Tianyuan Empire, in the city of Xiaolong, resides the illustrious Xiaojia. On this day, the Xiaojia is adorned with vibrant red lanterns, a jubilant atmosphere permeating the air, as throngs of guests arrive in a continuous stream. Today marks the momentous occasion of the 1000th birthday of the venerable ancestor, Xiao Changsheng. It is said that this patriarch, hailing from humble beginnings and possessing only mediocre talent, employed some unknown means to elevate the Xiaojia to prominence within a mere century, establishing it as one of the 4 great families of Xiaolong City. Consequently, Xiao Changsheng has become a figure of great renown. However, following his rise, he mysteriously vanished, his whereabouts a mystery to all. Even when he occasionally returned, he would swiftly depart again. Only recently has he finally announced his return to the Xiaojia. Within the spacious hall, the once festive atmosphere suddenly turned frigid. Elder Xia, today, I, Lu Ruyan, wish to break off the engagement. The radiant young woman, standing resolutely in the center of the hall, fixed her unwavering gaze upon the esteemed Xiao Changsheng. Devoid of any fear, Lu Ruyan, daughter of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families of the Tianyuan Empire, had been betrothed to Xiao Ma since childhood, a union of strength known to all. Yet today, at the ancestral banquet, she audaciously declared her intention to annul the engagement in front of esteemed guests, thereby humiliating Xiao Ma. This was not merely a withdrawal. It was an overt slap to the face of the Xiaojia, a direct affront to the venerable Xiao Changsheng himself. At the main seat, Xiao Changsheng narrowed his eyes, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. The main plotline was finally set to unfold. Xiao Changsheng was a transmigrator, having crossed into a fantastical novel. Although he had become the antagonist, the timeline had advanced by a millennium. Thus, over the past 1,000 years, after swiftly leading the Xiaojia to prominence, he had resolutely embarked on a journey of self-redemption. Armed with his exceptionally handsome visage, he had charmed the various powerful figures and beautiful allies from the original story, such as the dragon ancestor, the empress, the ice sovereign, and the imperial princess, among others. The extent of his conquests across the 9 heavens and 10 realms was now a blur as he cycled through them, each time upon achieving a high level of affinity before moving on to the next. Finally, after much effort, Xiao Changsheng returned to the Xiaojia. Today marks the beginning of the main storyline concerning the Xiaojia. Lu Ruyan, as Xiao Ma's fiancé, had been clandestinely entangled with the fated prodigy, Su Fan. As Su Fan ascended to the Linglong sacred grounds and gained a powerful backing, the two would lay bare their intentions today. Following this, the Xiaojia would not only face the scorn of Su Fan, but also provoke the Linglong sacred grounds, setting the stage for the eventual downfall of the Xiaojia. Before Xiao Changsheng could utter a word, Lu Shanhe, the head of the Lu family, rose with a troubled expression. Ruyan, today is Elder Xia's birthday celebration. Please be mindful of your words and refrain from causing a scene. Father, Ruyan is not causing a scene. Lu Ruyan stood tall and resolute, her voice growing ever more firm and icy. This engagement was merely a pact established by you and the elders of the Xiaojia, without any regard for my feelings. Moreover, Lu Yin has already found her beloved, who surpasses the worthless Xiao Mo by 10-fold, even 100-fold. In this life and the next, Lu Yin shall love only him. Silence. Lu Shanhe slammed the table, seething with anger. You rebellious daughter, cease your nonsensical ramblings and return home at once. Yet Lu Ruoyan remained unfazed, her gaze filled with disdain. Father, I understand your apprehension regarding the Xiao family's influence and your desire to ally with them through marriage, but I fear not. Today, this engagement shall be annulled, whether you like it or not. Besides, the Xiao family is but a trifling matter, unworthy of sacrificing my lifelong happiness. You. Lu Shanhe's face turned ashen with rage. Xiao Changsheng calmly waved his hand. There is no need for the Lu family head to become agitated. He then turned to Lu Ruoyan with a smile. Lu Ruoyan, are you truly determined to break off this engagement? Indeed, Xiao Mo, that good-for-nothing, is unworthy. Lu Ruoyan disdainfully glanced at the young man at the back of the crowd. Xiao Mo, Do you admit you are worthless? After all this time spent cultivating, you are merely at the golden core stage. Are you fit to be my partner? Xiao Mo clenched his fists, trembling with fury. The woman he once vowed to protect for a lifetime now spoke such words in a public setting. Ha, worthless? Xiao Changsheng chuckled. Let's not forget, when the Liu family fell into decline, who secretly provided you with all the cultivation resources, granting you the finest treatment and environment. When you bravely ventured into the treacherous 10,000 demon mountains, who stood before you to protect you when your life was in peril. And when assassins from your family's enemies attacked that day, who intercepted the deadly poison blade on your behalf. Were it not for that foolish lad, the so-called worthless one, you would have perished countless times by now. Where would you be today? His physical form now destroyed, his celestial fate severed. He is destined to remain at the golden core stage for eternity. Who do you think is responsible for that? Lu Ruoyan's expression remained cold and indifferent. What you speak of was entirely his choice. I did not coerce him. At worst, I shall offer you some compensation. With that, Lu Ruoyan produced an exquisite jade box. Upon opening it, a rich, fragrant aroma of pills enveloped the entire hall. This is the 5th grade longevity pill crafted by the esteemed Gu Jiang of Linglong Sacred Land, sufficient to compensate for the matters you mentioned. Is that truly a 5th grade longevity pill? It is said that consuming this pill can extend one's life by at least 500 years. Not to mention, it was crafted by the venerable Gu Jiang. He is one of the few 7th grade alchemy grandmasters in the Kanglan realm, revered as the pill saint, a distinguished guest of the Linglong Sacred Land's master. What Gu Jiang produces is undoubtedly of the highest quality. How could Lu Ruoyan possess such a remarkable treasure? Many guests changed their expressions, utterly astonished. Lu Shanhe was utterly astounded. How could his daughter present such a spiritual elixir, crafted by the venerable master Jiangqian? Yet, Xiao Changsheng regarded it with disdain. He took the pill box, and with a sweeping motion of his hand commanded, "Someone, toss this elixir to the dog in the woodshed." Xiao Changsheng, you. Very well. Since you choose to squander the spiritual elixir, I shall not be held accountable, she declared. In any case, today, this marriage must be annulled, regardless of your wishes. Oh, is that so? Xiao Changsheng tilted his head, and at that moment, a figure surged forth, a fierce beam of gunlight piercing through the void, emanating an overwhelming divine might. It was the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Ke, clad in white and wielding a long spear. His cultivation at the combined body realm. Inheriting the broken wilderness spear technique from a predecessor of the Tribulation realm, he once struck down a formidable being of the K-Void realm with a single thrust, astonishing the world. However, Lu Ruoyan remained unfazed. Before her appeared a black and white yin-yang totem, effortlessly neutralizing the might of Xiao Ke's spear. The crowd parted, and 2 figures gracefully entered the grand hall. One was a strikingly handsome youth in a flowing white robe, his demeanor exceptional, radiating an ethereal charm. Beside him stood an elderly man, holding a whisk, with white hair that bestowed an air of immortal grace. Lu Ruoyan's face brightened with joy as she rushed forward. Brother Su Fan. Su Fan? Could it be the unparalleled prodigy who, a few years ago, caused the 10 ancient bells of the Linglong Sacred Land to resonate with a tremor, a talent so rare it is said to occur once in a billion? It was rumored he later awakened the Supreme Bone, drawing the attention of Lin Rushuang, the master of the Linglong Sacred Land, who took him as her personal disciple. Lu Ruoyan actually knew him? Could it be that the person she spoke of as her beloved was indeed he? The guests were taken aback, murmuring in astonishment. Xiao Changsheng squinted, realizing that the fated prodigy, Su Fan, had finally made his entrance. At that moment, a chime echoed within Xiao Changsheng's mind. Chapter 2, the ancestor of the Xiao family. Has he lost his mind? Ding! The Grand Dao Beauty System is here to assist. The system will carefully select exquisite fairies from the 9 heavens and 10 realms for the host, allowing one to pursue them. And upon reaching a certain level of affection, rewards will be activated. Ding! The related beauty, Yu Linglong, has been activated. Yu Linglong, a peak tribulation realm expert, renowned as the Linglong Sword Immortal, the founding ancestor of the Linglong Sacred Land. and currently the mentor of the Holy Master Lin Ruoxue. Ding. Detecting that Yu Linglong's current affection level has reached 60. Reward granted. Innate sword body can be gifted. A legendary spiritual body. Those who possess the innate sword body have a clear sword intent. Facing no hindrance in sword cultivation. Detecting that the current affection level has reached 70. Reward granted. Stunning sword intent can be gifted. The Linglong Sword Immortal's self-created sword intent. A stroke that astonishes the heavens, capable of opening the sky and creating the earth. Detecting that the current affection level has reached 80. Reward granted. Peak Tribulation Realm Cultivation. Invincible at the same tier, the foremost under the Holy Realm. No further explanation needed. Detecting that the current affection level has reached 90. Reward granted. Void Divine Stone. Can compress the void, distort time, and alter the flow of time. Detecting that the current affection level has reached 100. Reward granted. Supreme Creation Sutra. A sacred scripture inherited from the ancient era. The source of all things, creating all beings, endless and inexhaustible. Xiao Changsheng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What a surprise, there is indeed a system. Moreover, it aligns perfectly with my needs. The recently activated Yu Linglong is someone Xiao Changsheng had pursued over the past millennium. Thus, his affection level skyrocketed, allowing him to reap the rewards effortlessly. The key point is, it seems that the system selections are predominantly those he has previously pursued. So, is it possible to simply enjoy the benefits upon activation? How delightful! At this moment, the corners of Xiao Changsheng's mouth were nearly impossible to suppress. Meanwhile, in the hall, Su Fan's arrival subtly shifted the situation. The anger that had once marred Lu Shana's expression had vanished, and he could no longer contain his curiosity. Yuyan, the person you mentioned earlier, is it young Master Su? Of course. Lu Yuyan affectionately linked her arm with Su Fan, a sense of superiority swelling within her. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Lu Shana chuckled, stroking his beard. Yuyan, you are right. Arranged marriages are indeed an outdated practice of our generation. Children should have the right to pursue true love. I support you. Lu Shanhe, what are you saying? Xiao Ke glared at him, his expression darkening. What? Am I wrong? What era are we in that we still discuss such absurd arranged marriages? It is utterly foolish. Moreover, young Master Su is charming and exceptionally gifted, while my daughter is renowned for her beauty in Xiaolong City. They are a match made in heaven. How dare your Xiao family interfere? Do not be afraid. My dear Yin, today I shall take charge. This absurd marriage contract is hereby nullified. Should anyone dare to voice dissent, they shall find themselves opposing the Lu family. Young Master Su and the illustrious Linglong Sacred Land. Xiao Ke was consumed by fury, his spear humming ominously in his grip, yet he felt utterly powerless. The Linglong Sacred Land was the supreme force within the Kanglan realm, and its leader, Lin Ruoxue, was a formidable being at the late stage of the Tribulation Transcendence. Furthermore, it was rumored that the founding ancestor of the Linglong Sacred Land, the Linglong Sword Immortal, still lived, a true paragon of strength whose name resonated throughout the 10 realms. Lin Ruoxue had never accepted a disciple in centuries, yet she made an exception for Su Fan, underscoring her regard for him. The Xiao family was not to be trifled with. Observing Xiao Ke's rage but unwillingness to act, Su Fan scoffed dismissively and then commanded, Yin, present the marriage contract to that young master of the Xiao family for his signature. Understood, brother Su Fan. Lu Yin approached Xiao Mo with an air of indifference. Xiao Mo, do not presume to reach for something beyond your grasp. Let me enlighten you. In a few days, my brother Su Fan will be proclaimed the holy son of the Linglong Sacred Land, and I shall also join its ranks. From henceforth, you will not even possess the privilege to carry my shoes. Thus, abandon your delusions and sign promptly. Consider the Xiao family. Do you truly wish for them to meet an untimely demise in some unforeseen circumstance? Slap! A sharp sound echoed as the marriage contract fell to the ground, disintegrating into nothingness. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Xiao Mo had struck Su Linger across the face, leaving 5 distinct finger marks upon her fair complexion. It was not merely the audacity of Xiao Mo that shocked everyone. How could a mere golden core cultivator so easily overpower Lu Yuyan? Upon closer inspection, they realized that Xiao Changsheng stood behind Xiao Mo, aiding him. Ancient One. Xiao Kei's eyes brightened. Xiao Mo was equally stunned. It was indeed the ancestor supporting him. Grandfather, I am unfilial. My trivial actions have tarnished your grand banquet. Please punish me. Xiao Mo immediately knelt. You are indeed unfilial, Xiao Changsheng replied coldly, his voice steady. As a promising young man of the Xiao family, you squander your potential, choosing to be a sycophant, a disgrace. Now, you are to be humiliated by a brazen harlot, and you lack even the spirit to resist. But grandfather, Yin, the Linglong Sacred Land, what of it? She is no longer the Lu Yuyan you once knew. Your obsession renders you nothing more than a fool in the eyes of others. Remember, a sycophant will end up with nothing. Should you face such a situation again, strike first without hesitation. Do you understand? No matter the trouble, even if the heavens were to fall, your grandfather shall bear the weight for you. If you cannot muster the courage to handle such trivial matters, then leave the Xiao family. Yes, I acknowledge my errors. Xiao Mo knelt on the ground, his eyes already brimming with tears. The stern reprimand, paradoxically, enveloped him in an unprecedented warmth. The surrounding guests instinctively recoiled. This remarkable individual, who had single-handedly elevated the Xiao family to its current stature, indeed exuded an extraordinary presence. Xiao Changsheng approached Xiao Kei once more. And you, little Keizi, you are becoming increasingly useless. Are you akin to a tortoise? How can you endure such humiliation? Rise up, act. What are you afraid of? Strike anyone who displeases you. Confront those who are unworthy. Why overthink it? If the sky collapses, I shall bear it for you. Indeed, the ancestor's teachings are correct. A chill flickered in Xiao Kei's eyes as he moved with swiftness. Countless gun shadows emerged, exuding a chilling aura of death. Elder Shi, Sufan expressionless, cast a sidelong glance. The elder beside him immediately sprang into action, the yin-yang totem reappearing. Yet this time, a single shot effortlessly obliterated it, causing the elder to spew forth blood and be flung back several dozen meters. Xiao Kei aimed his gun at Lu Ruyan. Lu Shanha immediately erupted in fury. Xiao Kei, how dare you? Xiao family head, do you comprehend what your actions signify? Su Fan too was incensed, yet confusion washed over him. How could Elder Shi be vanquished by a single shot from Xiao Kei? What does it signify? It signifies that I am your father. Scoundrel! Su Fan roared in wrath. You, a mere scion of a useless family, dare to insult me? Yet someone was angrier than Su Fan. Xiao Changsheng rushed over and kicked Xiao Kei. What nonsense are you spouting? Who allowed you to acknowledge such a waste as your son? Did I consent to that? If you continue to indiscriminately claim useless individuals as sons, believe me, I will kick you out of the Xiao family. Xiao Changsheng, you dare insult me? Are you challenging my master, provoking the Linglong sacred ground? Su Fan gritted his teeth, seething with anger. Xiao Changsheng couldn't help but snicker. Heh, challenging? What of it? Are you unsatisfied? Hold it in. You. Su Fan was astonished. The surrounding guests were equally shaken. The ancestor of the Xiao family has lost his mind. He dares to disregard the Linglong sacred ground. Chapter 3. A 3-year agreement? No, just 3 days. Ah, what a splendid family the Xiao clan is. Su Fan chuckled in fury, turning to depart. The fact that Elder Shi was no match for him made Su Fan realize that the madcap ancestor of the Xiao family would indeed be a formidable adversary. Today would likely yield no favorable outcomes. However, time is on his side, especially with the upcoming consecration ceremony for the Holy Son. Once he is bestowed with the title of Holy Son, wielding the might of the sacred land, annihilating a mere Xiao family should be a trivial task, shouldn't it? Stop. Who permitted your departure? Xiao Changsheng interjected, conjuring a radiant barrier to halt Su Fan's exit. The matter of the annulment remains unresolved, and you think you can simply leave? As he spoke, Xiao Changsheng yanked Xiao Mo forward. You tell me, how do you intend to handle this annulment? Will you continue as a worthless sycophant, or will you rise anew from this day forward? Ancestor, Xiao Mo hesitated, opening his mouth, but faltering. Xiao Changsheng struck him lightly on the head, scolding him with exasperation. You wretched boy, what a disgrace! With me backing you, what are you afraid of? Show some spirit befitting the heir of the Xiao clan. Speak your mind. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mo stepped forward solemnly. As he faced the figure he once adored, now devoid of any tenderness, a resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes. This marriage must indeed be annulled. However, it shall not be you, Lu Ruyan, to initiate the annulment. It shall be I, Xiao Mo. 3 years, at most 3 years. After 3 years, I, Xiao Mo, shall personally journey to the Lu family to the Linglong Sacred Land, and before all, I will annul the marriage with you, Lu Ruyan. Though I may be a wastrel now, do not underestimate the youth in their struggles. 3 years hence, we shall settle this. Either you perish or I shall. A 3-year agreement. Many onlookers gasped in astonishment. This Xiao Mo of the Xiao family truly seemed to lack sense. A discarded cultivator of the Golden Core realm, with severed celestial connections, how could he possibly contend with Lu Ruyan, who would assuredly be of the nascent soul realm in just 3 short years? To even proclaim an assault on the Linglong Sacred Land was nothing short of courting disaster, potentially inviting ruin upon the Xiao clan. Lu Ruyan smirked disdainfully, poised to deliver a scornful retort. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Changsheng struck Xiao Mo's head once more, unleashing a tirade. What nonsense is this? Are those your words? Those are the protagonist lines. Understand your role. You are the antagonist. Why utter the protagonist lines? This is truly shameful and a blemish on the Xiao family's honor. Clearly, this matter requires the ancestor's intervention. Xiao Mo felt a twinge of grievance. Was it truly embarrassing to voice such sentiments? To declare an intention to confront the Linglong Sacred Land and publicly annul the marriage within 3 years was a display of audacity and grand ambition. How could that be shameful? Xiao Changsheng then stepped forth, casting his gaze upon Lu Ruyan, and spoke with an air of absolute command. Listen closely. This matter is quite simple. 3 days, just 3 days. In 3 days, Xiao Mo shall personally arrive at the Linglong Sacred Land to annul the marriage and, incidentally, teach you a lesson. Return and obediently cleanse yourself, awaiting the arrival of my troublesome young lad. Did you hear me? Subsequently, Xiao Changsheng turned his gaze towards Su Fan, adding, and you, if my memory serves me correctly, the grand ceremony for the conferral of the Holy Sun by the Linglong Sacred Land is in 3 days. Is it not? Perfect. Xiao Mo will also take the opportunity to give you a good beating, one that will leave you either dead or severely injured, so that the Linglong Sacred Land can witness the pitiable sight of you in utter disgrace. A collective gasp echoed through the hall, as all present were left astounded. They had initially believed Xiao Mo to be reckless and audacious. Yet it was Xiao Changsheng, the ancestral figure of the Xiao family, who exhibited unparalleled boldness. Not only did he intend to confront the sacred land directly, but he also aimed to challenge the future Holy Sun. He had even reduced the original 3-year time frame to a mere 3 days. How dare he? Lu Shanhe could not restrain himself from exclaiming, Xiao Changsheng, were you serious just now? Of course, replied Xiao Changsheng. I speak with unwavering conviction and will not retract my words. Ha, how bold of you! Lu Shanhe had initially been concerned that the Xiao family might employ some underhanded tactics, fearing for the safety of Ruyan. Yet now, he found himself reveling in the madness of their challenge against Su Fan. Should Su Fan intervene, there was no conceivable way for Xiao Mo to prevail. The Xiao family might even find themselves embroiled in a disastrous predicament. This was sheer self-destruction. Lu Shanhe's heart brimmed with delight. An opportunity had presented itself. The swift rise of the Xiao family had entirely depended on a naturally rich Xianling mine, which Lu Shanhe had been eyeing for quite some time. He had originally planned to orchestrate a marriage to gradually manipulate Ruyan into controlling the infatuated Xiao Mo, but he never anticipated such a swift opportunity. Securing the Xianling mine would herald the resurgence of the Lu family. Very well, Su Fan retorted, laughter tinged with indignation. Xiao Changsheng, Xiao family, you truly possess audacity. In 3 days, I, Su Fan, shall await your esteemed presence at the Linglong Sacred Land. With that, the group departed. Xiao Changsheng surveyed the bewildered guests around him and calmly addressed them. I apologize for the family matters that have unfolded before you. Let us forego the birthday banquet today. The Xiao family has other pressing matters to attend to, and we shall not keep you any longer. Ah, the elder of the Xiao family is too courteous. We shall take our leave. The guests hastily responded, eager to depart lest the irate Xiao family direct their fury toward them. Nonetheless, the events of the day were utterly unexpected. Rumors of this incident would undoubtedly spark a considerable uproar. Ever since the Linglong Sword Immortal emerged and established the Linglong Sacred Land, no one had ever dared to provoke them in such a manner. Yet here it was, instigated by a mere small family within the Tianyuan Dynasty, the Xiao family. Once all the guests had departed, Xiao Ke and Xiao Mo remained in stunned silence. 3 days? You intend to storm the Linglong Sacred Land in 3 days? Ancestor, have you been away from home too long, causing your mind to wander? Upon hearing Xiao Mo's audacious proclamation of a 3-year agreement, Xiao Ke was filled with an overwhelming fury, wishing to storm forward and deliver a swift kick to his rear. How could he, a mere golden core cultivator with severed celestial fortune, dare to challenge Lu Ruyin after such a short span of 3 years? Was this not an invitation to demise? Furthermore, one must consider the illustrious location of Linglong Sacred Land, a bastion of power, the most formidable force within the Kanglan realm. The Xiao family alone, let alone the combined strength of the 4 great families of Xiaolong City, would appear as insignificant as mere ants in the eyes of Linglong Sacred Land, utterly inconsequential. 3 years was already a preposterous notion, yet the ancestor had the audacity to reduce it to a mere 3 days. Was this not a blatant call for self-destruction? Enough of this nonsense. Xiao Ke, you ought to attend to your own affairs. Xiao Mo, come with me. I have matters of importance to discuss. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Xiao Ke could not shake the feeling that this situation was utterly absurd, prompting him to relay an urgent message to his 2nd and 3rd brothers who were in seclusion. This is serious. You must emerge from your meditative states immediately. Our ancestor has lost his senses. Chapter 4. Ancestor. You may rest assured in the tranquil confines of the room. Upon entering, Xiao Changsheng settled into a chair, enveloped in silence. Xiao Mo dared not raise his gaze, resembling a child caught in mischief, fearing to utter a single word. He reflected on how his actions had provoked the ancestor into a momentary lapse of reason, leading to the proclamation of a 3-day challenge. The outcome was all too evident. Disgrace awaited him in 3 days. Now that the ancestor had regained composure, would he resort to chastising him? He had often heard the family head lament about the ancestor's fiery temperament. As Xiao Mo's thoughts spiraled, Xiao Changsheng gradually broke the silence. You rascal, if my memory serves me right, you hold a profound fondness for the sword, do you not? Although you suffered grave injuries while protecting that Lu Ruyin, severing your celestial ties, you did not waver. You practiced tirelessly, wielding your sword 10,000 times each day. Am I mistaken? Xiao Mo abruptly lifted his head, astonished by the ancestor's knowledge of his endeavors. Ha, you little scamp, there is no secret beneath the heavens that the ancestor is unaware of. Indeed, as you say, I have a passion for swordsmanship. Yet the ethereal sword immortal now seems but a distant dream, unattainable for me. A bitter smile crossed Xiao Mo's face, revealing a profound sense of helplessness. Do not dwell on the trivialities. Since you cherish the sword, it simplifies matters. Do you recall why you endeavored to wield your sword 10,000 times each day? I do. It is due to a legend, the legend of the ethereal sword master. It is said that he too was once bereft of celestial ties, yet his love for the sword drove him to practice 10,000 strokes daily through the seasons, year after year, until one day he comprehended the true essence of the sword path and ascended to become the sword emperor. Thus, I sought to emulate my forebear. However, I later realized that the ethereal sword master possessed an unparalleled innate sword body, which had not awakened due to certain circumstances. Once awakened, he transformed entirely, rendering my daily 10,000 strokes inconsequential. An innate sword body, such a supreme gift of swordsmanship, is exceedingly rare. I could never possess such extraordinary talent. No, you are mistaken, rascal. Xiao Mo gradually lifted his gaze, his heart stirring with excitement. Could it be that the ancestor meant to suggest that he too possessed an innate sword body, yet to awaken? Slap! Xiao Changsheng struck the top of Xiao Mo's head. Of course not. What nonsense is this? A member of a notorious villainous clan could not possibly possess the legendary innate sword body. How could that allow the protagonist to triumph over you? Xiao Mo's talent was merely above average. However, Xiao Changsheng's tone shifted. Though the heavens did not grant you this gift, the ancestor can bestow it upon you. Before Xiao Mo could comprehend the implications, Xiao Changsheng's broad hand gently rested upon his shoulder. A jolt coursed through Xiao Mo's body as an indescribable primordial force surged forth from the depths of his being. This surge of power surged wildly within his body, revitalizing the shattered meridians that had long collapsed, akin to the emergence of bamboo shoots after spring rain. And the damaged Dantian was restored at an astonishing pace. Xiao Mo felt an unprecedented sense of ease and could not help but release a roar to the heavens, venting the grievances he had harbored over the years. However, he was swiftly silenced by Xiao Changsheng, who covered his mouth, admonishing him, "You rascal, do not shout aimlessly. This is not the time for such outbursts." Xiao Changsheng rolled his eyes, sensing the resurgence within him. With a continuous flow of power, Xiao Mo suddenly recalled something and immediately knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Thank you, ancestor, for your assistance. Your great kindness is etched in my heart. From this day forth, I shall take it upon myself to rejuvenate the Xiao family, ensuring I bring no shame to you, ancestor. You may rest assured." "You little brat, what nonsense are you rambling about? Are you cursing me to death?" Xiao Changsheng's expression darkened as he smacked Xiao Mo on the head. "Ah, ancestor, could it be that you are not?" Xiao Mo was bewildered. With the meridians restored, the Dantian revitalized, and the path of celestial destiny reshaped. This miraculous method was something Xiao Mo had only heard of in legendary secret techniques. It required the life force of a cultivator and the essence of their lifelong cultivation as a price to forcibly infuse revival, thus leading Xiao Mo to believe that his ancestor was nearing his end. His heart was overwhelmed with emotion. "Of course not. What are you thinking every day?" Xiao Changsheng retorted impatiently. "This little rascal is simply lacking common sense. He had merely utilized the supreme, transformative power cultivated through the Supreme Creation Sutra to enable Xiao Mo's complete restoration. The Supreme Creation, the primordial chaos, the essence of the heavenly path, a force that existed solely in ancient times, legendary for its ability to both annihilate and create all things. Healing his injuries was no trivial matter. However, this was not the end. Xiao Changsheng gently placed a hand on Xiao Mo's shoulder, silently contemplating. "System, commence. I wish to bestow upon this boy the innate sword body." Ding! The innate sword body is being integrated into Xiao Mo of the Xiao family. Current progress. 1. The system operated with remarkable efficiency. Upon reaching 100%, Xiao Mo abruptly opened his eyes, a fierce sword intent flashing through his gaze. At that moment, he seemed to embody an unparalleled celestial sword, invincible in all directions. Ancestor is this. Feeling the transformation within his body, Xiao Mo was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling uncontrollably, as if caught in a dream. Indeed, the innate sword body is merely trash. There is nothing to be astonished about. Xiao Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Xiao Mo was left speechless for a long moment. Trash is the innate sword body, which achieves the pinnacle of the supreme sword path. Truly garbage? If this is trash, then what could possibly be valuable? Xiao Changsheng did not deceive him. Upon bestowing the innate sword body, the system's voice echoed simultaneously. To give a rose, one retains its fragrance. The host bestows the innate sword body and receives system feedback reward. Supreme Path Sword Body. The Supreme Path. a culmination of countless swordsmanship essences from the ancient era to the present, embodies the pinnacle of sword techniques. It grants immediate comprehension of any sword intent at a mere glance, revealing its profound truths, thus deserving the title of an invincible sword body. In comparison to the innate sword body, it is merely a trivial enhancement. Subsequently, Xiao Changsheng produced an ancient, unadorned scroll. Before it was even unfurled, Xiao Mo felt an overwhelming sword intent emanating from it, as if it could rend the heavens and the earth. This scroll contains the astonishing sword intent of the Linglong Sword Immortal, a gift for you to contemplate. The sword intent of the astonishing swan? Ancestor, this. Xiao Mo was left speechless in his astonishment. This is the pride of the Linglong Sword Immortal, the greatest secret of the Linglong Sanctuary. It is renowned throughout the Kanglan realm. There's no need for hesitation. Take it without further ado and stop your prattling. With that, Xiao Changsheng casually tossed the scroll towards him and then produced a fantastical divine stone. Moreover, this is the void divine stone, capable of altering the passage of time. Though it is but a small fragment, it is sufficient to extend these 3 days into a year. Focus on your cultivation without embarrassing me, your ancestor. I believe you all have heard the news by now, and it is time to deliberate on how to proceed. Xiao Ke wore a troubled expression, feeling as though he had aged significantly overnight, his hair now sprinkled with gray. Brother, is this truly not a mere rumor? Indeed, in 3 days, our ancestor will bring Xiao Mo to the Linglong Sacred Land to annul the marriage, even daring to publicly challenge Lu Ruyin and Su Fan. Is this not a blatant affront to the Linglong Sacred Land? Surely, our ancestor would not dare such a thing, even if his mind were clouded. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yin had just emerged from seclusion when they heard this news, and it struck them as a preposterous jest. How could this possibly be true? I wish it were false, but it is absolutely certain. Our ancestor stated it in front of all the guests. Sioke Saiding Resignation, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back, and with the guests spreading the tale, it has stirred a tempest throughout the city. The entire Tianyuan Empire will likely soon be aware. Should we retract our statement, the esteemed reputation that the Xiao family has built over centuries would be utterly destroyed. Yet, if we do not retract, what may be lost is not merely our reputation, but the very existence of the Xiao family. To offend the Linglong Sacred Land is to invite calamity. The situation is dire. Hence, I have gathered everyone here to discuss our next steps. A profound silence enveloped the room, the stillness almost unnerving. After a prolonged pause, Xiao Xian let out a heavy sigh. What else can we do? We must stand by our ancestor. At worst, we perish. We cannot falter at this juncture. Indeed, our ancestor has been immensely benevolent. Without him, there would be no Xiao family as it stands today. To retreat now would be utterly disgraceful. As he spoke, Xiao Yin cast a glance at Xiao Ke, unable to restrain his frustration. Xiao Ke, you are truly inept. Why did you not intervene with our ancestor at that moment? Had I been there, I would have clung to him, risking a beating to prevent him from uttering such words. Nonsense, third brother. Our ancestor spoke suddenly. I had no time to intervene. Furthermore, our ancestor raised you both with utmost care, and you two did not even attend his 1,000-year longevity banquet. How heartless you are. Xiao Ke, do not shift the blame. This is your fault. You are far too foolish and lack the acumen to navigate such matters. Xiao Xian interjected. Moreover, it was our ancestor who instructed us to focus on our seclusion. Do you believe he was in error? Well, it seems you two have grown bold, disregarding your elder brother. How outrageous! It appears I must teach you both a lesson on behalf of our ancestor. The family head, Xiao Ke, snorted coldly, slamming his silver spear into the ground. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yin, undeterred, rolled up their sleeves and conjured their artifacts, readying for a confrontation. As the three prepared for battle, the higher-ups of the Xiao family remained indifferent. Some even calmly poured themselves tea, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. It was simply a matter of habit. Whenever a crisis arises, it is inevitable that these three individuals will quarrel during their meetings. It would indeed be peculiar if they did not engage in conflict. Yet, despite their disputes, when faced with formidable challenges, they unite with unwavering resolve. Standing firmly on the same front, there exists no underhanded scheming among them, which is a key reason for the swift rise of the Xiao family. However, this time, after a lengthy display of bravado, they ultimately refrained from fighting. They quickly reached a consensus, identifying the true culprit behind their current predicament. Oh no! The instigator of this situation is none other than Xiao Mo. Were it not for this impudent lad's talk of a 3-year agreement, how could the revered ancestor have lost his senses and proposed a 3-day pact? Thus, the blusterous remarks of the ancestor are not to blame. Xiao Ke, who failed to intervene in time, is not at fault. Likewise, neither Xiao Xian nor Xiao Yin, who are in seclusion, bear any responsibility. It is all the fault of that wretched Xiao Mo. Once this matter is settled, we must ensure that this boy is punished. For now, I believe our only option is to find a way to contact the second ancestor, Xiao Yuan Shan, sighed Xiao Ke with a hint of resignation. In this generation of the Xiao family, there are 4 prominent figures: the revered ancestor Xiao Changsheng, the second ancestor Xiao Yuan Shan, the third ancestor Xiao Ling Yuan, and the fourth ancestor Xiao Bu Fan. Having returned to the Xiao family after a millennium of wandering, the revered ancestor has resumed his place. The second ancestor took on the role of general of the southern defense in the Tianyuan Empire over a decade ago, while the third and fourth ancestors have been unreachable since embarking on their journeys of cultivation. Now, facing a crisis, the only person they can rely on is the second ancestor, Xiao Yuan Shan. I agree, nodded Xiao Xian, during his tenure as general of the southern defense. The second ancestor has safeguarded the southern borders and defended against countless demonic invasions, ensuring the prosperity of the Tianyuan Empire. If he could return and beseech Her Majesty the Empress for assistance, perhaps this crisis could be transformed from a significant issue into a mere triviality. Indeed, with the Tianyuan Empire flourishing, rivaling even the Linglong Sacred Land, it is likely that the presence of Her Majesty would instill a sense of caution in the Linglong Sacred Land, added Xiao Yan. The 3 swiftly reached a consensus. Although the chances may be slim, it is a course of action that must be attempted. However, remember that certain precautions must be observed. Caution Xiao Quebec firstly. We must not let the ancestor learn of this matter. Otherwise, he would certainly oppose it. Secondly, Xiao Yin, you must personally travel to the southern defense city to inform the second ancestor, and you must act swiftly. We have only 3 days. Thirdly, be sure to inquire whether the second ancestor knows of any renowned physicians who could remedy the ancestor's mental affliction. The ancestor is merely 1,000 years old. He cannot remain in such a state of folly. Indeed, my elder brother speaks wisely. Both Xiao Xian and Xiao Yin expressed their agreement. The senior members of the Xiao family were deeply moved. The familial bonds within the Xiao family are truly profound and enviable. Meanwhile, at the Linglong Sacred Land, preparation for the Sacred Son's enthronement ceremony are underway with great urgency. Linglong's sacred peak is enveloped in auspicious purple mist, surrounded by radiant hues resembling a magnificent archway, creating a breathtaking scene akin to a celestial paradise. At this moment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in azure gracefully navigates through the luminous radiance upon a crystal crane, accompanied by a charming young man. Fellow disciple, when you meet your revered ancestor, regardless of what transpires, you must not display any disrespect. Do you understand? The woman suddenly turned to offer this admonition. Rest assured, Master, your disciple will remember, Su Fan replied with a respectful gesture, his heart swelling with excitement. Now, with the sacred ceremony for the anointment of the Holy Son imminent, this occasion bears significant implications for the future of the sacred land, prompting the long-absent Linglong Sword Immortal to make an appearance. Prior to this, however, Su Fan has been invited to the Linglong Sacred Peak for a preliminary meeting. This news filled Su Fan with immense joy. The name of the Linglong Sword Immortal is renowned throughout the Kanglan realm, known to all and feared by many. Throughout his years within the sacred land, he had only heard tales of this figure, never having laid eyes upon them. Yet, on the day of the aptitude assessment, The ethereal and gentle voice of the Linglong Sword Immortal left an indelible mark in his memory. He has longed to meet this legendary ancestor, who inspires both reverence and admiration in countless souls. Today, that opportunity has finally arrived. Chapter 6. And you, where are you? The glass-like celestial crane came to a halt in front of an exquisitely elegant courtyard. As soon as the two arrived, an ethereal voice resonated from within. Ruoxue, come in. Yes, master. Lin Ruoxue ushered Su Fan inside. Upon entering the courtyard, a sudden breeze swept through, showering petals from above, creating a mesmerizing path of blossoms that adorned the ground in a breathtaking spectacle. At the end of this enchanting path, beneath a peach blossom tree, sat a figure at a table with a chair. Yu Linglong, clad in a flowing white gown, sat serenely beneath the tree. The gentle wind caressed her dress, causing it to flutter gracefully, outlining a stunning silhouette. Her exquisite features resembled a painting, her eyes like autumn waters, and her brows, reminiscent of distant mountains, were accentuated by a pair of alluringly upturned eyes that exuded an air of cold pride, tinged with a hint of charm. Her cascading tresses, like a waterfall, flowed with a silky sheen, dancing in a breeze, seemingly capable of stirring the heartstrings of onlookers. A faint fragrance of peach blossoms wafted from her hair, intoxicating and mesmerizing. Merely sitting there, gazing at the sea of peach blossoms, she radiated a purity and elegance, her ethereal presence transcending the mundane, as if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm. Beautiful, utterly beautiful. Su Fan was completely entranced. It was a sanctified nobility that inspired reverence, a beauty that one could only admire from afar, never daring to defile. A fervent thought surged within him. One day, she shall be mine. It was only upon encountering Yu Linglong that he realized those so-called celestial beings he had encountered before were merely common, insipid figures, nowhere near her caliber. Master, Lin Ruoxue gently reminded him. Yu Linglong slightly shook her head, her delicate hand waving, causing the cascade of petals to vanish instantaneously. Two peachwood chairs materialized before them. Please have a seat. Yes. Lin Ruoxue sat down, casting a glance at the dazed Su Fan beside her, clearing her throat to prompt him to sit as well. Su Fan snapped back to reality, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Yu Linglong regarded him with a soft smile. In the past, you stirred the ancient bells of the sacred land, and the purple aura spread for miles. I caught a glimpse of you from afar. Who would have thought that merely a few years later, you have already attained the realm of transformation? Truly remarkable. It seems the position of the Holy Sun is rightfully yours. Thank you for your kind words, Master Ancestor. Su Fan clasped his hands in gratitude, feigning modesty, while inwardly reveling in delight. Master, it is not merely his cultivation. What truly sets him apart is his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. He has already grasped the essence of your stunning sword intent, and he is not far from mastering it. Lin Ruoxue spoke with pride evident in her tone. Oh, Yu Linglong couldn't help but regard him with renewed admiration. The stunning sword intent was a unique creation of Yu Linglong, powerful yet profoundly elusive. She had intended to pass it on and propagate its legacy, yet within the vast confines of the Linglong sacred land, only the Holy Lord, Lin Ruoxue, had truly comprehended the third sword. Others, even those exceptionally gifted prodigies, failed to grasp even a fragment of its essence. In the present day, Su Fan has astonishingly accomplished this feat. The younger generation feels a sense of shame, having only grasped a hint of the essence over the years, unworthy of the cultivation bestowed by the sacred land and the master. Su Fan Saif, do not be overly modest. To comprehend the essence of the surging sword intent at your age is indeed commendable, Moon Linglong remarked with a slight arch of her brow and a gentle smile. Master, it is because Fanner possesses the supreme bone that he is so extraordinary, Lin Ruoxue continued. Ah, that explains it. Moon Linglong nodded slightly before continuing. Given your current talents and strength, being conferred the title of Holy Son of the Sacred Land is well-deserved, and I shall not oppose it. However, at the coronation ceremony tomorrow, with all factions of the Kanglan realm gathering, You must prepare thoroughly to ensure that our Linglong sacred land does not suffer disgrace in front of our guests. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Master Ancestor. I shall remember it well, Su Fan replied with a respectful gesture. After a round of pleasantries, Su Fan departed from the Linglong sacred peak. Moon Linglong poured herself a cup of spiritual tea and spoke slowly. Ruoxue, what are your thoughts on this individual? Are you referring to Fanner, Master? Indeed. Fanner is exceptionally gifted, humble, and courteous, truly a rare gem of fortune in this world. To be honest, I sometimes doubt whether I am truly worthy to be his mentor, Lin Ruoxue remarked, noticing the enigmatic smile on Moon Linglong's face. It seems that Master does not entirely agree with my assessment. That is not entirely true, Moon Linglong replied lightly. However, excessive humility can be detrimental. It has been said that overweening modesty can be a guise for arrogance. Furthermore, her voice shifted, becoming colder. Since he entered this small courtyard until the moment he departed, he cast furtive glances at me 107 times, his gaze laden with unrefined desire, scarcely concealed. No, it cannot be, Lin Ruoxue exclaimed, struggling to believe it. Moon Linglong merely smiled in silence. She was all too familiar with such scrutinizing gazes, confident of her judgment. Once, a certain scoundrel, unforgettable in her life, had stolen glances at her over 1,000 times upon their first meeting. In summary, I have no objections to Su Fan becoming the Holy Sun, but in the future, Ruoxue must remain vigilant to ensure he does not tarnish the reputation of our Linglong sacred land. Understood, Master, Lin Ruoxue acknowledged with a bow. By the way, I heard that just a couple of days ago, he seems to have had some conflict with a family from the Tianyuan Dynasty? Moon Linglong suddenly inquired. Indeed, it appears that the Xiao family of the Tianyuan Dynasty has been bullying the weak, attempting to forcibly claim Fanner as beloved. Consequently, Fanner made a special visit a few days ago. However, the Xiao family was exceedingly unreasonable, not only expelling Fanner, but also threatening to attack the sacred land tomorrow and publicly humiliate him. How utterly outrageous! Lin Ruoxue scoffed. Were it not for the impending coronation ceremony, I would ensure that the Xiao family understands the might of the Linglong sacred land. Is there trouble brewing? Moon Linglong inquired. Indeed, it is not so. The disciple merely contemplates that if they dare to provoke tomorrow, it would be an opportunity for Fanner to showcase his prowess before all the esteemed guests. Thus, I entrust this matter to your arrangement. Yes, the disciple understands. Lin Ruoxue nodded. However, before she departed, she could not help but inquire, Master, in this vast sea of humanity, how could one possibly find a single individual? Yu Linglong's brow darkened as she gazed upon the flourishing peach blossom tree in the courtyard, letting out a soft sigh. Lin Ruoxue felt a surge of anger. She was aware that her master, once untouched by worldly affairs, had devoted herself entirely to the path. Yet, several centuries ago, during her travels, she encountered a mesmerizing man who claimed to be a super scion from the planet Cybertron. From that moment on, her master fell deeply in love, unable to extricate herself from its grasp. But, alas, mere years later, on a night when snow danced in the air, he mysteriously vanished, never to return. For centuries, Yu Linglong has remained in solitary vigil, waiting in vain. If ever she were to meet him again, she would surely deliver a sound thrashing. Lin Ruoxue quietly clenched her fist. After leaving the small courtyard, Yu Linglong gazed at the proud peach blossom tree before her, her beautiful eyes dimmed. You said that when the peach blossoms bloom in abundance, it would mark your return. Yet now, the flowers fall and bloom, day after day, year after year. And you, where are you? Chapter 7 Last night, I went to the tavern to listen to music and inadvertently captured something. The following day, in the early morning, the day of the consecration ceremony for the Holy Son of the Linglong sacred land had arrived, marking the anticipated moment of challenge. Within the grand estate of the Xiao family, Xiao Ke and Xiao Xan were anxiously pacing back and forth. 3 days had elapsed, yet there was not a whisper of news from Xiao Yan, who had sought assistance from the second ancestor. What should they do? They could not simply stand by and witness the elder and Xiao Mo march towards their doom, could they? At that moment, Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mo appeared. Xiao Ke was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly Xiao Mo? He seemed transformed, standing tall and exuding an air of confidence. A stark contrast to the previously timid and insecure demeanor he once displayed. Such a significant change in just 3 days? All right, you two look after the house. Xiao Mo and I shall be on our way. Xiao Changsheng casually gestured. Xiao Ke and Xiao Xin hurriedly intercepted him. Elder, I fear we cannot go. Why not? Well, because last night our family was robbed, and all the flying artifacts stored within the clan have been destroyed. None are left usable. It must have been the people from the Linglong Sacred Land. They are afraid of our Xiao family. So, Elder, we have already triumphed. There is no need to waste time. Xiao Changsheng was rendered speechless. You truly are remarkable, employing such a spirit of victory. Noticing Xiao Changsheng's indifference, Xiao Ke discreetly nudged Xiao Xin beside him. She quickly grasped the situation. Yes, Elder. My brother speaks the truth. You see, all the flying artifacts have been obliterated, and it was indeed the work of those from Linglong Sacred Land. I witnessed it with my own eyes last night. If you saw it, why did you not intervene? Xiao Changsheng remarked with a bemused smile. Xiao Xin's face stiffened. Beside her, Xiao Ke could not help but facepalm. You truly are oblivious, spouting nonsense. Enough. Do not concern yourselves with today's matters. Xiao Mo and I shall proceed to the Linglong Sacred Land. With that, Xiao Changsheng whistled, and to the astonishment of all, a brilliant crimson divine bird appeared, circling above the Xiao estate. Is that a Qingyuan fire phoenix? Xiao Ke's eyes widened. Was this not the legendary divine bird from the ancient era, long thought to be extinct? How had the elder managed to find one? Indeed, I captured it while listening to music at the tavern last night, Xiao Changsheng replied nonchalantly. With his profound understanding of the storyline and his invincible cultivation at the Saint Realm, finding a Qingyuan fire phoenix was a trivial task. Xiao Changsheng, accompanied by Xiao Mo, mounted the fire phoenix and soared into the distance. Xiao Xin, you shall remain at the Xiao estate on high alert. I will accompany the elder to the Linglong Sacred Land. Xiao Ke quickly pursued them. No matter what, he could not allow the elder to venture into danger alone. At the Linglong Sacred Land, on this day of the Holy Sun's consecration ceremony, disciples from the sect gathered, and the various peak masters and elders emerged from their seclusion, eagerly awaiting the event. At the back mountain of the Sacred Land, the helipad was bustling with countless guests from all corners of the world, each arriving with anticipation. Various flying artifacts were parked in a dazzling array, creating a scene of extraordinary liveliness. It is said that the newly appointed Holy Sun, Su Fan, possesses extraordinary talent and formidable strength, coupled with an admirable humility and courtesy. Truly a dragon among men. It is no wonder that he has been remarkably accepted as a true disciple by the esteemed Saint Master Lin Rushuang. Furthermore, rumors abound that even the illustrious Linglong Sword Immortal has expressed high regard for him. Is this true? Indeed, it is. Allegedly, the Linglong Sword Immortal has personally imparted to him the breathtaking sword intent, which speaks volumes about the gravity of his recognition. To be acknowledged and directly taught by the Linglong Sword Immortal is nothing short of astounding. By the way, I have heard that today, the Xiao family of the Tianyuan Dynasty will send forth a prodigy named Xiao Mo to challenge Su Fan, audaciously claiming he will defeat him. Is there any truth to this? Yes, indeed. The patriarch of the Xiao family himself has proclaimed it. In my opinion, the patriarch is utterly senile, clearly out of his mind. How dare he shamelessly challenge the Holy Sun? Truly, a foolhardy act. I am aware of Xiao Mo. He is nothing more than a complete waste, having only reached the Golden Dan realm through the excessive use of drugs. For such a worthless individual to challenge the Holy Sun is quite laughable. If Xiao Mo is deranged, then the patriarch of the Xiao family is even more so. Just wait and see. If they dare to come, a grand spectacle will surely ensue. However, the likelihood seems quite low. A useless person, fully aware of his impending defeat, would hardly come to meet his demise so willingly. Meanwhile, following the esteemed Elder Wuchun of the Linglong Sacred Land, Lu Ruyan wore a smile, her heart swelling with pride and delight. For her, Any praise directed at Su Fan brings more joy than compliments aimed at herself. Ruyan, should the Xiao family fail to make an appearance at the ceremony, it would be for the best. However, if they do come, do not hold back. Aim to defeat Xiao Mo decisively. Such a display would surely incite the patriarch's wrath, and at that moment, the powerful figures of the Linglong Sacred Land will take the opportunity to deal with him as well. We shall then have nothing to worry about. Rest assured, father. I understand. Lu Ruyan quietly responded. By the way, have you made all the arrangements, father? Indeed, I have persuaded the other two great families. As soon as the patriarch of a Xiao family reveals himself, the three powerful families will join forces to seize the Xiao family's largest Xianling mine. With the Xianling mine in our possession, our Lu family will undoubtedly flourish, ascending to become the foremost among the four great families. Nay, the three great families. Lu Shanhe chuckled darkly. At that moment, a magnificent dragon boat sped towards them from a distance. The dragon boat, crafted from ancient redwood, was both sturdy and light. At its bow, a golden dragon totem spiraled, exuding supreme authority. Adorned with jade and gold inlays, it sparkled brilliantly, emanating an air of opulence. It appeared in the blink of an eye above the landing pad, casting a vast shadow that momentarily obscured the sun, leaving onlookers in awe. Recognizing the unique royal emblem on the dragon boat, the group hurried forward to greet it. The boat's staircase descended, revealing a rotund man clad in a dark robe. This individual, unremarkable in appearance, exuded an air of languor, clutching a large bag of spiritual fruit snacks as he munched away. However, the esteemed Elder Wu Chun did not dare to neglect him. Your Highness, the Prince of Xiang, after your arduous journey, please allow me to escort you to the guest peak for a brief respite. The grand ceremony of your enthronement is about to commence. Oh, what a bother. Can't we just begin? The Prince of Xiang yawned lazily. By the way, do remember to prepare more Tianshan spiritual fruits. I'm nearly out. Additionally, some celestial fruit tea would be delightful, as I find myself somewhat parched. Yes, Your Highness, rest assured. Please follow me. Once the crowd had departed, Lu Ruyan could no longer contain herself. Father, is he truly the renowned Prince of Xiang from the Tianyuan Dynasty? He hardly seems to fit the description. It is said that the Prince of Xiang was once the unparalleled god of war, having vanquished the demon tribe, the demon sect, and the sea tribe, earning countless accolades for the Tianyuan Dynasty. Yet, upon this encounter, one could not help but be taken aback. One must not judge by appearances. As the only prince of the Tianyuan Dynasty to hold land and title, he should not be underestimated, Lu Shanhe remarked. Chapter 8. The primordial beasts have emerged. On the mountainside at the helipad, shortly after the departure of King Xiang, an overwhelming aura of ferocity from the demon tribe surged in the distance. Upon closer inspection, a black eagle griffin pierced through the void like a bolt of black lightning, appearing instantaneously in the sky. Its colossal form, spanning dozens of yards, obscured the sun, and its violent aura, comparable to that of a powerful being in the void realm, caused the countenances of countless spectators to shift dramatically. Several figures cloaked in black materialized at the head of the griffin, exuding an enigmatic presence that was difficult to fathom. The leader stood tall and muscular, his skin a rich bronze, resembling a towering mountain. Yet, a scar in the shape of a sword marred his chest, adorned with a peculiar heart-shaped tattoo that appeared both comical and bizarre. Heavens, it is a formidable warrior from the ancient spirit clan. Rumors suggest that the ancient spirit clan is a mysterious lineage from the primordial age, with its powerful members rarely appearing in public. Who would have anticipated their arrival today? Even their flying spirit beasts are of the void realm caliber. Such a spectacle is truly grand. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling cold descended, and to everyone's astonishment, white snow began to fall from the clear blue sky. An ethereal palace, pristine and crystalline, seemingly crafted from millennia-old ice, emerged before the onlookers, enchanting and flawless. The entrance of the palace slowly opened, revealing several figures. They possessed breathtaking beauty and elegance, yet their expressions remained emotionless, as frigid as ice, emanating an aura that repelled any who dared approach. At the forefront stood a woman clad in white robes, her long white hair billowing in the wind. Capturing the attention of all, the helipad erupted into a frenzy. Countless eyes widened in astonishment, fearful of missing a single moment. Goodness, it's the Ice Palace, and the celestial maidens have arrived. It is said that the Ice Palace is located atop Mount Tian, a realm of eternal frost, devoid of any trace of life for miles around. The inhabitants of the Ice Palace seldom interact with the outside world, only appearing once every 100 years for the disciple recruitment ceremony, which grants a fortunate few the opportunity to visit. Yet, no matter how many participants attend the ceremony, the Ice Palace accepts only 10 individuals each time, all of whom are stunningly beautiful celestial maidens. The last recruitment yielded the favored 7th princess of the Empress of the Tianyuan Dynasty, did it not? The Ice Palace of Mount Tian truly is a sanctuary on earth. I would gladly wash the feet of these divine sisters, though it seems you're more inclined to, shall we say, lick? Wu Chen immediately approached them. Taoist Xiao Changsheng, fairy by Ruoxue, and esteemed members of the ancient spirit clan and Ice Palace. Welcome. Wu Chen clasped his fists and smiled. Bai Ruoxue offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Shishang laughed heartily and replied, Elder, you are too gracious. Naturally, our ancient spirit clan will come to support the consecration of the Holy Sun. As he spoke, Shishang surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, Elder, I have heard that the Holy Maiden Linglong will also grace the ceremony with her presence. Is there any truth to this? Regarding the matter of ancestor Linglong, I am unaware, but I have heard from the Holy Master that it appears she will indeed make an appearance. Upon hearing this, Shishang's laughter resonated. In light of this, all is well, indeed. Under the leadership of Wu Chen, the group departed for the guest peak. Lu Ru Yin gazed at their retreating figures, unable to suppress her delight as she exclaimed, Brother Su Fan is truly remarkable. Even the formidable beings from the ancient spirit clan and the Ice Palace have come to pay their respects at the Sacred Sun's enthronement ceremony. Siligel. You overthink things? Lu Shani chuckled. Currently, within the Zhonglan realm, the 4 supreme forces, the Tianyuan Dynasty, the ancient spirit clan, the Ice Palace, and the Linglong Sacred Land dominate. That Shishang is one of the most powerful tribulation stage experts from the ancient spirit clan, while by Ruoxue is the deputy lord of the Ice Palace. It is not Su Fan's allure that draws these esteemed individuals here. They have come to seek the venerable Linglong Sword Immortal. She has not appeared for nearly a century, prompting speculation among these powerful figures. Has she perhaps caught a glimpse of the elusive sacred path? Their visit is to discern the truth. Of course, there are other motives as well. For instance, it is rumored that the elder Shishang of the ancient spirit clan once ardently pursued the Linglong Sword Immortal, continuously professing his affection only to be met with rejection. The wound upon his chest was inflicted by her hand, yet instead of harboring anger, he celebrated it with a heart-shaped totem tattooed nearby to express his devotion. Quite the devoted admirer, indeed, Lu Shani scoffed. At noon, in the main peak square, countless disciples of the Sacred Land gathered as guests from afar took their seats. The ancient, melodious chimes resonated through the heavens. While the yin and yang energies swirled in the air, auspicious clouds converged, and purple qi emerged from the east, heralding supreme good fortune. As the chimes subsided, the purple qi and auspicious clouds transformed into a celestial pathway. The sacred sun, Su Fan, donned an exquisite white robe, his sword-like brows accentuating his bright eyes. A gentle smile gracing his lips. With a celestial sword at his waist, he walked with poise and grace, exuding an air of nobility. Surrounded by swirling clouds and purple qi, the symbols of yin and yang danced nearby, creating a series of wondrous phenomena that left onlookers in awe. Among the esteemed guests, King Xiang lazily lifted his gaze for a moment before returning his attention to the exquisite delicacies before him. Bai Ruoxue and the Ice Palace experts merely glanced up, then closed their eyes to rest. Shishang, however, furrowed his brow and turned to the elder Wu Chen beside him, expressing his dissatisfaction. Where is the Linglong Sword Immortal? Wasn't it said she would appear? It seems the elder is in seclusion. Perhaps she will come forth shortly, Wu Qin replied with a dry chuckle. Just as Shishang was about to voice further concerns, he suddenly froze, gazing into the distant sky with a curious smile emerging on his lips. By Ruo, she also abruptly opened her eyes, her cold, beautiful gaze fixed in the same direction. The other powerful beings followed suit, while the members of the Tianyuan Dynasty remained perplexed. King Xiang, what is happening? They wondered, only to find that the previously flamboyant King Xiang had reclined back, snoring softly. At that moment, the air shimmered, and Lin Rushuang made her sudden appearance. She squinted her eyes, her voice cold and detached, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. The enchantress of the demonic sect had arrived. Why hide in the shadows? As her words fell, a colossal, three-headed black hound materialized in the clouds, its beastly eyes glowing crimson, its visage fierce and terrifying, emanating the overwhelming pressure of a formidable Void Realm expert. Upon its back stood a figure of unparalleled beauty, clad in revealing and alluring attire, exuding an enchanting charm, her bare feet gracing the ground with an ethereal elegance. She was a powerhouse of the demonic sect, Xiao Mengjun. This formidable figure had risen rapidly over recent decades. Her origins remained a mystery, her movements elusive. Yet, she was born with an irresistible allure, immensely powerful and perilous. It was said that those who once coveted her beauty met with gruesome fates, having their noses severed and limbs rendered useless. Oh dear, I've been discovered, Xiao Mengjun chuckled mischievously. Lin Shangzhu, I merely happened upon this intriguing scene while passing by and thought I might join in the fun. Please, continue, as if I were not here. Oof. Lin Rushiang snorted coldly, poised to strike. However, at that moment, the three-headed hound suddenly erupted in agitation, only to then cower to the ground, trembling as if in fear of something. Simultaneously, Xiao Mengjun, Lin Rushiang, Shi Shang, Bai Ruoxue, and even the king of Xiang, who had been snoring just moments before, all drastically altered their expressions, turning their gazes toward the distance. There, an ancient divine might resonated. Had the primal divine beast emerged? Chapter 9. This fellow is truly a shameless scoundrel. Who dares approach? How dare you intrude upon my Linglong sacred ground? Lin Rushuang waved her hand, and a myriad of sword shadows materialized in the clouds, poised for action. How dare you speak of transgressions? Is the Linglong sacred ground your private domain? Do you think you can dictate who enters? A brazen and arrogant voice echoed from afar, its shrill cry resonating through the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming ancient pressure that rendered even the myriad sword shadows considerably illusory. Upon discerning the identity of the visitor, astonishment swept over everyone. The Qinghuan Fire Phoenix. Once a divine beast of the ancient era, it was believed to be extinct within the Kanglan realm. How could it possibly appear today? Who are these individuals? Could they be from some obscure, hidden power? Master, this is the Xiao family. While the powerful sects were unfamiliar with the Xiao family, Su Fan recognized them at a glance. The events of recent days had left an indelible mark on his otherwise flawless life, one he could not easily forget. The Xiao family? Is this the same Xiao family that spoke so disrespectfully to Fanner mere days ago? How could it be them? Lin Rushuang was taken aback. The Xiao family? They possess a Qinghuan Fire Phoenix? How is that possible? What merit does such a small family possess? So, you're indeed the Xiao family? I have heard all about you. Hee. How amusing that three of you would dare to intrude so boldly. Xiao Mengjun giggled as she approached Xiao Changsheng, playfully poking him gently in the chest with her delicate white finger. Xiao Changsheng regarded her with a bemused smile. Now that you have poked my chest, it is my turn to return the favor. You. You are indeed quite an amusing person. The people of the Kanglan realm are truly fascinating. Xiao Mengjun smirked, subtly retreating to a safe distance. Xiao Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. Where did this demonic temptress, Xiao Mengjun, come from? Such a character was absent from the original text. He dismissed the thought and glanced at Xiao Mo beside him. Fearlessly, Xiao Mo stepped forward, chest out, exuding an extraordinary presence. Lu Ruyan, as per our previous agreement, I, Xiao Mo, have come to annul the engagement. He cast aside the marriage contract. only to have it intercepted and destroyed by Su Fan midway. Lin Rushuang spoke slowly. As for the matter of the engagement, I shall refrain from commenting. However, since you have come to provoke us, the Linglong's sacred ground shall not retreat. Yet, I will not take advantage of the situation. Let the younger generation resolve their own affairs. Lu Ruyan, disciple here, engage in a friendly spar with this prodigy of the Xiao family. And remember, keep it within bounds. Yes, disciple obeys. Lu Ruyan ascended into the air, assessing Xiao Mo, and was momentarily taken aback by his transformation and newfound demeanor. However, she quickly dismissed it. After all, it had only been 3 days, and what could a previously useless individual achieve? She crossed her arms and let out a light laugh. I never expected you to come seeking your own demise. This is quite fortunate, seizing the joyous occasion of Su Fan's brother's enthronement as the Holy Sun. We shall completely resolve your troublesome predicament, thereby presenting it as a gift to Su Fan. With a grand gesture, Lin Ruoxue summoned a colossal, white floating cloud, which materialized amidst the distortions of the void. This cloud serves as the arena for the duel. Upon this stage, life and death are predetermined, and regardless of what transpires, no grievances may be expressed. As she spoke, Lin Ruoxue turned towards the distinguished guests, smiling softly. I hope you find this entertaining, as it shall be a delightful interlude during the Holy Sun's coronation ceremony. Shi Shang and Bai Ruo she remained indifferent, while the rotund king of Xiang leaned back, munching on delicacies, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. This entertainment is far more engaging, he remarked. In my opinion, it will undoubtedly be an unexpectedly splendid contest. Xiao Mo and Lu Ruyan stepped into the cloud. Xiao Changsheng brought Xiao Ke to the VIP section. Ah, the ancient spirit clans, Shi Shang, the king of Xiang from the Tianyuan Dynasty, and the Ice Palace by Ruo, she have all arrived. The prestige of the Linglong Sacred Land is indeed formidable. Xiao Ke surveyed the surroundings, a chill of awe coursing through him. The paramount forces of the Zhanglan realm, especially the formidable Shi Shang, were typically beyond his reach. To be in their presence now was an extraordinary occurrence. Even as the head of the Xiao family, accustomed to grand spectacles, he found himself trembling with apprehension. Xiao Changsheng also cast a glance at these individuals. Our adversaries have gathered in one place. In the original narrative, due to the influence of various fated sons, these forces had often bullied the weak, resulting in the deaths of numerous Xiao family warriors and leading to the family's gradual decline towards inevitable extinction. Even the Xiao family's second ancestor, Xiao Yuanshan, had been ruthlessly slain by the king of Xiang himself. Now that they had all appeared, this was a rare opportunity. It was time to collect some interest. Xiao Changsheng chuckled inwardly, noticing an empty seat near the king of Xiang. He boldly sat down, nudging the king's corpulent form, remarking, "Friend of the king, kindly shift a bit. Observe how each person occupies a single seat, while you alone take up 3. Such behavior is rather inconsiderate. Impudent. How dare you show such disrespect to his majesty?" The armored strategist behind the king of Xiang erupted in fury, drawing his sword with a chilling intent to kill. Xiao Ke nearly succumbed to a heart attack. His ancestor had brazenly approached the VIP section and provoked the king of Xiang. This was courting death. Despite the king's current plump and bumbling appearance, beneath this facade lay the formidable general who once subdued the realms far and wide. However, the king of Xiang merely chuckled, waving his hand. "Vice Commander's son, do not be so quick to anger. Consider where we are. Please sheath your sword." As he spoke, the king produced 2 Tianshan spirit fruits. "Friend Xiao, would you care for some? That is far too little. I desire the entire bag you possess. What do you think?" The king of Xiang paused, then replied with a grin, of course. He indeed handed over the large bag of Tianshan spirit fruits to Xiao Changsheng. Beside them, Shi Shang and Bai Ruoxue, who were quietly resting with closed eyes, could not help but cast a sideways glance at Xiao Changsheng, scrutinizing him. The king of Xiang was no fool. It was rather peculiar for him to engage in light-hearted banter with a leader of an obscure family. There was undoubtedly something amiss. "Thank you very much, Your Highness, for your generous gift. I sincerely express my gratitude on behalf of my esteemed ancestor, Xiao Ke hastily interjected. Meanwhile, Xiao Changsheng, maintaining a stoic expression, retrieved the bag of Tianyuan's spirit fruits and turned his gaze towards the king, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your Highness, are you not longing for some Tianyuan spirit fruits? Indeed, the king replied. Well, I happen to have some in stock. How about I sell you this entire bag for the price of a single high-grade, earth-tier treasure? What do you think? The king's smile gradually faded. Shang and Bai Ruoxue exchanged incredulous glances, nearly straining their backs in shock. What was this person thinking? Asking for Tianyuan's spirit fruits from the king, only to propose selling them back. Was he attempting to deceive the king? How shameless could one be? Behind him, Xiao Ke nearly fainted in disbelief. Oh, ancestor, why must you act so erratically, especially in front of the unmatched king of war? Just a jest to lighten the mood. Please do not take it to heart. Xiao Changsheng chuckled, returning the bag of spirit fruits to the king. As the latter began to indulge in the fruits, Xiao Changsheng could not help but smile broadly. Your Highness, now that you've procured my Tianyuan spirit fruits, when can I expect the 3 high-grade, earth-tier treasures you owe me? I am but a humble merchant and cannot allow for debts to linger. The king, caught mid-bite, was left utterly stunned. The others were equally speechless, unable to utter a word for quite some time. It became evident to them that this individual was nothing short of a shameless rogue. Chapter 10. Where is your face? Ha! How amusing you are! Suddenly, the enchanting demoness Xiao Mengjun appeared and squeezed herself beside Xiao Changsheng. Initially, the king of Xiang occupied 3 seats alone, but now it had transformed into 3 individuals. However, he paid it no mind, as Xiao Mengjun chattered incessantly at his side. Old ancestor of the Xiao family, Senior Xiao. Look at you bearing the surname Xiao, and so do I. Perhaps we were kin 500 years ago. Could you teach me those shameless tricks you employed earlier? I wish to learn them. How about it, Senior Xiao? As she spoke, Xiao Mengjun entwined her arm around Xiao Changsheng's, playfully acting coy. Xiao Changsheng glanced at her and replied indifferently, tuition fee, 1 high-grade, earthly treasure. All right, Senior Xiao. Xiao Mengjun agreed readily, promptly producing a magical disc. Xiao Changsheng accepted it and then stated coolly, Now, let me impart to you the first lesson. Never take anyone's words at face value. I was just deceiving you. Xiao Mengjun, regardless of her speechless expression, Xiao Changsheng turned his gaze towards the powerful beings from the Ice Palace and the ancient spirit tribe. Esteemed guests, would you like to learn the art of unparalleled deception? It is quite simple. The tuition fee is merely an ordinary earthly treasure. After all, we are all on the same side, so surely we can negotiate a better price, yes? The crowd fell silent, too weary to utter another word. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue could no longer contain herself and said sternly, Old ancestor of the Xiao family, if you continue this nonsense, I shall immediately expel you from the Linglong sacred land. All right, I shall cease my chatter and focus on the match. Xiao Changsheng chuckled. After all, there would be ample opportunities ahead. This moment was of little consequence. Turning his attention to the floating cloud arena, he observed that Xiao Mo and Lu Ruyan had already exchanged 300 blows without a clear victor. However, it was evident to all that Lu Ruyan had gained the upper hand. I never expected that in just 3 days you would undergo such a transformation. Regardless of how you achieved it, at this moment, you are not my match. Perish! Lu Ruyan unleashed her spiritual energy, her sword sweeping forth, conjuring myriad sword shadows. Xiao Mo could only exert himself to evade, appearing rather beleaguered. This left Xiao Ke standing nearby, in considerable confusion. Something is amiss. On our journey here, I had inquired with Xiao Mo and learned that old ancestor Xiao Changsheng had somehow restored him, elevating his strength. While I am uncertain if he can contend with the Holy Sun Su Fan, he ought to have been able to handle Lu Ruyan with ease. Why is it so strenuous now? Is Xiao Mo in danger? On the floating cloud arena, Xiao Mo felt quite helpless. Acting is exhausting. To deal with Lu Ruyan, with my current strength, it would require merely a single blow. I need not even draw upon the celestial sword. A mere flicker of the sword intent of the surging swan would suffice to utterly vanquish her. Yet, Xiao Changsheng has issued a strict command. Victory is permissible. but it must be a Pyrrhic one. Furthermore, I must not reveal any flaws. Otherwise, I shall face consequences upon returning. Xiao Mo, the straightforward and honest individual, would never engage in such actions. He had been entangled with Lu Ruyan for quite some time, never daring to strike truly. What if, in a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently dealt a fatal blow? Well, it seemed time to resolve this matter. However, it must be done with a semblance of naturalness. The voice of Xiao Changsheng echoed in his ears, granting Xiao Mo a sense of relief. Finally, it would come to an end. As he watched Lu Ruyan's sword approach his chest, Xiao Mo deliberately refrained from evading in time. In that fleeting moment, he slightly turned his body and launched a powerful punch, unleashing the essence of the surging phoenix. With a piercing sound, Lu Ruyan's sword pierced through Xiao Mo's chest, narrowly avoiding the fatal heart. Yet, she herself was struck squarely in the chest by Xiao Mo's punch, forcefully landing upon the floating cloud arena, blood gushing forth as her chest was crushed. The sudden turn of events astonished all present. Even the referee was momentarily stunned before finally declaring, "Xiao Mo of the Xiao family, victorious. How wonderful, I have finally triumphed." Xiao Mo was ecstatic, fists clenched as he gazed skyward with a triumphant shout. Yet internally, he felt an overwhelming embarrassment. Had it not been for Xiao Changsheng's insistence, he would never have acted in such a manner. Soon after, as Xiao Mo collapsed from his injuries, Xiao Changsheng carried him back, while Lin Ruoxue took Lu Ruyan away. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan gravely injured, particularly with her chest sunken, Su Fan was filled with rage. Lu Shanhe, too, was in tears, angrily imploring, "Son-in-law, you must avenge Ruyan." Lin Ruoxue, however, furrowed her brow. In that fleeting moment, she had sensed a trace of the surging phoenix sword's essence emanating from Xiao Mo. Although extremely faint and concealed, it was nonetheless perceptible. Xiao Mo of the Xiao family had actually comprehended the essence of the surging phoenix sword. After a moment, Lin Ruoxue shook her head. How could this be? The essence of the surging phoenix sword is never transmitted. How could a mere Xiao family member possess it? Moreover, even if he had chanced upon it, with his qualifications, it was utterly impossible for him to grasp the essence of the surging phoenix sword. Lin Ruoxue glanced at the injured Xiao Mo. He had sustained injuries. I shall grant him 3 days to recover, and after that, the duel shall continue. That won't be necessary, Xiao Changsheng interjected, waving his hand. 3 days would be too cumbersome. A 6th-grade recovery pill will suffice for Xiao Mo's injuries. Then, Xiao Changsheng looked expectantly at Lin Ruoxue. What do you mean? Lin Ruoxue's tone was sharp. Lord Lin, you are aware that my Xiao family is feeble. We lack even a 4th-grade alchemist, let alone the means to procure a 6th-grade recovery pill. Since our friend Gu Jiang is here, might I borrow one? Rest assured, I shall return it when I am financially solvent once more. I promise it on the honor of the Xiao family's ancestors. Lin Ruoxue was taken aback. You come seeking trouble, and you wish for me to provide you with medicinal pills? A 6th-grade spirit pill, no less? She felt an urge to scold him. Where is your dignity? You are, after all, an esteemed ancestor of your clan. Have you truly discarded all semblance of pride? Old ancestor, Xiao Ke scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Although the Xiao family may not rival the Linglong Sacred Land, it was certainly not as lacking as Xiao Changsheng suggested. They could indeed produce a 6th-grade elixir. The idea of borrowing from the Linglong Sacred Land was utterly absurd. Xiao Changsheng shot an annoyed glare at Xiao Quebec. This fellow truly lacked common sense. A 6th-grade elixir isn't merely a matter of currency. If one could deceive to obtain even a single one, they would. Reputation is of little consequence. Noticing that Lin Ruoxue was ignoring him, Xiao Changsheng did not press the matter further and casually remarked, "Since the holy master Lin refuses, then so be it. Let Xiao Mo contend with Su Shengzi. If he loses, so be it. I am indifferent." Lin Ruoxue gritted her teeth, feeling both furious and somewhat helpless towards this shameless scoundrel. With all the guests gathered, if this course of action were pursued, it would certainly invite scorn upon the Linglong Sacred Land for exploiting the weak, bringing disgrace to their name. With a cold snort, Lin Rushuang tossed out a 6th-grade recovery pill. As the renowned holy master of the Linglong Sacred Land, preserving the sanctity of their reputation was paramount. Let alone a mere elixir, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her own life. Chapter 11. Am I compelling you to make guesses? Oh, my gratitude to Lord Lin, as expected of the sovereign of the sacred land, truly magnanimous. Xiao Changsheng grinned broadly. Then, before everyone, he stored away the elixir and casually patted Xiao Mo. All right. Xiao Mo, it's your turn now. Let us make it swift. After the fight, we can return home for dinner. Understood. Xiao Mo clasped his hands and resolutely stepped onto the floating cloud arena. Are you not going to let him consume that 6th-tier elixir? Lin Ruoxue furrowed her brows, pondering what scheme the Xiao family's ancestor was concocting this time. Why must he take it? His injuries have long since healed. Wouldn't it be a waste? Of course his injuries are healed, Xiao Changsheng replied nonchalantly. He's healed? Lin Ruoxue shot him a glance, her anger flaring up. So, your earlier words were merely a ruse to trick me into parting with my elixir? TSK, Lord Lin, such words. What I proposed was a mutual agreement. Can that be termed as deceit? If you were to retract your consent, it would be no issue. I could simply return the elixir to you. As he spoke, Xiao Changsheng indeed took out the elixir. What a shameless individual. Lin Ruoxue would certainly refuse. Having been deceived was already humiliating enough, and to take it back now would be utterly disgraceful. Alas, you chose to forsake it. Do not blame me, Xiao Changsheng grinned. He then glanced at the floating cloud arena and smiled warmly at the onlookers. Esteemed guests, what is the point of merely watching? Why not partake in something entertaining? How about we hold a wager on the outcome? The wager shall be 1 Earth-tier magical artifact. If you guess correctly, I shall reward you with 3 times that amount. 3 Earth-tier magical artifacts. Should you guess incorrectly, the artifact will belong to me. What say you? Lin Ruoxue could hardly bear to listen. This scoundrel was undoubtedly up to some trick, and she had no intention of falling for it. Bai Ruoxue from the Ice Palace also paid no heed. But the ancient spirit race, Sure Shang, grew intrigued. Ancestor of the Xiao family, do you speak the truth? Indeed, I do. I guarantee it in the name of the Xiao family ancestor. Such a guarantee might not suffice, Sure Shang replied indifferently. Then I swear upon my soul. Should I break this vow, my soul shall be extinguished, leaving me without a grave. Surely that suffices? Meanwhile, Xiao Ke was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Oh no! Oh no! How could the ancestor have lost his wits again? This wager has an obvious flaw. If one were to place a bet on both Su Fan and Xiao Mo, the outcome would inevitably yield at least 1 Earth-tier artifact. A guaranteed profit. It's practically free money. He hurriedly whispered a warning. Ancestor, this wager. Begone. When an adult speaks, what place is there for a child to interject? Go play elsewhere. Xiao Changsheng rolled his eyes and sealed Xiao K's mouth. Then, before everyone, he made the solemn vow. Once the oath was established, the crowd felt reassured and began to participate eagerly. Ancestor of the Xiao family, I wager 1 artifact, guessing that Su Fan will triumph. I too shall wager, predicting that Xiao Mo will claim victory. I shall join as well and predict that Xiao Mo will emerge victorious. Then I shall wager on Su Fan's triumph instead. The atmosphere was electric, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of individuals had joined in. The more Xiao Ke observed, the more anxious he became. The odds favoring Su Fan and Xiao Mo were evenly split, which seemed rather absurd. One was a distinguished scion of a sacred lineage, while the other was a seemingly inconsequential disciple from a minor family. Logically, it should be evident who would prevail. Yet the odds were balanced, indicating that these individuals had discerned a flaw in the situation. Xiao Ke could even distinctly sense the exchange of spiritual energies among them. Pairs collaborated to place their bets separately, only to later share the spoils. The more participants there were, the greater the potential loss. Though Xiao Ke was in a state of distress, he found himself sealed by Xiao Changsheng, utterly unable to intervene or even speak. What exactly were his intentions? Lin Ruoxue furrowed her brows slightly. In her view, Xiao Changsheng was a shameless rogue who would never find himself at a disadvantage. How could such a scoundrel orchestrate a betting scheme with such apparent loopholes? But what was his true aim? With the establishment of the grand oath of the spirit, there was no turning back for him. Lin Ruoxue was baffled, yet she sensed something was amiss. Meanwhile, on the floating cloud arena, the impending clash between the two sides was palpable. At that very moment, Xiao Changsheng rose from his seat and approached the vicinity of the arena, then cleared his throat lightly. An intangible wave of energy emanated through the air, and the two combatants, who were poised to strike, suddenly found themselves engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground, utterly still. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. How could it be that they had not even begun to fight, yet both had simultaneously fainted? This was utterly inexplicable. Something was amiss. Someone must have covertly orchestrated some nefarious act. With this realization, the crowd turned their gazes toward Xiao Changsheng in unison. If anyone present was unscrupulous enough to engage in such underhanded tactics, it could only be the elder of the Xiao family. Xiao Changsheng, however, paid no heed to their glares and simply smiled at the referee. "Why are you still dawdling? Announce the results." The referee, jolted from his stupor, assessed the situation of the two combatants and, with a hint of resignation, declared that since both had fainted simultaneously, the match was a draw. Satisfied with the outcome, Xiao Changsheng turned to the crowd and flashed a grin. "My apologies, esteemed guests. It appears I've claimed the spoils, with the match ending in a tie. Your predictions were all in vain. Hence, all these treasures belong to me. I extend my gratitude for your generous contributions. The Xiao family shall not forget your kindness." The crowd erupted in outrage. "Humph. The elder the Xiao family truly believes we are so easily deceived through such despicable means?" Shang's tone was sharp. "Alas, my dear friend Shi, how can you accuse me of employing any underhanded tactics? Do you have any proof?" Xiao Changsheng feigned innocence. With his unparalleled strength beneath the sacred realm, it was effortless for him to utilize his spiritual power to incapacitate two juniors while deftly evading the scrutiny of the crowd. Thus, Xiao Changsheng would propose such a wager with assured losses, even going so far as to swear a solemn oath. Moreover, Xiao Changsheng changed his tone, stating, "As the saying goes, one must accept the outcomes of their bets. Did I compel you to place your wagers? Certainly not. It was your own belief in the potential for profit that led you to gamble. Now that you have lost, you begin to blame me for foul play? You cannot bear the consequences, can you? Is this the demeanor of the esteemed members of your ancient spirit clan? Enough!" Shang exclaimed, feeling somewhat powerless. Everyone present was acutely aware that Xiao Changsheng was orchestrating this entire affair. Yet, how had he managed to execute it without anyone noticing? The ancestral elder of the Xiao clan, heed my counsel. While Earth-tier artifacts are indeed valuable, one must have the means to wield them. Ultimately, the Xiao clan remains too feeble to compete with the ancient spirit clan, the Tianyuan Dynasty, or the Ice Palace. Bai Ruoxue, who had remained silent until now, spoke coldly. Although she herself had not wagered, many formidable beings from the Ice Palace had participated. If the outcome had been fair, it would have been acceptable. However, witnessing Xiao Changsheng's deceitful tactics to rob them of their artifacts was intolerable. "Oh, are you threatening me?" Xiao Changsheng narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "I merely speak the truth," Bai Ruoxue replied calmly. "Ah, then let me speak candidly as well. Within 3 months, your Ice Palace will be utterly destroyed. Mark my words. Audacious. Do you wish for death?" Bai Ruoxue's expression darkened, her tribulation stage aura surging forth. Xiao Changsheng snorted coldly, instantly suppressing Bai Ruoxue's overwhelming presence, and addressed her, who appeared utterly astonished, with indifference. "Do not rush. Your turn has not yet come. I have stated 3 months' time." With that, Xiao Changsheng turned his gaze towards the floating cloud arena, and with a snap of his fingers, the two unconscious individuals gradually regained consciousness. "All right, Xiao Mo. The matter with the ancestor is settled. Now do as you wish." Chapter 12. Lord Lin, you seem to be exhibiting a clear double standard. Although Xiao Mo was unaware of the circumstances, hearing Xiao Changsheng's words filled him with immense joy. A fierce aura erupted unabashedly, his gaze fixed intently on Su Fan. Su Fan's expression shifted slightly. To his astonishment, Xiao Mo had achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. No wonder he could easily defeat Ru Yan. Who would have thought that in just 3 short days, this waste had managed to turn things around? Yet what of it? Before this holy sun, a waste shall forever remain a waste. Su Fan sneered disdainfully, summoning his celestial sword, which turned out to be the high-grade, earth-tier Xian Shuang sword. The two immediately became entangled in combat, and the air was filled with the tumultuous energy of their swordplay across the entire floating cloud arena. Lord Saint, should we intervene? Elder Wu Chun voiced his concerns. Not necessary. If he wishes to fight, let him fight. Fanner is a formidable being in the transformation stage. The vast disparity between their realms cannot be easily bridged. Moreover, Fanner has grasped the essence of a trace of the stunning swan sword intent. And in a duel with swords, Xiao Mo is no match for him. However, Lin Ruoxue, glancing at Xiao Changsheng, noticed his furrowed brow, seemingly angry and dissatisfied. She lowered her voice. What we need to be wary of is the ancestor of the Xiao family. He might very well intervene when Xiao Mo is on the verge of defeat. No, surely not. It would be utterly disgraceful for a family ancestor to forcefully meddle in the battles of juniors. Wu Chun frowned. Do you not think him shameless enough? Wu Chun fell silent at once. Indeed, you are quite correct. Therefore, you must go immediately to the Holy Peak and summon our esteemed master. This Xiao family ancestor is profoundly enigmatic. I lack the confidence to confront him alone. It must be our master who comes personally, Lin Ruoxue declared solemnly. Understood. I shall depart at once. Wu Chun quietly left. Xiao Changsheng fixed his gaze on the floating cloud arena, his brow tightly knitted, his expression grave. This left Xiao Ke perplexed. In his view, Xiao Mo and Su Fan were evenly matched, given the disparity in their realms. Their ability to contend so fiercely was already commendable. Even in defeat, he would still hold his head high, not bringing shame to the Xiao family. What could the ancestor possibly find unsatisfactory? Could it be that he had perceived some underlying issue? Xiao Ke scrutinized the floating cloud arena, a sense of unease rising within him. On the floating cloud arena, clang, the celestial swords clashed, and the sharp sword energy surged forth. Both combatants instinctively retreated. Yet Su Fan's Xian Shuang sword continued to shimmer brilliantly, while Xiao Mo's sword shattered into several pieces, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. His celestial sword was merely of the Xian tier quality, a far cry from the high-grade, earth-tier Xian Shuang sword. That you have lasted this long is already beyond my expectations, Su Fan remarked coldly, casting a glance at the broken sword. Thus, for you, I intend to provide the highest level of hospitality. Su Fan took a deep breath, his cultivation aura surging violently once more. A divine bone gradually manifested upon his chest, radiating an enigmatic brilliance. The Shuang sword instantly resonated with a tremor, as a sharp sword intent, akin to ethereal smoke, entwined around the blade, exuding an unparalleled aura. Could it be the sword intent of the stunning swan? Observing the spectacle, Shi Shang was taken aback. Indeed, it was the sword intent of the stunning swan, the extraordinary sword intent of the Linglong Sword Fairy, which countless formidable practitioners have failed to comprehend throughout their lives. Yet, astonishingly, this Su Fan managed to grasp it at such a tender age. This individual is truly formidable. Bai Ruoxue couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He has merely grasped a fragment of the essence of the stunning swan sword intent. He has yet to truly embark upon the path. So, it is hardly remarkable. Lin Ruoxue remarked with a smirk, having agreed to a contest with the Xiao family, desiring precisely this outcome. Indeed, it is merely a fragment of the essence. What is so impressive about that? Xiao Mengjun's ethereal voice chimed in, gazing at Su Fan with a smile, the avarice in her beautiful eyes almost unmasked. In comparison, that divine bone upon his chest appears far more intriguing. If I am not mistaken, that is the legendary supreme bone. I senti it? Quite remarkable indeed. Do you desire it? Then take it if you possess the capability. Lin Ruoxue shot her a disdainful glance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changsheng's interest was piqued. What is this? Is Lin Saint so generous? If that is the case, I shall comply with your wishes. Xiao Changsheng, should you dare to act, I shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. Lin Ruoxue's brows furrowed in anger as she bit her teeth and shouted, "Oh dear, Lin Saint, what do you mean? Were you not just telling that demonist to take it? Why is it a matter of life and death when it comes to me? You are clearly exhibiting double standards." Xiao Changsheng retorted, displeased. "Oof." Lin Ruoxue coldly snorted, choosing not to respond further. She held no concern for the demonist Xiao Mengjun, nor did she harbor any trepidation. However, she indeed felt a genuine apprehension towards Xiao Changsheng, both due to his strength and his shamelessness. The instant he spoke, she was overcome with the unsettling illusion that Su Fan's supreme bone might be seized away from him. On the floating cloud arena, noticing Xiao Mo's furrowed brow, Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "What's wrong? Are you frightened? Not to worry. It won't be long, I assure you. Indeed, I am frightened. To think that as the scion of the Linglong Holy Land, you are so weak. You have yet to even grasp the sword intent of the stunning swan. How could you dare to boast?" Xiao Mo's thought stirred, and his entire demeanor shifted in an instant, as if he were a celestial sword capable of piercing the heavens, invincible in all directions. Endless sword intent surged forth, coalescing upon the bare sword hilt, intertwining and solidifying, ultimately forming a sword intent that appeared almost tangible. This is impossible. As he sensed the familiar sword intent that could shatter the heavens, Su Fan was utterly astonished. Could it be that Xiao Mo has also comprehended the sword intent of the stunning swan, and even stronger than his own understanding? Is it possible? With a single stroke, one can discern. Xiao Mo leaped gracefully, descending from the heavens with a sword strike. At that moment, it seemed as if a colossal figure, towering dozens of feet, emerged within the cosmos, wielding 100-foot celestial sword, cleaving as if to rend the very fabric of creation. In that instant, the floating cloud arena was engulfed by an inexhaustible surge of sword intent. The third sword of the stunning swan's sword intent. The sword devours the universe. How can this be possible? Lin Ruoxue gazed at the floating cloud arena, her heart profoundly shaken. As a saint and the direct disciple of Yu Linglong, she had only comprehended the third sword of the stunning swan's sword intent over the past few centuries. Yet now, a mere waste disciple from small family had also reached this pinnacle. Am I dreaming? This? Shang and the others were equally astonished, their incredulous gazes fixed upon Xiao Changsheng. How could he possibly cultivate such an extraordinary prodigy? Yet, upon seeing Xiao Changsheng still frowning, seemingly dissatisfied, they felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Are you out of your mind? A prodigy capable of executing the third sword of the stunning swan is not satisfied. What on earth would satisfy you? Chapter 13. Xiao Mo Dig the Bones. A sword startles the heavens and earth. The eruption of the third sword of Jinghong was a moment that signified the conclusion for all present. Within the floating cloud arena, Xiao Mo stood expressionless, while not far away lay Su Fan, battered and grievously injured by the relentless sword intent. Xiao Mo cast a distant glance at him. Just 3 days prior, this once audacious prodigy, who had brazenly disregarded even the patriarch of the Xiao family, now lay there like a defeated dog. Xiao Mo felt little exhilaration. Rather, he sighed in relief. Ultimately, he had not brought shame upon his ancestor, whether it was the innate sword body or the Jinghong sword intent. Although Xiao Mo was unaware of the means by which Xiao Changsheng had acquired and bestowed them upon him, he surmised that his ancestor must have paid a significant price. Had he embarrassed his ancestor in front of the public today, Xiao Mo feared he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. In the VIP section, the crowd inhaled deeply, their gazes shifting continuously. In that fleeting moment, if he was not mistaken, could have been the innate sword body. It must be true. Who would have thought that an obscure family could produce a prodigy awakened with such a formidable innate sword body? No wonder he could comprehend the Jinghong sword intent. This young man's future is boundless. Meanwhile, Xiao Changsheng approached the floating cloud arena. Upon seeing his ancestor approaching, tears welled in Xiao Mo's eyes as he prepared to speak. Unexpectedly, Xiao Changsheng delivered a swift kick to Xiao Mo's rear. You little rascal. You have truly disappointed me. Xiao Montag stolz bewildert. Disappointed? Ancestor, what are you saying? I won. I triumphed over the holy son of the Linglong Sacred Land. A peerless prodigy with supreme bones. How can you be disappointed? Xiao Changsheng was relentless in his admonishment. What? You still do not realize your mistake. When you battled Lu Ruyan, did I not instruct you to conceal your strength and produce a nearly equal outcome? Have you not pondered why I asked you to do so? Xiao Mo scratched his head in confusion. He had merely done as his ancestor commanded. Alas, you truly lack foresight. Xiao Changsheng sighed in exasperation. The answer is simple. I meant for you to hide your strength, to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Thus, in your battle against Su Fan, you could unleash your power unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Would it not have been exceedingly easy to succeed under such circumstances? Why exhaust yourself now by forcing out the third sword of Jinghong and tiring yourself to the bone? In battle, regardless of the means employed, the objective is to eliminate the enemy with minimal cost, not to exhaust oneself for the sake of showmanship. Tell me, do you not realize how foolish you are? Yes, you're right, ancestor. Good. Now remember, let this be a lesson. Remember, even in the midst of battle, deceit, cunning, and the art of feigning innocence are all valuable and practical tactics that one must master and practice diligently. Do you understand? Yes, grandson, I comprehend. Within the VIP section, the crowd wore expressions of disbelief, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Initially, they believed that Xiao Mo was a remarkable gem, even contemplating the idea of winning him over. However, after being lectured by the ancestral elder of the Xiao family, they suddenly felt that this young man had been rendered useless. Henceforth, the Kanglan realm might lose a chivalrous and unparalleled swordsman, only to gain a despicable and shameless evil sword immortal. Well, recognizing one's mistakes is not too late. Xiao Changsheng chuckled while patting Xiao Mo on the shoulder, then cast a glance at Su Fan beside him. Go extract this fellow supreme bone. I wish to take it back to feed my dog. Elder. Xiao Mo was taken aback. Defeating Su Fan had already caused the Linglong Sacred Land to lose face in front of so many witnesses. To now extract his bones would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Linglong Sacred Land. Xiao Changsheng, how dare you? Lin Rushuang charged forth in fury. Xiao Changsheng, today marks your Xiao family's prodigy's victory. I, a disciple of the Linglong Sacred Land, willingly accept defeat. Henceforth, the affairs of the Lu family shall have no connection with the Sacred Land. In the future, the Sacred Land shall not seek personal revenge or cause trouble for your Xiao family. However, you shall not lay a finger on Su Fan's bones. Lin Rushuang unleashed her sword, imbued with the essence of the stunning swan, which was even more profound and powerful than Xiao Mo's. She had prepared herself for a fight to the death. The matter of Su Fan was trivial, but the reputation of the Linglong Sacred Land was paramount. It must not suffer any further disgrace. Elder, perhaps we should reconsider. Xiao Mo felt uneasy should a confrontation arise. Even 10 Xiao families might not stand a chance against the Linglong Sacred Land. I said, go and extract Su Fan's supreme bone. Xiao Montak, did you not hear the elder's command? Xiao Changsheng repeated expressionlessly. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mo promptly replied, moving towards Su Fan. Xiao Changsheng turned his gaze towards the furious Lin Rushuang and could not help but smile nonchalantly. The stunning swan sword intent is hardly worthy of intimidation. He gently raised his hand. In an instant, within the Linglong Sacred Land, the sound of 1,000 swords roared. Countless celestial swords flew from every corner of the Sacred Land, converging into the sky, increasing in number and size. They formed an enormous sword ensemble, coalescing myriad sword intents, radiating dazzling divine light. The divine light illuminated the expanse, shining across the 9 provinces. This is... Lin Rushuang stood frozen, her face a mask of incredulity. The 6th sword of the stunning swan sword intent, luminous flow. A century ago, Lin Rushuang had once witnessed it by chance from her master, Yu Linglong. That day, the myriad swords shone brilliantly, yet paled in comparison to today's might. This elder of the Xiao family has actually comprehended the sixth sword, even surpassing her master? How is this possible? Are you astonished? Indeed, there is nothing surprising about it. The essence of the stunning sword was imparted to me, personally, by Yu Linglong. That day, she insisted persistently that I learn it, and I had no choice but to acquiesce and study it somewhat reluctantly. Xiao Changsheng spread his hands in resignation. This matter is indeed true. However, at that time, Xiao Changsheng's innate talent was quite mediocre, and he barely scratched the surface of the teachings. Yet now, endowed with the supreme sword body, he can effortlessly comprehend any sword intent with just a glance. It is not merely the sixth sword. Even the ninth sword that astounds the heavens could be effortlessly unleashed with a single stroke. However, the sheer power is too great to be unleashed here. After all, Linglong's sacred ground is her domain, and to obliterate it with a single strike, destroying the spiritual veins, severing the fortune, and undermining the foundation, would be a great disservice to Linglong. Lin Ruoxue trembled, lacking the courage to react even as Xiao Mo passed by her. Approaching Su Fan, Xiao Mo gazed at the gleaming supreme bone. He gradually lifted the celestial sword, ready to excavate, when suddenly a divine radiance pierced through the heavens, enveloping Su Fan. Lin Ruoxue turned abruptly. Shi Shang by Ruoxue, Wang Xiang, and even the enchanting demoness Xiao Mengjun all soared into the floating cloud arena, staring in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Xiao Changsheng narrowed his eyes. The divine fortune has indeed manifested. Chapter 14. At last, I have found you. What is known as divine fortune only manifests in those exceedingly rare prodigies. It is said that it appears but once every millennium, gathering the unparalleled essence of heaven and earth cultivated over the ages. A prodigy graced with divine fortune will undoubtedly ascend as the sovereign of the current era, capable of forging a grand path and transcending all limits, embodying the utmost existence. Those who possess such prodigious talent will see their factions flourish, advancing further along the path of greatness. As one of the original protagonists, Su Fan is naturally one such prodigy blessed with divine fortune. However, as the narrative unfolds, the author's premise falters and prodigies with divine fortune begin to emerge in succession, utterly disregarding the so-called millennium constraint. Nevertheless, in this moment, such prodigies are regarded as the ultimate patrons by various factions, guiding them toward unparalleled strength and paving the way to the legendary Nine Heavens sacred path. Xiao Mo, what are you still dawdling for? A sharp rebuke from Xiao Changsheng jolted the great powers from their astonishment. Halt! This one supreme bone must not be excavated. Xiao Changsheng, do you truly comprehend what it means to be a prodigy of divine fortune? This individual embodies our hopes, the hope of forging the Nine Heavens sacred path. Xiao Changsheng, today you shall not lay a finger on him. The crowd erupted in indignation, their auras surging. The five formidable Tribulation Realm experts unleashed their might, causing the earth to tremble and the entire Linglong sacred land to shudder violently. I care not. If I say I will excavate the bones, then excavate them I shall. And what concern is it of yours? Xiao Changsheng scoffed disdainfully. As a member of a villainous lineage, he and his kin's fortune is virtually non-existent. What divine fortune prodigy? To them, it is akin to worthless drivel. He is only aware of one principle: eradicate the root. These protagonists are increasingly troublesome. If he does not strike decisively now, will he wait for them to grow strong enough to retaliate? Withstanding the pressure from the five, Xiao Changsheng issued another cold command. Xiao Mo, excavate the bones. No, Xiao Changsheng, today, in the name of the ancient spirit clan, I command you, do not excavate the bones. Shi Shang shouted furiously. Xiao Changsheng, do you not intend to withdraw? Are you truly bent on defying the heavens? Such actions will lead to dire consequences. Bai Ruoxue also cried out coldly. They were nearly driven to madness. This ancestor of the Xiao family was behaving like a rabid dog. How dare he target a prodigy of divine fortune for excavation? It seems the situation is becoming increasingly interesting. The enchanting Xiao Mengjun suddenly withdrew her hand. With a gleeful smile, she returned to the VIP seats, picked up the Tianshan spirit fruit from King Xiang, and began to indulge in the spectacle. Indeed, a prodigy of divine fortune is astonishing. But what relevance does that hold for someone like her, a member of the demonic sect? Even if Xiao Changsheng were to be halted, could this prodigy of divine fortune fall into her grasp? How could that be possible? Without Xiao Changsheng as a formidable adversary, the next target would inevitably be her. Thus, why meddle? It is far more prudent to remain a mere spectator. As she munched on her fruit, Xiao Mengjun cast a playful glance toward Xiao Changsheng, smiling sweetly. Senior Xiao, would you care for some assistance? After all, we have a formidable ally here. Rest assured, my prices are quite reasonable, considering we have been family for 5 centuries. Just 10 Earth-level artifacts will suffice. What do you think? Xiao Changsheng glanced back with a faint smile. You certainly have learned swiftly, attempting to charm me already. This is no mere charm. It is a transaction, a mutual agreement, is it not? While that may hold truth, how about we place a wager instead? If I do not extract this fellow supreme bone today, I shall gift you 100 Earth-level artifacts. However, should I succeed in retrieving the supreme bone, you must permit me a light slap on the backside. What say you? Xiao Mengjun fell silent, assessing the situation with a glance towards Shang, hesitating momentarily. Yet in the next instant, as if sensing something, she spoke up. Very well, I accept. The wager is set. A sly smile graced her lips. Senior Xiao, you may not realize, but these individuals, when venturing out, are often terrified and carry various life-preserving means. Some even possessing the spiritual talismans of Tribulation Realm experts. If they reveal their full arsenal, you might be facing a multitude of such formidable foes. And what of it? Xiao Changsheng chuckled lightly, well aware of the implications of spiritual talismans, yet unconcerned. Xiao Mengjun continued. I knew you would respond thus. But you seem to have overlooked one individual. Who? Linglong Sword Immortal. I sense she has emerged from her seclusion. Do you think she will make an appearance? Of course. Then, with the addition of Linglong Sword Immortal, we might be facing 10 Tribulation Realm experts united. Do you still believe we stand a chance? If 10 Tribulation Realm experts join forces, they could slay a sage. I would undoubtedly be outmatched. However, perhaps Linglong will ally with me due to my striking appearance? Xiao Mengjun was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Senior Xiao, you are quite amusing. If Linglong Sword Immortal were to ally with you, I would willingly offer myself to you for your whims. In the meantime, from afar, several streaks of light traversed the void. The Grand Elder, Wu Chun, was nearly petrified with shock. Goodness, how is it that we have barely departed, and they are already preparing for battle? One person facing 4 Tribulation Realm experts. This Xiao family ancestor is truly formidable. Fortunately, our esteemed master is astute. If the ancestor does not reveal himself today, I fear we would struggle to maintain order. Beside him, Yu Linglong, clad in a flowing white robe, appeared like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Upon her arrival, countless disciples of the Linglong sacred land immediately prostrated in reverence. We have seen the ancestor. Their voices resonated with grandeur, echoing through the heavens. Master. Lin Rushuang exhaled a sigh of relief. At long last, the master has made an appearance. Had they remained elusive any longer, one can only speculate the dire consequences that might have ensued. The trio of Shang exchanged glances, their brows knitting in concern. Shang himself harbored a sense of anticipation for the arrival of Yu Linglong, though the present moment was undeniably ill-timed. Her emergence would signify that this fabled prodigy belonged solely to the Linglong Holy Land, rendering any connection to them utterly irrelevant. Ultimately, it would result in a fruitless endeavor. Alas, what a pity. Master, the patriarch of the Xiao family has repeatedly humiliated the Holy Land, an offense that is utterly unforgivable. More critically, despite being fully aware of Su Fan's legendary status as a prodigious talent, the patriarch of the Xiao family obstinately seeks to defy fate and intends to extract Su Fan's supreme bone. We implore you, Master, to take action and rid the Kanglan realm of this shameless scourge. We are also willing to lend our assistance to the sword immortal Linglong. Changsheng and his companions clasped their fists in respect. The prodigy is an exalted being, even if he belongs to the Linglong Holy Land. We must not allow him to be deprived of his bone and destiny today. However, Lin Ruoxue noticed that Yu Linglong remained stationary, a perplexed expression crossing her face. Master, what troubles you? Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Yu Linglong suddenly lunged forward. Yet her target was none other than Xiao Changsheng. Her voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At long last, I have found you. Xiao Yi. Chapter 15. What sort of intoxicating potion has that scoundrel administered to the master? Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the illustrious Linglong Sword Fairy, revered in the Kanglan realm and idolized by many, has now thrown herself into the arms of a brazen and audacious rogue. This scene has rendered everyone speechless, frozen in disbelief. They instinctively rub their eyes, questioning their reality. Am I dreaming? Or is this an unprecedented nightmare? Beside them, Xiao Ke was equally astonished, his mind in disarray. How could the ancestor have ensnared the Linglong Sword Fairy? How could this be possible? One is an unremarkable family elder, while the other is a celestial being from a prestigious holy land, renowned throughout the Kanglan realm. How did the ancestor achieve such a feat? Could it be that mere good looks grant one the freedom to act as one pleases? Surely not. Wait a moment. What did the Linglong Sword Fairy just call out? Xiao Yi. As thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Ke suddenly gasped in realization. Good heavens! Could it be that the ancestor is deceiving the Linglong Sword Fairy? Through recent events, Xiao Ke has come to suspect that his ancestor possesses a remarkable talent for manipulation. Thus, the truth might be that the Linglong Sword Fairy has a beloved named Xiao Yi, but they parted ways. And now the ancestor has somehow learned of this and is impersonating him to deceive her. The very thought made Xiao Ke's breath hitch in his throat. If this were to be uncovered, not only would the ancestor face dire consequences, but the entire Xiao family would be dragged down as well. With the warmth of soft silk enveloping him, Xiao Changsheng was overwhelmed with emotions as he gently patted her shoulder. His apologies were sincere. He had anticipated that Yu Linglong would react this way. After all, she was a woman whose affections had been manipulated to the fullest by the system. In the endless, unyielding wait, Xiao Changsheng could only respond with a heartfelt apology. Yet what else could he do? As a villain, he was bound by fate to leave behind the past and embark on a journey to conquer one rogue after another. As for the name Xiao Yi, in the world of martial arts, aliases are of utmost importance. Thus, a series of pseudonyms emerged. Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi-san, and so forth. No, as long as you return, that is enough. Realizing her own lapse in composure, Yu Linglong quickly released Xiao Changsheng, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. This once dominant sword fairy, who had shaken the heavens with a single strike, now appeared bashful and demure, akin to a shy maiden. Such a contrast left everyone utterly astounded. My heavens! Am I the one who has lost my mind, or has the world gone mad? Especially for Changsheng, whose heart ached painfully, nearly choking him. How many times had he shamelessly pursued Yu Linglong, offering her countless rare treasures in a desperate bid for her affection? He had nearly reached for the stars. Although she received nothing, her intentions were nonetheless appreciated, were they not? Yet, throughout it all, he did not receive even a single smile in return. Instead, he endured numerous beatings. Now, in comparison to Xiao Changsheng, Changsheng's anger surged vehemently. Damn it! This shameless and arrogant scoundrel, what right does he have? So was you all along. Despicable man, prepare to pay with your life. Lin Ruoxue cursed furiously as she charged forward recklessly. Over the years, only she understood the heartache that Yu Linglong endured. Had it not been for her unwavering obsession with her master's unparalleled talent, she would have surely broken through her shackles long ago to glimpse the unattainable sacred realm. It was this scoundrel that forced her master to remain in solitude for hundreds of years. Cursed be it, today with a sword in hand, I shall slay all ungrateful wretches. Lin Ruoxue, cease your assault. Upon witnessing this, Yu Linglong hastily intervened to stop Lin Ruoxue. Xiao Gu, he must not have intended it. Regardless of the past, What matters is that he has returned now. Yu Linglong's eyes were filled with tenderness. Lin Rushuang, however, felt a surge of anger. How could the esteemed ancestor of the Linglong Sacred Land appear so humble before this scoundrel? What sort of enchantment has he cast upon her master? What Linglong says is true. Xiao Changsheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. The more she spoke, the more guilt he felt. It seemed he could only make amends in the future. But before that, he needed to attend to pressing matters. Xiao Changsheng declared solemnly, Linglong, I must extract his bones. Whose? Sufan. Very well. But if these people attempt to obstruct us, then we shall eliminate them. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes turned cold. And Shang and the others immediately felt an overwhelming aura of death wash over them. They exchanged glances, feeling helpless. Originally, Xiao Changsheng alone was unfathomable, instilling great dread in them. Now, with the addition of the Linglong Sword Immortal, what were they to do? They felt a desire to retreat. Yet Shang could not help but speak. Linglong, Su Fan is a gifted prodigy. If you truly extract his supreme bones, divine punishment may descend. And if you act against the heavens, it might. Linglong, you must think carefully and not be deceived by this shameless rogue. Whoosh! A streak of sword light, swift as lightning, severed the void. An arm flew forth, gushing forth a torrent of crimson blood. In an instant, Yu Linglong drew her sword, severing Shang's arm, then sheathed it. The entire process was fluid and seamless, leaving everyone, including Shang himself, momentarily stunned. Out of respect for your past assistance to the Linglong Sacred Land, today, I shall only sever one arm as a slight reprimand. Should you dare to speak insolently again, even if the ancestor of your ancient spirit clan were to come personally, I would still slay you here. Shang's gaze was cold as he stared at Yu Linglong, and after a moment, he merely uttered, let us return to the ancient spirit clan. A colossal griffin blotted out the sun as Shang and the others swiftly departed. Linglong Sword Immortal, I never anticipated that one day you would find yourself ensnared in the entanglements of love and desire. It appears your reputation may be somewhat inflated. Ruoxue scoffed derisively, waving her hand lightly, and the ice palace materialized, promptly followed by Shang and others as they departed. Alas, they have all left. The youth do indeed move with great swiftness. King Xiang squinted his eyes and clasped his hands in greeting. He chuckled, Linglong Sword Immortal. The recent events were fraught with misunderstanding. Since this prodigy of divine fortune hails from your esteemed Linglong Sacred Land, it is only fitting that you handle the matter. I shall refrain from intervening. As he spoke, a colossal dragon boat soared into view. However, just before departing, King Xiang suddenly cast a jovial glance toward Xiao Changsheng. Ancestor of the Xiao clan, do not forget the agreement with Her Majesty the Empress. She is quite eager for the rendezvous. Xiao Changsheng's lips twitched. What on earth is this fellow talking about? What agreement? What rendezvous? How am I completely unaware of this? Beside him, the brilliance gradually faded from Yu Linglong's enchanting eyes. Xiao Changsheng's expression darkened. Linglong, that old coot must have lost his marbles. I have no knowledge of any agreement with Her Majesty the Empress or any rendezvous. Does that mean Brother Xiao is innocent in relation to the Empress of the Tianyuan Dynasty? Xiao Changsheng wished to affirm this. Yet the truth was far from it. After all, from the moment he resolved to pursue his affections a millennium ago, the first was Yu Linglong, and the second was indeed the Empress of the Tianyuan Dynasty. The so-called innocence had long been tainted. Chapter 16. Can the Holy Master Lin call me father just once? Ahem, Linglong. Let us first excavate the supreme bone. Attending to serious matters is of utmost importance. Xiao Changsheng rubbed his nose, hastily diverting the topic. Should this inquiry be pursued further, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Who knows how many individuals might be implicated? Beside him, Lu Rian opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking up on Su Fan's behalf. Even her own master sided with Xiao Changsheng, willing to offend the Guling clan. The excavation of the bone had become an undeniable reality. No divine intervention could save them now. Yu Linglong slightly nodded, then turned towards the multitude of formidable disciples within the Linglong sacred ground, her cold voice resonating throughout the universe. Disciple Su Fan, under the name of the Sacred Ground, has oppressed the weak and brought disgrace upon us. Today, I shall extract his heartbone as a form of punishment. You all must take heed and refrain from repeating such offenses. The ancestor is wise. Countless individuals knelt in reverence. This left Xiao Changsheng utterly astonished. You Linglong wielded such immense authority within the Linglong sacred ground. It was a true autocracy. However, it was understandable. As the venerable ancestor of the Linglong sacred ground, she had led the sect from obscurity to global renown, resolving numerous calamities along the way, thanks to her intervention. In the eyes of the powerful within the Linglong sacred ground, Yu Linglong was a deity of eternal grandeur. Under Xiao Changsheng's direction, Xiao Mo immediately took action. A dazzling golden spiritual bone appeared before the assembly. Countless eyes gleamed with anticipation. Even Lin Rushuang, the Holy Master, was no exception. This was indeed the Supreme Bone, a rare and extraordinary talent that embodied the essence of heaven and earth. Now that it had been excavated intact, speculation arose regarding to whom this esteemed ancestor of the Xiao family would bestow it. Even though postnatal integration may not possess the strength of innate power, it was still formidable. Surely, it would be bestowed upon Xiao Mo, the extraordinary genius awakened with the innate sword body. If he were to merge with the Supreme Bone, the synergy would render him invincible. Yet there was also the possibility that it could go to the family head, Xiao Ke, or perhaps another powerful member of the clan. Alternatively, might he choose to integrate it himself? However, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Changsheng made an unexpected decision. Xiao Mo, destroy this Supreme Bone. Upon hearing this, everyone was left dumbfounded. What? Did I hear incorrectly? This ancestor of the Xiao family intends to destroy the Supreme Bone? This is the Supreme Bone, a genuine artifact without a hint of falseness. How could you even consider destroying it? Such extravagant wastefulness. How dare you? Ancestor, this, Xiao Mo stammered, rendered speechless by shock. Ancestor, please, please don't. This is the Supreme Bone. It can be given to anyone, but do not destroy it. Xiao Ke, having had his seal lifted, rushed over without regard for decorum, clinging to Xiao Changsheng's leg and wailing in despair. Xiao Changsheng, his expression darkened, kicked him away. You spineless fool, get up immediately and cease this disgraceful display. This thing, of course, must be destroyed. In the original narrative, the protagonist Su Fan proves to be exceedingly formidable. Indeed, there are instances where individuals have merely merged a single drop of blood from one of the protagonists, only to be forcefully possessed and reborn by that very protagonist. Who can ascertain whether those who assimilate Su Fan's Supreme Bone might also fall victim to his reclamation and rebirth? Although the original storyline did not bestow Su Fan with such capabilities, the course of history has now shifted, and what may transpire is shrouded in uncertainty. A most unexpected character, the enigmatic demoness Xiao Mengjun, has emerged, one who did not exist within the original tale. Thus, it is imperative to eradicate the root of the problem. Without the need for Xiao Mo, the venerable Xiao Changsheng personally intervened, directing a beam of spiritual radiance to forcibly pierce through the Supreme Bone held by Xiao Mo. With a resounding explosion, it shattered completely. Xiao Ke, in utter bewilderment, collapsed to the ground, his expression one of despair. The Supreme Bone, so casually destroyed by the patriarch. Xiao Ke felt his heart bleed. Xiao Changsheng cast a disdainful glance in his direction. What a pitiful fellow. It was merely a Supreme Bone. What significance does its destruction hold? It is likely that one day the system shall reward him with a multitude more. Ignoring Xiao Ke, Xiao Changsheng turned his attention to Su Fan. With the forcible extraction of his bone, Su Fan's divine fortune dissipated entirely. Now gravely injured, his body contorted in agony, he lay in a pool of blood, resembling a lifeless dog. In an act of unexpected benevolence, Xiao Changsheng decided to assist Su Fan in concluding his suffering. Yet, still not entirely reassured, he sealed the space within a 10-meter radius, annihilating the spirit and precluding any possibility of resurrection. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Changsheng finally exhaled in relief. A successful initiation, having efficiently dealt with one. However, this is merely the beginning. Su Fan, this paragon of divine fortune, is but a minor player among the grand protagonists of the original tale. A formidable journey lies ahead. Brother Xiao, what do you intend to do with the Lu family? Inquired Yu Linglong, her tone measured. Lu Shanhe, stricken with terror, immediately knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. Patriarch Xiao, Senior Xiao, esteemed father, I was momentarily deceived by Su Fan. I beg you to regard me as insignificant and spare me. Very well, I shall spare you. Really? Truly? Of course, I, Xiao Changsheng, speak with unwavering conviction. My words bear no falsity. You may leave, take Lu Ruoyan, and depart from the Kanglan realm, never to reappear before me. Thank you, Senior Xiao. Lu Shanhe, as if granted a reprieve, hastily departed with Lu Ruoyan. Yet, scarcely had they taken 2 steps when Xiao Changsheng launched a sudden attack. A beam of spiritual radiance piercing through their bodies, extinguishing their souls. They likely never comprehended how swiftly their lives were extinguished. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, none daring to utter a word. The patriarch of the Xiao family is indeed the epitome of shamelessness. His words are as deceptive as the flatulence of a fool. One must never trust him. It remains a mystery how the venerable Linglong was ensnared by his cunning. Truly, it is a beautiful flower planted amidst dung. Xiao Changsheng, indifferent to the opinions of others, adheres firmly to his principle of eradicating the root of the problem. As for his earlier feigned promise of mercy, that was merely a reflection of his wicked amusement. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the master of the Linglong sacred land, Lin Rushuang. Whether to slay or to spare, I leave it to your discretion. Lin Rushuang silently closed her eyes, acutely aware that Xiao Changsheng was a man who harbored grudges and sought retribution. Given their previous confrontation, retaliation was inevitable. Yu Linglong couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly, opening her mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refraining. Xiao Changsheng, however, offered a benevolent smile. Master Lin, you yist. You were merely deceived by that Su Fan. To acknowledge one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue unparalleled. How could I possibly seek revenge against you? Lin Rushuang remained entirely unmoved. She regarded the words of the Xiao clan's ancestor as nothing more than empty bluster, dismissing them as mere nonsense. Yet, Xiao Changsheng continued with a cheerful demeanor, moreover. Master Lin is the sole disciple of Linglong. Considering my relationship with Linglong, it would not be unreasonable to regard me as a mentor to you as well. As your mentor, how could I possibly trouble you? Furthermore, there's a saying that rings true. Once a teacher, forever a father. Therefore, would you be so kind as to call me father for my ears to delight in? Chapter 17. Spreading some rumors, Master. Rushuang willingly accepts her punishment and is prepared to endure a century within the soul-locking demon tower. The soul-locking demon tower seals countless malevolent spirits, and enduring the relentless assaults of fox spirits in that eternal darkness is no trivial ordeal. To suggest 100 years is unimaginable. Even 10 years could drive a person to madness. Yet, Lin Rushuang is resolute, for facing the unscrupulous and unpredictable Xiao Changsheng is a far greater challenge. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Changsheng vehemently opposed the idea. How could he allow the esteemed Lin Saint Lord to suffer in such a cursed place? Absolutely not. Yet, since she expresses a desire for trials, I can recommend a more suitable venue, perhaps the Xianling Mine? Xiao Changsheng remarked with a smile. Lin Rushuang furrowed her brow slightly. She had heard of the Xianling Mine. It was said to be unlike any other vein, shrouded in mystery. The Xiao family's rise over the past centuries was indeed tied to this mine. Lin Rushuang felt tempted, yet, as the leader of the Holy Land, she would never engage in unscrupulous acts that would tarnish its reputation. Let us proceed, as my elder brother suggests. Yu Linglong nodded, sharing her reluctance for Lin Rushuang to venture into the soul-locking demon tower. After Lin Rushuang departed, Xiao Changsheng summoned the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix to escort Xiao Ke and Xiao Mo back, along with the various Earth Tier treasures he had cunningly acquired. It was time to upgrade the equipment of the Xiao family, as it was rather embarrassing for the family head, Xiao Ke, to wield a weapon that was not even Earth tier. Upon seeing Xiao Changsheng produce such an impressive collection of Earth tier treasures, Linglong was taken aback. Brother Xiao, where did you acquire these? Utilizing my unparalleled wisdom to earn them, he replied nonchalantly. Ah, I see. Brother Xiao truly is remarkable. Meanwhile, Xiao Ke and Xiao Mo exchanged awkward glances, their embarrassment palpable as they nearly wore a hole in the ground with their toes. After sending the two away, Xiao Changsheng decided to remain. After a long separation, he intended to stay at the Holy Land for a few days before returning. As they flew toward the sacred peak, he added, by the way, Linglong arranged for the people of the Linglong Holy Land to spread some rumors. Let it be known that the Xiao family returned in disgrace, with Xiao Mo so thoroughly defeated that he was unrecognizable, and that the family's ancestor pleaded for forgiveness from the Holy Land for a prolonged period. But why? Linglong inquired, puzzled. After today's battle, once it spreads, the Xiao family will undoubtedly gain renown. Discretion is key. We must maintain a facade, masquerading as the underdog. Xiao Changsheng replied with a serene smile. Besides, as a family of villains, why seek fame? It is far more advantageous to remain hidden and undermine those favored by destiny. Now I understand. Linglong nodded, albeit with some hesitation. But, Brother Xiao, there were many witnesses today. They saw everything unfold. Spreading rumors may prove ineffective. You are overthinking this. Those witnesses will not dare speak out. He chuckled. The effect of rumors will undoubtedly exceed your expectations by a considerable margin. Xiao Changsheng chuckled softly. After making these arrangements, he stroked his chin, vaguely sensing that he had forgotten something. What was it again? Ah, yes. He had overlooked a person, the enchanting demoness of the demon sect, Xiao Mengjun. According to their previous agreement, what had she said? That he could deal with her as he pleased, right? Blast it. In his preoccupation with handling Su Fan, he had completely forgotten about this demoness. Xiao Changsheng promptly sought assistance from Linglong, instructing her to thoroughly investigate this mysterious demoness who was entirely absent from the original text. Such uncertainties left Xiao Changsheng feeling uneasy. Linglong arranged for the elders and peak masters of the Holy Land to undertake these tasks. As for herself, she was experiencing a long-awaited respite, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain or a spark igniting a fire. The upcoming days promised to be tumultuous for the sacred peak. The following day in Xiaolong City, taverns, inns, and tea houses remained bustling with life and vibrant chatter. Throughout the streets and alleys, countless individuals were engrossed in discussions about one particular event, the Xiao family's disastrous return, with Xiao Mo battered nearly to death, and the family patriarch relegated to servitude within the Holy Land, finally earning their forgiveness. Ha ha! I told you, the Xiao family was no match. How could that useless Xiao Mo possibly contend with the Holy Sun? Indeed, the Xiao family truly overestimated their capabilities. What a disgrace, especially after the patriarch's boasts that echoed throughout the realm. Now, with the Xiao family's vitality severely diminished, their standing among the four great families is surely at risk. I hear that the Lu family has already allied with two others, setting their sights on the Xiao family's Xianling mine. The Xiao family is finished. Nearby, an elderly and a youthful figure calmly sipping tea, were outsiders from the Tianyuan Dynasty, currently in Xiaolong City to gather intelligence. Upon hearing the gossip, the young man furrowed his brow slightly. Master, this doesn't seem right. During the Holy Sun's coronation ceremony, the Xiao family, clearly. Hush, be cautious. Loose lips may invite trouble, the elder cautioned. What do you mean, master? The elder chuckled softly. You are still too young. Consider who spreads these rumors and how they proliferate so swiftly and widely. Who possesses the manpower and resources for such a feat? This I do not know. Quite simply, it must be the Linglong Holy Land. They are disseminating such rumors to salvage their reputation. But master, there were so many guests yesterday. Everyone witnessed the events firsthand. What do mere rumors amount to? Seeing with one's own eyes means little. Do you dare to speak the truth? The elder sneered contemptuously. To reveal the truth would mean opposing the Linglong Holy Land. Who in the Kanglan realm would dare to do so? Yet even if we do not dare, what of forces like the ancient Spirit Clan or the Ice Palace? Are they not afraid? If the truth were to be revealed, the esteemed reputation of the Linglong Sacred Land would undoubtedly suffer, which would be greatly advantageous for them, would it not? Suffer a tarnished reputation? You overthink it. The prestige of the Linglong Sacred Land is entirely reliant on the Linglong Sword Immortal. As long as the Sword Immortal endures, the Linglong Sacred Land shall forever remain one of the four most formidable powers in the Kanglan realm. Indeed, Master S words hold wisdom. It is good to understand. Some matters should remain clear to ourselves without concern for others' opinions. Yes, I shall take heed. The elder nodded slightly and then turned his gaze toward the Xiao family's residence not far from the tea house. On this day, the gates of the Xiao family estate stood firmly closed, preventing anyone from approaching, as if they were on high alert for something. The elder had intended to pay a visit and witness what made the Xiao family so remarkable. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to resign himself to abandonment of that thought. At this moment, within the Xiao household, Xiao K and Xiao Mo had returned. They arrived in the most unassuming manner, leaving even the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix outside of Xiaolong City. No sooner had they returned than the powerful members of the Xiao family hurried over. Master of the house, you have finally returned. A grave matter has arisen. Our Xiao family is doomed. Chapter 18. How did everyone suddenly lose their minds? Within the grand hall of the Xiao family, the head of the family was addressed with urgency. Lord Patriarch, the forces of the Lu family, alongside the powerful allies from the other two major families, have encircled our Xiao family's Xianling mine. Lord Xiao Xian has already gone to provide assistance, but given the formidable alliance of the three families, the situation seems dire. Patriarch, you must depart immediately for the Xianling mine, otherwise it may be too late. The Xiao family's warriors reported frantically, only to find the Patriarch, Xiao K, leisurely sipping tea and savoring delicacies. Xiao Mo, do you not find that our Xiao family's fruit tea lacks flavor? He remarked. Indeed, it falls far short of the standards of the sacred land, Xiao Mo sighed. The Xiao family's warriors were nearly driven to exasperation. With a loud thud, someone slammed their hand on the table. Patriarch, did you not hear what we just said? The three families have united. The Xianling mine is in peril. How can you still be so composed while drinking tea? Xiao K nonchalantly set down his teacup and smiled faintly. Xiao Hong, as the chief steward of our Xiao family, how can you be so impulsive in the face of adversity? One must remain calm and approach matters with equanimity. Do you understand? Xiao Hong nearly lost his temper upon hearing this. Equanimity, indeed. The Xianling mine is about to be seized, and you speak of calmness. How has our patriarch, after venturing out, become as irrational as the ancestors? Xiao Hong, how about a wager? Xiao K proposed. Within 10 days, the other three families in Xiaolong City will surely be annihilated, leaving only our Xiao family to reign supreme. I bet 10 pieces of earth tier and heaven tier treasures as stakes. Would you dare to wager? Xiao Hong's face darkened. I wager you a fool's bet. He felt utterly drained. How could the Xiao family, once so stable, suddenly have everyone lose their senses? Had they been possessed? Frustrated, Xiao Hong stormed out. Though Xiao K seemed to have lost his grip on reality, he was still capable of holding the fort for the Xiao family. He was determined to rush to the Xianling mine and safeguard it at all costs. At the Xianling mine, thousands of figures surrounded the area. The leaders among them were the formidable warriors from the Lu, Wang, and Fong families. Indeed, the Xianling mine is as remarkable as rumored. Even from the periphery, I can sense an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. I have visited the Xianmai mountain several times, yet I failed to uncover the hidden Xianling mine, only for the Xiao family's ancestor to discover it. How unfortunate! After being squandered by the Xiao family for so many years, today it shall finally be ours. This is all thanks to that foolish ancestor of the Xiao family. Had it not been for him, this opportunity would not have arrived so swiftly. I heard that the Xiao family's ancestor and Xiao Mo were humiliated at the Linglong Sacred Land, leaving the ancestor to bear the consequences. Is that true? I have also heard this. It must be true. Do you think the Xiao family's ancestor and Xiao Mo would provoke others at their sacred land without consequence? It is a pity that our families do not hold enough significance to receive an invitation to the Linglong sacred land. Otherwise, how exhilarating it would be to witness the Xiao family being thoroughly humiliated. The Lu family is indeed fortunate, having acquired a precious daughter who has become the cherished wife of the Holy Land's heir. The Lu family's future surely holds boundless possibilities. My heartfelt congratulations to the Lu family, esteemed friends. My dear companions, let us not be overly presumptuous. Who can truly predict the future? The strong of the Lu family may speak with such confidence, yet their self-satisfaction is almost comically exaggerated. Before long, the formidable trio of families surrounded the Xianling mine entirely, leaving not a single bird able to escape. A few strong members of the Xiao family ascended into the air. Xiao Changsheng, shouldering a massive axe, emanated an aura of killing intent as he bellowed, "How dare you covet my Xiao family's Xianling mine? Such audacity is outrageous. When our ancestor returns, you shall not escape unscathed." Xiao Changsheng, spare us your empty threats. Do you truly believe such nonsense? It is entirely possible that your so-called ancestor is currently occupied with menial tasks at Linglong Holy Land. By the time he returns, you may well be beyond saving. Xiao Changsheng, if you have any sense, take your worthless clan and depart. In light of our past camaraderie as one of the four great families, I might grant you a chance to escape. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. How dare you, insolent wretch, speak disrespectfully of our ancestor? You are doomed. With a cold snort, Xiao Changsheng heaved his shoulders, sending the colossal axe hurtling downwards with the force of the heavens. The leading strongman of the trio of families dared not underestimate the threat and prepared to counter together. Instantly, the void erupted into fierce combat. Below, the Xiao family's combatants numbered less than 1,000, with many being mere mortals, powerless miners. Now, they found themselves encircled by the three families, layered in layers of threat. A gaggle of worthless Xiao family members. Kill, annihilate them all. Today, we shall cleanse this Xianling mine. The strong members of the three families commenced their ruthless slaughter. In an instant, cries of despair filled the air. Stop! Sensing the dire situation below, Xiao Changsheng, consumed by rage, swung his massive axe downward with fury. He could keenly feel the energy of the Xiao family cultivators extinguishing one by one. Perhaps it would not be long before the Xiao family faced total annihilation. Xiao Changsheng, perhaps you should focus on your own predicament? A Lu family warrior unleashed a sword strike, and the preoccupied Xiao Changsheng was caught off guard, resulting in a gaping wound across his chest, blood gushing forth. Enraged beyond measure, Xiao Changsheng clutched his axe, his cultivation and aura surging uncontrollably. Oh, Xiao Changsheng, are you truly contemplating self-detonation? TSK, such admirable resolve, but do you truly deserve it? Members of the Wang and Fong families swiftly joined forces to cast a sealing spell, binding Xiao Changsheng with invisible shackles, rendering him motionless in midair, his breath rapidly diminishing. Xiao Changsheng found himself enveloped in profound despair. Yet at that moment, a cold voice suddenly pierced his ears. Are you Xiao Changsheng, the second head of the Xiao family? Upon closer inspection, a woman had appeared without his notice. Draped in a simple garment, she nonetheless could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. I am Xiao Changsheng, pray tell. Who might you be? Xiao Changsheng was filled with confusion. The woman, however, did not respond, instead directing her gaze towards the individuals from the three prominent families. So, are these individuals enemies? Indeed. Xiao si not that apfi my si. My dear girl, regardless of your identity, it would be wise for you to flee at once. Flee? Do you believe you can escape? A formidable member of the Lu family sneered, launching a strike with his sword, yet halted abruptly 3 meters before the woman. With an expression devoid of emotion, she remarked, since they are enemies, the resolution is simple. With just a surge of her aura, the Lu family warrior's body detonated, transforming into a mist of blood. The members of the Fong and Wang families were struck with terror, yet before they could utter a word, they too, like the Lu warrior, disintegrated meeting a gruesome end, their remains utterly obliterated. The remaining warriors from the three families were similarly paralyzed by this overwhelming presence. Collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices, their demise horrifying to behold. The sudden turn of events left Xiao Changsheng both astonished and terrified. The woman then spoke slowly. "There is no need for fear. I have been dispatched to oversee the Xianling mine." "Esteemed elder, who exactly are you?" "I am Lin Ruoxue, the sovereign of the Linglong Holy Land." Chapter 19. The Xiao family is utterly doomed. What? What did she say? She is the sovereign of the Linglong Sacred Land? Xiao Changsheng was left utterly stunned. How could the sovereign of the Linglong Sacred Land be present at the Xianling mine? Could it be? It's over, it's truly over. A wave of despair surged within Xiao Changsheng's heart. Recalling the previous rumors, the Linglong Sacred Land was enraged, and the ancestor was forced to remain there, serving others in penance. It seemed that the Xianling mine was part of this atonement. Now, the Xianling mine no longer belonged to the Xiao family, but to the Linglong Sacred Land. The Xianling mine, which had sustained the Xiao family for centuries, was unexpectedly lost today. Xiao Changsheng raised her head and let out a long sigh, her gaze suddenly resolute. "Senior, the Xiao family can willingly relinquish the Xianling mine for you to dispose of as you wish. However, I have one condition. That is to release my family's ancestor. Otherwise..." Xiao Changsheng opened her mouth, intending to threaten Lin Ruoxue, stating that if her demand was not met, she would self-destruct her Dantian, perishing together with the Xianling mine. Yet before the renowned sovereign of the Linglong Sacred Land, did she truly have the opportunity to self-destruct her Dantian? It seems she lacked that qualification. Lin Ruoxue turned around, her brow slightly furrowed. It appeared that the strong of the Xiao family were unaware of the truth. Her expression remained impassive as she addressed Xiao Changsheng. "If you wish for me to spare your family's ancestor, it is possible, but merely relinquishing the Xianling mine is insufficient. One life for another, what do you think?" "No problem," Xiao Changsheng replied emphatically, without a trace of hesitation. "Do you understand clearly? I said your life must be exchanged for his, not just any disciple of the Xiao family." "I understand." Xiao Changsheng set down her massive axe and calmly stated, "Senior, please proceed. The Xiao family can do without Xiao Changsheng, but they cannot be without the ancestor. Even if currently the ancestor, although the ancestor's mind has been somewhat unhinged lately, he can surely be cured. You." Lin Ruoxue's gaze was complex as she pondered whether, should the Linglong Sacred Land ever find itself in a similar predicament, she would have subordinates as willing as Xiao Changsheng to exchange their lives. At this thought, Lin Ruoxue felt a surge of irritation. This shameless scoundrel is truly detestable. "Enough," Lin Ruoxue said irritably. "I do not require your life in exchange, and matters are not as you perceive. I have come to oversee the Xianling mine at your ancestor's behest. From this moment forth, I am your subordinate. Now, I shall first inspect the interior of the Xianling mine. You may now convey any orders or instructions you have." I have nothing." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Ruoxue ceased her idle chatter and entered the Xianling mine. Xiao Changsheng stood dazedly in place, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. The sovereign of the Linglong Sacred Land is acting on the ancestor's orders? The ancestor can command her? She has become her subordinate? What in the world is happening? Am I dreaming? At that moment, dozens of figures descended, unmistakably the weary Xiao Hong and others who had hurried to provide support from the Xiao family. Surveying the disarray surrounding him, Xiao Hong hastily approached Xiao Changsheng. "Second Master, what is the current situation? Has the battle concluded? Where are the members of the three great families? Why is there not a single one in sight? Second Master, please speak. What has transpired?" Xiao Changsheng gazed at Xiao Hong and suddenly burst into laughter, a silly and naive giggle. "Xiao Hong, the Lord of the Linglong Sacred Land, is now under my command." Hey. Xiao Hong's expression darkened, and he was rendered speechless for a long while. This is disastrous. How has Xiao Changsheng also become such a simpleton? The ancestor has lost his wits, Xiao Ke is daft, and Xiao Changsheng is foolish, while Xiao Yin has yet to return. The Xiao family is utterly doomed. In the span of 10 days, significant changes transpired in Xiaolong City, not concerning the Xiao family, but rather the other three great families. The three families were quietly annihilated, their strong members suffering heavy casualties. Yet, no one knew who was responsible. They vanished almost overnight. The following day, the dynasty sent officials to collect the bodies. Some speculated that the three families had provoked formidable enemies, thus inviting this calamity upon themselves. Meanwhile, the Xiao family remained securely closed off, inadvertently reaping the benefits and becoming the sole prominent family in Xiaolong City. Many remarked on the extraordinary fortune of the Xiao family. Xiao family, ancestor, you have finally returned. Xiao Hong exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. The past few days had been fraught with anxiety. Each moment felt like an eternity. It was utterly terrifying. The three great families of Xiaolong City had been obliterated in just 10 days, yet no one knew who had executed such a feat. Fearing that the Xiao family might be next, Xiao Hong had shuttered all family businesses, secured the ancestral home, and forbade any Xiao family disciples from venturing outside, diligently guarding their clan. Yet, during this tumultuous time, the family head, Xiao Ke, spent his days sleeping and lounging, and his nights wandering aimlessly, showing no concern for potential dangers. Xiao Exine lingered at the Xianling mine, oblivious to the family's plight, laughing foolishly as if she were completely unaware. This left Xiao Hong to shoulder the burden alone, exhausting him to the point of graying hair. Now that ancestor, Xiao Changsheng, had finally returned, Xiao Hong felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the ancestor's pallid complexion and unsteady gait, clearly a shadow of his former self, drained and weakened. In that moment, Xiao Hong's heart ached with sorrow. Ancestor, you have suffered greatly, being forced to serve others in the Linglong Sacred Land. I can only imagine the torment you endured. Otherwise, how could you have been so worn down? The ancestor had sacrificed so much for the Xiao family. Xiao Changsheng offered little in response, casually stating, very well, from today onwards, everything shall return to normal. The Xiao family's enterprises will resume, including those that originally belonged to the three families, which we shall now reclaim. He continued, also, let us procure some delicacies for a proper replenishment. You understand? After 10 days of defeat, it is not that our side was lacking. The enemy was simply too formidable. As the saying goes, at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as fierce as a tiger. And by 50, one can draw strength from the earth. It is unnecessary to mention that it surpassed thousands. Xiao Changsheng truly felt overwhelmed in defeat. Had it not been for Yu Linglong unraveling her inner turmoil and gaining insights into the great Tao, retreating into seclusion, he would have believed he needed to brace himself against the wall to enter. Upon returning to the rear courtyard, Xiao Changsheng encountered Xiao Ke, who approached with a foolish grin. Ancestor, it was truly exhilarating. I've long held disdain for those scoundrels, and now they have all been eradicated. What a delight! He presented the list of spoils from the annihilation of the three great clans for Xiao Changsheng's perusal. Look at your pitiful achievements. You merely dealt with a swarm of ants. What is there to celebrate? Xiao Changsheng retorted, playfully slapping Xiao Ke on the head. The destruction of the three clans was indeed Xiao Ke's doing, albeit with the assistance of the formidable forces from the Linglong Sacred Land. Previously, during the battle at the Xianling mine, the main forces of the three clans had already been dealt with by Lin Rushuang. Thus, the extermination of the three clans posed little challenge. Xiao Ke had indeed savored the thrill of wielding power over others. Chapter 20. The Empress requests your presence in the courtyard. Xiao Changsheng casually glanced over the harvest list before discarding it aside. His attention was drawn to a more pressing matter. How was the investigation into Xiao Mengjun progressing? He had maintained a degree of caution regarding this unexpected formidable figure from the demonic sect, who did not exist in the original narrative. Moreover, the fact that this individual had fled after losing a bet necessitated her return. Xiao Ke furrowed his brow upon hearing this. This person's movements are enigmatic, and her identity remains shrouded in mystery. Currently, we only know she is not from the Kanglan realm, but hails from another domain. In this world, there are 9 heavens and 10 realms. The Kanglan realm is one of those 10, suggesting that Xiao Mingjun likely originates from one of the remaining 9 realms. By the way, she entered the abyssal forbidden zone a few days ago, though it seems she deliberately exposed her whereabouts for us to discover. Quite intriguing, Xiao Changsheng mused. The abyssal forbidden zone was an exceedingly perilous and mysterious area within the Kanglan realm, where even those at the tribulation crossing stage might not emerge unscathed. Continue to monitor her movements. Should she exhibit any further activity, report to me immediately. Understood. Additionally, Xiao Changsheng turned his gaze towards Xiao Ke with a playful smile. Now, Xiao Ke, be honest with me. Where has that rascal Xiao Yin gone? Xiao Ke scratched his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It would be unwise to disclose that he had dispatched Xiao Yin to seek aid from the second ancestor, while also inquiring about any celestial masters capable of treating insanity. Surely, he would be met with repercussions. Xiao Yan's foolishness was astounding. He had been instructed to return within 3 days. Yet over half a month had elapsed without any sign of him. Ahem, ancestor, the situation is as follows. There was an urgent matter at the trading association, and Xiao Yin went to attend to it, Xiao Ke said with a forced smile. Oh, is that so? Xiao Changsheng rose to his feet and remarked before departing. Ensure that boy returns promptly. There may be troubling matters brewing in Zhennan City that he should not become entangled in. Yes, ancestor. Wait, ancestor, hear me out. Noticing Xiao Changsheng's half-smiling expression, Xiao Ke felt a wave of frustration, wishing to slap himself. How foolish of him to have inadvertently exposed himself with the ancestor's casual remark. Xiao Changsheng understood that Xiao Ke's intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being, so he refrained from reprimanding him further. However, in the following 3 days, the Xiao family found themselves puzzled as to why their patriarch was limping about, seemingly having been kicked by someone. During these 3 days, the Xiao family began the process of assimilating the industries of the 3 major families. Xiao Ke was busy from dawn till dusk. Yet on one particular day, the Xiao family received unexpected guests. Patriarch of the Xiao family, we have been commanded to invite you to the imperial court. The Empress has urgent matters to discuss. The Empress wishes to see me? Xiao Changsheng was taken aback. In the original narrative, indeed, significant trouble for the Xiao family was imminent, linked to the second ancestor, Xiao Yuanshan, who ultimately met his demise at the hands of the Prince of Xiang. However, there was no mention of an audience with the Empress in the storyline. Could it be that she sought him out personally? The Empress, Su Ruoxue, was the second target of Xiao Changsheng's ambitions. However, under the alias Xiao Yi, she should remain oblivious to her true identity. Perhaps it is that old rascal, the king of Xiang, who is meddling behind the scenes. Xiao Changsheng recalled the words spoken by the king of Xiang before his departure. Very well, I shall make my preparations and set forth. Xiao Changsheng did not dwell on the matter for long. If the king of Xiang truly intended to scheme against him, he would surely weep upon encountering Ruoxue. After a brief tidying up, Xiao Changsheng followed several guards towards the imperial city. At present, the Tianyuan Dynasty thrived in power, and the imperial city bustled with unparalleled liveliness. The citizens left their doors unlocked at night, and theft was virtually non-existent. The esteemed cultivators behaved themselves, and none dared to act recklessly. This harmonious environment was not only attributed to the wise leadership of Empress Su Ruoxue, but also to the significant contributions of the 4 major garrison offices in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Particularly noteworthy was the southern garrison, which suppressed countless demon clans, ensuring peace in the southern territories of the Tianyuan Dynasty. The second ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuanshan, served as the southern garrison's general. However, in the original narrative, the demon clans in the southern territories inexplicably went berserk, catching the southern city off guard and leading to its sudden fall, reigniting the southern war. Xiao Yuanshan, as the southern general, was wrongfully accused of treason and ultimately escorted to the capital, where the Empress decreed his execution, orchestrated by the king of Xiang. Consequently, the Xiao family suffered collateral damage, leading to their subsequent decline. In truth, the demon clan's frenzy stemmed entirely from the actions of Yi Feng, the protagonist and son of destiny, who had stealthily appropriated the demon clan's precious treasure. Ironically, that fellow, adorned with the protagonist's halo, had captured the heart of Empress Su Ruoxue, leaving Xiao Yuanshan to bear the brunt of the blame for the lost city. Even later, when the demon army besieged the city, it was Yi Feng, wielding his protagonist's aura, who repelled the demons, thereby significantly boosting his favorability and reputation. At that moment, Xiao Changsheng felt his blood pressure surge, directly sending a series of critiques to the author. This time, having preemptively won over Su Ruoxue, that Yi Feng would surely face his own misfortune, Xiao Changsheng mused. Before long, the guards led him to a serene and secluded manor. Elder of the Xiao family, you shall reside here for the next 3 days. Please refrain from wandering about, and after 3 days, you will present yourself before the court. The guards then stationed themselves at the entrance. Rather than guardianship, it felt more akin to imprisonment. Xiao Changsheng chuckled lightly. In 3 days, Xiao Yuanshan would be escorted to the capital. It seemed they intended to ensnare him as well. Ding! Relevant beauty fairy, Su Ruoxue, has been activated. Su Ruoxue, Empress of the Tianyuan Dynasty, a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the Tribulation Realm, renowned throughout the Kanglan realm. Her infatuation with the son of destiny, Yi Feng, would ultimately lead to her demise at the hands of his enemies. Current favorability level with Empress Su Ruoxue has reached 60. Reward granted. Xianling demon body can be gifted. A legendary spirit body, slaying demons will yield feedback and enhance cultivation. Current favorability level has reached 70. Reward granted. Tongtian divine map can be gifted. A top-tier heavenly treasure, capable of summoning 100,000 valiant iron cavalry. Current favorability level has reached 80. Reward granted. Special divine ability, power of the gods. In a brief span of time, there exists a 90 likelihood of unleashing power surpassing the current realm by 1 major level, and a 10 chance of exceeding it by 2 major levels. However, following this surge, one will inevitably descend into a state of lethargy, forfeiting all combat prowess. Upon detecting that the current affinity has reached 90, a reward is granted. Fabrication. All things in heaven and earth can be fabricated, and no one can discern the true from the false. Yet, the fabricated entities themselves lack any genuine efficacy. Upon detecting that the current affinity has reached 100, a reward is granted. Celestial Dew. This dew, refined by the cosmos, possesses the power to purify all beings and dispel every malevolent force. Xiao Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, setting aside the first 2 rewards for the moment. According to the description of divine power, does this not imply that with his current Tribulation Realm cultivation, once utilized, he could at least unleash power at the Holy Realm? Furthermore, there exists a possibility of attaining the legendary Emperor Realm. It is truly invincible. The ability to fabricate allows one to deceive and manipulate all things in existence, rendering it exceedingly convenient for trickery. Xiao Changsheng had also heard of Celestial Dew in the original text. It is said to be the divine dew of the 9 heavens, utterly absent within the 10 realms. Legend has it that in a certain region of the 9 heavens, celestial fire has burned for tens of thousands of years, exuding an overwhelming aura of death, rendering the surrounding area desolate and devoid of life, where even Holy Realm experts dare not tread. Ultimately, it was purified by the celestial dew, dispelling the silence and rejuvenating all life. Chapter 21. The Princess of the Phoenix Clan outside the courtyard. A carriage came to a halt. 2 pairs of eyes followed Xiao Changsheng as he entered the estate before retracting their gaze. Is this truly the esteemed ancestor of the Xiao family? He seems only marginally handsome. Otherwise, there is nothing remarkable about him. The young girl in the red dress scoffed disdainfully, then turned to the young man beside her, speaking imperiously. Soon, I shall lure him out, and you're to execute the plan we previously discussed. Do you understand? 7th Princess, this may not be prudent. The young man's expression darkened. I overheard my father conversing with Prince Yang, who appears to hold this individual in high regard. The Empress summoned him due to the prince's influence. Perhaps it would be wiser not to provoke him? Oof. The girl angrily struck the carriage, dismissing him. He is merely a minor family ancestor, and you are a young lord of the Northern King's residence. Why do you fear him? This shameless scoundrel dares to wield the authority of the Linglong sacred land to speak disrespectfully to my master. As his disciple, I cannot allow such insolence to go unpunished. Enough of your excuses. Do you wish to assist me or not? If not, I shall find someone else. Please, seventh princess, I will do it. The young man hurriedly replied. Ah, that is more like it. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I shall grant you an opportunity to invite me for a meal at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion. Seventh princess, are you truly sincere? Of course. Very well, seventh princess. I shall ensure success. The young man, filled with delight, began to envision the intimate encounters that might transpire at the pavilion. By the way, are you prepared with the person? The girl inquired. All is ready, and they can be brought over at any moment. Excellent. Hee, that wretched tenth sister, relying on the Empress's favor, dares to ignore me. She truly has overstepped. After all, she is merely a discarded trifle picked up by the Empress. Let us ensure her complete disgrace. In a quiet room, a sudden knock resounded. What? The seventh princess wishes to see me? Indeed, the seventh princess is currently in the main hall. You are requested to proceed there immediately, the guard stated expressionlessly. Very well, I shall change my attire and prepare. Closing the door, Xiao Changsheng fell into thought. This seventh princess, Su Hongwan, had previously entered the ice palace to become Bai Ruoxue's disciple. Her sudden visit could only signify that something was amiss. Nevertheless, this might be fortuitous, as Xiao Changsheng had been feeling somewhat bored over the past 3 days. And now he had something to occupy his time. 10 minutes later, in the main hall. Ah, Your Highness, it is quite unnecessary for you to come personally regarding the Earth-grade artifact I owe you. I mentioned there is no rush. A few days' delay would not matter. How considerate of you to attend to such a trivial matter. Xiao Changsheng entered the hall with a smile. Su Hongwan was momentarily taken aback. What is this fellow talking about? Owing him an Earth-grade artifact? When did I incur such a debt? As a princess of the illustrious dynasty, a disciple of the Ice Palace, acquiring an Earth-tier magical artifact is not merely a matter of convenience. It requires the favor of others. What a farce. How can this fellow spin such blatant lies? I have long desired to meet the esteemed ancestor of the Xiao family, and with the moonlight so enchanting tonight, I wonder if he would honor me by joining me at the Celestial Watchtower for a moonlit gathering? Are you inviting me to dine, Your Highness? Indeed. Just the two of us? Precisely. Beneath the moonlit lotus pond, a solitary man and woman share wine. Your Highness, are you perhaps feeling lonely? Ancestor Xiao, watch your words. If it were not for her future plans, she would have already slapped him for his insolence. Ah, Your Highness, please do not take offense. It was my rudeness. Since you wish to invite me to dine, I shall gladly accept. However, please allow me a moment to prepare. Oh, and regarding the Earth-tier artifact you owe me, there is no need for haste in repayment. What nonsense are you spouting? What have I ever owed you an artifact? Su Hongwan could not help but retort coldly. Surely, Your Highness wouldn't jest. It is merely one Earth-tier artifact. You cannot possibly intend to act the rogue, can you? No. Your Highness, your noble status precludes such shameless behavior. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I shall change my attire and accompany you for our meal. You. Su Hongwan opened her mouth in disbelief. This scoundrel speaks so smoothly. It almost feels as though she truly owes him an Earth-tier artifact. But she did not. She dismissed the thought, for soon enough, this man would meet his doom. Not long after, Xiao Changsheng returned, accompanying Su Hongwan to the Celestial Watchtower, along with the guards. However, shortly after their departure, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the estate. Carrying a large burlap sack, he navigated the familiar path to Xiao Changsheng's room, placing the sack down and loosening its mouth, revealing the unconscious visage of an exceptionally beautiful girl, motionless within, save for the gentle rise and fall of her chest. A unique, delicate fragrance wafted through the room, emanating from a girl. The shadow's eyes gleamed coldly as he regarded her, a sardonic smile curling his lips. The 10th princess, Su Lingxian, indeed possesses a captivating beauty. No wonder she was adopted as a daughter by Her Majesty the Empress, bestowed with the title of princess. However, to dare offend my beloved Hongwan, He shall not escape my wrath. With that, the shadow laid the girl upon the bed in the chamber. As night deepened, the 10th princess found herself abducted by a mysterious figure, only to awaken in the ancestral chamber of the Xiao family. Ancestor Xiao. This incident is one you cannot explain away, no matter how many words you conjure. The shadow smirked, yet he remained oblivious, as a figure suddenly materialized behind him, delivering a gentle yet decisive strike that rendered him unconscious. It appeared that these individuals were concocting some nefarious scheme. If memory served him correctly, this individual should be the young master of the northern town prince's mansion, known as Chun Siu, a mere sycophant of no consequence. The figure gradually came into focus, revealing none other than Xiao Changsheng, aware that the 7th princess was undoubtedly up to no good. Xiao Changsheng had ingeniously crafted a decoy of himself to entertain the princess while he lay in ambush at this very spot. To his surprise, he had indeed caught a fish on the line. However, upon further reflection, this young lady Xiao Changsheng gazed at the pure-hearted girl who had been abducted by Chun Siu. According to what he had heard, she was purportedly the adopted daughter of Ruoxue, referred to as the 10th princess. Yet, well-versed in the narrative, Xiao Changsheng recognized that she was in fact Feng Ji, a princess of the enigmatic and immensely powerful Feng clan, a lineage revered across the 10 realms. How could she possibly be here? Chapter 22. Speak out loudly about your investigations. Everything is in chaos. First, a mysterious enchantress named Xiao Mengjun appeared, and now the princess of the Feng clan, Feng Ji, has also shown up here. What is happening? Ding! The relevant beauty, Feng Ji, has been activated. Feng Ji, the princess of the Feng clan, heir to the bloodline of the supreme bloodbath divine phoenix, kind-hearted and gentle, cultured and accomplished in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet occasionally reveals a fierce side. Ding! Current affection level for Feng Ji has reached 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, host. You have completely conquered Feng Ji. Xiao Changsheng was taken aback. The fact that this princess of the Feng clan was recognized as a beauty by the system was not entirely unexpected. However, what was this about affection levels? He clearly had not pursued Feng Ji at all. How could the affection level be maxed out? Moreover, since the affection level was full, why was there no system reward? Xiao Changsheng was utterly perplexed. Ding! Due to Feng Ji's memory loss, she has forgotten everything about the host. And, as there is an effect without a cause, the system reward cannot be granted at this time. The system's explanation left Xiao Changsheng even more confused. As the saying goes, every effect must have a cause. But what does it mean to have an effect without a cause? Never mind. Xiao Changsheng shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. He needed to address the current situation first. This 7th princess had indeed plotted against him, and being a somewhat petty individual, Xiao Changsheng was determined to repay her in kind. Besides, she still owed him 3 Earth-grade magical artifacts. The night was still deep. Upon returning from the Sky Pavilion, Su Hongwan was keenly escorting Xiao Changsheng back to his residence. It was then that they encountered a squad of Imperial Guards. The leader was a deputy general surnamed Li. Upon seeing the 7th princess, Deputy General Li and his men immediately paid their respects. At this late hour, what are you doing? In response to the 7th princess, the 10th princess has been kidnapped by mysterious assailants. We have been tracking their whereabouts, which led us to this vicinity. What? The 10th sister has been kidnapped? Su Hongwan's expression darkened with rage. How could such a thing happen within the palace? What are you all doing? If anything happens to her, I shall not spare you. Yes, it is our negligence. Please forgive us, Your Highness. The group immediately knelt in fear. Su Hongwan took a deep breath and waved her hand. Enough, this is not the time for accountability. Finding the 10th sister is our utmost priority. You just mentioned that you tracked the assailant's trail to here? Indeed, it is highly likely that the assailant is hiding within this residence. Deputy General Li replied solemnly. Preposterous. This is the residence of the Xiao family's ancestor, specifically arranged by Her Majesty the Empress. Are you implying that the Xiao family's ancestor has kidnapped the 10th princess? I dare not suggest such a thing. However, the clues lead us here, and we must investigate further. Very well. since you insist, let us investigate and restore the honor of the elder of the Xiao family. However, should we fail to locate my sister, you must offer an apology to the elder. Of course, if she is indeed found, we shall proceed as necessary, without concern for any repercussions." As she spoke, Su Hongwan cast a knowing glance at Xiao Changsheng. "Elder of the Xiao family, I trust you will not refuse their entry for inspection, will you?" "This, Your Highness, it may not be quite convenient," Xiao Changsheng replied, visibly troubled. "Not convenient?" Su Hongwan retorted with a cold smile. "Elder of the Xiao family, your words are rather ill-advised. My sister is the most beloved princess of His Majesty, and now she has been abducted by scoundrels. To deny the Imperial Guard the right to search could lead to unnecessary complications. If this matter reaches the Emperor's ears, it will not merely be a matter of your discretion. Your Highness, do you truly intend to allow them to search? For the sake of my sister, it must be done. I ask for your understanding, Elder Xiao, but if that happens, it may very well put you in a difficult position, Your Highness." "What concern is that of mine? Elder Xiao, do not speak nonsense." "Very well. Since Your Highness has spoken, let them search. I do not mind. Some matters cannot be concealed, and it is time for you to be aware of the truth." Xiao Changsheng sighed. Suddenly, Su Hongwan noticed that his gaze was filled with pity. "What is this madness?" Deputy Li immediately dispatched personnel to search every nook and cranny, especially the elder's quarters. Su Hongwan commanded the Nasterton. Yes. The Imperial Guard promptly stormed into the residence. Xiao Changsheng remained at ease, finding a place to sit and awaiting the outcome in silence. Su Hongwan regarded him with a cold smirk. It would not be long before news arrived. According to her plan, Chen Xiyu should have already placed her sister in this man's bed. Once the Imperial Guard witnessed this scene, he would be left speechless. Previously, at the Celestial Tower, Su Hongwan had deliberately made an excuse to leave for a while, ensuring he had the opportunity to commit the act. Thus, the evidence would be irrefutable. Su Hongwan felt pride swell within her. Once he was apprehended by the Imperial Guard and branded a flower thief, the Empress herself would certainly not spare him. Meanwhile, her sister's pure reputation would be tarnished, achieving two goals with one stroke. As expected, a commotion soon erupted within the residence. Deputy Li rushed in, his expression grim. "What have you discovered?" "Your Highness, this." Deputy Li's face was pale, beads of sweat cascading down. "Speak plainly before everyone. What have you seen? Why the hesitation? The Imperial Guard stands behind us. Is there something you fear?" Suomban exclaimed loudly. The news of the 10th princess's abduction has spread, prompting not only the Imperial Guard but also various departments, such as the City Patrol, the Demon Suppression Division, and the Military Affairs Department to dispatch personnel in search of her. They have now gathered at the periphery of the residence, all awaiting updates from the Imperial Guard. "Your Highness, must we speak the unvarnished truth? Enough of this nonsense. What are you hesitating for? Or are you concealing someone?" Su Hongwan commanded sharply. "Yes." Vice-Commander Li replied solemnly. "We have discovered a man and a woman sharing a bed in an abandoned wing of the residence." "Who are they?" "The man is Master Chen Xiyu from the Northern Town Prince's residence." Upon hearing this, Su Hongwan's brow furrowed slightly. What scheme is Chen Xiyu up to? Leaving someone in Xiao Changsheng's chamber? How did he manage to bring her to this desolate wing, daring to share a bed with the 10th sister? Such audacity is beyond belief. "And who is the woman?" Someone inquired curiously. "The woman is Her Highness the 7th Princess's biological mother, Imperial Concubine Mu." As this revelation echoed, everyone stood in stunned silence. Su Hongwan's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered completely speechless. Should it not be the 10th sister? How could it be their mother? And how could she be entangled with that good-for-nothing Chen Xiyu? What an outrageous turn of events this is. Chapter 23. I threaten you. What will you do about it? In an instant, all gazes converged upon Su Hongwan. This matter was not trivial. Since the demise of the late emperor, the imperial consort Mu had chosen to withdraw from court affairs, retreating to the serene Qingmu forest, living a life of simplicity and cultivating her character, no longer concerning herself with worldly matters. Yet now, such an incident had transpired. Moreover, the other party was none other than the young master of the Northern Town Prince's estate. an affair that was undeniably scandalous. As the former empress consort, this occurrence could very well lead to accusations of dishonoring the late emperor. Impossible. This could not be true. Her mother had not left Qingmu Forest for over a decade. How could she possibly engage in such conduct, especially with that wastrel Chen Siyu? Su Hongwan was on the verge of madness. If this news were to spread, her status as a princess would undoubtedly be jeopardized. If His Highness did not believe her, they could all enter and ascertain the truth. Vice generally felt utterly helpless. Whether I speak or remain silent, you compel me to voice it, and loudly at that. Now, having spoken, you cannot bear the truth. Entering to see, Su Hongwan, of course, dare not step inside. Although she found the situation absurd, could Vice General Li deceive her? Absolutely not. If he dared to fabricate such a tale, the consequences would be grave indeed. At present, it was merely Vice General Li's word. Should they enter, there would be no turning back. Alas, Your Highness the Princess, I must confess this is my fault. Xiao Changsheng stepped forward, his expression laden with guilt, sighing in self-reproach. In truth, I had long been aware of this matter, but the imperial consort Mu threatened me into silence. As a mere elder of the Xiao family, how could I dare offend the imperial consort? You see my predicament. Your Highness need not be angered. In reality, the imperial consort is not as disgraceful as you might imagine. Individuals like Chen Siyu total perhaps only 16 or 17. Nothing of great consequence. You scoundrel, cease your slander against my mother. Su Hongwan was utterly infuriated, drawing her sword in a fierce display. Vice General Li hastily intervened to prevent her from disregarding the matter at hand. Xiao Changsheng was a person summoned by Her Majesty the Empress. This was not the time for complications. Your Highness, you would dare to silence me? Xiao Changsheng feigned astonishment, only to soon express his indignation. Very well, if that is the case, do not blame me. Tomorrow, I shall make my way to the Tianmen Bridge to disclose the affairs of the imperial consort, along with the 3 Earth-tier treasures you owe me, and the gathering with those noble young masters. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. What a revelation! The princess was involved in such scandalous affairs? This night had not been wasted. The gossip was indeed delightful. Xiao Changsheng, you shameless wretch, how dare you publicly defame me? Su Hongwan exclaimed in exasperation. Defame? Xiao Changsheng retorted with conviction. I, Xiao Changsheng, am the esteemed elder of my clan. Even Prince Yang holds me in high regard. Would I stoop to slandering you? Moreover, would I dare to defame the illustrious princess of the Linglong Dynasty? There is not an ounce of falsity in these matters. Otherwise, I, Xiao Changsheng, would be akin to a mere pup. You, do not heed his nonsensical ravings. He is merely slandering this princess. As Su Hongwan discerned the increasingly peculiar gazes directed her way, she felt a surge of panic. Yet to the onlookers, she appeared as though her secrets had been laid bare, leaving her in a state of agitation. They had also heard whispers of the Xiang Wang's admiration for the Xiao family's ancestor. How could one who garnered such esteem indulge in slander? Indeed, this situation is rather intriguing. The crowd seemed to anticipate the unfolding drama. After all, who does not enjoy a spectacle? Xiao Changsheng observed the expressions of those around him and silently conveyed a message to Su Hongwan. I shall resolve the matter of the 10 Earth-grade artifacts for you. You dare to threaten this princess? I do indeed. What will you do about it? If you dispute it, then bite me. You are shameless. I am shameless. Woof. Woof, what of it? You. Su Hongwan's face flushed crimson, her breath coming in ragged gasps, as an intense fury surged within her, nearly overwhelming her composure. Xiao Changsheng remained unperturbed. He understood how Su Hongwan would ultimately decide. 10 Earth-grade artifacts would cause her some discomfort, yet they were not beyond her means. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the estate. The side chamber had erupted. The previously stationed imperial guards emerged, disheveled and bewildered. They had been stationed there. How could it have exploded so suddenly? Xiao Changsheng narrowed his eyes, taking in the scene. Through the swirling smoke, a figure rushed forth with great urgency. It was none other than the male lead in the scandal involving the imperial concubine. Upon arrival, He cast a furious glare at Xiao Changsheng. Esteemed guests, this man is utterly despicable. Do not believe a word he utters. That so-called Mu imperial concubine is a fabrication. This man took advantage of Her Highness's hospitality to sneak out and abduct me, even going so far as to create a false appearance of impropriety with the Mu imperial concubine. Esteemed guests, please do not be swayed by slanderous words. The Mu imperial concubine has never set foot in this place. If you doubt it, a visit to the Qingmu forest will reveal the truth. Huh? How do you know that Her Highness invited me to dinner? And how do you know that I had the opportunity to slip away during her banquet? Furthermore, you are the young master of the Jinbei Wangfu. How could I, a mere ancestral figure of a humble family, possess the ability to abduct you undetected? Is a Jinbei Wangfu merely a jest, allowing anyone to intrude? Xiao Changsheng scoffed. You? Ha! I informed young Master Chun about my invitation to dinner. Su Hongwan replied coolly. Moreover, since you have garnered the Xiang Wang's favor, it stands to reason that your prowess is exceptional. Sneaking into the Wangfu should not pose a challenge for you, I presume? Deputy General Li. This princess contemplates that if this individual can audaciously infiltrate the royal residence to abduct young Master Chun, might he not also dare to trespass into the imperial palace to kidnap the 10th princess? This matter certainly warrants a thorough investigation, does it not? However, Deputy General Li hesitated, not in regard to whether an inquiry should be conducted, but rather due to the formidable nature of both parties involved. On one side stands the princess and the young master of the Northern Guardian's estate, while on the other is the esteemed guest of the Empress, favored by Prince Xiang. Whom dare I offend in this predicament? Indeed, an investigation is imperative as it pertains to the reputation of the Empress Mu in the case of the 10th princess's disappearance. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed, prompting all present to swiftly make way. This individual was none other than Chun Wujie, the director of the Demon Suppression Department. In comparison to the patrol camp and the military department, the authority and influence of the Demon Suppression Department are far greater. Moreover, Chun Wujie's noble lineage from the Northern Guardian's estate further elevates his esteemed position. Chapter 24. Can you not exhibit a bit of class and grace? Indeed, Lord Chun is correct. This matter shall trouble him. Vice General Li let out a sigh of relief, eager to rid himself of this troublesome hot potato. Old ancestor of the Xiao family, as one of the parties involved, would you accompany me to the Demon Suppression Department for a thorough investigation? What do you think? If Lord Qin Siyu has misunderstood you, your innocence will be restored. However, if you have indeed maliciously slandered the reputation of Princess Mu and Lord Siyu, the favor of King Xiang? Even if King Xiang were to grace us with his presence, I would still conduct matters with due diligence. Sighing, Xiao Changsheng could not help but lament. Why do some people appear so refined yet possess such a lack of intelligence? To the Demon Suppression Department? That is your Chun family's domain. Should I step in, even white could be turned black. Do you take me for a fool? In that case, does this imply you intend to refuse cooperation with the investigation? Lord Chen Wujing's voice turned stern. Old ancestor of the Xiao family, this is the imperial city. Beneath the emperor's feet, the laws of the dynasty are not something you can simply dismiss. Indeed, Xiao Changsheng, given the multitude of events that have transpired today, all matters of right and wrong must be clarified. Should you refuse to participate in the investigation, it would suggest your own guilt, Su Hongwan remarked with a smug smile. Why do you appear so anxious, and why must your temperament reflect that anxiety? Xiao Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, when have I ever expressed a desire to refuse the investigation? We must certainly clarify these matters, yet the Demon Suppression Department is not necessary. Why not go directly to Her Majesty the Empress? Given the safety of the 10th princess is at stake, I believe Her Majesty would be quite concerned. Zhao Wujing's expression shifted momentarily, but then a glimmer of realization crossed his face, and a smile tugged at his lips. In that case, let's proceed to the palace to pay our respects, shall we? Just as Xiao Changsheng was about to speak, another voice interjected. Misunderstandings. At this late hour, there is no need to disturb Her Majesty over a trivial matter. A plump, middle-aged man approached, causing the onlookers to step aside respectfully. King Xiang, enough, Everyone rise. It is merely a small matter. No need for such a commotion, King Xiang said, cheerfully approaching with a bag of Tianyuan spiritual fruits. Director Chun, old ancestor Xiao. This incident is indeed a misunderstanding. Someone has indeed kidnapped this young man from the Chen family and set up a false accusation against Princess Mu. But the culprit is not the old ancestor of the Xiao family. Rather, it is a criminal I have been tracking for some time. This individual is also the mastermind behind the kidnapping of the 10th princess. However, I have already obtained leads on this matter, and I shall handle it myself. You may all return to your respective homes. Staying up late is not good for your health. King Xiang smiled with his eyes narrowed. King Xiang, I. Director Chen Wujing began, but King Xiang's gaze suddenly shifted. His previously narrowed eyes widened gradually. Director Chen, do you harbor any dissatisfaction? Chen Wujing's countenance was dark. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans began to drip incessantly from his forehead. After a moment, he took a deep breath, seemingly relieved. Very well. Let us give face to the King of Xiang. Let's depart. Once Chen Wuji and his companions left, the onlookers dared not linger and gradually made their exit. With the King of Xiang having spoken thus, to continue probing would be tantamount to disrespecting him. Not only the curious crowd, but even the guards of the estate retreated. Now, only the King of Xiang and Xiao Changsheng remained. The King of Xiang smiled and spoke. Taoist Xiao, I did not expect that upon your arrival there would already be such a commotion. Truly, you are remarkable. What does it have to do with me if someone offers themselves up? Xiao Changsheng rolled his eyes and snatched the Tianshan spirit fruit from the King of Xiang's hand, consuming it himself. The King of Xiang, unperturbed, replied with a gentle smile. Taoist Xiao, I once beheld a painting in the presence of His Majesty, a piece he cherishes more than anything else, regarding it as a true treasure. Oh, what kind of painting? An ordinary portrait, yet the figure depicted is astonishingly handsome, almost akin to me. Have some shame. Ahem, so Taoist Xiao, could it be that there is something between you and His Majesty? Such matters are best left to adults. Children should not pry. Haha, I see. The King of Xiang chuckled, but suddenly grew solemn. Taoist Xiao, to speak candidly, the current empress has become somewhat peculiar. I cannot quite discern the specifics. In any case, when you enter the palace for the audience in 3 days, I implore you to be cautious. I've said all I can. Please rest well, Taoist Xiao. Furthermore, when we meet again in 3 days at the court, I hope you will present your true self, rather than a mere projection. With that, the King of Xiang prepared to take his leave. Xiao Changsheng revealed his true form, gesturing grandly, and the unconscious Feng Ji appeared. Take her back. Keep a close watch. I wish not to see her endangered again. Very well, I promise you. Xiao Changsheng nodded, then added, by the way, when will you return the 5 Earth-tier magical treasures you owe me from before at the Linglong Sacred Land? And the 7 Princess Su Hongwan owes me 10. As her uncle, you should settle that as well. At this, the King of Xiang stumbled slightly. He found himself at a loss for words. How could a transcendent being, such as yourself, lack the dignity and grace befitting your status? Why constantly scheme and covet magical treasures? Speaking of which, did you not previously claim 3 Earth-tier treasures? How has the price increased? Feigning ignorance, the King of Xiang hurriedly departed, his ample figure moving swiftly. The longer he stayed, the more he feared the count would rise to 10 treasures. Watching the King of Xiang's retreating figure, Xiao Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. This King of Xiang was not as mindlessly loyal and foolish as depicted in the tales, serving as Yi Feng's executioner. It seemed he had devised a means to draw himself in, likely to investigate the strange empress he mentioned. However, what had transpired with Shui? Even the King of Xiang could not handle it. 3 days later, the morning court. The guards arrived early to greet him, and clad in an exquisite formal attire. Xiao Changsheng appeared even more radiant than usual, his already handsome features enhanced a millionfold. He entered the palace, a place both familiar and foreign to him. Familiar, for he had likely visited hundreds of times. Foreign, for he had always entered through the back door, and this was his first time approaching through the grand entrance. Under the guidance of the guards, he swiftly arrived at the main hall, where soon the sharp voice of the chief eunuch echoed within. announcing the venerable ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Changsheng, to the court. Before the gaze of the civil and military officials, Xiao Changsheng strode into the grand hall with his head held high. Two individuals knelt within. One was Xiao Yuanshan, the second ancestor of the Xiao family. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, burdened by heavy shackles, his spirit drained, and his body marred by various torturous wounds. With disheveled hair and devoid of vitality, he knelt on the ground, lacking even a semblance of the valiant spirit befitting the king of Southern Town. Not even when Xiao Changsheng entered did he lift his gaze. Beside him was a deputy general of Xiao Yuanshan, whose condition was scarcely better. Xiao Changsheng cast his eyes upwards, and there, upon the exalted throne, adorned in a resplendent crimson phoenix robe, sat a figure of ethereal beauty with a cold and striking visage. Xiao Changsheng could not help but narrow his eyes, immediately discerning the truth. It was a counterfeit. Chapter 25. Within 5 days, I shall reveal your brain matter. Indeed, the empress seated upon the supreme throne is an impostor. Xiao Changsheng discerned this with a mere glance. After all, he had engaged in countless profound exchanges in the past. Even after hundreds of years apart, he could still distinguish the truth. Only he was privy to the empress's hidden side. To his astonishment, Ruoxue had been usurped. What had transpired? Where was the fated son? Yifeng? As Xiao Changsheng surveyed his surroundings, his gaze inevitably fell upon Chen Xiu. He had previously sensed a trace of Yifeng's aura emanating from this individual. It appeared to originate from the ring upon his hand. Quite intriguing. Could it be that Yifeng had retreated into the shadows? Bold Xiao Changsheng, why do you not kneel before Her Majesty? An official bellowed in anger. Xiao Changsheng turned his head to regard him. Kneel to your mother. You, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Who do you think you are to challenge me? I am the Minister of Rights of the Tianyuan Dynasty. You dare address me so insolently. Oh, it seems you are not but a worthless fool. You, the official Hoft, you are a crude and disrespectful person, and I cannot be bothered to argue with you. However, your failure to kneel before Her Majesty is a grave act of treason, deserving of execution. As the Minister of Rights spoke with indignation, Xiao Changsheng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his countenance transforming to one of pallid weakness, appearing utterly feeble. Amidst his coughing and blood-spitting, he seethed with anger. We have merely exchanged harsh words, and yet you dare to ambush me before the assembled officials and the Empress. How ruthless you are! I am a guest personally invited by Her Majesty, a friend of the Prince of Xiang. You brazenly strike at me. Do you hold Her Majesty and the Prince in such contempt? I shall not rest until I receive 10 or 8 Earth-grade treasures for this affront. The Minister of Rights stood dumbfounded, as did the officials of the court. Everyone knew that the minister was a civil official, possessing only the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly launch an ambush? Was this blatant extortion before all present? The Prince of Xiang felt quite exasperated. Had it not been for the need to clarify the situation regarding the Empress, he would never have dealt with this scoundrel. His reputation was being torn asunder. With no choice, the prince stepped forward and clasped his hands toward the throne. Ahem, Your Majesty, Xiao Daoist hails from a secular family, accustomed to a life of freedom and leisure. Upon encountering Your Majesty, he may have been momentarily flustered and at a loss for words. I beseech Your Majesty's understanding. Let us dispense with the formalities. The officials listened in silence. Flustered? At a loss for words? Were they to believe such nonsense? If this was what it meant to be flustered, what then constituted true trepidation? Would that not be extortion directed at Her Majesty? Upon finishing, the prince quickly conveyed a message to Xiao Changsheng. Ahem, Xiao Daoist, it is wise to temper your excess. Do not go too far. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changsheng ceased his pretense. Well, I shall grant you this favor. After all, you are the creditor to whom I owe 20 pieces of earth-tier treasures. Alas, now the creditor is the master, and I, the debtor, find myself utterly humbled. The Prince of Xiang remained silent for an extended period, choosing instead to feign ignorance. As for the ever-increasing debt of earth-tier treasures, the prince seemed unconcerned, readily relinquishing them if it meant showcasing his prowess. Enough of this nonsense. From the imperial dais, The Empress spoke slowly. Xiao Changsheng, I have summoned you today solely to inquire if you recognize the individual kneeling before us. I do. He is my ancestor, Xiao Yuanshan, replied Xiao Changsheng. Very well, since you acknowledge him, the matter becomes simpler. Guards, seize this man as well. Yes. The golden-armored Imperial Guard surged into the hall, exuding a chilling aura, brimming with an air of lethal intent. Xiao Changsheng remained unfazed, turning his gaze towards the woman on the dais, and remarked with a faint smile. Acknowledgement? What is it that I am meant to acknowledge? This man has betrayed his country, defecting to the enemy, and has handed over the southern town, which has stood resolute for centuries to the demon race, resulting in the tragic deaths of countless innocent citizens beneath the iron hooves of these fiends, leaving the land in desolation, rivers flowing with blood, a crime utterly unforgivable. As his elder brother, you cannot possibly be unaware of his actions. You are undoubtedly his accomplice. The one speaking was not the Empress, but a robust-looking man. Xiao Changsheng tilted his head slightly, responding with mockery. Oh, the Prince of Zhenbei, is it? You possess quite the beauty, albeit one lacking in intellect. By your reasoning, your son Qin Siyu is engaging in an affair with the Empress of the Mu clan. As his father, you could not possibly be ignorant of this. Thus you too must be an accomplice, correct? Insolence. The Prince of Zhenbei was furiously incensed. Although the Prince of Xiang had previously intervened to quell the disturbance of that night, the tongues of the populace are ever loquacious. Inevitably, some unsavory whispers circulated. The inherent curiosity of humanity, including that of cultivators, led to rampant rumors circulating over the past few days, even reaching the Prince of Zhenbei's residence, inciting his ire. Insolence? Very well, since the Prince of Zhenbei wishes for me to remain silent. Let us instead discuss the matter of the 5 Earth-tier treasures your son, Qin Siyu, owes me, Prince of Zhenbei. When shall this debt be settled? Silence. Xiao Changsheng, you shameless and coarse individual. How dare you create such a ruckus before His Majesty? The golden-armored soldiers, what are you waiting for? Quickly apprehend this man. Su Hongwan could no longer contain her fury and shouted. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, her eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. This opportunity must not be squandered. Wait! The kneeling Xiao Yuanshan, battered and bruised, could no longer restrain himself and lifted his head, eyes brimming with tears. Your Majesty, is a grave injustice. The prince is wronged. Our ancestor is completely unaware of this matter and has been falsely accused. Xiao, and silence. Xiao Yuanshan immediately admonished. No, my lord. Even if I were to die here today, I must speak the truth. For decades, the prince has diligently safeguarded the southern town on behalf of Her Majesty the Empress. Even facing the frenzied onslaught of the demon army, he led his soldiers into a fierce battle, buying precious time for the citizens to evacuate to safety. Tragically, even young Lord Xiao, who perished in the conflict. Regarding the southern town, the heavenly Yuan Dynasty, and Her Majesty the Empress, the prince can be said to carry no guilt in his heart. It is unjust for some to slander him as a traitor simply because the southern town has fallen. The prince is innocent. May Her Majesty discern the truth. What? Young Tiger has died? Upon hearing this, Xiao Changsheng's expression darkened instantly. Although he had been preoccupied with various strategies over the years, he occasionally returned discreetly to the Xiao family. More than a decade ago, Xiao Yuanshan had a late-born son, whom he cherished deeply. Xiao Changsheng had met him a few times, never expecting he would meet such a fate. The death of a worthless traitor from the Xiao family is of little consequence. The demise of such a wretch, whether 10, 100, or 1,000, would not be lamented. Sunban laughed scornfully. Yet, she soon felt a chilling gaze piercing through her, causing her to shiver as if she were falling into an abyss. Why are you looking at me? Am I not speaking the truth? Suddenly, Xiao Changsheng smiled, but it was a smile that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Within 5 days, I shall make you witness your own brain matter. Chapter 26. The Abyss of the Underworld. Xiao Changsheng, how audacious you are. In front of the crowd, you dare to speak so brazenly to the 7th princess. Do you wish to incite rebellion? The king of the north suddenly bellowed in fury. The king of Xiong was also taken aback, hastily conveying frantic thoughts, fearing that Xiao Changsheng might recklessly lash out. After the recent probing, he was now utterly convinced that his instincts had been correct all along. The empress was a mere impostor. Should Xiao Changsheng choose to expose her or take action, the true empress would be in grave peril. Moreover, the king of Xiong was acutely aware that the foundation of the Tianyuan Dynasty far surpassed that of the Linglong Sacred Land. The once mighty predecessors, whose renown rivaled that of the Linglong Sword Immortal, were very much alive. Xiao Changsheng paid no heed to the king of Xiong and merely smirked disdainfully. Rebellion? Huh. To rid the dynasty of a useless malignant tumor is a monumental achievement. I seek no reward, and yet you dare to accuse me of treason, King of the North? What is your true intention? Seeing the King of the North in a flustered state, Xiao Changsheng could not be bothered to engage him further. This fellow was simply too weak. There was no sport in sparring with him. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. Xiao Changsheng turned his gaze toward the impostor on the dais, smiling faintly. What was it you just said? Ah, I recall now. You were correct. I am indeed an accomplice of Xiao Yuanshan. I am fully aware of his treachery and rebellion. So what do you intend to do about it? At this proclamation, all present were taken aback. Why had Xiao Changsheng suddenly confessed? Given his shamelessly cunning nature, he had not attempted to refute the accusation. On the dais, the impostor empress was momentarily stunned. However, officials quickly stepped forward from the crowd below. Your Majesty, since this man has confessed, and with evidence aplenty, he ought to be executed for treason. Indeed, we beseech your Majesty to decree that these three be brought forth to the midday gate for execution. As a warning to others, the Tianyuan Dynasty cannot tolerate the emergence of traitors. Your Majesty, please do not show them any more mercy. As the ministers clamored in unison, Xiao Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuanshan. You claim to be utterly useless, yet at this critical moment, not a single soul speaks in your defense. How utterly disgraceful for the king of the south. You cannot even engage in factions or ally with your peers. What kind of king of the south are you? You might as well return to the Xiao family and tend to pigs. Your Majesty, this course of action is unwise. The king of Xiong then stepped forward. While the king of the south may have erred, he has guarded the southern borders for decades, and though he may lack merit, he has endured hardships. Moreover, in just a few days, the imperial celebration will arrive, a time for blessings from the heavens and collective rejoicing among the populace. It is not opportune for bloodshed. Thus, I humbly suggest that these three be temporarily imprisoned in the abyss of the underworld until the conclusion of the festivities, after which we may address their fate. Initially, upon hearing the king of Xiong plead, the ministers were immediately displeased, especially the king of the north. With the king of the west showing no interest in power and having already given up, and the king of the east being far inferior to him, should the king of the south fall entirely, it would be the king of the north who would benefit the most. The king of the north harbored a deep-seated desire for the demise of the king of the south. Despite their shared camaraderie during the perilous times of the northern frontier when the king of the south had traversed great distances to lend his support. However, when the prince of Xiong uttered the words nether prison, the king of the north's eyes gleamed with a newfound clarity. The nether prison, a realm of darkness within the Tianyuan Dynasty, housed the most vicious and malevolent criminals of the past millennia, a place more dreadful than hell itself, where survival was futile and death was elusive. This fate was far more severe than a mere execution of the three offenders. Your Majesty, the Prince of Xiong speaks wisely. I share this sentiment, declared the king of the north. Indeed, this is the best course of action. By sparing their lives, your Majesty can demonstrate your benevolence. Let them reflect deeply within the confines of the nether prison. Perhaps they may find their way back from the path of perdition, echoed several court officials, including the seventh princess, Su Hongwan, whose eyes sparkled with a glint of amusement as she regarded the three offenders with a sense of disdain. On the imperial dais, the impostor empress hesitated, not out of pity for the three, but out of concern for potential repercussions. It was then that a low voice reached her ear, affirming, "Proceed with this course of action." "Yes, master." The impostor empress promptly responded. "Since the Prince of Xiong and the esteemed officials have interceded on your behalf, I shall heed their counsel and spare you from death, sentencing you instead to the nether prison for reflection. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. Xiao Changsheng offered a fleeting glance at the Prince of Xiang without further comment. After the court session concluded, the impostor empress hurried to the Yangxin Hall. Once she had dismissed all eunuchs and palace maidens, a young man emerged from the shadows. The impostor empress immediately knelt before him in reverence. "Master, rise," he commanded. Taking his seat, the impostor empress, displaying her understanding, stepped behind him to massage his shoulders. "Master, I fail to comprehend why we must confine those three to the nether prison. That place is... it matters not. They are merely worthless individuals. What storm could they possibly create? Yifeng Sikofut, that old fool, the Prince of Xiang, has foolishly placed his hopes on that wretched Xiao Changsheng. How laughable! A scion of family of failures cannot possibly stir any significant upheaval. In his previous life, the Xiao family was indeed a family of failures, ravaged and annihilated by the sons of fortune. Xiao Changsheng, the ancestor, was the epitome of ineptitude, groveling and begging for mercy, ultimately unable to escape the clutches of death. In this life, Yi Feng had returned with the singular aim of eliminating Xiao Yuanshan, who had persistently harbored animosity towards him and had covertly plotted against him on several occasions. This time, he would ensure that this scoundrel was dealt with preemptively. However, something felt amiss. After sipping his tea, Yi Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. In his former life, the Empress Su Ruoxue had easily succumbed to his charm, complying with his every whim. Why, in this incarnation, did she remain entirely indifferent to him? After several clandestine attempts to connect and express goodwill, Yi Feng found himself ignored by Su Ruoxue, leaving him with nothing but disappointment. In exasperation, he resolved to alter his strategy and covertly replace the Empress. Yet, he thought, there is little point in overthinking this. Why burden oneself with unnecessary worries? Shaking his head, Yi Feng recognized that in his previous life, he had already attained the pinnacle of strength, and in this life, the Tianyuan Dynasty was merely a stepping stone he would soon abandon. The fate of the Empress was of no consequence to him. By the way, what news of the Empress Mu? Ye Feng immuted. The Empress Mu has agreed to assist her master and will give her utmost effort during the upcoming festival. It seems she is indeed a wise individual. Yi Feng chuckled lightly before continuing. Please send someone once more to the Qingmu Forest to inform Empress Mu to dispatch the 7 Killers assassination team into the underworld prison to eliminate Xiao Yuanshan. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall ensure she is well rewarded. Very well, my master. Chapter 27. Remember to sleep with one eye open. The abyss of the underworld prison, a dark realm of the Tianyuan Dynasty. For thousands of years, the most heinous and brutal criminals have been imprisoned here. Xiao Changsheng and his companions were bound in chains and transported via a teleportation array to a dim dungeon. The air was damp and foul, exuding a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down the spine. This ghastly place is truly uncomfortable, Xiao Changsheng remarked with a slight grimace. Several centuries ago, he had accompanied Su Ruoxue here once. The underworld prison consisted of 9 levels in total. At that time, he had merely wandered through the first 6 levels, which are designated as safe zones. This time, however, their confinement was in the most perilous and ruthless lower 3 levels. Brother, I am so sorry. I have brought you and the Xiao family great trouble. I, Xiao Yuanshan, deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Xiao Yuanshan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke weakly. Your Highness, how can this be blamed on you? It was those people from a Northern Guardian who conspired against you. Perhaps this sudden outbreak of the demon clan was instigated by them. Xiao hurriedly interjected. Xiao Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at him, chuckling lightly. You are indeed correct. You ought to perish. As the esteemed second ancestor of the Xiao family, being slandered as a traitor and accepting your fate without a fight is truly pathetic. What are you afraid of? Why don't you dare challenge the Northern Guardian directly? Brother, Enough of your nonsense. Once this matter is resolved, we shall return to the Xiao family. You are to write a heartfelt 10,000-word self-reflection, one that is moving and tear-jerking. Xiao Changsheng rolled his eyes, Hey, return. Now that we are here, do you still wish to go back? A sinister laugh echoed from the adjacent cell. Oh, may I inquire who you are? Xiao Changsheng glanced over. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you are now in the 9th level of the underworld prison. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. It is best to remain here obediently. The figure next door stretched languidly. As the darkness receded, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the person's abdomen had been hollowed out, flesh and blood diminished, leaving only stark white bones. Countless silver needles protruded from his back, resembling a hedgehog. Xiao Changsheng's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that you are the infamous flower thief, known as Dao Xian, who terrorized the entire Kanglan realm a millennium ago? I have heard that you plucked the wives of numerous sect leaders back then. Not quite. At the very least, it was over 100, the man replied with a tone of pride. Well, what of it? You were still captured by the secret forces of the former Tianyuan Dynasty, rendered powerless, and thrown into this wretched place, Xiao Changsheng remarked with a light laugh. The man was unfazed, retorting with a sly grin. Look who's talking. You two have been imprisoned here. And so what? We shall be leaving soon. Huh, that jest is hardly amusing. Who is joking with you? Xiao Changsheng rolled his eyes and strode towards the dungeon door. The man, upon seeing this, broke into a strange laugh. Do you really think that just because there are no guards here, you can escape? The materials used to construct this dungeon have been tempered with a unique demonic fire, and even a cultivator of the Void Realm would find it impossible to break through. Furthermore, the shackles binding you are forged from an otherworldly, divine meteor, possessing exceptional sealing properties. Unless one has a special key, anyone who dons these shackles will be rendered powerless. How ridiculous! What on earth is your situation? The man faltered, his composure shattering as he witnessed Xiao Changsheng produce the key and unlock the shackles, subsequently opening the dungeon door. You fool! Now you realize the severity of the situation? But it is too late. Xiao Changsheng proceeded to free Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao from their shackles. Brother, how do you possess a key? Xiao Yuanshan exclaimed in astonishment, for he knew such keys were typically in the possession of powerful figures like the Empress or the King of Xiong. How could you have it? There's no need for surprise. That old coot, the King of Xiong, gave it to me. This time, he deliberately set me up to do his bidding. Just watch. If I don't manage to take him for a ride, I 1T bear the surname Xiao. Xiao Changsheng gritted his teeth, having seen through the King of Xiong's intentions. The man suspected something was amiss with the current empress, yet lacked the means to investigate. He had fortuitously seen Xiao Changsheng's portrait and lured him in, hoping to use him for inquiries. Although Xiao Changsheng could have unraveled the matter without the King of Xiong, he despised being manipulated. Ah, my friend Xiao, I did not intend to deceive you. We simply share a common goal, do we not? The shadow of the King of Xiong appeared, merely a wisp of ethereal spirit. The thief beside them quickly shrank back, akin to a mouse before a cat. You are indeed correct. Xiao Changsheng nodded, a smile gracing his lips. However, do remember to keep one eye open while you sleep from now on. The King of Xiong's shadow darkened, suddenly realizing he had entangled himself with a formidable and shameless individual. The King of Xiong swiftly changed the subject, adopting a serious tone. To be frank, I have secretly investigated various locations within the Imperial City during this time, and it is highly likely that Her Majesty the Empress is concealed in the lower layers of the Nether Prison. Therefore, my friend Xiao, I implore you to locate Her Majesty. This matter is of utmost importance, concerning the fate of the Tianyuan Dynasty and the lives of countless citizens. The fate of the Tianyuan Dynasty and the lives of countless citizens have nothing to do with me. I'm not some paragon of virtue. Xiao Changsheng rolled his eyes and continued, however, I will certainly find my beloved Shui. Let us discuss the matter of your deceit instead. Additionally, you still owe me 20 Earth-grade magical treasures. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Changsheng proposed, how about this? I shall forego all those treasures, but I desire just one thing. The mere mention of the term divine demonic scroll caused the expression of the King of Xiong to shift dramatically. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Farewell. With that, the King of Xiong hastily departed, yet before vanishing, he imparted one final remark. In 3 days, the Imperial Dynasty will hold its centennial festival. I surmise that the purpose of the false empress is indeed this festival. So, dear Xiao, you have but 3 days. That old fellow certainly possesses remarkable speed. Xiao Changsheng mused with a smirk. However, does he truly believe he can escape? Expecting others to toil for him without compensation. Such a greedy capitalist. Brother, did you just claim that the current empress of the dynasty is a counterfeit? Xiao Yuanshan inquired incredulously. Why else? Surely, you do not think my sister Ruoxue could be so foolish as to be oblivious to the truth? Xiao Changsheng retorted, only to abruptly reconsider. Ruoxue, in fact, might genuinely be that naive. Had he not intervened, Su Ruoxue would have been deceived by Yi Feng and remained obliviously foolish until the very end. A wave of embarrassment washed over Xiao Changsheng, and in frustration, he delivered a punch to Xiao Yuanshan's head. The fellow's skull was quite sturdy, producing a satisfying thud upon impact. Previously, when Xiao Changsheng sought an outlet for his irritation, he would resort to this method with great satisfaction. Chapter 28. A madman indeed. Xiao Yuanshan felt a dull ache in his head from the blows he had endured, yet he remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such treatment. The depths of despair that once clouded his gaze had now rekindled with a glimmer of hope. A sovereign demands the death of his subjects, and they must comply. However, this sovereign was nothing but an impostor. Xiao Yuanshan's fists clenched tightly, his heart swelling with boundless fury. Seeking vengeance? Xiao Changsheng discerned the shift in his demeanor and replied with a calm smile. Do you wish to avenge yourself? Indeed. Are you afraid of death? Not in the slightest. How foolish. Do you not comprehend that death is a finality? Such a cavalier attitude towards mortality is the hallmark of folly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changsheng's anger flared, and he struck again. Remember, you must fear death. The lives of the Xiao family are not to be trifled with. If you cannot grasp this, relinquish your title as the Prince of Southern Town and return to the Xiao family at once. Do you understand? Yes, elder brother. Xiao Yuanshan felt a warmth swell within him as he responded solemnly. Now that is more like it, Xiao Changsheng said, ruffling his brother's ironclad head. Although the gesture appeared casual, the power of creation flowed continuously into Xiao Yuanshan's being. His injuries healed at a visible pace, his bloodlines reforging as if emerging from a chrysalis, reborn anew. Moreover, the system chimed. Ding! The Xianling demon body has been successfully granted to Xiao Yuanshan. The fragrance of roses lingers on the giver's hands. The host receives system feedback, Supreme King of 10,000 demons, with bones akin to instruments, and blood akin to goo, impervious to myriad toxins, and immune to countless curses, a ruler among demonkind. A smile graced Xiao Changsheng's lips. Feeling the extraordinary transformation within him, Xiao Yuanshan was left utterly astounded. Brother, thank you for granting me a second chance at life. In this life and the next. My existence belongs to you. As he spoke, Xiao Yuanshan excitedly opened his arms to embrace his brother, only to be disdainfully pushed away by Xiao Changsheng. Enough. Do maintain some decorum, would you? My embrace is reserved solely for enchanting fairies, not for odorous men. Oh, one more thing. I nearly forgot to inquire about Xiao Yan. What became of him? The southern town has fallen. I instructed Xiao Yan and my subordinates to retreat to the town of Zhenan to assist in repelling the demon forces. Meanwhile, I brought Xiaoan back to seek aid, only to encounter such unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Yuanshan sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Very well, let's not tarry any longer. We must depart at once. As Xiao Changsheng spoke, he patted Xiaoan, channeling the power of creation to heal him while simultaneously refining his bloodlines and bones. Xiao Yuanshan observed in awe, a mixture of shock, envy, and pride swelling within him. Yet, he refrained from questioning the source of such power, understanding that his elder brother harbored many secrets. Otherwise, how could he have discovered the exceedingly concealed Xianling mine? Dear friend, no, esteemed elder, please do not leave. Might you extend a hand to rescue me? As an act of kindness? The thief, watching from the side, was ablaze with fervor. How truly miraculous! Such grievous injuries, and yet they heal as if by magic. This person is nothing short of a celestial being reborn. Rescue you? On what basis? Xiao Changsheng replied with a light-hearted chuckle. From my understanding of the underworld prison. Oh? Pray tell, share your insights, and based on your performance, I shall contemplate whether to rescue you. Very well, very well. The heart thief hastily began to explain. This underworld prison consists of 9 levels, of which we currently occupy the 9th, with 8 more above. Each level is as terrifying as hell itself, teeming with countless ferocious beasts and rife with various poisonous mists and lethal traps, posing immense dangers. Moreover, each level is guarded by a master. Without vanquishing these wardens, ascending to the upper levels is impossible. In addition to the level masters, there exists a formidable guardian of the entire underworld prison, Blood Lien. It is said that this individual is exceedingly cruel, a creature once tamed by the founding emperor of the Tianyuan Dynasty, possessing immense power, rivaling that of the current empress. Have you finished your tale? Yes, I have. Since you have divulged everything, I'm already aware of what I need to know. What purpose do you serve now? Why should I save you? The heart thief lamented, is it truly fair to toy with me in such a manner? Nevertheless, Xiao Changsheng still intended to aid him. Although he had visited the underworld prison, he was not well acquainted with it, and indeed required a local guide. Utilizing the universal key bestowed by King Xiang, he removed the silver needles embedded in the heart thief's body. Additionally, he employed some transformative power to heal him. As he felt his body miraculously rejuvenating, the heart thief experienced an overwhelming sense of relief and exhilaration, almost unable to suppress a moan of pleasure. However, at that moment, Xiao Changsheng suddenly struck down upon him, sending him crashing into the ground, his flesh mangled, bones shattered, his form contorted. The heart thief was bewildered. What is happening? Have I been deceived? Yet, Xiao Changsheng commenced healing him once more and calmly stated, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to convey that while I possess the ability to save you, I can equally bring about your demise. Therefore, refrain from harboring any ulterior motives, lest you meet a most tragic end. The heart thief was left dumbfounded. Was it necessary for you to articulate such an obvious truth? Am I unaware of the potential consequences? To provoke one whom even King Xiang fears, to wield such extraordinary power, do I dare to entertain any deceitful thoughts? Will you strike me down again? The heart thief felt exhausted. Yet, ultimately, the outcome remained favorable. Once restored, he began to lead the way, assuring the group, rest assured, I shall select the safest path, one with the fewest beasts and traps. Before he could finish, Xiao Changsheng delivered a swift kick. Who instructed you to choose the safest route? Find me the path with the most beasts and the least traps. Huh? What do you mean by huh? Proceed as I command. Yes. The heart thief dared not question further, sensing that this individual, despite his prowess, was truly a madman. It would be wise to maintain a considerable distance. Soon, they encountered a fearsome giant hound, its visage grotesque, blood-red eyes gleaming, sharp fangs dripping with drool. A formidable beast of the hollow void realm. A powerful presence even within the 9th level. The heart thief was taken aback. Xiao Changsheng cast a glance at Xiao Yuanshan, and without uttering a word, he charged forward with fervor. Having only recently restored his cultivation, he audaciously dared to confront a powerful demon of the void realm. Was this man out his mind? Dao Xian was taken aback. Yet, he soon discerned that this void realm demon seemed rather peculiar. It appeared to harbor a profound wariness, even fear, towards this individual. Wait a moment. Could it be that this was the legendary? Boom! Xiao Yuanshan's fist struck the demon beast's abdomen with such ferocity that it pierced through completely, leaving behind a gaping wound. Subsequently, a radiant essence erupted from within the beast, which was promptly absorbed by this man. Dao Xian could not help but inhale sharply. Indeed, it was unmistakable. It was the Xianling demon body, the fabled nemesis of the demon race. This ethereal form not only instilled terror and suppressed demons, but, upon victory, could directly absorb their demon cores, enhancing one's cultivation without the need for refinement. Dao Xian now comprehended the rationale behind Xiao Yuanshan's choice of path, one laden with the most demon beasts. So it was for this reason Chapter 29, how about that? Impressive, isn't it? With a thunderous punch, Xiao Yuanshan shattered a formidable demon of the harmonious body realm, absorbing its demon core. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of power surged through him, breaking free from all constraints. Akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, he was reborn. A look of delight illuminated Xiao Yuanshan's face. Mid-stage of the Void Realm. Remarkably, he had achieved a breakthrough to a minor realm at merely the 9th level. While this was certainly a result of his diligent accumulation over time, it would have taken at least another decade without the assistance of the Xianling demon body to reach such explosive growth. Senior. Ahead lies the domain of the master of the 9th level. Dao Xian cautioned, casting a wary glance at Xiao Yuanshan. This master is exceedingly formidable. A golden sword lion with ancient bloodlines in the Void Realm. I suggest we find a way to avoid confrontation. Xiao Yuanshan sensed a hint of derision in Dao Xian's gaze and couldn't help but chuckle coldly. What do you mean? Do you think this king is no match for it? Absurd. This mere demon race. Over the years, I have slain tens of thousands. What is one Void Realm demon to fear? Indeed, just a Void Realm demon. You can handle it easily. Xiao Changsheng chimed in, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the 9th level, causing the entire area to tremble. A golden-haired demon lion materialized before them, its sharp golden fur resembling indestructible celestial swords, radiating a chilling brilliance. Xiao Yuanshan scoffed disdainfully and charged headlong into battle. However, within mere 5 minutes, his cries echoed, "Big brother, help! Save me! I was wrong!" Xiao Yuanshan found himself battered by the golden sword lion, rolling on the ground in utter disarray. Just when he seemed on the brink of collapse, Xiao Changsheng intervened, delivering a kick that sent the lion hurtling hundreds of meters away. Observing the numerous bloodstains adorning Xiao Yuanshan's body, Xiao Changsheng couldn't suppress his laughter. How does it feel? Enjoying yourself? Big brother, I was wrong, Xiao Yuanshan mumbled, his head bowed in embarrassment, wishing he could sink into the earth. His newfound strength had inflated his ego, clouding his judgment, resulting in this humiliating defeat. Had it not been for Xiao Changsheng, he would have likely lost half his life in this encounter. A reflection of 15,000 words. Xiao Yuanshan felt tears welling up. How on earth am I supposed to write 15,000 words? All right, let us proceed to the 8th level, Xiao Changsheng stated nonchalantly. Big brother, what about the demon core of the golden sword lion? Xiao Yuanshan hastily inquired. If we do not slay the master of the 9th level, it might prove useful to me. Very well, Xiao Yuanshan replied, somewhat regretful. Meanwhile, Dao Xian gazed at Xiao Changsheng in awe, utterly astonished. The golden sword lion was undoubtedly a powerful demon of the late Void Realm, yet had been sent reeling by a single punch, lying in a pool of its own blood, barely clinging to life. This man was truly terrifying, simply unfathomable. What are you staring at? Xiao Changsheng became acutely aware of the peculiar gaze from Dao Xian. No, it's nothing. Dao Xian hastily shook his head. This, however, only served to irritate Xiao Changsheng further. I must say, you are rather cowardly. Can't you retort with something like what is it to you? What is it to you? Dao Xian finally managed to respond. So you dare to provoke me, do you? Rest assured, this matter cannot be dismissed without at least 10 or 8 Earth-tier treasures as compensation. However, given your current financial plight, the compensation can be postponed for a few days, and no interest will be required. How generous of me, isn't it? Dao Xian felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Generous? Should I be thanking you? How is it that these despicable creatures are both formidable and yet utterly shameless? The king of Xiang is one, and this scoundrel before me is even worse. Dao Xian feigned ignorance and ascended to the 8th level, vowing never to utter another word or cast another glance at this rogue. Otherwise, before he could escape the underworld prison, he would find himself utterly bankrupt. In the Qingmu forest, Su Hongwan scoffed in indignation. How dare this man give orders to my mother? This is utterly intolerable. Upon receiving the command from Yifeng, she couldn't restrain her fury any longer. Oh, it matters not, murmured Mu Huangfei, calmly tending to her flowers in her simple robe. Mother, who exactly is this person? Is he truly that formidable? Su Hongwan inquired with curiosity. In her memory, her mother had never wholeheartedly submitted to anyone, not even the late emperor. Yet now, she seemed inexplicably captivated by this Yifeng, which was utterly baffling. This man is unfathomable. In this realm, it seems no one stands as his equal. Mu Huangfei replied slowly, narrowing her eyes. Wanner, remember this. In this world, the strong reign supreme. Everything else is but fragile illusion. Only strength is genuine. Our purpose is to seek out the strong, follow the strong, and become strong ourselves. Do you understand, Wana? Yes, mother. However, I have an ungracious request. Speak. When the Seven Fiends assassination team returns from the Southern Territory, I wish to enter the underworld prison alongside them. There is someone I am determined to deal with personally. Just the thought of Xiao Changsheng caused a knot of frustration to rise in Su Hongwan's chest, which she felt compelled to release. Very well, but remember what I said. When facing an enemy, leave no survivors. Eradicate them completely. Do you understand? Whether it be those in the underworld prison or that so-called Xiao family. Mu Huangfei instructed. Rest assured, mother, I understand. In the underworld prison, on the 5th level, a robust figure appeared, adorned with 2 horns on his head, a being half human, half demon. Senior, he is the master of the 5th level, a descendant of both humans and demons, a minotaur. Dao Xian explained. It is said that this half-human, half-demon possesses immense strength, capable of shaking the very heavens with every movement. He once shattered through 3 levels of the underworld prison with a single punch, only to be ultimately defeated and subdued by the king of Xi'an. Xiao Changsheng was somewhat distracted. Throughout the journey, he had been searching for Su Ruoxue's presence. Upon reaching the 5th level, he sensed that Ruoxue might be nearby. However, despite his efforts, he had yet to uncover her whereabouts, which perplexed him greatly. At that moment, a tremor rippled through the surroundings. Following the Minotaur, 4 additional figures emerged, some resembling humans and others, demons, all formidable entities of the cave void realm, exuding an overwhelming aura. Indeed, they were the masters of the previous 4 levels. He had not anticipated their arrival. Dao Xian's expression shifted dramatically. What are we afraid of? Xiao Yuanshan confidently stepped forward. After reaping substantial gains in the previous levels, he was determined to challenge the guardian of the 5th level. A fierce battle erupted. Outnumbered 5-1, Xiao Yuanshan was naturally at a disadvantage. Yet, this time he was not overconfident. Having absorbed numerous demon cores, his strength surged rapidly, prompting him to seize this opportunity for refinement. Meanwhile, Xiao Changsheng remained disinterested, patiently pursuing the elusive scent of Ruoxue. Thus, after an extended period, the fierce combatants abruptly ceased their struggle. The 5 masters, sensing something extraordinarily terrifying, howled in fury and fled with unparalleled speed. Xiao Yuanshan furrowed his brow in confusion. Just then, a vast surge of blood energy converged from the heavens and the earth. Dao Xian's expression changed drastically. His body trembled involuntarily as he hurried to Xiao Changsheng's side. Seniors, the ruler of the underworld prison, Blood Lian, has arrived. Chapter 30. If snow, it's all my fault for arriving late. The voice of the thief drew Xiao Changsheng's soul force back. Upon focusing his gaze, he discerned a swirling mist of malevolent blood, within which 2 scarlet eyes were fixated on them. The thief quickly shut his eyes and warned loudly, "Be cautious. Do not gaze into those eyes, or calamity will surely befall us." Alas, his warning came too late. The first to succumb was Xiaoan, who collapsed to the ground, wailing in anguish as if confronted by unspeakable horror. Beside him, Xiao Yuanshan also fell victim, kneeling with blood tears streaming down his face, pounding the floor in rage. "Damn it, the howling wind wolf king, I shall fight you to the end. Oh, little tiger, I am so sorry. Citizens of Jinan City, I have wronged you, bringing disaster upon you. I am a sinner beyond redemption. Senior, they have succumbed. This is a formidable ability of blood lament, capable of drawing forth the deepest fears and most harrowing pains from within, leading to mental collapse and victory without combat. The thief spoke with urgency, his eyes tightly shut. Oh, how intriguing. I am quite curious to know what this renowned flower thief fears the most, came the response. Senior, I fear the loss of my third leg more than anything. Truly, it is my greatest terror. Please do not test me. The thief lamented, tears of despair welling up. Do not be alarmed. I merely jest and have no intention of causing harm. Xiao Changsheng smiled kindly. The thief internally scoffed, you old rascal. Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your thoughts. Xiao Changsheng squinted at the ominous blood mist, where the crimson eyes were concealed. After a prolonged silence, the thief sensed an impending crisis and hastily opened his eyes to check on Xiao Changsheng. To his dismay, he found Xiao's eyes blood red, his figure seemingly entranced and motionless. A wave of despair washed over the thief. Senior, how could you have fallen victim as well? No, please no, he pleaded. This unique ability can even overwhelm those in the tribulation stage. It is said that even the king of Xiong could not escape its grasp. This is disastrous. We are utterly doomed. Should we flee post-haste? Suddenly, the thief noticed a change. The blood-red hue in Xiao Changsheng's eyes was fading rapidly, returning to normal. The thief was left in stunned disbelief. He's unharmed? How is this possible? It's nothing, really. It's not a big deal, Xiao Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Deepest fears? But what if they do not exist at all? He felt no entity that could invoke fear within him. With an impassive expression, he advanced toward the mist of blood, the concealed crimson eyes appearing somewhat flustered, while the blood fog thickened around them. Attempting to flee? Xiao Changsheng let out a cold laugh, suddenly vanishing from sight. By the time Dao Xian realized what had happened, Xiao Changsheng had returned, accompanied by the gradual dispersal of the blood mist enveloping the world, with an additional object in his hand. Specifically, it was a snow-white six-tailed fox, its azure eyes appearing irresistibly adorable. Dao Xian stared in astonishment at Xiao Changsheng. Senior, could this be? Indeed, this is the legendary embodiment of the most formidable entity from the underworld prison, Blood Lian's true form. In truth, its inherent strength was rather feeble, relying solely on its intimidating tricks. Yet, it had managed to instill fear in all of them. Xiao Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. This six-tailed fox could be effortlessly dispatched by a single slap from Dao Xian. Dao Xian felt no embarrassment. After all, he was not the only one losing face. The two individuals beside him had embarrassed themselves to a far greater extent. Moreover, the 5 major leaders had literally knocked themselves unconscious, remaining in a state of oblivion even until now. Little fox, there is something I must inquire of you. Where is the Empress Su Ruoxue of the Tianyuan Dynasty imprisoned? Xiao Changsheng spoke. I'll stop pretending in front of me and speak human language. Otherwise, do you believe I will pluck your fur and stew you? I do not know any empress, Blood Lian replied weakly, her voice soft and muffled. Don't know? If you don't, I shall stew you anyway. I truly do not know. The fox was on the verge of tears, lamenting the severity of the situation. Blood Lian, I advise you to be forthright. Otherwise, the means of the senior are beyond your capacity to endure, Dao Xian cautioned, having gained considerable insight on the journey thus far. Fine, let me pose another question, Xiao Changsheng contemplated. Has anyone with formidable luck and strength visited here recently? This. Xiao Yuan Shan, prepare the fire, get the pot ready, and prepare to pluck some fur. Wait, I will speak. Blood Lian hastened to respond. Recently, a very powerful individual did indeed come. He even asked me to guard a remarkably beautiful prisoner. Where's that prisoner? Let me there. Yes. Blood Lian dared not resist and hurriedly took the lead. Although the previous individual had been terrifying, at least he hadn't threatened to pluck her fur for stew. Under Blood Lian's guidance, they swiftly arrived at a space of distortion. This is the place. However, this twisted space is fraught with danger. With my abilities, I cannot enter. Blood, Lian timidly stated. Xiao Changsheng stood before the entrance to the space, feeling the force of its distortion, and was taken aback. Could it be the power of the Saint Realm? No wonder I had sensed something before, but could not pinpoint the exact location. It turns out it was obstructed by the saintly aura. Yet, In the original narrative, Yifeng had merely reached the combined cultivation level at best. How could he now possess the abilities of the Saint Realm? This plot was veering further off course. However, for Xiao Changsheng, accessing the entrance was a rather simple endeavor. The power of creation mimicked Yifeng's aura, effectively serving as a replica key, allowing for unrestricted entry. Upon entering the distorted space, one could hear the gentle flow of water and behold a garden of vibrant flowers. A quaint cottage stood out with its exquisite elegance. From a distance, a striking figure clad in a fiery red phoenix robe could be seen sitting quietly on a meditation cushion. Her eyes closed as if she were an old monk in deep contemplation. It was the Empress. Or perhaps, could it be an illusion? Xiao Yuanshan felt a flicker of uncertainty. Xiao Changsheng gestured for Xiao Yuanshan and the others to withdraw, while he approached with Shui Lian in tow. Upon entering the cottage, the figure remained unmoving, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Xiao Changsheng narrowed his eyes, discerning the truth beneath the facade. Yet, he still intended to test his hypothesis. Shui Lian, unleash your ability. Otherwise, I shall stew you. I am aware your powers can manifest without the need for eye contact. Shui Lian sighed in resignation. While it was indeed possible, the exertion would be immense. Nevertheless, now that she had fallen into this person's hands, she had no choice but to comply. As Shui Lian activated her ability, countless strands of blood energy enveloped the figure. In the next moment, Shui Lian witnessed the figure suddenly burst into tears. She immediately ceased her efforts, yet the figure continued to weep, her sorrow palpable. She's an imposter, Shui Lian declared with utmost certainty. Though she had never encountered the Empress, she had heard tales of her formidable reputation. How could the once dominant Empress, who had fought her way through the tumultuous struggle for the throne, be reduced to tears at the slightest fright? Even an ordinary person would fare better. Yet, Xiao Changsheng swiftly sent Shui Lian flying with a flick of his hand, then gently embraced the weeping figure. Ruoxue, it is all my fault. I have arrived too late. Chapter 31. They engaged in a fierce battle. Indeed, she was truly Su Ruoxue. Only Xiao Changsheng knew that beneath the resolute fade of this commanding empress lay a timid girl, plagued by social anxiety and shyness. Every morning before court, Su Ruoxue needed Xiao Changsheng's encouragement to maintain her imposing and frosty demeanor in front of court. After each session, she would tremble in his embrace for a considerable time, her inherent timidity starkly contrasting with her public persona, which was merely a mask. When he departed, Xiao Changsheng had left her a bracelet. The presence of the bracelet offered her a sense of security. Thus, he could easily discern that the empress now occupying the throne was an impostor. Your brother Xiao? Su Ruoxue raised her head, her tearful, beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. Of course, this is no dream. Xiao Changsheng chuckled, gently pinching the girl's cheek. Do you remember what I said when I left? Whenever you find yourself in peril, no matter where I am, I shall come to your side to protect you. I recall that brother Xiao promised to return for the next imperial celebration, right? Su Ruoxue blinked her large eyes in curiosity. A twinge of embarrassment flickered across Xiao Changsheng's face. Had he truly misremembered? It was indeed rather awkward. However, it was understandable. Over the years, in his struggle for survival, he had encountered countless celestial beings, and who could recall the specifics of every conversation? Fortunately, Su Ruoxue was rather easy to persuade. Rather understanding. So this minor discrepancy was inconsequential. Xiao Changsheng promptly shifted the topic. What has transpired during my absence? Who is orchestrating events from the shadows? It is a person named Yifeng. Suru kunenchet her diligate feasts. Her gaze instantly turning e.g. This individual's identity remained a mystery, yet his power was formidable. Even the lingering spirits of the previous emperors could not rival him. He seemed to possess extensive knowledge of various matters, including the royal family's secret realms, forbidden grounds, and the nether prison. His intentions likely revolved around the upcoming festival, which could herald significant events. Fear not, for I am here. When the festival arrives, I shall have him kneel and bark like a dog. What do you think, Ruoxue? Xiao Changsheng gently embraced her, smiling. Yes. Su Ruoxue nestled her small head against Xiao Changsheng's chest. Her spirits lifted. Though, brother, Xiao may seem like a waste, I believe in you. You can surely accomplish it. Xiao Changsheng nearly strained his back, a mix of laughter and exasperation flooding him. Yet it was true. At that time, he had no system. His strength was rather mediocre, even inferior to Xiao Quebec. In Su Ruoxue's eyes, such a level of power undoubtedly appeared as mere incompetence. But how did she manage to perceive herself as worthless while simultaneously harboring belief in her own abilities? Nevertheless, there is a matter of greater significance than the forthcoming festival. A mischievous smile danced upon Xiao Changsheng's lips. What matter? Su Ruoxue's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, her voice barely a whisper. What do you think? Xiao Changsheng casually set up a barrier, his right hand beginning to wander restlessly over the mountains and valleys, amid Su Ruoxue's playful protests. Here, 100,000 words have been omitted. Outside the residence, a formidable seal was in place, forbidding anyone from approaching. Not a whisper, nor a breath escaped. Did my elder brother personally establish this barrier? Could it be that a confrontation is imminent? Xiaoyu, you just claimed that the Empress was also a fabrication? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Xiao Yuanshan fretted outside. Blood Lien cast a cold glance in his direction. How dare you call me a little fox? Are you courting death? Elder brother, have you emerged? Are you unharmed? I was wrong, senior. I was wrong. I shall never act pretentiously again. I implore you, do not pluck my fur. Blood Lien, utterly terrified, glanced back only to realize that Xiao Changsheng had not emerged at all, realizing that it had fallen for a ruse. It bared its teeth at Xiao Yuanshan, who merely shrugged in indifference. If you have the capability, strike at me. Blood Lien bared its teeth for a while, but ultimately did not dare to act. If it truly struck, the repercussions upon the return of that rascal would be far more severe than mere fur plucking. That Empress must certainly be an illusion. Blood Lien pulled the heart thief closer, perching atop its head, and stated nonchalantly, now, they have begun to engage in battle, and it is exceedingly fierce. Can you perceive the events transpiring within? Of course I can. Blood Lien's lips curled into a smirk as it began to speak whimsically. Your elder brother is not faring well. Despite his relentless assaults, he is evidently lacking stamina. Conversely, that Empress grows more exhilarated and spirited with each clash. Your elder brother is being gradually worn down. In my estimation, it won't be long before he is defeated. However, your elder brother does possess a modicum of skill, employing a plethora of erratic techniques, yet the outcome will remain unchanged. Xiao Yuanshan's anxiety escalated, yet he could not breach the barrier nor offer assistance. This torment persisted for 2 days. Within the barrier, there remained no sign of activity. Frustrated, Xiao Yuanshan took out his aggression on the 5th layer of beasts. By noon, the barrier's formation finally dissipated on its own, and the bloodied Xiao Yuanshan rushed over. Upon seeing Xiao Changsheng's pale complexion and weakened breath, Xiao Yuanshan realized it was a sign of excessive strain. Indeed, it was a deception. His elder brother had battled that false empress for 2 days and nights. What an arduous ordeal. You scoundrel, come forth. Xiao Yuanshan immediately grasped the situation and charged recklessly toward the false empress that subsequently emerged. And then, he was unceremoniously kicked out by Xiao Changsheng. The little rabbit dared to act boldly in my presence, receiving a kick that left Xiao Yuanshan momentarily bewildered. Brother, isn't she a false empress? Who told you she was fake? That little fox, Shui Yin. Not far away, while gnawing on a spirit fruit, Shui Yin hastily took flight, though it could not escape the grasp of Xiao Changsheng. With a playful yet enigmatic smile, Xiao Changsheng remarked, Little fox, you possess quite the audacity to spread rumors. Do you not? As senior, I. Do not pluck my feathers. We could discuss this matter. Shui Yin was on the verge of tears. How was I to know that this empress would transform upon being frightened? This time, Xiao Changsheng had no intention of plucking its fur, instead giving it a gentle pat on the backside. Now, go and gather all the ferocious beasts and criminals from the 9th level of the Nether Prison, including the previous wardens, and bring them here. Senior, what do you intend to do? Shui Yin inquired, perplexed. Xiao Changsheng cast a glance at it. a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He guess. Chapter 32, Trivial Tactics. Not worth mentioning. Shuo Yin went off to make preparations. Soon, the inaugural conference for the powerful of the Nether Prison would be held here. During this time, Xiao Changsheng and the others waited in boredom. Brother, what exactly is the nature of your relationship with His Majesty? Xiao Yuanshan inquired with great curiosity. If His Majesty is indeed real, how could you have spent 2 days alone with him in that small room? What were you doing? Child, matters of adults are not for you to inquire into. Xiao Changsheng lightly tapped his head. Xiao Yuanshan was somewhat speechless. A child? How can I, the esteemed king of the southern town, be considered a child? She is my imperial consort. Suddenly, the usually silent Su Ruoxue spoke up, then returned to her meditative state as if nothing had happened. This revelation left Xiao Yuanshan utterly astounded. What? An imperial consort? He was aware that for many years, the Empress had remained solitary, having rebuffed countless powerful suitors from the outer realms who had professed their affections, only to be met with a wrath. Rumors had thus circulated that she had severed her ties to worldly emotions, choosing a path of solitude in pursuit of the supreme Tao. But now, the Empress had an imperial consort, and it was his own brother. Xiao Changsheng was equally taken aback. He had only deflected Xiao Yuanshan as questions because he thought Su Ruoxue would feel shy about it. He never expected her to acknowledge it herself. Enough, child. Go outside and play. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Changsheng waved his hand, ushering Xiao Yuanshan and the others out. Are we leaving? Su Ruoxue asked cautiously. Yes, everyone has left. Phew, I was so nervous, it almost frightened me to death. Su Ruoxue gasped for breath, her forehead glistening with sweat, her small hands tightly clutching her dress, her delicate form trembling slightly. Xiao Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle, pulling Su Ruoxue into his embrace. If that is the case, why admit it? To declare my claim. Declare? Yes, to declare that you are mine. Even if in the future, the likes of Linglong, Sun Ming, Yao Ji, or Qing Shui come knocking, they will always come after me. Su Ruoxue asserted with unwavering conviction. Xiao Changsheng was left dumbfounded. What on earth? How does she know these names? Su Ruoxue saw, through Xiao Changsheng's astonishment and confusion, a smirk playing on her lips. Sometimes, the habit of talking in one's sleep does come in handy. Ruoxue, how about you let me explain myself a bit? At that moment, Xiao Yuanshan and the others hurried back. Brother, that little fox has returned, and she brought a whole host of demon beasts with her. Gulme, let us go take a look. Xiao Changsheng sighed in relief. Xiao Yuanshan had arrived just at the right moment. He would definitely reward him with an extra chicken leg when they returned. The group made their way to a valley where Shuo Yin had gathered them all. From above, it appeared as though there were at least 100 demon beasts amassed below, exuding a malevolent aura that sent chills down one's spine merely by standing there. Amidst the myriad of demon beasts, Xiao Changsheng beheld the familiar golden sword lion and other tier leaders from before, along with several formidable fiends he had yet to encounter, albeit slightly weaker than the tier leaders. All of them were under the control of Shuo Yin's powers, thus refraining from revolt. Indeed, quite satisfactory. Xiao Changsheng nodded in approval before turning his gaze towards Su Ruoxue. Ruoxue, do you have any intentions of purifying this nether prison? Purification? Su Ruoxue furrowed her delicate brows. Indeed, do you not think the demon beasts here are excessively brutal, with malevolence accumulating excessively? If one day the malevolence here were to be unleashed, it is likely that the people of the imperial city would lose their minds and descend into madness, Xiao Changsheng remarked. He was not being alarmist. In the original storyline, the downfall of the Tianyuan Dynasty occurred due to hostile forces breaching the nether prison and releasing the overwhelming malevolence within, leading to the imperial city's self-destruction, resulting in untold suffering and rivers of blood. The dynasty's fate was thus extinguished, and the Tianyuan Dynasty disintegrated into oblivion. Though the storyline had diverged significantly since then, this place remained a latent danger. You are correct. The release of malevolence here poses a grave threat. However, as for purification, Su Ruoxue shook her head. It is impossible. The malevolence here has likely accumulated over millennia, far exceeding what cultivators can handle. Moreover, this place is guarded by one of the 3 bloodline treasures of the first emperor, the mountain-splitting axe. No one can breach the nether prison, so you need not worry about what you mentioned. No, some matters are far more intricate, Xiao Changsheng replied with a subtle smile, turning his head towards the little fox, Shuelian. Please, release your powers. Hey, doing so could lead to death, Shuelian cautioned. Once the powers are lifted, these demon clans will inevitably engage in fierce combat, and the resulting malevolence could wreak havoc upon the entire nether prison. That is of no concern. Proceed with the release, Xiao Changsheng urged. Should you perish, do not blame me, Shuelian huffed before reluctantly relinquishing her powers. The crimson hue in the eyes of the demon beasts gradually dissipated, followed by a chorus of furious roars reverberating throughout the realm. In an instant, the earth trembled. Mountains nearby began to crumble, and the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of collapse. Xiao Changsheng remained unperturbed, retrieving a small jade vial from his bosom. He uncapped it and let a viscous, milky white liquid drip forth. The liquid swiftly spread across the sky, coalescing into a pristine, ethereal cloud. The cloud erupted and expanded, enveloping the entire sky of the 4th layer of the nether prison in an instant. It exuded an unparalleled aura, and merely sensing this essence bestowed upon one a feeling of spiritual purification and elevation. Below, the once frenzied demon clans fell silent in that moment, gazing upwards with bared fangs and claws, as if yearning for something. Soon, the clouds swirled, divine rain descended, beginning to nourish the parched earth, to the astonishment of everyone. As the divine rain fell, the previously overwhelming malevolence dissipated as if confronted by a nemesis. The once desolate and decayed ground began to regain its original vitality at that very moment. Tender shoots, symbolizing rebirth, broke through the soil and rapidly blossomed into a myriad of vibrant flowers and towering spiritual trees at a pace visible to the naked eye. The madness and ferocity that once clouded the eyes of the demon clan vanished completely. They stood quietly in place, welcoming the gentle rain, savoring the tranquility and beauty of this moment. Su Ruoxue and the others were left utterly astonished. What miraculous liquid could possess such incredible power to purify the accumulated malevolence of thousands of years? It was truly terrifying. Blood Lien seemed to sense something, its figure suddenly vanishing from sight. When it returned, its eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only in this 4th layer, but the remaining 8 layers of the underworld prison were similarly affected. The malevolence had all been purified. A mere trivial feat, not worth mentioning. It seems I have made everyone laugh, he said lightly. This provoked an immediate urge among the crowd to give him a good thrashing. Is this just an insignificant trick? Chapter 33. It will transform into a dead city. Xiao Changsheng felt no surprise at all. After all, he had just employed the purifying essence of the celestial dew. This essence had the power to cleanse even the malevolent fires of the heavens that had persisted for millennia. Purifying the sinister aura here was hardly a trivial feat, however. Utilizing a third of the celestial dew left him with a twinge of regret. Once it was gone, it was gone. There was no place to replenish it. Nevertheless, the ability to completely eradicate the hidden dangers of the netherworld prison made it worthwhile. The life-giving rain of the celestial dew lasted a full 10 minutes. After this duration, the area had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once barren valley was now lush with verdant trees, vibrant flowers, and thriving herbs, radiating vitality and prosperity. The beasts within the valley, known for their fierce and aggressive nature, had become frenzied over thousands of years of accumulated malevolence. Yet now, they exuded no trace of that sinister energy and appeared as docile as domesticated sheep, embodying a harmonious tableau as if they were a loving family. Moreover, the potent purifying force of the celestial dew had enabled many of the demon kin to break through their limitations, resulting in continuous manifestations of miraculous phenomena within the netherworld prison. All right, our business here is nearly complete. We must take our leave, Xiao Changsheng declared. Ruoxue, you should accompany us. As for the distorted space, I have left a gift for that euphone, and I hope you will find it to his liking. Very well, Su Ruoxue replied with a gentle smile, noting that after several centuries apart, the current Xiao Changsheng radiated an air of mystery that left her utterly unable to perceive his depths. Xiao Changsheng continued, Shuel Yin, Tao Xian. You shall remain here for the time being to reorganize the newly reborn Netherworld prison and to investigate any residual malevolence that may remain. I recall there being a pool of malevolent energy on the 9th level. Pay special attention to that. Rest assured, Senior. Shuel Yin and Tao Xian rejoiced, especially Tao Xian, who had previously been merely a notorious thief, now found himself elevated to a position of authority. He felt a pang of regret for having engaged in such dishonorable activities and vowed to reform himself, aspiring to become a renowned protector of flowers henceforth. At the exit of the Netherworld prison, in a secluded mountain outside the imperial city, the sun was rising, heralding the awakening of the royal capital. Ruoxue. Today marks the day of the imperial celebration, does it not? Indeed, the imperial festival heralds the arrival of the dynasty's fortune, bestowing heavenly grace. As the populace rejoices in unison to forge the eternal legacy of the Tianyuan Dynasty, then it is certainly a splendid day. Let us join the festivities alongside the Yi Feng and the counterfeit empress. Elder brother, your majesty, I may not be able to accompany you any longer. Xiao Yin and the others are in peril. I fear that the demon-kin of the southern realm are preparing to launch an attack on Jinan City. Xiao Yuanshan suddenly spoke in a grave tone, his brow furrowing as he gazed at a fragmented jade token in his hand. Before departing, Xiao Yuanshan left the other half of the jade tablet with Xiao Yin. Should a crisis befall Jinan City, Xiao Yin would crush the jade tablet in his hand, prompting a corresponding response here. It seems you are rather unfortunate. Xiao Changsheng shrugged, initially planning to return with Xiao Yuanshan to flaunt his prowess. But now it appeared he was not destined for such fortune. You should head back. Allow me to see you off. With a whistle, a fiery red divine bird soared down, unmistakably the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix. Brother, what is this? Upon seeing the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix, Xiao Yuanshan became visibly unsettled. What had his elder brother gotten himself into? How could he possibly possess the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix? Was he perhaps usurped by some ancient creature? Enough of this. Let's hasten our journey. Furthermore, this artifact is also a parting gift for you. Make good use of it. Xiao Changsheng casually tossed the Tongtian Divine Map to Xiao Yuanshan. The Tongtian Divine Map could summon an army of 100,000 valiant cavalry, thus rendering the crisis in the southern region rather trivial. On the other side, Su Ruoxue produced a golden token. This is a decree from my sovereign. To behold this golden token is akin to encountering me in person. Should any treacherous minister or vile creature commit foul deeds, this golden token empowers you to address the matter accordingly. Thank you, your majesty, for your trust. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yuanshan was overwhelmed with emotion and immediately knelt, trembling as he accepted the token. I vow to establish a military decree here. This journey to the south will undoubtedly resolve the crisis in the southern region, restoring peace to its people, so as not to betray your majesty's trust. Should I fail, I shall present my head. Xiao Changsheng, unable to contain his disdain, kicked Xiao Yuanshan onto the back of the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix. When I bestowed upon you the Tongtian Divine Map, I didn't see you expressing such fervent gratitude, and now you're making military decrees? You've grown quite audacious. What if you genuinely cannot contend with those demonic creatures? Will you truly sever your own head to adorn your belt? Xiaoan, keep a vigilant eye on this fool. Ensure he doesn't recklessly engage those demonic beings and perish in the southern territory. Xiao Changsheng instructed. Yes, ancestor. The Qinghuan Fire Phoenix spread its wings and soared toward the southern region. Before parting, Xiao Changsheng reminded him, young man, remember to return to the Xiao family immediately after resolving this matter. You still have 200,000 words of self-reflection to write. Xiao Yuanshan nearly strained his back upon hearing this. Brother, you're still fixated on that reflection? But wasn't he originally 150,000 words? How did it suddenly increase to 200,000? Is there a price hike? In the depths of the nether prison, on the 5th level, within a distorted space. A figure emerged from a special dark passage, making his way directly to a serene and elegant abode by the riverside. Upon seeing the exquisite figure seated upon the mat, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. "Your Majesty, the Empress, we meet again." Receiving no response, Yifeng remained unperturbed, placing his hands behind his back as he approached her side. He reached out towards her delicate chin, only to be firmly rejected by her. Chuckles coldly, "Why must you persist in such futile resistance? With my capabilities, do you truly believe you, a mere empress of this insignificant dynasty, are worthy of my attention?" Snorts, "I would rather shatter like jade than remain intact as a common tile. To be defiled by someone like you, I prefer death." "Oh, is that so?" Lips curl in amusement, yet there exists a saying, when one cannot live as desired, death may also prove unattainable. Sometimes, even the wish for demise becomes an unattainable luxury. With a sweeping gesture, Yifeng summons a radiant array that instantly envelopes them both. Space distorts like rippling water until the scenery before them transforms abruptly. They now stand atop the cloud-soaring pavilion, the highest structure in the imperial capital. Below, the sprawling palace complex unfolds beneath the rising sun, gradually awakening with festive decorations and jubilant atmosphere. "You should know what day this is," Yifeng remarks impassively. "However, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Submit to me, and after today, the Tianyuan Dynasty shall not only endure but flourish beyond measure." His voice drops to a dangerous whisper. "Should you refuse," Chuckles darkly, "by nightfall these bustling streets shall become utterly devoid of life, a necropolis in every sense. The choice is yours to make." Chapter 34. What if this was all a misunderstanding? Within the celestial pavilion, Yifeng's arrogant tirade echoed through the hall, yet the Empress remained seated in tranquil silence, offering no reaction. "Ho ho, Su Ruoxue, is this your answer?" Yifeng's expression darkened like gathering storm clouds. "Or do you doubt this venerable one's capabilities?" The silent Empress finally spoke, her voice carrying imperial weight. "Very well, this sovereign shall submit." A predatory grin twisted Yifeng's lips as unholy flames danced in his eyes. Just as he moved forward with malicious intent, the Empress continued with mocking amusement. "This sovereign has always revered the elderly and cherished the young. Therefore, submission demands reciprocity. Either honor tradition by addressing me as grandmother, or indulge my affection for youth by letting me call you grandson. The choice is yours." Outrageous! Yifeng's fury erupted like volcanic fire. "Su Ruoxue, recognize your precarious position." The Empress merely chuckled lightly before closing her eyes in meditative silence. "Excellent. Let us witness whether your imperial composure remains when the capital flows with rivers of blood." Yifeng's laughter carried the promise of carnage as he summoned the impostor Empress. The counterfeit monarch knelt in obeisance, her vermilion phoenix robes, adorned with priceless jade motifs and embroidered with the emblem of a soaring phoenix, pooling regally about her. This humble servant greets the master. "Are preparations complete?" "All is ready, master." "Good. And Consort Mu? The Seven Slayers assassination squad?" "Consort Mu is en route. 6 of the 7 Slayers have returned from their southern mission and already infiltrated the Nether prison. Command them thus. After eliminating Xiao Yuanshan, they shall locate the miasma pool in the prison's 9th level, a reservoir of millennia's accumulated malice. There, they must breach its containment to unleash the pent-up corruption. As you command." The impostor bowed deeply. Yifeng nodded before adding in grave tones, "And the matter concerning the 10th princess, Fengji?" "No, the Phoenix clan's Fengji? Preparations are complete. Fengji has been covertly transported to the abyssal forbidden zone, awaiting your presence. Commendable work. I shall personally attend to it after the rites." Meanwhile, within the Nether prison's shadowed depths, 7 figures materialized at the entrance. "To mobilize us for some insignificant southern frontier prince. What wasteful extravagance. Indeed, elder brother fares better remaining in the south to breach Zhenan City with the demon forces. The spoils must be considerable by now. When elder brother returns, we must demand our share of treasures." "Absolutely. He shan't hoard all the benefits." Ahem, esteemed seniors, given the Nether prison's notorious perils, Might we exercise caution? Moreover, it is not solely the trouble posed by the king of Southern Town, but also by a certain individual named Xiao Changsheng, who is quite troublesome. I implore you, esteemed elders, not to underestimate him. We must ensure he does not escape. Su Hong once said weakly. Xiao Changsheng? What manner of being is that? I have not heard of him at all. I must express, Your Highness, that you hold us in rather low regard. We are all formidable figures among the Void Realm, and dealing with the ancestral figure of a mere family should be a trivial task. Your Highness, it has been some time since we last met, and I must say, your courage seems to have diminished. Su Hongwan's countenance stiffened, but considering the notorious reputation of the Seven Fiends assassination team, she felt there was little to fear. Esteemed elders, I place my trust in you for this endeavor. Rest assured, once we have dealt with these adversaries, Your Highness will still be able to attend the ceremony without delay. As they spoke, the entrance to the underworld prison finally opened. The group promptly entered. However, upon their entrance, they were rendered speechless. A refreshing fragrance enveloped them, revealing a lush field of flowers, resplendent in hues of every color, and a delicate aroma that lifted their spirits. A winding path meandered through the garden, leading to two humanoid figures of the demon race standing guard at the end. Upon noticing them, the two demons greeted them with broad smiles and bowed. Honored guests, welcome to the underworld prison for a tour. The group was instantly bewildered. What was happening? Had they succumbed to hallucinations? Wasn't the underworld prison a dark domain of the Tianyuan Dynasty, filled with malevolent energy and fraught with peril? How had it transformed into this? You two, where is Xiao Changsheng? Take us to him at once. Su Hongwan declared imperiously. What brings our esteemed guests here? Brings us here? Huh. It is to personally slay this shameless scoundrel. Su Hongwan gritted her teeth. Ah, so you're not guests at all, but rather enemies seeking revenge. The two demons observed, their smiles fading. A booming voice echoed throughout the underworld prison. Brothers, arm yourselves. We have visitors seeking vengeance for our leader. In an instant, the underworld prison erupted in chaos. The resounding roars of countless demons reverberated, and the very ground shook with their fervor. Who dares to seek vengeance against our leader? Have they lost their minds? To seek revenge against our leader, they must first ask if my void bullhorn consents. Excellent, excellent. I was just lamenting the pent-up primal power within me. You have come just at the right moment. Countless demons surged forth from the underworld prison. For these demons, the millennia of malevolent energy have been both a source of strength and a chain that bound them, driving them to madness. Now, with Xiao Changsheng having thoroughly purified the underworld prison using the pure heaven dew, these demons were liberated from their shackles of malevolence. Their strength had not waned. Rather, many had even transcended their limitations. Thus, in their eyes, Xiao Changsheng had become their benefactor and leader. How could they possibly let go of the enemies of their benefactor? The abyss is not merely a realm of darkness. The mountains surrounding it are shrouded by swarms of demonic beings, their enormous wings obscuring the sky and casting a shadow over the night. It is said that you seek vengeance from the leader. The golden sword lion, resplendent in its dazzling golden mane, stands with an aura of divine radiance, exuding an imposing presence and an air of lethal intent. The other 9-layer masters have also arrived, encircling these intruders with no avenue for escape. You all. Su Hongwan was taken aback. How could all the demons from the abyss emerge? The crux of the matter is, how has Xiao Changsheng become their leader? What has transpired in just a few days? Have these demons been brainwashed by that scoundrel? Elders, can we still maintain our hold? The faces of the members of the Seven Fiend assassination team were contorted with dread. Maintain a hold? What nonsense! Thousands of demons have erupted from the abyss, including formidable beings of the Void Realm. Who could possibly contain them? Moreover, from a blood-red, ominous cloud in the sky, they sensed a chilling and terrifying aura. A transcendent being? Could it be the fabled overlord of the abyss, Blood Lament? Even it has emerged. As they surveyed their surroundings, it became evident that they were completely surrounded, with no hope of escape. The members of the Seven Fiends assassination team appeared ashen. Esteemed demonic elders, if I were to say that this is merely a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Chapter 35. Ruoxue. Shall we make a bet? The capital was bustling today, with various factions of the Tianyuan Dynasty gathered to participate in a grand occasion. Amidst the throngs of people, Xiao Changsheng raised an eyebrow upon receiving a message from Shuo Yan, informing him that Su Hongwan led an organization known as the Seven Fiends Assassination Team to infiltrate, intending to take his life. Xiao Changsheng had heard of this notorious assassination group. In the original narrative, they were under the command of the Empress Mu, notorious for their heinous deeds, rapine, murder, and arson, exceeding even the malevolence of demonic sections. However, they later encountered the protagonist Yi Feng. Through his influence, led them to redemption. Such a development was utterly revolting. Since they had come to him willingly, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Xiao Changsheng issued a succinct command: treat them well. He also specifically instructed that the life of the seventh princess be spared, for after the festival, he intended for her to witness her own demise. Xiao Changsheng was a man of his word. Passing through a grand palace gate, he was met with the largest imperial square within the palace, now teeming with people. As soon as Su Ruoxue stepped in, she furrowed her brow, sensing an unsettling premonition amidst the turmoil of the dynasty's fortunes. Such upheaval signified impending crisis and calamity. The last time such unrest occurred was during the succession struggles after the late emperor's departure, when princes left the court and warlords vied for power, nearly fracturing the Tianyuan Dynasty. Fear not, everything will be fine. The Tianyuan Dynasty is resilient, trust me, Xiao Changsheng reassured, wrapping an arm around Su Ruoxue's shoulders with a calm smile. Brother Xiao, tell me honestly, did you leave under the pretext of needing the restroom because you have prepared some scheme? Su Ruoxue inquired, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. No, not at all. Really? Are you certain? Of course, Ruoxue. Have I ever deceived you? You have, on more than one occasion. Like that time we sneaked out of the palace to the night market to buy candied hawthorn, and you said I could have a taste while the rest was yours, only for me to finish it all in one bite. Ah. Xiao Changsheng scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. That indeed happened. But those are old tales. Let's not dwell on them. In any case, a grand spectacle awaits us today. Ruoxue, just watch. At the center of the square, a designated area was guarded by the Imperial Forest Army. Officials of the dynasty gathered here, with the three major garrisons of the east, west, and north alongside Prince Xiang, positioned at the forefront. Today's imperial celebration was grander than any in previous years, a testament to the wise rule of Her Majesty the Empress. Indeed, Her Majesty is a ruler for the ages. The Tianyuan Dynasty shall flourish evermore. Regrettably, some ungrateful souls dare to betray her. Don't you agree, Prince Xiang? Remarked the Northern Guardian with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Prince Xiang let out a cold laugh. Indeed, it is quite astonishing that the man, appointed by His Majesty as the Prince of the Southern Territory, has betrayed him. How disgraceful! The officials stationed at the fortress are nothing but shameless rogues, perpetually engaging in factionalism and self-serving alliances, showing no regard for the emperor or the dynasty. It's as if their consciences have been devoured by dogs. My sincerest apologies to you all. I seem to have lost my composure and unjustly included you in my tirade. You are not offended, I trust? The expressions of the three men stiffened, particularly that of the prince of the Northern Territory, whose countenance was exceedingly grim. They were all too aware that the Prince of Xiang was intentionally criticizing them. Yet what could they do? He is the Prince of Xiang, a once invincible deity who quelled chaos and established peace across the realms. Who would dare to voice dissent? The three men chose not to further humiliate themselves and instead closed their eyes in contemplation, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Meanwhile, the Prince of Xiang remained vigilant, his spiritual energy continuously searching for the presence of Xiao Changsheng. The ceremony had begun, yet the underworld prison was shrouded in mystery. What mischief was Xiao Changsheng up to? Could something have gone awry? A sense of unease crept into the Prince of Xiang's heart until a voice echoed in his mind. Old man, where is my divine demonic scroll? I wandered around your estate while attending to nature's call, yet found nothing. Where have you hidden it? The Prince of Xiang's face twitched, and he swiftly withdrew his spiritual energy, feigning ignorance to the inquiry. Internally, he was stunned. When had this audacious individual infiltrated the royal residence without his notice? The divine demonic scroll. How could he possibly safeguard it now? A sigh of resignation escaped him. Yet, if relinquishing it could ensure the true empress and peace for the dynasty, then so be it. Before long, the Crimson Palace gates swung shut, plunging the square into an eerie silence. The empress had arrived, accompanied by the sharp voice of the chief eunuch, a figure draped in a scarlet phoenix robe. A false empress emerged surrounded by a retinue. According to tradition, the ceremony would commence with the emperor issuing a decree to express gratitude to heaven and earth, then rewarding officials and cultivators alike. Su Ruoxue gazed intently at the impostor empress, her voice low and serious. Ruoxue, are you not furious? It should be you receiving the attention of the masses at this moment. No, I'm quite content. Content. Indeed, if I were in your position, I would be paralyzed with anxiety, fearing the slightest misstep. Brother Xiao, let's try to delay our actions until the ceremonial proceedings are nearly concluded. Shall we? Gazing into Su Ruoxue's pleading eyes, Xiao Changsheng remained silent for a considerable time. Very well. We shall wait until the ancestral rites are underway. Leaning back, Xiao Changsheng closed his eyes. The initial speeches and activities of the officials were of little consequence. The crux lay in the veneration of the ancestors. At that moment, the ancestral statue would appear, invoking the profound fortune of the dynasty, resonating with the heavens and ushering in divine resonance. It would be an opportune moment for the cultivators gathered in the square, or indeed, all inhabitants of the imperial city, to grasp the divine essence and achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. Before long, after the lengthy and intricate ceremony, the moment for honoring the ancestors finally arrived. 10 statues of the former emperors soared from the Hall of Eternal Life and descended onto the square. Under the watchful gaze of the excited crowd, the impostor empress commenced the sacrificial rites. Ruoxue, how about a wager? I proposed, if that false empress does not invoke the imperial fortune during the ancestral sacrifice, you shall don the popular black silk from Tianyuan Pavilion for my viewing pleasure. Conversely, if she does summon the imperial fortune, you must display the trendy white silk from Tianyuan Pavilion. What say you? Su Ruoxue appeared somewhat speechless, realizing that the stakes seemed to favor me regardless of the outcome. She refrained from responding, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she spoke in a low voice. Although this impostor empress lacks royal blood, which should theoretically prevent her from invoking the imperial fortune, I suspect that individual has long since prepared the necessary means. The individual she referred to was Yi Feng, an exceedingly enigmatic figure whose strength was unfathomable, who was, to date, the person Su Ruoxue regarded with the utmost caution. Chapter 36. The grand performance begins, the invasion of the demon clan. Ruoxue, I share your sentiments. However, what if an unexpected turn of events occurs? A hint of intrigue danced at the corners of Xiao Changsheng's lips. In the heart of the square, upon the sacrificial altar, the faux empress commenced the ritual as per the established protocol. In an instant, the heavens and the earth shifted dramatically. The statues of the 10 former emperors reacted, trembling violently. This was an omen of the dynasty's fortune descending. Countless spectators gazed skyward, filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Yet at that precise moment, the statues of the 10 former emperors abruptly stabilized, and the clouds that had amassed in the sky dissipated entirely, revealing a clear azure expanse, bright and serene, devoid of even the gentlest breeze. The entire throng in the square stood stupefied. What could this mean? Why had all commotion ceased? Where was the imperial fortune? Likened to a golden dragon, traversing the heavens and the earth? Why had not even a single strand of dragon hair been observed? The absence of the imperial fortune left everyone bewildered. I say, dear Empress, could it be that you are an impostor? I have long suspected something amiss with your reign. And now it appears I was right. She is indeed a counterfeit. Otherwise, how could she fail to summon the dynasty's fortune? Such reasoning is sound, indeed. A cacophony of diverse voices erupted. Naturally, those who first spoke were hired by Xiao Changsheng to sow discord. With wealth comes the audacity to ridicule the Empress. They would dare to challenge even the heavens themselves. The atmosphere in the square began to grow increasingly tumultuous. Within the Tontian pavilion, Yi Feng squinted, his expression devoid of emotion, fixated intently on the square. To his astonishment, someone dared to orchestrate mischief right beneath his very nose. Could it be Wang Xiang? Beside him, the Empress Mu spoke in a low voice. It should not be him. Wang Xiang lacks the capability for such an undertaking. Yi Feng shook his head, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. Regardless of his identity, I shall not let him escape. This matter shall be handled by me. Empress Mu, have our allies from the southern territories prepared themselves? They are ready. They can invade the imperial city at any moment. Excellent. When the imperial fortune erupts, you shall issue the command covertly. Understood. With that, Yi Feng glanced back at the Empress, who remained serenely contemplative and could not help but let out a cold chuckle. At this juncture, your composure is truly remarkable. Just wait. The square before you shall soon transform into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I hope that by then, you can maintain this same calm demeanor. In the square, as the dynasty's fortune continued to elude appearance, restlessness among the crowd escalated beyond containment. The imperial guards had mobilized en masse, yet even they could not quell the agitated masses. What had once promised to be a splendid ceremony had devolved into chaos. Alas, the seventh princess is absent. It truly lacks excitement. Among the crowd, Chun Siyu sighed quietly. He wished to return. If he lingered any longer, he feared peril awaited him. Just then, the ring on his hand shimmered slightly, and an ancient voice resonated within his mind. Siyu, this is an opportunity. Predecessor? Senior, what opportunity is this? Chun Siyu exclaimed with excitement. Within the ring resided a mysterious remnant soul. Although Chun Siyu was unaware of its identity, its strength was undeniable. Previously, he had been ambushed by Xiao Changsheng, falsely accused of sharing a bed with the Empress Mu, and it was this remnant soul that had awakened him, forcefully demolishing the side chamber. Chun Siyu believed this to be a tremendous fortune. With the aid of the senior's power, he was certain he could ascend to greatness and win the hand of the seventh princess. Currently, the Empress was ensnared by treacherous ministers, unable to invoke the fortune of the dynasty. Now, I shall lend you a fragment of my strength to assist Her Majesty the Empress. I trust the benefits of this gesture are self-evident, he proclaimed. Chun Siyu felt exhilarated. Assisting the Empress at such a critical juncture was akin to delivering coal in winter, a profound act of kindness. Perhaps after the ordeal, when he expressed his desire to court the seventh princess, the Empress would acquiesce. With this thought, Chun Siyu recklessly rushed to the sacrificial platform, exclaiming, Your Majesty, you are currently beset by treachery, unable to summon the dynasty's fortune. But fear not, I can lend you my strength. The imperial guards immediately attempted to expel Chun Siyu. However, the false empress recalled Yi Feng's earlier words, that if any insurmountable troubles arose, she could trust Chun Siyu. Joy filled the heart of the false empress. She promptly commanded the guards to allow Chun Siyu to approach. As he drew near, the ring on his hand radiated a pure and formidable energy, and with its surge, the statues of the 10 former emperors quaked violently. The winds howled, and the earth trembled. An unparalleled golden dragon soared through the heavens, its majestic might surveying the world. The fortune of the dynasty had manifested. Goodness, the dynasty's fortune is astonishingly powerful. The Empress was truly remarkable. The emergence of the dynasty's fortune quelled the unrest, and the assembly's focus narrowed solely to this phenomenon. Only a select few sensed the anomaly. A supreme force had forcibly invoked the dynasty's fortune. It was Yi Feng, Xiao Ge. It could only be him. Su Ruoxue's eyes turned icy. Indeed, it was him. But no matter. She would continue to observe the unfolding drama. Xiao Changsheng remained leisurely, aware from his previous inquiries that this was merely an appetizer. The grand performance was just beginning. At this moment, the golden dragon of fortune traversed the skies. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth stirred, and purple aura coalesced, heralding the emergence of the great Tao. The square fell into silence, as all prepared to embrace the divine resonance, seizing this rare opportunity to transcend their limitations. Yet at that instant, Terrifying auras erupted from all directions of the dynasty, darkening the sky, and a chilling, demonic energy surged. Countless monstrous figures emerged, blotting out the sun. Among them stood several major demon clans, each represented by mighty tribulation realm demon kings. Heavens! The demon clan? How could they possibly appear here? From whence have they come? Could it be from the southern region? It is rumored that the southern region's Zhennan city has fallen and the demon clan has invaded, advancing all the way to the imperial city. The Duke of Zhennan is truly incompetent, and that so-called Xiao family is equally inept, unable to even defend their small territory. Amidst the overwhelming aura of terror, countless hearts are filled with dread and panic. Such a minor demon clan should not be so audacious. The false empress decisively emerged. The three formidable guardians of the strongholds also rushed forth, including the Duke of Xiang. Although the Duke was aware that this was a false empress, the invasion of the demon clan, particularly the presence of 5 formidable demon beings, rendered the distinction between the true and false empress irrelevant. What matters now is to repel the demons and safeguard the imperial city. Chapter 37. No worries, Ruoxue. Continue watching the performance. The sky was darkened by a multitude of demon clans, led by the 5 great transcendental beings. On the side of the Tianyuan Empire, the false empress took the lead, accompanied by the king of Xiang and the powerful guardians of the 3 strongholds, all in attendance. Both sides stood resolutely opposed to each other. In the square, the Imperial Forest Army initially intended to arrange for officials and various guests to evacuate. However, they unexpectedly discovered that the royal city square was enveloped by a formidable force, effectively sealing it off. No bird could escape. Brother Xiao, this is the inner domain demon king of the southern region. Su Ruoxue's expression turned icy. Inner domain demon kings typically refrained from participating in human conflicts, seldom appearing in human territories. It was astonishing to see one here today. Wait a moment, continue watching the show. However, I shall intervene, Xiao Changsheng replied solemnly. He then surged forth, but instead of attacking the demons in the sky, he directed his assault towards the crowd in the square. After subduing a few individuals, he returned. These scoundrels dared to insult Xiao Yuanshan and my Xiao family. They truly overstepped their bounds. Xiao Changsheng grumbled. Su Ruoxue remained silent for a long time. She had anticipated that Xiao Changsheng's intervention would be against the demon clans, yet he had targeted the guests who had just insulted the Xiao family instead. Brother Xiao, we truly cannot wait any longer. Su Ruoxue cast a worried glance at the sky, where the battle had erupted in full force. The strong fighters clashed violently, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The intensity of the confrontation was extraordinary. Though the battle appeared evenly matched, Su Ruoxue discerned at a glance that their side was in dire straits. In a confrontation of equal realms, the demon clans, with their formidable physiques and malevolent energy, held an advantage over human cultivators. Moreover, this false empress was utterly inept, barely reaching the level of a void realm cultivator, rendering her no match for the transcendental demon king. The guardians of the strongholds were also significantly lacking, with only the king of Xiang holding a slight advantage. Yet such an edge was insufficient to turn the tide of battle. Fear not, Ruoxue. Trust me, continue to observe. I assure you, you shall witness an unprecedented spectacle. Xiao Changsheng spoke lightly. Additionally, what are your thoughts on the king of Xiang? Is he worthy of further trust? The king of Xiang is wholeheartedly devoted to the empire, loyal to the core. Among the court's officials and military, few can compare, Su Ruoxue replied. Then let us save that old fellow once, Xiao Changsheng chuckled, his mind shifting slightly. Old man, have you lost your senses, working so hard? Open your eyes and observe closely. Do not be foolishly deceived, believing yourself a hero when you are merely being manipulated. Suddenly confronted by Xiao Changsheng's rebuke, the king of Xiang, amidst the fierce battle, was momentarily taken aback. Instead of becoming enraged, he began to scrutinize the situation carefully. Currently, the 3 kings of the strongholds were merely void realm cultivators, and the false empress could only be considered a void realm as well. It was evident that these individuals were no match for the transcendental demon kings. Yet they had not suffered defeat. Rather, they were merely at a disadvantage. This should not be the case. Such an anomaly could only imply one thing. They were staging a false contest. They were in collusion. But what could their purpose be? The Prince of Xiong found himself utterly perplexed. However, upon reaching this realization, he decided to cease his frantic efforts and instead adopt a more passive demeanor. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxue sensed the unusual happenings on the battlefield above, quickly deducing the underlying cause, a secret known only to generations of emperors, the merging of fortunes. Brother Xiao, this is truly dire, Su Ruoxue exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky as the false empress was launched into the air by a punch from one of the calamity-level demon kings, crashing forcefully onto the plaza. The remaining powerful guardians of the realm, including Prince Xiong, were also sent flying. The 5 calamity-level demon kings loomed in the sky, their overwhelming demonic aura enveloping the entire square, as countless terrifying presences spread among the crowd. Is this all they can muster? The Tianyuan Dynasty is but a fragile entity. A mere empress dares to oppose our demon kin. Today, the Tianyuan Dynasty shall face annihilation. The voice resonated throughout the universe, instilling despair not only in the imperial plaza, but also among the inhabitants of the entire imperial city. The empress had fallen. Prince Xiong had been defeated. The 3 great guardian houses had succumbed. What had be done? Was the Tianyuan Dynasty truly on the brink of extinction? Do not lose heart, my subjects. As long as I remain, the Tianyuan Dynasty shall not perish. The false empress resolutely stepped forward, her phoenix robe tattered, yet her expression unwavering, radiating an aura of deadly determination. The golden dragon, symbolizing the dynasty's fortune, had not dissipated. Instead, it grew even stronger, encircling her, roaring and intimidating the demon race. A flicker of renewed hope ignited in the hearts of the crowd. The false empress continued, her voice resounding throughout the imperial city. My loyal subjects, I now require your assistance. Unite your hearts and steadfastly place your faith in me, entrusting your fates into my hands. With such conviction, I can merge with the fortunes of the Tianyuan Dynasty. In due course, even the demon race shall fall before my hand. Such a method exists? Your Majesty, it all depends on you. The crowd cheered, long live the Empress. Countless individuals sincerely knelt, radiating golden light that intertwined with the golden dragon of fortune, making it even more formidable. The false empress began to attempt the fusion. Indeed, it was the technique of fortune merging, to siphon the imperial fortune for oneself. This was why they conspired with the demon race, deliberately crafting a desperate situation, allowing the imposter empress to win the hearts of the people and gain their absolute trust, a belief that was the sole condition for activating the fortune merging technique. The imperial fortune is the very foundation of the dynasty. If it becomes the possession of one individual, that person's fortune will become extraordinarily powerful. Yet the cost is that the Tianyuan dynasty would subsequently fall into a cycle of calamities, inevitably leading to its demise. But would these people care for the fate of the Tianyuan dynasty? Clearly not. Brother Xiao, we truly cannot afford to wait any longer. Su Ruoxue could not bear to witness the imperial fortune accumulated over millennia being siphoned away by treacherous individuals. She resolved to take matters into her own hands. Yet, once again, Xiao Changsheng restrained her. Ruoxue, I assure you, there is no cause for alarm. As I have stated, simply await the unfolding events. He maintained his calm demeanor. He then inquired, by the way, which generation of emperor is Su Honghu in the Tianyuan dynasty? The 7th generation, she replied, which makes him Ruoxue's great-great-grandfather. I have heard tales of his notoriously volatile temper, prone to annihilating families over trivial disagreements. Oh, that seems manageable, she remarked. Manageable? Nothing of significance, she dismissed. However, Xiao Changsheng refrained from revealing that during a previous visit to the imperial mausoleum, he had, in a moment of impulse, dealt a blow to the lingering spirit of this 7th emperor. Yet, one could hardly fault him. His actions were driven by the necessity to safeguard the dynasty's fortune sealed within those hallowed grounds. When that spirit insisted on intervening, Xiao Changsheng had no choice but to retaliate. Given that the seventh emperor bore no familial ties to Ruoxue, he felt justified in his actions. Chapter 38. Falsehoods, Falsehoods. All are false. In the Tower of Heaven, Yifeng gazed upon the imperial square with the unwavering belief of countless citizens. The golden dragon of fortune began to circle around the false empress, gradually merging with her essence. Excellent, splendid. Taking it all in, the corners of Yifeng's mouth couldn't help but curl upwards, a smile more difficult to suppress than the might of an AK. The imperial fortune that the false empress was absorbing would ultimately be transferred entirely to him. At that moment, his fortune would ascend to an unfathomable and terrifying level. Turning his gaze, Yifeng looked at the empress, who was still in deep contemplation. A light chuckle escaped his lips. How intriguing. Even now, you remain so composed. Which indeed takes me by surprise. Or perhaps, as the empress of the Tianyuan Dynasty, your true nature is one of cold indifference, utterly unconcerned with the fate of your realm. Noticing her continued silence, Yifeng couldn't help but snort derisively. Very well. I quite appreciate your hypocritical calmness. He then tilted his head and commanded, Mu Huangfei, let us commence. Yes. Mu Huangfei nodded, promptly setting up the formation and ritual to transfer the imperial fortune from the false empress to Yifeng. Soon, brilliant golden rays erupted from within Yifeng, his arms outstretched as if embracing the world, reveling in the splendor of the immense fortune accumulated by the Tianyuan Dynasty over millennia. However, Yifeng's expression subtly shifted. Why does this imperial fortune feel less potent and wondrous than I had envisioned? It even seems somewhat ethereal, giving off an impression of mere appearance without substance. Is it merely an illusion? After all, this is the culmination of thousands of years of imperial fortune, undoubtedly profound and mysterious. Since I have yet to fathom its secrets, it is only natural that I do not perceive its true strength, Yifeng used. This was the only rationale he could conjure. Otherwise, what could possibly explain it? Surely, this imperial fortune cannot be a fabrication. As the formation continued to operate, Yifeng absorbed all the imperial fortune from the false empress into his being. The golden radiance began to fade. Mu Huangfei stepped forward, inquiring, how does it feel? Yifeng furrowed his brows, persistently sensing an inexplicable dissonance. It felt as if someone were intrusively picking at his nose. No, step back. Yifeng suddenly realized something and shouted. Yet it was too late. Boom! The Tower of Heaven exploded. Billowing clouds of dust filled the air. Fortunately, the tower had been previously fortified with protective formations. Otherwise, it would have surely collapsed under the blast. As the dust settled, Yifeng found himself bleeding profusely from his abdomen, veins bulging on his forehead. His visage twisted into a fearsome grimace. Falsehood. It was all a deception. The imperial fortune was indeed a sham. Someone had been scheming in the shadows, deliberately allowing the false imperial fortune to be absorbed, intending to ensnare me. Yifeng ground his teeth in fury, utterly unable to fathom how the imperial fortune could have turned false. Who possesses the audacity to commit such despicable acts? This is madness. Falsehoods? Mu Huangfei was equally taken aback. The imperial fortune of the dynasty, unparalleled and supreme, was the culmination of the Tianyuan Dynasty's thousands of years of collective effort. Could it possibly be false? Who could it be? The Prince of Xiang? The lingering souls in the forbidden grounds of the royal tombs? Or perhaps, the King of Jinan? No, that was impossible. They could not possess such power. Various names flashed through Yifeng's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He then turned his gaze toward the seated empress. Approaching her, he seized her collar with a fierce expression and growled, I am exceedingly enraged. Reveal to me the identity of the mastermind behind all of this, or I should make you understand that sometimes death is but a luxury. Trust me, I always deliver on my promises. As Yifeng pondered, he found the empress's reactions throughout this ordeal to be exceedingly abnormal. With the dynasty on the brink of crisis, with its millennia of fortune at risk of being consumed, she remained utterly unperturbed. Yifeng had long been curious about her indifference, and now he realized. She must have known that the imperial fortune was a fabrication, which explained her complete lack of concern. She undoubtedly knew who the puppet master was. Very well, I shall tell you. The Empress finally opened her eyes and spoke slowly. The one behind all of this is, but before she could finish, Yifeng was met with a mouthful of phlegm splattered across his face. Seeking death, he roared in fury, unleashing a powerful strike. The formidable protective array of the Tongtian Pavilion, capable of withstanding the onslaught of a Tribulation Realm expert, suddenly collapsed, reducing it to a heap of rubble. Yi, my friend, calm your fury. Mu Huangfei managed to rise from the debris, having been caught in the shockwave of Yi Feng's enraged blow. Feeling as if her very insides had been shaken, her complexion pale as a ghost. Yi Feng stood in a daze, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. The force of his furious strike was indeed extraordinary, yet to think it could bring down the Tongtian Pavilion was inconceivable. And yet, it had crumbled. In that fleeting moment, Yifeng had sensed the emergence of an even more formidable force, emanating from the Empress. She had actually self-destructed. Such decisiveness, without a hint of hesitation? No, that couldn't be right. She too was a fabrication. The Empress was an illusion. As Yifeng meticulously recalled that instant, the truth dawned upon him. The imperial fortune was a ruse. The Empress was a falsehood. Everything was a deception, a mere illusion. Yifeng felt an overwhelming surge of rage ascend to his very core, nearly driving him to the brink of explosion. Whoever you are, I shall not allow you to evade my wrath. His visage twisted into a terrifying mask of fury. The sacred and noble aura he exuded sending chills down the spine of Mu Huangfei, a formidable being in her own right, who now trembled before his overwhelming presence. Feeling as insignificant as an ant, follow me to the Imperial Square. Plans have fallen through, and he has even been toyed with by others. Yifeng has resolved to no longer remain in the shadows. He seeks vengeance, determined to make the one who dared to mock him pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. However, at that moment, Yifeng suddenly seemed to recall something, his icy gaze falling upon Mu Huangfei beside him. I'm not a fake. I'm truly real. Mu Huangfei exclaimed in a panic, hastily attempting to clarify. Yi Dao, you must believe me. I am genuine, without a trace of falsehood. By the way, you have a red plum blossom mark on your backside, right? This should serve as proof of my identity. This peculiar red plum blossom mark had been discovered during their deeper exchanges. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng's murderous intent gradually dissipated. Since she was aware of this matter, the Mu Huangfei before him should indeed be authentic. Yet hold on, what if the fake also knows about this? And what if, during their previous in-depth exchanges, that Mu Huangfei was already an imposter? Chapter 39. She truly is the Empress. In the Imperial Square. Oh, Xiao Changsheng raised an eyebrow. The Tongtian Pavilion has collapsed. Earlier, while attending to nature's call, I inadvertently orchestrated the demise of the false Imperial Dynasty's fortune at the Royal Mausoleum. Upon departing from the underworld prison, the gift left for Yifeng, the false Empress, also detonated. That fellow must be seething with anger now. Xiao Changsheng mused with a chuckle. Casting a glance towards the Tongtian Pavilion, he turned to Su Ruoxue beside him and said, Ruoxue, the prelude has concluded, and now the main act is upon us. It is your time to shine. Su Ruoxue inhaled deeply several times, feeling a wave of anxiety at the thought of revealing herself before so many. Yet, for the sake of the Tianyuan Dynasty, she had no choice but to step forward. By the way, Ruoxue, take these, see if they prove useful. With a flicker of thought, 3 beams of divine light materialized. Su Ruoxue stared in astonishment. Brother Xiao, this, could it be? Indeed, keep them safe. Swift action is paramount. Once this battle concludes, another awaits us. Xiao Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. A blush crept across Su Ruoxue's delicate face as she gazed skyward, her eyes gleaming with determination. And she charged forth. Meanwhile, in the sky, the atmosphere had grown tense. The fortune absorbed by the false Empress had been siphoned away, yet her aura remained unchanged, even a tad weaker than before. This transformation did not escape the keen eyes of the cultivators within the square. Your Majesty, why have you weakened? Where has the imperial fortune gone? Nearby, the demon clan from the southern territory appeared equally perplexed, unsure of their next move. Should they continue the charade? Or had their mission reached its conclusion? In that moment of hesitation, an incredibly sharp beam of divine light erupted forth. One of the tribulation realm tiger demon kings, caught off guard, was pierced through, its very soul obliterated. The divine light slashed towards the heavens, radiating an overwhelming brilliance, as if splitting the sky itself in two. This is the sword chi of heavenly severance. The Xiang King's eyes widened, filled with exhilaration. The sword chi of heavenly severance can only be unleashed by a peerless powerhouse bearing the imperial bloodline. Such formidable power could only be wielded by one in the vast Tianyuan Dynasty. Empress Su Ruoxue, Your Majesty, you have finally revealed yourself. It is truly a blessing that you are unharmed. As the familiar figure graced his sight, the Xiang King's voice trembled with emotion. Su Ruoxue emerged, slaying the tribulation realm tiger demon king with a single strike, its soul extinguished. A wave of astonishment swept through the imperial square. What is happening? The tribulation realm demon king fell so easily, just like that? Who is she, this mysterious powerhouse? Wait, why does she look exactly like the Empress? Not just in appearance, but her aura is identical. Hold on, that celestial sword in her hand seems rather familiar. I recalled that there are rumors surrounding the founding emperor of the Tianyuan Dynasty, who possessed 3 bloodline treasures: the heaven-splitting axe, the heaven-slaying sword, and the soul-suppressing seal. Could the celestial sword in her hand be one of these sacred artifacts? The heaven-slaying sword? Just now, with a single stroke, she cleaved the heavens, displaying a magnificent divine might, characteristic of the sword's aura. Thus, it is evident. She is of the imperial lineage of the Tianyuan Dynasty? No, she is the Empress. The previous one was a mere impostor. As the realization dawned upon the crowd, the emergence of the sword's aura rendered any verbal clarifications unnecessary. The truth was as clear as day. You dare to slay the Tiger Demon King. You seek death, roared the enraged demon kings of the southern realms, their furious cries echoing through the heavens and the earth, shaking the royal city as if the apocalypse had descended. Come, Su Ruoxue commanded, as the supreme golden seal soared into the sky, hovering above the frenzied demon kings. The golden seal spun in the air, growing immensely in size, resembling a small mountain, radiating brilliant divine light that enveloped the realm. The demon kings felt as if the world was spinning, struggling to maintain their footing. The soul-suppressing seal, it suppresses the heavens. It subdues all things. The 3 items that Xiao Changsheng had given her were indeed the 3 great bloodline treasures: the heaven-splitting axe, the heaven-slaying sword, and the soul-suppressing seal. However, Su Ruoxue found it peculiar that the soul-suppressing seal had always remained in the hands of the founding emperor and had never been bestowed upon another. How had Xiao Gu acquired it? Perhaps it was due to his charismatic personality? Su Ruoxue shook her head, not dwelling further on it. Temporarily asserting control over the demon kings, she turned her expressionless gaze toward the false empress. You, just as the impostor attempted to speak, a sword light, swift as lightning, pierced through the void. The false empress's head was instantly severed, blood splattering as she perished on the spot. She likely never comprehended how her demise had come to pass. Powerful, exceedingly powerful. This is indeed our empress of the Tianyuan Dynasty. Countless people in the grand plaza marveled in awe. Su Ruoxue's icy gaze then fell upon the king of the north. You, who were personally appointed by me as the king of the north, now stand knowingly complicit with the false empress while aiding and abetting the wicked. Not only did you frame the king of the south, but you even went so far as to collaborate with the demon kings of the southern realms in treachery, intent on subverting the Tianyuan Dynasty. Such offenses are utterly unforgivable. Your Majesty, I am wronged, truly wronged. The king of the north lamented, dropping to his knees. It was true that he had framed the king of the south, but he had no knowledge of collaborating with the southern demon clans or attempting to overthrow the Tianyuan Dynasty. He was oblivious to the fact that the Empress was a fraud. In the prior battle, he had indeed noticed that the demons were not fighting with full strength. While it struck him as odd, he was content to play along with the charade. How had this made him a traitor? Wronged? A cold laugh escaped Su Ruoxue's lips. She was well aware that the king of the north was indeed wronged. Su Ruoxue could see that he was unworthy to even come into contact with Yi Feng, let alone partake in his schemes. He was merely an inconspicuous pawn in Yi Feng's hands, shrouded in mystery. However, since he had framed and plotted against the Prince of Zhennan, it was now time for Su Ruoxue to make him experience the bitterness of being wrongfully accused. At present, I have already obtained irrefutable evidence. Do you still dare to argue? How could I possibly spare you? As she spoke, Su Ruoxue unleashed another strike with her sword. With a sharp sound, just as before, the Prince of Zhenbei fell lifelessly to the ground, his demise tragic and his spirit extinguished. Within the imperial square, countless spectators gasped in astonishment. Her decisiveness in execution was ruthless, devoid of mercy. Indeed, she truly is the Empress. The princes of Zhendong and Zhenxi, you foolish and ignorant souls, have been deceived by a false Empress, nearly leading to catastrophic consequences. Nonetheless, considering your past merits, I shall confine you to your quarters for reflection, and you are not to leave even a step unless in the presence of an urgent military matter. Furthermore, each of you must compose a letter of apology to the Prince of Zhennan, starting at a minimum of 100,000 characters, with a tone of utmost sincerity, leaving no room for carelessness. Yes, we recognize our offenses. The two of them immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Yet, internally, they found themselves at a loss for words. What on earth is this absurd requirement of 100,000 character apology letter? Chapter 30, Come, let's battle. Only dogs run away. After the three individuals concluded their tasks, Su Ruoxue finally turned her gaze toward the king of Xiong. Your Highness, your wisdom and insight have shone brightly in recognizing the true identity of the false Empress. Moreover, your efforts to rescue me are indeed commendable. Thus, I have resolved to reward you handsomely. However, considering that you lack for nothing, let us proceed in this manner. The divine demon scroll in your possession, which seals countless malevolent entities, has burdened you with a constant strain of suppression. Henceforth, I shall take over the responsibility of containing it, thereby relieving you of your arduous toil. Just look at you, pale and with thinning hair. It is evident how much you have suffered. Upon hearing this, the corners of the king's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Were it not for that scoundrel, Xiao Changsheng, compelling her majesty to utter such words, he would have willingly endured the utmost humiliation in front of everyone. This rascal has no shame, concocting such a preposterous excuse. What suppression of malevolence! It is your divine demon scroll that harbors those vile entities. Taking a deep breath, the king endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. With the Empress's formidable return, he could afford to relinquish the divine demon scroll. It mattered little to him. Yet, he silently vowed that once this affair concluded, he would ensure that Xiao Changsheng swiftly departed. Otherwise, who knows how this scoundrel might influence her majesty. At that moment, a tremendous force erupted, causing the soul-subduing bell to tremble violently, with dark fissures appearing on its surface. Observing this, Su Ruoxue promptly stowed the bell away. Before her stood two figures. The true Empress had arrived. The three artifacts of the first Emperor's bloodline have also fallen into your hands. It seems I'm not far from uncovering the truth, Yi Feng declared, his aura menacing. Although he had taken a moment to ascertain the authenticity of the Mu Empress's identity, he was not too late. Meanwhile, the Mu Empress soared over to where the demon kings of the inner realm were gathered. We have fulfilled the tasks you previously entrusted to us. It is now time to provide us with the antidote. Indeed, we have even suffered the loss of the Yin Tiger Demon King. Human, you must honor your word. The demon kings stated gravely, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward the woman before them, yet feeling utterly powerless. Though her strength was lacking, her mastery of poison and sorcery rendered them incapable of resistance. For the sake of survival, they had obeyed her commands and ventured into the heart of humanity. Do not be so impatient. Once the matter is resolved, the antidote will naturally be forthcoming. Have you not seen the individuals in the square? Eliminate them, and the antidote shall be yours. The Mu Empress replied with a cold smirk. Within the plaza, the crowd seethed with rage. Mu Empress, how dare you to consort with the demon race and strike against us? You shall undoubtedly face dire consequences. Her Majesty will never let you go. A chorus of anguished roars echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The demon kings, bereft of options, could only submit to the commands of the human woman standing before them. Cease at once. Yi Feng pointed his finger, and a streak of spiritual light descended, compelling Su Ruoxue, who sought to assist, to retreat. Your opponent is me, Empress. However, before we proceed, I am quite curious about the identity of the person behind you. If you are forthright, I may consider sparing your life and that of the Tianyuan Empire. Yi Feng declared solemnly. Do you think you are worthy of knowing his name? Su Ruoxue scoffed disdainfully, though internally she was filled with trepidation. Before her stood Yi Feng, exuding an overwhelming aura, and even with 3 bloodline artifacts in her possession, she felt no certainty of victory. It appears you have never been a wise woman. Since you refuse to speak, then we shall make him reveal himself. A smirk played on Yi Feng's lips as he commanded, attack. Eliminate everyone here. Xiang Wang, do not presume I will spare you. Those who dare defy my orders shall meet their demise. Yi Feng swiftly intervened to block Xiang Wang, who attempted to impede the demon kings. Yet, he did not hasten to strike Xiang Wang. He wished for both to witness the agony of seeing all before them slaughtered, powerless to intervene. At that moment, a tempest suddenly erupted from afar. A vast, dark shadow loomed ominously, accompanied by a cacophony of curses. Boss, we have arrived. How dare anyone threaten our leader? They must be tired of living. I'll gore them with my horns. Kill. Devour them whole, leading a multitude of mysterious crimson clouds. A throng of demon beasts and humans surged forth with formidable might. The onlookers in the Imperial Square were left aghast. Where do these demon beasts come from? Who is the boss they speak of? Wait, ISNT, the Golden Sword Lion? The warden of the underworld prison, and that notorious thief who steals others' wives. What was his name? Wasn't he imprisoned in the underworld prison? How'd he end up here? Panic washed over the crowd as they realized the overwhelming presence of Blood Lien. The tyrant of the underworld prison had come seeking vengeance. The once subdued prisoners had now emerged, clearly intent on retribution. The crimson clouds enveloped the Imperial Square, and a pair of blood-red eyes glowed ominously, flickering in and out of sight. Wherever the crimson light touched, individuals collapsed, unconscious. Only one person remained unaffected. He stretched languidly and ascended into the air. The show is nearly over. It is time to conclude. Blood Lien, well done. When we return, you shall receive a reward. Yi Feng's gaze bore into Xiao Changsheng with unbridled hatred, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. So, it is you who orchestrated all this from behind the scenes? Had it not been for this individual, I would now be in a position to embrace both sides, endowed with the supreme fortune of the Imperial Dynasty, with the Heavenly Origin Dynasty firmly within my grasp. It is this person who has sabotaged my plans, resulting in the current predicament. What are you waiting for? Eliminate him. Yi Feng commanded in a low voice. The demon kings of the southern realm surged forth in unison. How dare he act against our leader right before our eyes? Gulme, let's engage in battle. Those who flee are but dogs. Let's see who fears whom. A cacophony of cries erupted as a throng of demons and humans from the nether prison charged forward. Though they may not possess the strength of those in the tribulation stage, their numbers were formidable, and they had an abundance of powerful demons in the void realm. With the enhancement from the cleansing heaven dew, they felt confident enough to face these formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, Xiao Changsheng paid no heed to the commotion, instead making his way directly to Yi Feng, his silence punctuated only by a smile as he scrutinized him. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over Yi Feng. The gaze directed at him felt akin to that of a predator eyeing a succulent prey. Chapter 41. As the protagonist, you dared to seize my treasure? Indeed, quite remarkable. With a scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Changsheng's eyes sparkled as he regarded Yifeng. Observe this robe, radiant and resplendent. Examine these battle boots, shimmering with golden light. Behold this sword, its edge glistening with menace. And this jade pendant, translucent and exquisite. Such treasures, one can conservatively estimate that they are of the high quality of the earth grade, perhaps even of the celestial grade. Compared to that previous pretender, Su Fan, Yifeng's stature and wealth truly embody the essence of a protagonist. To not seize these treasures would be a disservice to oneself. No, one cannot refer to the affairs of cultivators as theft. It is merely taking. Yet again, these treasures are destined to belong to oneself in the future. Thus it is not taking, but rather a rightful return to their original owner. The audacity of Yifeng, as a protagonist and child of fortune, to appropriate treasures that rightfully belong to me is utterly outrageous. You shameless scoundrel, how dare you seize my treasures? I shall not let you escape unscathed. Xiao Changsheng raised his massive fist, fury driving him forward. Witness my unmatched fist of supremacy. Yifeng, momentarily bewildered, thought, Seize your treasures? When did I ever seize your treasures? But he did not dwell on it. As Xiao Changsheng charged, he swiftly brandished his sword in retaliation. Swish! The celestial sword cleaved through the void, sending ripples of energy through the air. Xiao Changsheng was pierced by the blade. Yet Yifeng furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar sensation reminiscent of his encounter with that false empress in the Tianyuan pavilion. This is an illusion. A wave of alarm surged within him. But it was too late. The real Xiao Changsheng materialized behind him, his colossal fist crashing down with ferocity. Yifeng was sent crashing into the ground, the palace crumbling around him, debris burying him beneath its weight. However, he soon reemerged, seemingly unscathed, save for his pristine robe, now dusted with remnants of the battle. And even the divine radiance about him diminished considerably. Upon seeing this, Xiao Changsheng's fury ignited. You, impudent scoundrel! How dare you damage my golden lawn feather garb? How can you face me after such an affront? At the mention of the garb, Yifeng felt a surge of indignation. Your golden lawn feather garb? When did it become yours? How can you have the audacity to utter such words? Moreover, was it not you who unleashed that punch? Did you not cause the destruction? How can you brazenly lay the blame upon me? Not far away, King Xiang, engaged in a fierce battle with the demon kings of the southern realm, was also observing this altercation. Initially concerned that Xiao Changsheng might be the mysterious mastermind, he now found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for the fellow. To be targeted by such a shameless scoundrel as Xiao Changsheng is indeed a stroke of misfortune. Yifeng brushed off the dust from his attire, his expression dark as ink, a relentless aura of murderous intent surging forth. With a mere thought, an overwhelming presence descended. In that moment, the heavens shifted, thunder roared, and an incessant cacophony erupted, as if the very sky were howling in rage. At this instant, all present were struck with terror, instinctively halting their actions. It was not only the formidable force that had just manifested, but also the extraordinary phenomena unfolding in the heavens. The divine thunder is brewing, and the atmosphere is thick with an air of impending doom. This is the might of the heavenly Tao. He, indeed, has shattered his shackles and attained the sacred realm. Su Ruoxue clenched her silver teeth and murmured, Throughout history, the most formidable beings in the Kanglan realm have been those at the tribulation stage. Once they attempt to transcend this limit and enter the sacred realm, they face the punitive wrath of the heavenly Tao. The mildest consequence is severe injury and regression in their cultivation, while the gravest fate leads to instant demise. Over the millennia, countless extraordinary talents have perished under the heavenly Tao's sanctions, and not a single soul has successfully broken through. Yet, to her astonishment, Yifeng has indeed achieved this breakthrough. A true master of the sacred realm. How did you accomplish this? Xiao Changsheng inquired with curiosity. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that the treasures Yifeng currently possessed, such as the golden lawn feather garment, were artifacts he should not have acquired until much later in the original narrative. Wait a moment. The future? Could it be that this fellow has traversed back from the future? This notion could indeed elucidate his remarkable breakthrough into the sacred realm, as later in the original storyline, he successfully paved his own path and ascended to the sacred realm. So he is a reincarnator. This is splendid. The more Xiao Changsheng contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. The treasures on this fellow's person must extend far beyond what is visible, his innate magical artifacts, along with that top-tier heavenly stage weapon that once allowed him to dominate the Kanglan realm, surely must be among them. This rascal, wielding his own treasures so brazenly, is utterly outrageous. With a deep breath, Yifeng slightly restrained his cultivation level. He could not unleash his full power, for in his current state, he would be utterly incapable of withstanding the heavenly Tao's retribution. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was effectively at the threshold of the sacred realm, separated from the tribulation stage experts by an insurmountable chasm. However, as Yifeng raised his gaze, he anticipated that Xiao Changsheng would be intimidated and timid. To his surprise, this fellow was grinning, a mischievous grin, even more audacious than before. A surge of fury welled up within Yifeng, and he charged at Xiao Changsheng, engaging him in combat. In mere minutes, he had already lost his temper multiple times. He could not find peace until he dealt with this rascal. The power of being half a step into the sacred realm was indeed formidable, and after a fierce exchange, Xiao Changsheng felt the disparity. Yet, with his status as the foremost tribulation stage expert, he could still manage to retreat without suffering defeat. In contrast to Xiao Changsheng, Yifeng felt an overwhelming urgency. The window for unleashing the power of the sacred realm was limited. During this time, he had to eliminate Xiao Changsheng. More critically, as his strength surged, the divine thunder in the sky was rapidly gathering, rumbling ominously. It would not be long before divine punishment would descend upon them. Withstanding this heavenly Tao retribution was no trivial matter. With this in mind, Yifeng immediately withdrew, ceasing this futile tug-of-war. With a flicker of thought, he produced a golden decree. He turned to Xiao Changsheng, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and threatened with an air of triumph. Perhaps you are unaware of the events unfolding within the abyssal prison at this very moment. Oh, I am quite curious to hear about it, replied Xiao Changsheng with a light chuckle. At this juncture, my subordinates have penetrated deep into the abyssal prison, reaching the depths of the 9th layer. There lies a pool of malice, accumulated over millennia. Once I ignite the pool of malice, an eruption of countless malevolent energies will ensue. At that moment, not just the abyssal prison, but the entire imperial city will be engulfed by this insidious corruption. The consequences are dire, and I trust one need not elaborate further. So, you are threatening me? Indeed. Should the edict shatter, they shall spring into action. What say you? Shall we negotiate terms? Terms? Xiao Changsheng laughed heartily. In truth, I'm merely a locksmith. What do you mean by that? Do you possess the means? How many keys do you hold? Yifeng's expression darkened gradually. It appears you are not the wisest of individuals. However, that is inconsequential. While you may disregard the safety of the imperial city, others do not. Your Majesty, the Empress, it is your turn to take the stage. Eliminate him, or else I shall transform this imperial city into a desolate wasteland. Chapter 42. Truly, it is the ancestral treasure of the Xiao family. Su Ruoxue, what is it that makes you smile? Did you not hear my words? Act immediately, or do not blame me for being merciless. As Su Ruoxue inexplicably laughed, a wave of inexplicable unease surged within Yifeng, prompting him to bark his command. However, the response he received was a cold and merciless sword strike from Su Ruoxue. This strike did not harm Yifeng, but it shattered the decree in his hand. With a resounding bang, the decree exploded. Yifeng stood there dumbfounded. Su Ruoxue, have you lost your mind? Do you truly care nothing for the lives of countless souls in this imperial city? Yet soon, Yifeng was astounded to discover that there was no commotion emanating from the direction of the nether prison, nor did the anticipated terrifying malevolence, accumulated over millennia, erupt. What is happening? Yifeng was filled with horror as he noticed that the demon and human beings emerging from the nether prison, including Shuel Yin, bore no trace of malevolent energy. Where has the malevolence gone? Has it been purified? Impossible. That was a terrifying accumulation of energy over thousands of years. In his past life, when Yi Feng attempted purification, it cost the lives of more than 10 powerful beings in the Dongxi realm. Despite such a grievous toll, he managed to purify barely 1/5. How could it be so completely absent now? Was it you who did this? Yi Feng's gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Xiao Changsheng. Return the treasures on your person, and I shall reveal the truth to you. Umph, you shameless scoundrel. Do not think that I will be intimidated by such tactics. With a cold snort, Yi Feng's thoughts stirred, and a blood-red flag suddenly soared into the air. As the flag appeared, the heavens darkened, as if even the divine thunder of the heavens was somewhat eclipsed. The air was filled with mournful wails, and the space within the flag twisted, as if something was about to erupt. Brother Xiao, be careful, Su Ruoxue warned, her brows furrowing. She sensed that the blood-red flag was exceedingly terrifying, and even the Zhutian sword in her hand began to behave uncontrollably. Oh, a mid-grade heavenly artifact, the Blood Soul flag? Xiao Changsheng's eyes shone with an alarming brightness. The Blood Soul flag, one of Yi Feng's life treasures, could absorb the souls of countless powerful beings and refine them for his own use. Truly remarkable. Xiao Changsheng immediately rebuked, "You shameless scoundrel. You even dare to steal my Xiao family's ancestral treasure, the Blood Soul flag. It has caused my family to dwindle over the years, with disciples perishing and suffering due to your misdeeds. Are you even human? Today, as the ancestor of the Xiao family, I shall avenge the disciples who have perished over the years. I will eradicate you, this shameless scourge, this malignant tumor, and restore peace to the Kanglan realm." Xiao Changsheng stood resolutely, his words full of righteous indignation. Xiao Daoyou's fearlessness is truly exemplary for countless cultivators in the Kanglan realm. Everything relies on you, Xiao Daoyou. The prince awaited a future opportunity to celebrate with his friend Xiao. Meanwhile, the king of Xiang, with great reluctance, uttered words of flattery. He swore it was the most insincere and repugnant statement he had ever made. Yet, he had no choice. That scoundrel Xiao Changsheng had threatened him through sound transmission, insisting he praise him or face a beating. The king of Xiang had no alternative but to comply. Regret washed over him. He should never have deceived this rascal into the Tianyuan Imperial Dynasty. Utterly tedious, unleash. With a command from Yi Feng, countless remnants of souls, refined by him, surged forth from the Blood Soul banner. These remnants were once formidable beings from the Kanglan realm, subdued upon Yi Feng's rebirth. Among them, a few were strikingly familiar to Xiao Changsheng. Isn't this the forbidden ground of the Imperial Mausoleum? The remnants of our ancestors, the emperors? He mused. You actually refined them? Yet, if you have refined them, why do remnants still linger in the mausoleum? All right, you need them to suppress the imperial fortune of the Tianyuan Dynasty, thus only partially refining them. Xiao Changsheng analyzed to himself. Yi Feng, however, couldn't help but sneer. You are not mistaken. Although not completely refined, they are sufficient to deal with you. As the words fell, countless remnants charged forward. Despite being mere fragments, their strength had been remarkably enhanced through the refinement within the Blood Soul banner, rendering them almost indistinguishable from their former selves in terms of power and presence. Be careful, Brother Xiao. Su Ruoxue rushed forward, the divine aura of her Zhutian sword enveloping her. At that moment, however, the remnant of the first emperor suddenly formed hand seals, unleashing a terrifying bloodline aura. The Zhutian sword instantly broke free from Su Ruoxue's grasp, forcefully flying to the side of the first emperor's remnant. Not only that, but even the Kaitian axe and the town soul seal followed suit. Deprived of these three bloodline treasures, Su Ruoxue felt a surge of despair. Yet, Xiao Changsheng's spirit sword. The power of the Blood Soul banner was indeed formidable. It could refine a remnant to such a degree. Truly, it lived up to the legacy of the Xiao family's ancestral treasures. However, Xiao Changsheng's tone shifted, a serene smile gracing his face. I believe you are aware that the Blood Soul banner possesses a flaw, correct? And what of it? Yi Feng dismissed it nonchalantly. A flaw? Indeed, it exists, and I am aware of it. The flaw of the Blood Soul banner lies in the fact that no one can truly refine it to become their own treasure. If one encounters a foe whose strength surpasses that of the user by a significant margin, the Blood Soul banner will break free from control and become the foe's treasure. But does such a person exist? No. I've already reached the threshold of semi-holy realm. In this Kanglan realm, let alone those whose strength surpasses mine, there is not even another at the semi-holy level like myself. Thus, what difference does it make whether the flaw exists or not? What do you think? Xiao Changsheng taunted. You must understand that this flaw is fatal. Xiao Changsheng's gaze shifted subtly, and in an instant, his aura vanished entirely. Sensing this change, Su Ruoxue looked at him with curiosity. Xiao Go, what has happened to you? Suddenly, thunder roared from the heavens, its ferocity amplified several-fold. The overwhelming might of the divine thunder was astonishing. Yi Feng's pupils constricted in shock. The holy realm, the true holy realm. Xiao Changsheng's actual strength was indeed that of the holy realm. How could this be possible? In his past life, he was merely a discarded ancestor of a worthless family. How had he returned to this life as such a formidable being, a true powerhouse of the holy realm? More critically, he was unleashing his power without restraint, entirely disregarding the need to suppress himself, provoking the heavenly Tao to fury as divine thunder roared and divine punishment loomed. How could he dare to act so recklessly? Did he truly not fear the wrath of the heavenly Tao? Chapter 43. Come, play, and revel. Noticing the tumultuous thunder rolling across the sky, Su Ruoxue squinted, soon realizing the gravity of the situation. Brother Xiao has unleashed the terrifying power of the sacred realm. He has suppressed his aura, rendering me completely oblivious to his strength. The chasm between the sacred realm and the tribulation realm is indeed vast. How remarkably powerful Brother Xiao has become. Su Ruoxue had always believed her brother's talent to be rather unremarkable, but it appears now that he has been concealing his true abilities. However, a sense of concern began to creep in. The heavenly Tao's divine punishment is growing increasingly formidable. Is Brother Xiao truly unafraid? The heavenly Tao's divine punishment? Xiao Changsheng glanced upward, then scoffed derisively. What nonsensical divine punishment do you think I fear? Ridiculous. I am Yi Feng, the son of destiny. The mere heavenly Tao does not intimidate me in the slightest. If you possess the audacity, then strike. Whoever is cowardly is but a dog. Xiao Changsheng hurled insults at the sky, simultaneously utilizing his ability to forge a false identity, completely masking himself in Yi Feng's aura. Yi Feng was livid, nearly choking on his own fury. Are you out of your mind? Is there something seriously wrong with you? Yi Feng had been anxious about incurring the heavenly Tao's divine punishment, hence refraining from fully unleashing his past life as power. Yet now, this scoundrel not only wishes for death, but dares to impersonate him. Even the aura has been meticulously replicated. The divine punishment does not discern by appearance. It judges solely by aura and fortune. Consequently, Yi Feng watched helplessly as a portion of the divine punishment's thunder loomed ominously above him, menacingly close. A significant portion, indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng took flight, disregarding his blood soul banner in his haste. If this punishment were to strike, it would be fatal or leave him gravely wounded. Keep going, don't run. Is this how you show cowardice? How about barking like a dog first? Xiao Changsheng secured the blood soul banner, then immediately pursued. Don't flee. Come, let's play. Revel in the moment. You of all people, a reincarnated being blessed with immense fortune, should not be reduced to this wretched retreat. Look at your current state. You resemble a frightened dog. As Xiao Changsheng chased, he continued to taunt. Having unleashed divine power, his strength had surged from the peak of the tribulation realm to the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Truth be told, he hardly regarded the heavenly Tao as divine punishment with any seriousness. It was merely trivial. Moreover, he noticed that the divine punishment above his head was diminishing, while that over Yi Feng was increasing. This nearly made him laugh aloud. Could it be that his low fortune and Yi Feng's strong fortune were the cause? Does the heavenly Tao preferentially target those with greater fortune? Regardless of Xiao Changsheng's relentless provocations, Yifeng remained resolute, sprinting forward with unwavering determination, causing the inferior-grade battle boots on his feet to emit smoke from strain. However, it is precisely for this reason that within a mere few minutes, they swiftly escaped the Tianyuan Dynasty and arrived at a dimly lit mountain range shrouded in an aura of mystery. If memory serves correctly, this appears to be the Abyss Forbidden Land, mused Xiao Changsheng, furrowing his brow slightly. At the heart of the mountains lies an unfathomable chasm, reputed to be the largest and most perilous forbidden zone in the Kanglan realm. Countless formidable beings have ventured into its depths, yet most have met with demise. The few who returned bore no spoils, only irreparable internal injuries. Regarding the Abyss Forbidden Land, they remained tight-lipped, though whispers circulated about the presence of both opportunity and dread within its confines. The original narrative offered scant details about the Abyss, merely indicating its extreme peril. Thus, Xiao Changsheng was not well-versed in its nature. Upon arriving, Yifeng unhesitatingly plunged into the abyss, cloaked by the enigmatic aura of the surrounding mountains. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Xiao Changsheng followed closely behind. Regardless of the dangers lurking within the abyss, he could not afford to let this individual escape. When dealing with such protagonists, one must eradicate them entirely, leaving no roots behind. Once immersed in the abyss, Xiao Changsheng was immediately enveloped by an endless darkness, rendering him utterly disoriented. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that this was a realm untouched by the heavenly Tao. As the divine retribution above him disintegrated upon entering the Abyss Forbidden Land. No wonder Yifeng sought refuge here, Xiao Changsheng realized. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he sensed no presence whatsoever. Where had that rascal Yifeng gone? After attempting to extend his spiritual perception to no avail, Xiao Changsheng could only shake his head in frustration. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. With a mental command, he summoned the Blood Soul Banner. Now, empowered by his thoroughly perfected sacred realm cultivation, the Blood Soul Banner had recognized him as its master. And all the remnants of souls that Yifeng had painstakingly gathered and refined had become his subordinates. Moreover, he had inadvertently acquired one more. Within the Blood Soul Banner, a faint figure emerged, revealing none other than the son of the Northern King, Chun Siyu. "Hey, wake up!" Xiao Changsheng exclaimed, delivering a few sharp slaps to rouse him. Where is this place?" Chun Siyu stammered, utterly bewildered. Previously, the true Empress had made her appearance, and the Northern King was executed by her hand, plunging Chun Siyu into a state of despair. Seizing the moment when the Empress was distracted, he attempted to escape stealthily, but before he could make his move, the demon clan from the underworld prison had attacked, rendering him unconscious. Now awakened, surrounded by the oppressive darkness, terror gripped his heart. "Where am I?" "This is the Abyss Forbidden Land. If you wish to remain alive, you must surrender the ring you possess," Xiao Changsheng stated coldly. Upon hearing the name of the Abyss Forbidden Land, Chun Siyu nearly fainted again. Struggling to maintain composure, he trembled as he asked, "Senior Xiao, if I give you the ring, will you truly spare me?" "Certainly. I assure you in the name of the elder of the Xiao clan." "Very well. I shall relinquish the ring to you." Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Siyu handed over the ring, recognizing that while it held immense fortune and potential, preserving his life was of utmost importance. Indeed, this ring was connected to that Yifeng, following the aura emanating from the ring. It should not be difficult to locate that individual. A smirk appeared at the corner of Xiao Changsheng's mouth as he turned his gaze towards Chun Siyu with a gleeful expression. "Senior, according to our previous agreement, you ought to spare me and return me home," Chun Siyu said feebly. "Very well." No sooner had the words left his lips than Xiao Changsheng acted decisively. With a single strike, he crushed Chun Siyu's skull, causing his brain matter to spill forth. Chun Siyu was utterly oblivious even in his final moments. Xiao Changsheng carelessly discarded the lifeless body, for the Blood Soul Banner did not collect refuse. As for the earlier assurance, how laughable. As a villain, do you truly believe my words? Chapter 44. So this Heaven Demon Pearl is mine now? Within the abyssal Forbidden Land, Xiao Changsheng followed the aura emanating from the ring, delving deeper into the darkness. Soon, he sensed an unusual presence. It was not Yi Feng's energy, but rather a more familiar entity that piqued his interest. Xiao Mengjun? That little demoness from the demon sect. How could she possibly be here? Indeed, Xiao Ke had mentioned that she had ventured into the abyssal Forbidden Land. Xiao Changsheng decided to take a detour to ascertain the situation, especially since Xiao Mengjun still owed him a debt. Beneath the abyss, Xiao Mengjun was fleeing desperately, pursued by over a dozen powerful dark shadows, leaving her in a state of disarray. What madness is this? Am I not simply in possession of a heaven demon pearl? Must you resort to lethal force? She exclaimed. Have you not heard the saying that a gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence? I could return it to you. As she spoke, Xiao Mengjun tossed an object into the air, which shimmered in the pitch-black surroundings. The shadows were momentarily captivated, but soon realized they had been deceived and resumed their furious pursuit. Hey, what are you doing? Did I not return it to you? True, one is a heaven-grade treasure, the Heaven Demon Pearl, and the other is merely a glass ball purchased from market, but each possesses its own merits. Is a glass ball not visually appealing? This is a fair trade. Can you not exhibit some reason? If you continue to chase, I will summon reinforcements. Have you heard of my little brother, Xiao Changsheng? That fellow is formidable. Even the Linglong Sword Immortal has been thoroughly subdued by him. Should you pursue further, I will call him over to deal with you. Xiao Mengjun kept glancing back, shouting frantically, when she suddenly collided with someone ahead. Who dares to obstruct my path? Are you tired of living? Step aside at once. Or believe me when I say, I will break your limbs. Dazed, she began to curse, but upon closer inspection, she recognized the figure before her. No, she recognized him exceedingly well. Xiao Senior Xiao, how fortuitous. You arrived just in time. These ruffians are bullying me. Please, lend me your strength to deal with them. As a respected elder of the Kanglan realm, he would surely come to her aid, right? Alas, I am not an esteemed elder, but rather a shameless villain. Thus, I shall not intervene. Xiao Changsheng replied with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Xiao Mengjun's face fell instantly. She had forgotten that while he was indeed powerful, his character was decidedly lacking. Just look at the predicament of the Linglong Holy Land's leader. He had ended up as a mere gatekeeper. Without regard for Xiao Changsheng's willingness to help, she swiftly hid behind him, seeking the safety of his presence. The dark shadows swiftly closed in, their murderous intent fixated upon the two. Xiao Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. Among these shadows, he sensed an inexplicable familiarity. What manner of creatures are these? Xiao Changsheng inquired, glancing back. It was evident that these shadows were far from human, and scarcely could they be deemed living entities. Alas, it is a tale of woe. Xiao Senior, you cannot fathom how unfortunate I truly am, Xiao Mengjun lamented. By mere chance, I arrived here, intending to seek out treasures, and stumbled upon an ancient palace beneath the abyss. I scoured the palace, but found naught. Just as I was about to depart, the statues within the palace suddenly came to life and pursued me relentlessly. I nearly perished at their hands, were it not for your timely intervention, Xiao Senior. Is that so? Xiao Changsheng nodded slightly. Indeed, Xiao Senior, these creatures are no benign entities. Please take action swiftly, for the sake of ridding the Kanglan realm of this menace. Urged Xiao Mengjun. No rush, Xiao Changsheng replied with a smile, producing a pitch-black spirit orb in the palm of his hand. Since you found nothing, does that mean this heavenly demon orb belongs to me? Suddenly, Xiao Mengjun's expression darkened, realizing in shock that this rascal had pilfered the heavenly demon orb. Return it. It belongs to me, she exclaimed, her urgency prompting her to reach out for it. Simultaneously, the emergence of the heavenly demon orb sent the shadows into a frenzy, charging heedlessly towards them. Xiao Changsheng swiftly restrained Xiao Mengjun with one hand while delivering a powerful punch, distorting the void and causing the shadows to dissolve into nothingness, leaving only a flicker of golden starfire. This glimmering golden starfire caught Xiao Changsheng's attention. It was pure and fervent, exuding an air of supreme pride. The Phoenix clan? Phoenix Princess? He recalled that during the ceremony, the Phoenix Princess had not made an appearance. So, she had been brought here? Xiao Changsheng furrowed his brow. This starfire was derived from the essence of the Phoenix Princess's power. The Phoenix clan, reborn from flames, possessed a formidable, life-restoring essence, particularly so for the Phoenix Princess. It was indeed this starfire that had animated the statues within the palace. It seems that Yifeng intends to orchestrate something grand. Xiao Changsheng stowed away the heavenly demon orb and addressed Xiao Mengjun behind him. There is no time to attend to your matters now. However, remember this. You owe me an agreement for my discretion. Report to the Xiao family in a few days, or else. You know my disposition. I hold grudges and do not easily forgive those who vex me. With that, Xiao Changsheng disregarded Xiao Mengjun and followed the aura indicated by the ring. Hey, don't run away. Xiao Mengjun's face darkened. She was unfazed by the threat. At worst, she could simply return and never come back to the Kanglan realm. Yet, the heavenly demon orb had been taken from her. No, for the sake of my mother, I must retrieve the celestial demon pearl. With a firm resolve, Xiao Mengjun set off in pursuit. Shortly after delving into the abyss, she quickly located Xiao Changsheng. However, before him floated a crystalline throne, upon which sat a refined and handsome young man. He lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a smile gracing his lips, as if awaiting the grand arrival of Xiao Changsheng. From this individual, Xiao Mengjun sensed an unprecedented danger. At that moment, he rose from his throne, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. Xiao Changsheng, you dare to chase me here, truly. Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept past, and Xiao Mengjun realized that Xiao Changsheng had already lunged forward, seizing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of blows upon the man. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless assault continued until the man was forced to unleash his own power, finally managing to repel Xiao Changsheng. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Mengjun was left speechless. The elegance and handsomeness had vanished, leaving behind a figure resembling a battered and bruised pig. Chapter 45. The Pseudo-Immortal Grade Artifact. In an unexpected turn of events, Yifeng was struck fiercely by Xiao Changsheng, leaving him enraged to the point of wanting to spit blood. You truly are insane, not even allowing me a moment to speak. Xiao Changsheng, however, was not inclined to wait for idle chatter. The duration of his divine power was limited, and he needed to swiftly eliminate his opponent. Otherwise, should his strength wane, it would spell disaster. As Xiao Changsheng prepared to strike again, Yifeng decided to dispense with words. With a flicker of thought, a magical artifact emerged from within him, soaring into the sky. It was a mirror, intricately carved with mysterious and profound runes. In the dim, lightless abyss, it shone like a radiant sun. A heavenly grade artifact? Xiao Mengjun exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. The value of a heavenly grade artifact was already immense, capable of inciting frenzied competition across the 10 realms. And this was a superior grade one, even rarer. Once revealed, it would undoubtedly provoke a tempest of bloodshed. She stared in horror at Xiao Changsheng. What sort of monster had he provoked? His depth of power was unfathomable, and he possessed a superior grade heavenly artifact. Curse you! You even dared to steal my Kunlun divine mirror. How shameless! Xiao Changsheng cursed in exasperation. Yifeng had long since developed an immunity to such shamelessness. He immediately activated the Kunlun divine mirror, unleashing a blinding radiance that enveloped Xiao Changsheng entirely. Xiao Mengjun was inadvertently caught in the brilliance as well, feeling utterly immobilized, her body racked with pain as if being scorched by the sun's intense rays. Quick, think of something, she urged, beads of sweat pouring down her forehead. She had heard of the Kunlun divine mirror, said to originate from the long-extinct ancient era. The current brilliance was akin to solar gold, and under its suppression, both her body and soul would be incessantly burned, reducing her to ashes without a trace. Think of something? What do you expect me to conjure? Xiao Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Initially, Xiao Mengjun felt a flicker of despair, believing he was out of options. To her astonishment, however, Xiao Changsheng simply stepped out of the radiant range of the Kunlun divine mirror. Indeed, it was evident that with just his current strength and the Kunlun divine mirror, he could not fully subdue him. Yifeng was not surprised. He had sensed earlier that Xiao Changsheng's power was vast, far beyond mere saintly realms. Nevertheless, he was well prepared. "Everyone attack," he commanded. As his words fell, a wave of terrifying auras erupted from the depths of the abyss, revealing the presence of formidable tribulation-crossing experts. These energies were forcibly infused into the Kunlun divine mirror, causing the solar gold radiance to swell several times, once again suppressing Xiao Changsheng. Wherever the brilliance reached, the very fabric of space began to warp and dissolve. "Xiao, Senior, help me." Xiao Mengjun was overwhelmed, her consciousness beginning to blur. Xiao Changsheng squinted his eyes. "Indeed, Feng Ji has been brought here by you. It appears you intend to utilize Feng Ji's primordial power to resurrect some of the long-dead souls, do you not? For instance, what about the subordinates from your past life?" "You are quite astute." Yi Feng returned to the crystal throne, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips. However, it was already too late. Although they had not yet fully resurrected, they were awakening, and with their powers, the current Kunlun Divine Mirror was comparable to a celestial-grade artifact. Even if you were a formidable sage, what of it? You would surely be unable to withstand the might of a celestial-grade treasure. In response, Xiao Changsheng smiled lightly. "A celestial-grade artifact, they say, can slay immortals. And indeed, that is the case. However, your forced enhancement of the artifact's power can only be deemed a pseudo-celestial-grade artifact. Compared to a true celestial-grade treasure, it is nothing more than scrap metal. So what? That is more than sufficient to deal with you." Yi Feng retorted. "You say so, therefore it must be true." Xiao Changsheng ceased his banter, letting out a low shout as his cultivation surged forth, unrestrained and wildly explosive, under the power of the divine. This was his first full-scale eruption, the pinnacle of the sage realm, an overwhelming force that caused the surrounding space to ripple and distort. Yi Feng immediately lost his composure, his expression shifting dramatically. He had suspected that Xiao Changsheng was no ordinary sage, but he had not anticipated that this individual was astonishingly powerful. Such terrifying strength must be nearing the late sage stage. No, he had reached the pinnacle of the sage realm, a level he had never achieved in his previous life. Yet today, in this realm where the heavenly path would impose retribution upon sages, he had accomplished it, away from a once disgraced family in his past life. Wait a moment. Something is amiss. Yi Feng suddenly noticed that the dreadful aura, which had been surging explosively, had abruptly extinguished, vanishing without a trace. What is happening? Could there have been an unforeseen mishap? Yi Feng pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him, prompting a derisive laugh. "It appears you have employed some unknown secret technique to forcibly elevate your cultivation level, allowing you to reach such heights. Nevertheless, that reckless eruption has ultimately surpassed your limits, and now you are suffering the backlash. Your body must be in distress, is it not?" Yi Feng chuckled with pride, viewing Xiao Changsheng as a fish on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. "Hey, you're not really out of commission, are you?" Xiao Mengjun said with difficulty. Xiao Changsheng was their only hope, and if he truly faltered, she feared for her own life. "The little girl speaks so harshly. What do you mean by out of commission? A man cannot utter such words, understand?" Xiao Changsheng retorted, rolling his eyes. He then turned to the smug Yi Feng and sighed. "I have indeed misjudged the situation." However, before Xiao Changsheng could finish, he suddenly vanished from the golden rays of the sun. By the time Yi Feng realized and instinctively sought him out, Xiao Changsheng had already returned, though he had brought several others with him. The individuals appeared to be in a state of half-consciousness, their vital essence flickering like a distant flame. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that each chest bore a cluster of golden flames, ceaselessly igniting, reviving these seemingly lifeless beings. "Are these your subordinates? Your ruthlessness is astonishing. They have only just shown signs of revival, and yet you forcibly extract their power to enhance the Kunlun Divine Mirror. How? How did you manage this?" Yi Feng was utterly astounded. How had Xiao Changsheng located them and brought them here? It must be noted that below lies a terrifying ancient prohibition capable of slaying even those of the sacred realm. Xiao Changsheng offered a faint smile, disregarding Yi Feng's astonishment. With a mere flicker of thought, the bodies of those individuals abruptly erupted, leaving no trace of bones. Their souls extinguished. Yi Feng opened his mouth, only to find that no sound emerged. A glance downward revealed that his chest had been entirely pierced through, and his golden feather robe had inexplicably been removed. Bang! A dreadful force swelled within Yi Feng, culminating in an explosive outburst. Ultimately, it transformed into a dark, unremarkable firework amidst the void. Chapter 46. How detestable the scoundrel is. Sigh, is he truly dead? Just like that? So simply? Xiao Changsheng found it hard to believe. His spiritual sense swept across 100 miles, and indeed, there was no trace of Yi Feng. He was genuinely deceased. How could this fellow not even summon his divine fortune? As one of the protagonists in the original tale, Yi Feng was undoubtedly a child of destiny. Yet his divine fortune had inexplicably failed to manifest. Could it be due to his reincarnation? Xiao Changsheng did not dwell on it further. After all, this scoundrel was dead, and that was sufficient. Moreover, no one could feign death and escape under his watchful gaze. For the reason was clear. Xiao Changsheng's cultivation at this moment was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Indeed, upon first harnessing the power of the divine, Xiao Changsheng triggered a 10% chance. When he fully unleashed his strength before, he was astonished to discover that within him lay an even more formidable power of the Emperor realm, countless times more powerful. In this era, the Emperor realm symbolized absolute invincibility. Commanding the heavens and earth, no one could stand in his way. Even if the heavenly Tao were to arrive, it would have to respectfully acknowledge him. Alas, this state was only temporary. Xiao Changsheng would soon weaken. With a flicker of thought, streams of golden light materialized before him. When he had struck Yi Feng down, he had conveniently reclaimed his treasures that had been stolen. The golden robe of feathers, a low-grade celestial artifact. The dusty battle boots, a low-grade celestial artifact. The flowing cloud jade sword, a low-grade celestial artifact. The glimmering jade pendant, a mid-grade celestial artifact, coupled with the previous high-grade celestial artifact. The Kunlun divine mirror. The bounty from vanquishing Yi Feng far surpassed what he had obtained from dealing with Su Fan. Both were protagonists of the original narrative, both favored by fate. Yet how could one be so vastly inferior? Beside him, Xiao Mengjun gazed at the array of treasures, her mouth nearly watering with desire. To accumulate such a wealth of treasures all at once, this fellow had struck it rich. If she acted cute and played the part, perhaps he might be inclined to gift her 1 or 2 items in a moment of joy. As Xiao Mengjun pondered this, she suddenly became aware of Xiao Changsheng's gaze. Instantly, a chill ran down her spine, and without hesitation, she turned to flee. Yet, she was swiftly caught by Xiao Changsheng. "Have you forgotten what you owe me?" he remarked with a teasing smile, tugging at her ear. Aye. No, senior, that hurts," Xiao Mengjun exclaimed pitifully. "Hurts? Yet you didn't seem to feel pain when you fled from the Linglong Holy Land. Nearly a month has passed. The debt you owe has surely accrued interest. So consider your options." Xiao Changsheng released her. Xiao Mengjun rubbed her stinging, heated ear, casting an irritated glare at Xiao Changsheng. She contemplated kicking him while he was distracted, but decided against risking her life. Instead, her large eyes twinkled, and a sweet, charming smile graced her lips. "Senior Xiao, I certainly remember the debt from our wager. However, I am merely an insignificant character. What significance is there in dealing with me at your whim? How about I introduce a remarkable individual to you, my esteemed predecessor? She is quite formidable, possessing a renowned reputation in the neighboring demon realm, where even the formidable demon lords of the tribulation stage willingly succumb to her charm. Ah, is it true that such a person exists? I am intrigued to learn more about her prowess." Upon hearing this, Xiao Changsheng's interest was piqued. The demon realm, akin to the Kanglan realm, is one of the 10 realms. It is a domain dominated by demonic sects, where various factions vie for supremacy, rivaling the Kanglan realm in strength. To have such a powerful figure who can command the respect of those demonic overlords is indeed a sight Xiao Changsheng yearns to behold. Moreover, in the demon realm, there is also Xiao Changsheng's former love interest, the enchanting Qianmei, who he had once pursued. According to the narrative, It seems that the storyline involving the demonic sects is progressing swiftly. Truly, she is remarkable. I assure you, my esteemed predecessor. When the time comes, I shall facilitate your introduction and assist you in winning her over. She is rather pitiable, despite her outwardly glamorous demeanor. Long ago, she was deceived by a scoundrel, leaving her unable to escape the shadows of her past, and she has even fallen gravely ill as a result. Xiao Mengjun sighed in disappointment, casting a hopeful glance at Xiao Changsheng, for her hopes rested solely upon him. Although his character may leave much to be desired, his strength is undeniable, and his affluent background suggests a sense of responsibility. Not to mention, he possesses striking good looks. He is truly a rare gem in the realm of cultivation. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might capture my mother's heart and help her move past that scoundrel and emerge from her heartbreak. Even if that fails, the Tianma Pearl still resides with him, does it not? Encountering a scoundrel? What a misfortune that is. Scoundrels are utterly despicable. They're the bane of my existence. Xiao Changsheng exclaimed with indignation. Indeed, Xiao Mengjun wholeheartedly agreed, clenching her tiny fist. If I ever come across that wretch, I will personally dismember him and feed him to the dogs. As for the journey to the demon realm, Xiao Changsheng has set the departure for 10 days hence. Meanwhile, there are matters to attend to within the Tianyuan Dynasty. With a flicker of movement, Xiao Changsheng returned from the depths of the abyss with another person, Feng Ji. At this moment, Feng Ji appeared weakened, having been forcibly stripped of some of her essence by Yifeng. However, this was of little concern, as the Phoenix clan can rejuvenate from a mere drop of blood, rendering the loss of essence negligible. Xiao Changsheng's mind stirred as he activated the system. Feng Ji's favorability remained at 100, yet no corresponding rewards were obtained. It seems that uncovering the secrets within Feng Ji in the near future may prove challenging. Let us depart, he declared, waving his hand and instantly transporting Xiao Mengjun to the outskirts of the abyssal forbidden zone. The moment they exited, a wave of weakness washed over him, rendering Xiao Changsheng incapable of flight, relying solely on the wind-dust battle boots to remain aloft. The side effects of this divine power are indeed apparent. Xiao Changsheng's face turned ashen, his body utterly drained as if he had engaged in an epic battle with 10 wealthy and beautiful women for 10 days and nights. At this moment, he truly felt overwhelmed. Take me back to the Tianyuan Imperial Dynasty, he said to Xiao Mengjun. Now, he had no choice but to rely on her, otherwise. In his current state, returning on his own would take an eternity. You. Xiao Mengjun's gaze flickered, recognizing his frailty. He was completely defenseless. If I strike now, the demon pearl will be mine. I could even beat him up and vent my anger. The thought flashed through her mind, but she quickly shuddered and shook her head. Foolish. Truly foolish. This scoundrel must be feigning weakness to test her. If she dared to act, he would surely seize her. And then she'd be at his mercy again, perhaps even forced into some humiliating, one-sided agreement. Had it been anyone else, Xiao Mengjun wouldn't have overthought it. But facing the cunning patriarch of the Xiao family, she felt she hadn't considered enough possibilities. This bastard is truly shameless and treacherous. A sudden unease gripped her. Did I make a mistake by introducing my mother to him? Chapter 47. I am a bastard. My words are as meaningless as flatulence upon returning to the Tianyuan Dynasty. The affairs here were nearing conclusion. Yifeng's accomplice, Mu Huangfei, had been captured by Su Ruoxue, and those coerced into invading from the southern domain had received the corresponding antidotes. At this moment, Su Ruoxue was preparing to deal with them when she noticed Xiao Changsheng had returned and hurriedly approached him. Brother Xiao, what has happened to you? She asked anxiously, seeing Xiao Changsheng in such a weakened state. She began to examine him, searching for any injuries. Cough, it's nothing, just a bit exhausted, Xiao Changsheng replied, feeling the public scrutiny. If there were to be any touching, it should wait until they return home. He then entrusted Feng Ji to Su Ruoxue, urging her to take good care of the princess of the Phoenix clan. Afterward, he approached Mu Huangfei. At that moment, Mu Huangfei's hair was disheveled, and she had lost her former elegance, appearing as destitute as a beggar on the street. Nearby, the seventh princess, Su Hongwan, had also been brought in, though she was currently in a state of unconsciousness. I am curious. Why did you choose to assist Yifeng? Xiao Changsheng inquired, puzzled. Although she was the former emperor's consort and held considerable respect in the imperial city, why had she chosen to betray? What is wrong with pursuing the strong? Mu Huangfei lifted her head and chuckled lightly. I hail from the witch clan of the western regions. Had it not been for my ambition for strength, I would have perished long ago amidst the internal strife of my clan. Without the pursuit of power, I would never have stood out and been noticed by the former emperor. Had I not sought strength, I would not have survived the fierce competition during the nine-dragon struggle for the throne. Yifeng was strong enough, thus I chose to follow him. It's as simple as that. Now that Yifeng has fallen by my hand, and I surpass him in strength, will you follow me? Xiao Changsheng stated calmly. I will, she replied earnestly. If I were to say that the price for following me is for you to kill Su Hongwan with your own hands, would you? Suddenly, Mu Huangfei, with an expressionless demeanor, struck with her right hand, piercing Su Hongwan's heart. Blood spattered onto her face, yet she showed no sign of change, as if the life she had just extinguished belonged to a mere stranger, entirely disconnected from her. Xiao Changsheng was taken aback. This woman was indeed ruthless. Well, since you have accomplished that, I shall grant you this opportunity, he said, turning to approach the southern domain's inner demon clan, casting a deliberate glance at Xiao Mengjun. Just as Mu Huangfei intended to kneel in gratitude, Xiao Mengjun suddenly struck, ending her life. Xiao Changsheng turned back to cast an impassive glance. My apologies. I am a bastard, and my words are as hollow as flatulence. I have never been one to keep promises. A woman like Mu Huangfei, capable of turning on her own daughter, would not be allowed to remain close. One could never tell when she might turn against him, posing a latent threat. Moreover, the moment she chose to assist Yifeng in harming Su Ruoxue, her fate had been sealed. Without further regard for her, Xiao Changsheng approached the inner demon clan of the southern domain. One of the demon kings trembled as he stepped forward. Alas, my fellow cultivators, we are merely coerced by this woman's poison, forced into this predicament. I hope you can understand, one of them pleaded. Yet if I were to stab you, would you not claim it was under duress as well? Could you find it in your heart to forgive me? Xiao Changsheng retorted. A profound silence enveloped the room. All the demon clans shut their eyes, as if awaiting the inevitable approach of death. However, Xiao Changsheng's tone shifted, a light chuckle escaping his lips. It seems I never declared an intention to slay you, did I? The demon clans remained unmoved, completely disregarding his words. They had witnessed the prior events and dismissed his declarations as mere empty rhetoric, unworthy of belief. Xiao Changsheng, taken aback, insisted I speak the truth. I harbor no desire to kill you. My words are my bond. Why do you not trust me? Not only the demon clans, but also Xiao Mengjun, standing nearby, regarded him with disdain. You claim to be trustworthy, yet such a notion is a rarity in this world. She harbored concerns that he might renege on his previous promises made to her. Seeing the demons still unresponsive, Xiao Changsheng felt a weariness settle upon him. I shall reiterate, I do not wish to take your lives. Of course, while you may escape the death penalty, the living penalty is unavoidable. You are formidable demons of the Southern Territory, no doubt possessing substantial wealth. Upon your return, each of you shall contribute some treasures to the Lord of Southern Town, now known as in town. The specifics of your offerings are for you to decide. However, should I find your contributions unsatisfactory, I shall personally pay you a visit to discuss the matter. Moreover, you are to strictly regulate the actions of the demons within your domain. Any interference in the battles between the Tianyuan Dynasty and the outer demons shall not be tolerated. Should I discover any violations, it will not merely result in the annihilation of your clan. Enough. I have said what needed to be said. Now be gone. In the Southern Territory, the various demon clans coexisted in a delicate balance. Should these beings perish here, that equilibrium would shatter, potentially inciting radical factions to launch aggressive assaults against the Tianyuan Dynasty. Such turmoil would render the Southern Territory a land devoid of peace. Thus, Xiao Changsheng contemplated their release, intending to address the chaos in the Southern Territory at a later time. Upon hearing this, the Southern demons felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that this individual truly intended to spare them? Or was it merely a ruse to strike when they were unsuspecting? As they remained motionless, Xiao Changsheng's patience waned. Leave, all of you depart. I shall count to 3. If you do not leave before he could finish, the demons hastily fled, each one outpacing the others in their haste. Finally, his gaze fell upon the demons and imprisoned cultivators of the nether prison. This time, your assistance in battling our foes shall not be forgotten. However, your past transgressions are grave, and your merits cannot outweigh your sins. Those who must atone shall return to their confinement. Certainly, when your sentences are finally served, feel free to seek me out at the Xiao residence. I, Xiao Changsheng, assure you that you shall not be treated poorly. This promise shall remain steadfast, whether it spans 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. The moment the demon clans and cultivators heard this, they were filled with exhilaration. The prospect of following their elder brother and securing his favor was utterly delightful. As for imprisonment, the current realm of the underworld prison, having been purified by the cleansing essence of the sky's dew, has transformed into a sanctuary brimming with spiritual energy, akin to a sacred ground for cultivation. Even if given the chance to escape, they would choose to remain. Some nearing the end of their sentences would rather extend their stay by a few more years. The demon clans and human cultivators returned, shoulder to shoulder. However, Xiao Changsheng captured Shui Lian once more. This individual possessed unique abilities and would simply remain at the Xiao residence. After all, he had been forcibly summoned by the king of Xiang and had not committed any heinous acts. With matters in the imperial city settling down, Xiao Changsheng turned his gaze to the south. Next, it would be the turn of Zhenan's city. Chapter 48. The Prince of Southern Town is here. Who dares to act rashly? In the southern region, the city of Zhenan stands under siege. The monstrous army has encamped less than 10 miles away. A dark and oppressive mass, the air thick with malevolence. Within Zhenan, the atmosphere is fraught with tension, as the city is under martial law and its inhabitants are gripped by fear. For years, Zhenan has enjoyed tranquility, unaccustomed to such turmoil. Inside the Lord's mansion, the city lord, Su Linfeng, surveyed the assembly of military leaders and powerful cultivators, his voice grave as he inquired about strategies to repel the invading monsters. Yet, silence reigned in the hall, an unsettling quiet that weighed heavily on all present. Among them was Xiao Yan, who felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of the dire situation. Outside the city, the monstrous horde numbered over 100,000. While the defenders within had dwindled to a mere 30,000 due to years of peace, their combat prowess utterly insufficient to match that of the invaders. Having returned from Jinan City, Xiao Yan had directly witnessed the ferocity of the southern monsters, particularly the formidable leaders among them, whose combined strength could rival even the most powerful of cultivators. A deep sorrow filled his heart. Zhenan was destined to repeat Jinan's tragic fate. After a prolonged silence, one voice finally broke through. "My lord, the monstrous army stands at our gates, and Zhenan is isolated and without aid. It is difficult for us to withstand them with our current numbers. Thus, I dare to suggest. Speak plainly. There is no need for hesitation," Su Linfeng urged. "I propose we negotiate with the monsters, surrendering Zhenan to them, with the condition that they refrain from indiscriminate slaughter and do not harm us." The man boldly declared, "What folly is this? To abandon resistance? To negotiate with the monsters? If you are unwell, seek treatment elsewhere. Do not act madly here." Xiao Yan could not contain his scorn. "Do you truly believe the monsters can be reasoned with? If we were to do so, their first act upon entering would be to slaughter everyone. For the monsters, human blood is a great delicacy. They would never let us go." Xiao Yan had witnessed the horrific scenes of the monsters' rampage in Jinan City. Had it not been for the foresight of Xiao Yuanshan in orchestrating an evacuation, the casualties would have been far greater. Am I the one who is unwell? Xiao Yan, I believe it is you who has lost your senses. You have seen the monstrous forces outside. To resist with our meager numbers would be tantamount to seeking death. Do we have any choice but to surrender? The man countered, his tone unwavering. The expressions of the gathered leaders shifted, though they remained silent, the man's words resonating with unspoken thoughts. To survive, it seemed that surrender was indeed the only viable option. With a mocking laugh, the man continued, "The monsters are not entirely beyond communication. If we approach them with sincerity and offer some cultivation resources, I believe they would spare our lives. Moreover, those who managed to escape from Jinan City, led by Xiao Yan, have long since established a profound enmity with the demon clan. My lord, I propose that we immediately apprehend them and hand them over to the demons for their disposal, thereby demonstrating our sincerity." As his words echoed, the gazes of all present in the hall fell squarely upon Xiao Yan and his companions. Can you not possess a shred of dignity? A true man, born of heaven and earth, ought not to surrender without a fight, nor feel any shame in doing so. In the pursuit of immortality, one must cultivate the heart. Have you wasted the courage and integrity you have forged over the years upon mere beasts? Xiao Yan rebuked vehemently. Spare us your trivialities. It is not for a coward like you to dictate our course of action. You brainless fools of Jinan City, had you surrendered to the demon clan sooner, perhaps you would not have faced such a disastrous fate of annihilation. Indeed, it is possible that these demons have come solely to eradicate you. Had you not intervened, they would never have launched an assault on Jinan City. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Depart at once. Jinan City does not welcome your kind. Begone. Within the hall, the cacophony of condemnation grew ever louder. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, seething with rage, yet feeling utterly helpless. These individuals, utterly cowed by the demons, exhibited a fierce bravado only when confronting their own. Leave if you must. I am scarcely inclined to linger here. When those demons invade the city and turn their backs on you, I shall relish witnessing whether you can still flaunt your bravado, as you do now. As Xiao Yan prepared to depart, a sudden burst of spiritual light erupted from the main seat, forcibly halting their exit. You cannot leave. The city lord, Su Linfeng, spoke slowly. Your presence is essential for negotiations with the demon clan. Your lives are required as sacrifices. This act is for the countless citizens of Jinan City. I trust that you, noble souls, will not refuse such a noble cause. Will you? Xiao Yan's expression darkened considerably. Even the city lord Su Linfeng advocated for surrender, sealing the fate of Jinan City. Undoubtedly, they would meet their demise. Su Linfeng, a formidable being of the Void Realm, could easily overpower them. When will the second ancestor return? Xiao Yan lamented inwardly. Seize them, Su Linfeng commanded, and the strong within the hall surged towards Xiao Yan and his companions. Just as they prepared to fight to the death, a sharp and haughty cry pierced the sky. Accompanied by a resounding voice, it reverberated throughout the city lord's estate. The king of Jinan is here. Who dares to act recklessly? Boom! Two figures descended from the heavens, crashing through the ceiling of the hall and landing before the astonished assembly. The second ancestor, Xiao Yan exclaimed joyfully. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. The reputation of the king of Jinan was known throughout the southern territories. Despite the recent defeat, his prowess was beyond question. To have defended Jinan City for decades, one must possess absolute strength. King of Jinan, I did not expect your swift return. However, your timing could not be more unfortunate. Su Linfeng rose slowly, his demeanor icy. Xiao Yuanshan paid him no heed. Instead, with a sweeping motion of his hand, a surge of energy erupted forth. Boom! A figure was propelled against the wall of the Grand Hall, his body contorted grotesquely, no longer resembling a human being, meeting a tragic end. It was none other than the first individual who had proposed surrender moments ago. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The king of Jinan had arrived and wasted no time in dealing a fatal blow. Truly a ruthless character. How dare you kill him in my presence? Su Linfeng's expression darkened further. For someone to be slain before his very eyes was an audacious provocation. While others might fear Xiao Yuanshan, Su Linfeng felt no such trepidation. The two were of comparable strength, one the lord of Jinan City and the other of Jinan City. Due to Jinan City's repeated victories against the demonic invasions and countless merits, he had been bestowed the title of King of Jinan. This had long been a source of discontent for Su Linfeng. Xiao Yuanshan then sneered, stating that with the impending battle, Such treacherous individuals who sow discord should not be spared, lest they waste resources. You, Su, as the esteemed lord of Zhenan City, would heed the slander of others and contemplate surrender? From this day forth, perhaps it would be best for you to relinquish your position as lord of Zhenan City to another. Chapter 49. A new patient arises, Xiao Yuanshan. Do you wish to dismiss me? Regardless of your title as the so-called king of Southern Town, you hold no such authority. Su Linfeng bellowed, his palm crashing down upon the table, shattering it to splinters in a fit of rage. Here lies the imperial decree bestowed by His Majesty. Do you dare question my authority? Xiao Yuanshan scoffed, the golden edict shimmering in his grasp, blinding the eyes of all present in the hall. The golden edict, indeed a genuine imperial grant. How could he possess such an edict, akin to that which is reserved for those of monumental merit? It possesses the power to strike down nobles above and eradicate treacherous ministers below. What shall we do now? It must be a forgery, unequivocally, a mere wretch from a defeated city. How could His Majesty bestow such an honor upon him? It must be a counterfeit. Audacious fool! How dare you forge the Emperor's decree? Today, I, the city lord, shall not let you escape unscathed. Su Linfeng roared, his aura erupting from his cultivation at the Void Realm. He soared into the sky, condensing a colossal fist the size of several dozen feet, plummeting from above. The sheer might of this strike threatened to obliterate the hall into dust. The crowd gasped in terror, hastily retreating to safety, leaving only Xiao Yuanshan standing firm. Worthless. Even now, you dare to spout nonsense. How could I possibly spare you? Xiao Yuanshan coldly snorted, resolutely advancing forward. The onlookers anticipated a fierce battle of equals. Yet to their astonishment, as the two forces collided, Su Linfeng's massive fist crumpled as if fashioned from mere paper. No, it cannot be. Stay back. In Su Linfeng's eyes, filled with dread, Xiao Yuanshan surged forward, delivering a punch that resonated with a violent sonic boom. Su Linfeng crashed heavily to the ground, the shockwave leveling the entire city lord's manor. All present inhaled sharply in disbelief. Su Linfeng lay in a pool of his own blood, his breath fading, his body becoming a lifeless, cold shell. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanshan remained unscathed, even composed and unflustered. The crowd was struck with astonishment. Despite their previous parity in strength, the chasm between them had widened to an unfathomable extent. Xiao Yuanshan surveyed the room, his expression devoid of emotion as he coldly declared, the city lord of Zhenan, Su Linfeng, is feeble and incompetent, seeking to surrender the city to the enemy. Today, he has been vanquished by my hand. Do any of you dare to voice dissent? We do not dare. The king of Southern Town is wise. The crowd immediately knelt in trepidation, setting aside the king's golden decree, which authorized his actions. It was his formidable prowess that silenced any objections. As soldiers of Zhenan City, amidst the invasion of the demon race, it is our duty to bravely fight and protect the innocent behind us. Should anyone dare to utter the words retreat or surrender, I shall show no mercy. We do not dare. The crowd trembled, prostrating themselves on the ground, fearful of incurring the king of Southern Town's wrath. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the city gates. Xiaoyan's expression immediately changed. Second ancestor, it is the demon clan assaulting the city. How fortuitous. You all, heed my command and join me in battle. We obey. At the city gate, as Xiao Yuanshan and the others arrived, the demon army had already besieged the city, their malevolent aura reaching the heavens, dark clouds looming ominously above, suffocating the atmosphere with palpable danger. Second ancestor, the demon clan has amassed a force of 100,000. Besides the 3 demon kings from the previous siege of Southern Town, 2 more demon kings have arrived. The coalition of 5 demon kings renders the situation grim. Xiaoyan spoke solemnly. His words were rather understated. In his view, this was an inevitable death trap. During the previous siege of Southern Town, they had struggled against 3 Void Realm demon kings, let alone the current scenario. Moreover, the second ancestor had been compelled to act previously, swiftly dispatching Su Linfeng, yet he was still an adept of the Void Realm. The second ancestor could not possibly appear as untroubled as he seemed, and significant energy must have been expended. Thus, their chances of victory were even slimmer. However, contrary to expectations, Xiao Yuanshan laughed heartily. Good. How fortuitous. I fear they would not come. Xiao Yan, issue a decree. In the forthcoming battle, let the soldiers within Zhenan City rally and repel the invading forces to safeguard the city. As for the main demon army and those 5 demon kings, leave them to me. Xiao Yan's countenance darkened. He desperately wanted to ask, second ancestor, have you lost your senses? One man standing against 5 void realm demon kings. Not to mention the main force of 100,000 demons? Absurd. Who does he think he is? Xiao Yan felt despondent. The madness of the ancestor had yet to be resolved, and now the second ancestor was similarly afflicted. The Xiao family was surely doomed. With resignation, Xiao Yan replied, very well, second ancestor, I shall relay your orders. However, but what? It's nothing. Just a query about that immortal healer Su Banjian you mentioned earlier. Does he still exist? Su Banjian? He vanished after the fall of Southern Town. Why do you ask? Oh, right. You previously stated you would seek him out for medical assistance, correct? Indeed, there may now be an additional patient, and if we cannot locate Su Banjian, the consequences could be dire. Xiao Yan spoke with a bitter tone. Haha, if that is the case, I shall dispatch more men to search for him after the battle concludes. After all, this matter is rather urgent. By the way, Xiao Yan, I forgot to inquire. Who is this patient you mentioned? Is it related to our Xiao family? Xiao Yuanshan asked curiously. Xiao Yan did not respond, merely offering a perfunctory chuckle. If the second ancestor were to discover that the patients he referred to were the ancestor and the second ancestor himself, he could guarantee he would be beaten to a pulp. Before long, outside Zhenan City, the demon clan launched a full-scale assault. As previously arranged, the forces of Zhenan City focused on defending the city, while only Xiao Yuanshan charged forth into battle. He was soon encircled by 3 formidable demon kings: the Wind Rider Tiger King, the Celestial Bull King, the Spirit Moon Serpent King. They are also old acquaintances from the previous battle in Zhenan City. Zhennan Wang, we meet again. What a delightful coincidence, remarked the Wind Rider Tiger King with a cold chuckle, his sharp fangs glinting ominously, reminiscent of the most lethal weaponry in existence. Little brat, you were fortunate to escape last time. This time, you shall not evade. Come, let us engage in some exercise. The Sky Demon Bull King laughed heartily, giggling. Zhennan Wang, you have returned. How exhilarating. The Spirit Moon Snake King swayed her serpentine body, her voice sultry. You fled too swiftly last time. I had yet to inflict sufficient torment. This time, I can finally enjoy myself to the fullest. Ah, it appears the 3 demon kings are in high spirits, remarked Xiao Yuanshan, a smirk dancing on his lips. Coincidentally, I too am quite pleased. Therefore, in honor of this joyous atmosphere, I have resolved to present a grand gift. The 3 demon kings felt a sudden chill sweep over them, and by the time they comprehended the situation, the Sky Demon Bull King's head had been severed, and his 2 indomitable horns lay shattered, staring at the lifeless body of the Sky Demon Bull King beside them. The Wind Rider Tiger King and the Spirit Moon Snake King were left astounded, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Chapter 50. A step back? Do you even deserve it? Xiao Yuanshan, this is impossible. What has transpired? Are you truly Xiao Yuanshan? The 2 great demon kings, recovering from their astonishment, found it hard to believe. Not long ago, Xiao Yuanshan was merely a trivial figure in their eyes. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, he had vanquished the heavenly Demon Bull King. How could he have achieved such a feat? What a formidable king of the South. It seems we have underestimated you. The other 2 demon kings, sensing the shift in power, rushed forward. With all 4 demon kings present, the Wind Tiger King and the Spirit Moon Snake King felt slightly reassured. Their murderous intent directed at Xiao Yuanshan. To their astonishment, they discovered that not only did Xiao Yuanshan show no fear, but he appeared even more exhilarated. This is splendid indeed. It seems today I, Xiao Yuanshan, shall undergo a transformation. Xiao Yuanshan laughed heartily, his aura surging forth, and in an instant, he was entangled in combat with the 4 demon kings. The sky echoed with deafening explosions, and the battlefield below momentarily froze in disbelief. Xiao Yin stared in shock at the heavens. Although his perception was unclear, he vaguely sensed that at this moment, the second ancestor was facing four opponents and, astonishingly, gaining the upper hand? Could it be true? Am I misinterpreting this? Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, and a mushroom cloud blossomed. Xiao Yin was struck with terror, his body trembling involuntarily. No, it cannot be. The Spirit Moon Snake King is dead. Another demon king has fallen. The great battle had scarcely begun, and already, two demon kings from their side have been slain, all at the hands of the second ancestor. How terrifying! With the demise of the Spirit Moon Snake King, the battle temporarily halted. The remaining three demon kings, once brimming with arrogance, now bore expressions of profound fear. If the heavenly demon Bull King had fallen to a sneak attack, the Spirit Moon Snake King had perished in a head-on confrontation. To face four and still manage to kill one. This was a testament to absolute power. It was at this moment that the three demon kings fully comprehended a singular truth. Xiao Yuanshan had undergone a transformation beyond recognition. Even united, they were no match for him. Come on, come fight. This is just the beginning. You are all from the outer realms. Surely you won't back down so easily? Come, let us battle for 300 rounds. Xiao Yuanshan was consumed by a wild excitement, reveling not only in the satisfaction of vengeance, but also in the surge of power from absorbing the demon cores of the heavenly demon Bull King and the Spirit Moon Snake King, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Void Realm, even brushing against the threshold of the Tribulation Realm. If he were to eliminate these three before him, he would undoubtedly break through to the Tribulation Realm. To Xiao Yuanshan, the three demon kings were no longer threats, but delectable prey, more enticing than anything else in the world. Stop! Halt! Xiao Yuanshan, shall we have a discussion? The Wind Tiger King could no longer restrain himself, and spoke up. This king concedes that you are indeed formidable. However, our demon army numbers 100,000, and even you cannot contend with that. If we continue to fight, the demon army will breach the walls of Zhenan City, and I need not elaborate on the consequences. Perhaps it would be wise for us to take a step back. You cease your aggression, and we shall withdraw our forces, allowing us both to coexist in peace. What do you think? Take a step back. Do you deem yourselves worthy? Xiao Yuanshan's eyes reddened with fury as he shouted. When you laid siege to Zhenan City, did you ever contemplate taking a step back? When you slaughtered the soldiers and civilians of Zhenan City, did you ever consider taking a step back? When you personally tortured Little Tiger before me, did you ever think of taking a step back? Now you tremble, you cower, and wish to retreat. Retreat to where? If I do not slay you wretched scoundrels today, I shall no longer be called Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan, have you lost your mind? Do you truly not care for the safety of Zhenan City? The Wind Tiger King bellowed. The safety of Zhenan City? How dare you, worthless demon, threaten Zhenan City? Xiao Yuanshan scoffed repeatedly, casually tossing a scroll into the air. The scroll soared, slowly unfurling, transforming into a divine tapestry of considerable size. From within the tapestry, beams of divine light shot forth, illuminating the area before Zhenan City. When the divine light faded, the three demon kings were astonished to discover a regiment of valiant cavalry, perfectly aligned, clad in cold armor, their faces concealed by masks, heads wrapped in black cloth, curved sabers at their waists, and silver spears on their backs. They rode fierce black steeds, exuding an aura of dominance and bloodlust. They stood in perfect formation, and to their astonishment, there were indeed 100,000 of them. Kill! With a single command from Xiao Yuanshan, the 100,000 cavalry charged fiercely into the ranks of the demon army, bravely engaging the enemy. The demon forces were instantly thrown into disarray, suffering heavy casualties. The three demon kings were astounded. What kind of divine tapestry was this, capable of concealing such an unstoppable cavalry force? I have stated before that you are unworthy. Do you now comprehend my meaning? Xiao Yuanshan laughed with triumph, his figure moving like a phantom as he lunged towards the Wind Tiger King. Compared to the other two demon kings, the Wind Tiger King was weaker and thus easier to eliminate. Save me. The Wind Tiger King was greatly alarmed. It was stunned to witness the other two demon kings turn and flee without hesitation the moment Xiao Yuanshan attacked. They were afraid, truly afraid. Faced with the unparalleled might of Xiao Yuanshan and the 100,000 valiant cavalry, they understood they had no chance of victory. Remaining here would mean certain death. Those damn scoundrels, I shall not spare you. The betrayed Wind Tiger King seethed with rage. Against Xiao Yuanshan, it was retreating steadily, utterly outmatched. With a furious roar, the Wind Tiger King crushed a jade pendant it carried with great effort. In a fleeting moment, a terrifying aura emanated from several formidable Tribulation Realm powerhouses within the distant southern territories. "Ancestors, save me!" roared the Wind Tiger King, hastily calling for aid. Originating from the southern expanse, it was merely undergoing trials in the outer realms. Yet faced with this imminent peril, it resolutely sought assistance. In an instant, several figures of inner-domain demon kings rushed forth, their overwhelming Tribulation Realm presence enveloping the area, plunging the once hopeful soldiers of Zhenan City back into despair. Xiao Yuanshan furrowed his brow, acutely aware that although he was not far from the Tribulation Realm himself, the overwhelming might of these inner-domain demon kings left him feeling profoundly powerless. Even if he were to break through to the Tribulation Realm, he doubted he would stand a chance against these formidable foes. Nevertheless, Xiao Yuanshan did not retreat even a single step. He understood that today, as Zhenan City was not akin to the previously fallen Jinnan City, the citizens had yet to evacuate, and his withdrawal would herald an unprecedented catastrophe. "Kill him, ancestor! Kill him!" The Wind Tiger King exclaimed with fervor, initially believing that only their ancestor would come to their rescue. It was a surprise to see other demon kings arriving as well. With so many Tribulation Realm ancestors present, eliminating a single Xiao Yuanshan should be a trivial task. However, the elder of the Tiger clan wore a grave expression. It stepped forward with utmost reverence and bowed deeply to Xiao Yuanshan. "I am Waya, the ancestor of the Tianhu tribe, and I pay my respects to the human monarch of Zhennan." Chapter 51. What should I do? What should I say? "Old ancestor, what are you doing?" "He is the enemy, having annihilated countless formidable members of my tribe." "Quickly slay him." The king of the Wind Tigers was utterly bewildered. His own ancestor, a transcendent being of the Tribulation Realm, had an illustrious reputation within the southern domain. Yet now, he was showing such deference to a mere human in the Void Realm. What was happening here? The king of the Wind Tigers felt as though he had plunged into an abyss under the fierce glare of Waya, who had fixed him with a penetrating stare, making him feel that uttering another word could lead to his demise. Xiao Yuanshan was equally perplexed. Why was the ancestor of the Tianhu tribe treating him with such reverence? He could not recall ever having met him. Could it be that this individual had mistaken him for someone else? No, he was well aware of Xiao Yuanshan's identity. There was no possibility of a mix-up. While Xiao Yuanshan remained in a state of confusion, Waya retrieved an artifact from his sleeve, maintaining his respectful demeanor. "Your Highness, the King of the South, our conflict arose due to the instigation of treacherous individuals, which has brought calamity upon the human race. I sincerely apologize and present this artifact as a token of my contrition." Xiao Yuanshan glanced at the object, an ancient golden bell that appeared weathered yet possessed an ineffable charm. It was, astonishingly, a mid-grade, Earth-tier artifact. A wave of astonishment washed over Xiao Yuanshan as he struggled to comprehend this individual. Not only was he treating him with utmost respect, but he was also offering apologies? What was going on? At that moment, the other ancestral demon kings who had accompanied Waya began to present their artifacts as well, each showing profound respect toward Xiao Yuanshan. "Your Highness, the King of the South, we share the same sentiment. These artifacts may not adequately convey our sincerity, but we implore you to accept them." Faced with the dazzling array of artifacts before him, Xiao Yuanshan found himself utterly speechless. Were they truly being sincere, or was this some elaborate ruse? No, these individuals were far too powerful to engage in any deceitful schemes before him. Xiao Yuanshan furrowed his brow, at a loss for words as he struggled to grasp the situation. Observing the furrowed brow and silence of the human king of the south, Waya sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was insufficient. After all, presenting merely a few Earth-tier artifacts was entirely reasonable for someone of Xiao Yuanshan's stature. Waya clenched his teeth in determination. There was no alternative but to make a substantial sacrifice. Some of these ancestors had previously visited the imperial city of the Tianyuan Dynasty and witnessed the overwhelming power of Xiao Changsheng. Others had heard accounts from their formidable kin, and their assessment of Xiao Changsheng could be summed up in a single word: invincible. He was a being to be utterly avoided. Thus, they could not dare to defy Xiao Changsheng's orders before their departure. Otherwise, it could spell disaster for their clan. Today, regardless of the cost, they had to ensure the satisfaction of the human king of the south. With steely resolve, Waya stepped forward again. "Your Highness, the king of the south. This is an ancient grade 8 spirit pill, the transformation pill. Consuming one will enable you to directly ascend to the next minor realm. Additionally, this is a demon core from a former Tribulation Realm demon, along with some bones and claws, each a prime material for crafting. Should not offend you. Please accept them all." Xiao Yuanshan's lips twitched uncontrollably. He had never encountered such things, nor even heard of them, so how could he possibly harbor disdain? "Ancestor, what are you doing? He is our enemy, stained with the blood of countless demons. How can you act this way?" The wind-warding Tiger King could no longer contain his outrage. These treasures were beyond his reach, yet the ancestor intended to bestow them upon this human. How could this be justified? Had the ancestor lost his senses? Boom! As his words fell, Waya struck. His razor-sharp claws pierced through the wind-warding Tiger King's chest, extinguishing its life force. Xiao Yuanshan was taken aback. Wasn't this wind-warding Tiger King a descendant of the Heavenly Tiger Clan's ancestor? The ancestor had acted without hesitation. The wind-warding Tiger King must have been gravely injured, Xiao Yuanshan mused, unable to suppress his astonishment. This creature had flaunted its power in the outer realms. Yet today, it had met such a fate at the hands of its own ancestor. Waya felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, he could not escape the scrutiny of the Southern King of humanity. His earlier strike, though seemingly ruthless, had secretly spared the wind-warding Tiger King's life, for it was his own bloodline. However, the Southern King had seen through it. With no other choice, Waya had to strike once more, this time truly ending the wind-warding Tiger King's life. The greater good necessitated sacrificing kin. He had to ensure the Southern King was satisfied. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Trading the life of the wind-warding Tiger King for the safety of the entire clan was a worthy exchange. Xiao Yuanshan could only glance at Waya, speechless. He had merely expressed his astonishment. Yet Waya had delivered a final blow, eliminating the creature entirely. By the way, would the demon core of this slain beast be preserved as a memento? Upon witnessing the resolute stance of the Heavenly Tiger Clan's leader, the other demon clan leaders steeled their resolve and began presenting their most treasured items, long hidden away. Some even inflicted wounds upon themselves, offering their precious heart's blood, drawn from their own essence. The heart's blood of Tribulation Realm demons was a rare sight in the Kanglan realm. Xiao Yuanshan remained bewildered, watching as these lofty Tribulation Realm demon kings laid before him one extraordinary treasure after another. Then, in unison, their eyes widened as they fixated upon him, as if awaiting something. Xiao Yuanshan truly felt like a bewildered monk, lost in confusion. What should I do? What should I say? Can someone instruct me? Clearing his throat, he hesitated for a long while before weakly uttering, "Is that enough?" The demon kings exhaled in relief upon hearing his words. Finally, they had appeased the Southern King of humanity. Their clans were saved. Their lives were preserved. The Southern Demon Clan was safeguarded. Waya immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, the Southern King. Is there anything else you wish to command?" Xiao Yuanshan's lips twitched once more. "You present me with treasures, and now thank me? Are you certain your mind is intact?" Nonetheless, he merely pondered the command. Xiao Yuanshan's gaze shifted subtly as he spoke in a deep voice. "From this day forth, you, the demon race, shall retreat to your territory and are forbidden from stepping even a single inch into the realm of humanity. The town of Southern Peace must also be returned to the human race, and those human cultivators you have captured must be released. Do you comprehend? Rest assured, Prince of Southern Peace, we understand. Furthermore, Xiao Yuanshan continued, his gaze shifting towards a certain direction behind the demon army. A figure seemed to sense impending danger and promptly turned to flee. Seasonal once. This individual is highly likely the instigator behind the conflict between the human race and the demon race. As soon as the words left his lips, Wu Yi took action. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, causing even the void to tremble violently. The man was shaken to the point of internal rupture, left with only a final breath as he was hauled back. I am the leader of the Seven Fiends assassination team, an underling of the Empress Mu of the Tianyuan Dynasty. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, you will not escape unscathed. Empress Mu? At the mere mention of her name, Wu Yi's fury surged. With a single palm strike, he reduced the man to mere pulp. Yet, even that did not satiate his wrath, as he relentlessly desecrated the remains, ensuring that not a shred was left. Chapter 52. The Empress's Ill Health. After a brutal slaughter, Wu Yi's anger subsided somewhat, albeit only slightly. After all, the Empress Mu was the mastermind behind their poisoning and suffering. Were it not for that scoundrel, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament, forced to smile at humanity and offer treasures. The other elder demons wore expressions of deep resentment. Could you not hold back a little, allowing us to vent our frustrations as well? Your Highness, the Prince of Zhennan, please forgive my rudeness. It is simply that this rascal has a profound enmity with us. Wu Yi sighed deeply, bowing respectfully, fearful that the Prince of Zhennan might take offense. Xiao Yuanshan, however, remained unperturbed. He had previously suspected that someone was instigating a war between humans and demons, and now that they had captured this villain, it was likely the right culprit. Handing him over, Xiao Yuanshan would undoubtedly execute him, albeit not in such a tragic manner as now, where he had been beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. The demon kings, including Wu Yi, arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, with the heavily wounded demon army retreating alongside them. Xiao Yuanshan collected the treasures, and upon turning around, a deafening cheer erupted from Zhennan's city. Victory! The demons are defeated, and we have triumphed. The Prince of Zhennan is mighty. Even the demon kings of the Tribulation realm bowed in submission. We pledge to follow the Prince of Zhennan to protect the southern borders. The cheers echoed through the skies, and Xiao Yuanshan's lips twitched uncontrollably. He still had not grasped the situation regarding the Tribulation realm demon kings. But that was no longer of importance. What mattered was that they had emerged victorious. In the Tianyuan Empire, the imperial city, the festival had passed 5 days ago. The turmoil brought by Yi Feng had settled, and the empire's fortune had returned, bestowing divine resonance that benefited countless cultivators, who expressed their gratitude to the empress. The empire had regained its stability. Outside the Yangxin Palace, the young palace maid sighed. Alas, the empress has fallen ill again. Hearing the strange sounds emanating from within the palace, she felt a deep concern. The empress's health was dreadfully poor, as these bizarre groans often echoed, particularly at night. Moreover, in recent days, the empress frequently instructed the imperial kitchen to prepare more ginseng, deer antler, and goji berries. Nourishing delicacies indeed. This indicated that the empress's health was truly in a precarious state. Lady Rome, do you think we should take the initiative to serve the empress next time she falls ill? The young maid could not help but ask, only to receive a sharp reprimand. I advise you not to meddle. The empress is in good health. Yet the sounds... Enough. You are still young and do not comprehend certain matters. There is no need to worry about the empress. Attend to your duties and steer clear of the Yangxin Palace if there are no pressing matters. Understood? Yes, this servant understands. Inside the Yangxin Palace, Xiao Changsheng lay contentedly upon Su Ruoxue's lap, but upon lifting his head, he was met with a view obscured by towering mountains and dense forests. Brother Xiao, why don't you reside in the palace from now on? We could live joyfully together every day. As for the daily affairs of state, we can discuss them together. To be honest, without you by my side, it would be quite challenging for me to manage everything alone. And as for the morning court sessions, if you are willing, it wouldn't be impossible for you to disguise yourself as me. At this moment, Xiao Changsheng, who was eating grapes, nearly choked on his food. You want me to dress as a woman to attend the morning court? I can't believe you even thought of that. Regarding Su Ruoxue's ability to handle state affairs. Since she ascended to the throne, the Tianyuan Dynasty has enjoyed peace and prosperity for many years, which speaks volumes about her capabilities. There is no need for concern. Ruoxue, although I wish to agree with you, I must take my leave. Brother Xiao, why is that? Did I do something wrong that upset you? Su Ruoxue's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke urgently. Xiao Changsheng, feeling a sense of helplessness, gently wiped away her tears. Ruoxue, you are wonderful. It's not your fault. It's just, as I mentioned, I'm a Super Saiyan from Cybertron, and I must go to the ninja realm to defeat the Dark Four Kings' reign. Therefore, I have to leave. Then, very well. Su Ruoxue pouted her lips, and though reluctant, she nodded in acquiescence. Xiao Changsheng sighed internally. He did not wish to deceive her, but fate had made him a villain. He had to eliminate the child of destiny before it was too late, lest he find himself in peril. When will you leave, brother? Tomorrow. I need to visit King Xiang for some supplies, then return to the Xiao family before setting off. Then, tonight. Su Ruoxue took a deep breath, her demeanor shifting as if she had made a significant decision. With her head lowered and her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, she said, Brother Xiao, I actually took a secret trip to Jinyan Pavilion and bought some black and white silk. Xiao Changsheng's eyes instantly lit up at her words. He sprang to his feet, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin, resembling a rogue uncle. Tonight, it seems I shall indulge in Su Ruoxue. The following day, at the Xiang Palace. Senior Xiao, the prince has instructed me to prepare this item for you. As soon as Xiao Changsheng arrived, the steward of the Xiang Palace handed him an ancient, mysterious scroll. Xiao Changsheng recognized it immediately as the scroll of divine demons. Where's your prince? He inquired, putting the scroll away. My prince has gone out for matters and cannot return at the moment. Oh, I see. What a pity. I was hoping to bring him a treasure as compensation, but since he is not here, I shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Changsheng ascended into the air and departed. After a considerable time, the Prince of Xiang emerged from the shadows. Steward, did that rascal leave? Yes, my prince. He has gone. Good. That is a relief. The Prince of Xiang exhaled deeply. The scoundrel has remained in the imperial city, causing the Prince of Xiang constant worry, fearing that this rogue might come knocking at his door to ensnare him. At last, he can finally breathe easy. As for what Xiao Changsheng had just mentioned about compensating him with some treasure, the prince dismissed it as sheer nonsense. If this rascal were truly generous enough to offer compensation, it would be as improbable as the sun rising in the west with 100 appearances. Had he not restrained himself from revealing his presence earlier, the prince was certain that not only would he have received no so-called compensation, but he might have even ended up losing more than he bargained for. Not a syllable of this rogue's words could be trusted. However, why does this fellow appear so feeble? Hasn't he been indulged in the imperial city these past days? It is indeed peculiar. Shaking his head, the prince chose not to dwell on it further. He intended to proceed to the palace immediately to meet Her Majesty, the Empress. Having just returned, she must have a mountain of affairs awaiting her attention. Just then, the prince's gaze shifted dramatically. Two streaks of light completely disregarded the flight restrictions of the imperial city and surged into the palace. It appeared they were formidable beings from the Ice Palace. Chapter 53 signifies that my heavenly Yuan dynasty is at war with your Ice Palace. Within the royal palace, two uninvited guests brazenly intruded into the domain of the heavenly Yuan dynasty. What brings you here? Su Ruoxue suddenly appeared, blocking the path of these two reckless individuals. Your Majesty, a few days ago, my disciple Su Huan attended the grand ceremony at the dynasty and has yet to return. Hence, I have come to search for her. Might I inquire about her whereabouts? Bai Ruoxue's countenance was icy, her voice heavy with tension. Su Ruoxue was aware of Su Huan's participation in the ceremony. Yet she never anticipated receiving such dire news upon emerging from her seclusion. The soul lamp of Su Huan had extinguished. Something had befallen her. This urgency propelled Bai Ruoxue to hasten her arrival. Suanban? Humph, she has perished, Su Ruoxue stated nonchalantly. Perished? Bai Ruoxue's anger twisted into a sardonic laugh. Your Majesty, such words come too easily for you. Not only is she the esteemed 7th princess of the dynasty, but she is also my beloved disciple. How could she have met her end within the heavenly Yuan dynasty? Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Explanation? What explanation do you seek? Su Hongwan committed acts of insurrection against me and the heavenly Yuan dynasty. Thus, I sent her to the afterlife. Does that suffice? Su Ruoxue acts of insurrection? Comité de crime? Bai Ruoxue's cold laughter echoed. Preposterous. Hongwan is intelligent, obedient, and kind-hearted. How could she ever engage in such actions? Even if she had done something audacious, it would be due to your own incompetence as the emperor, compelling her to act recklessly. Moreover, she is my disciple. What authority do you possess to deal with her without my knowledge? Impudence. Bai Ruoxue, do not overstep your bounds. What I choose to do is not subject to your approval. Do not presume that your title as Vice Master of the Ice Palace grants you the right to act defiantly before me. Look in the mirror and assess your worth. You, Su Ruoxue, how dare you insult me? I shall return and report this to the Palace Master, demanding a fair resolution. Then I shall see if you can maintain your arrogance. Bai Ruoxue scoffed and prepared to depart. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light erupted with blinding speed. By the time Bai Ruoxue registered the threat, excruciating pain coursed through her body. Upon closer inspection, she found her right arm had been severed by Su Ruoxue's blade. How dare she lay hands on her, the Vice Master of the Ice Palace? Su Ruoxue, have you lost your mind? Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? What implications? It signifies that my heavenly Yuan dynasty is now at war with your Ice Palace. Are you satisfied with that? What do you mean by that? Fool! You dare to disregard the prohibition of flight within the royal city without my consent, brazenly trespassing into the palace, and speaking to me with such disrespect. To sever an arm is already a manifestation of my mercy. Should you utter another word in my presence, believe that I shall slay you without hesitation. Su Ruoxue's demeanor was as frigid as ice. Bai Ruoxue could undeniably sense the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from her. Her expression was one of extreme distress. She was unwilling to depart in such a manner, yet equally dared not utter a word. What are you still standing there for? Begone. Of course, if you're dissatisfied. Summon that old hag Mo you here at once. I wish to see whether this Ice Palace's sovereign, who has secluded herself for years, has made any progress in her abilities. Su Ruoxue's audacious voice resonated through the heavens. Bai Ruoxue's countenance twisted in fury. She glared at Su Ruoxue with resentment, yet still refrained from speaking, turning away in defeat. Who permitted you to leave the skies? Descend at once. Su Ruoxue unleashed her sword once more, and the icy steed upon which the two had arrived let out a mournful cry, cleaved in two by her blade. The two of them tumbled downwards in disgrace. Prince Yang, keep a watchful eye on these two. Should they dare to act out of line, execute them without mercy, and do not report back to me. Yes, I shall obey your command. The arriving Prince Xiang immediately clasped his fists in respect. The Empress's formidable presence and decisive nature remained intact, granting him reassurance. As for offending the Ice Palace, in times past, Prince Xiang might have harbored concerns. But now, with the presence of a brazen yet unfathomable rogue at the Empress's side, should the Ice Palace dare to stir trouble, they would surely regret it. Half a day later, Ice Palace, Icesource Hall, at the main seat, a mature and voluptuous woman sat, her expression dark and her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Are you saying that your arm was severed by Su Ruoxue's sword? Indeed, my lady. Not only that, but the Empress Su Ruoxue also dared to threaten you, even declaring war against our Ice Palace. The Palace Master Mo let out a cold snort, her rage transforming into laughter. What remarkable empress! What a Su Ruoxue! In the days of the former emperor of the Tianyuan Dynasty, I was treated with great courtesy. Yet this insignificant junior dares to speak to me in such a manner. She deserves to be punished. My lady, what shall we do now? No, the time is not yet right. Mo shook her head. The awakening of our ice palace's ancient sun is imminent. This is a crucial moment. We must refrain from direct confrontation with the Tianyuan Dynasty until after the ancient sun has awakened. The ancient sun is about to awaken? Ruoxue was both startled and overjoyed. Though her understanding of the ancient sun was limited, she knew he was a prodigy of divine fortune. Once he awakens, he would undoubtedly bring boundless benefits to the ice palace. Indeed, however, the timing is not yet ripe. We shall require a little more time. Furthermore, Ruoxue, there are some preparatory tasks we must undertake, such as retrieving that alchemical furnace from Fengyan City. The time has come to bring this individual back. Indeed, I shall promptly arrange for someone to handle this matter. The Xiao family. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Xiao Yuanshan was overwhelmed with emotion. The last time he visited was a long time ago. The present Xiao family appeared to have undergone little change, save for the towering crooked tree at the entrance. Great-granduncle, you have returned? Xiao Ke exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Despite the mischievous antics of his youth, including the infamous incident of urinating in great-granduncle's teapot, which resulted in a rather severe reprimand, these memories only served to deepen their familial bond. When Xiao Yuanshan left home years ago, Xiao Ke, now considerably older, had wept inconsolably. Great-granduncle, is there a specific purpose for your return to the Xiao family? Xiao Ke inquired as he prepared a pot of tea for Xiao Yuanshan, his expression bright with a smile. Ahem, in truth, there is no significant matter at hand. I merely came back to pay a visit. Xiao Yuanshan replied with a forced chuckle. After all, he certainly could not admit that he had returned to pen a lengthy self-reflection of 200,000 words, lest he be ridiculed by this young lad. Chapter 54. It turns out the ancestor is playing both sides. Within the grand hall of the Xiao family, after a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Changsheng returned. Upon seeing Xiao Yuanshan, he could not help but chuckle. Ah, you're back quite early. Given your proactive return and your sincere demeanor, I shall graciously reduce your 30,000 character self-reflection by 10 characters. Xiao Yuanshan, who had just approached to greet him, was taken aback. A reduction of 10 characters? Are you jesting? Wasn't the requirement originally 200,000 characters? How has it inflated to 300,000? Can your family's self-reflection truly extend to 300,000 characters? Self-reflection? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke suddenly realized that the second ancestor's unexpected return to the Xiao family was, in fact, to compose a self-reflection. He found this both amusing and perplexing. The illustrious second ancestor of the Xiao family, the king of the south of the Tianyuan Dynasty, a formidable figure in the tribulation-crossing realm, was reduced to the task of writing a self-reflection. Well then, I shall take my leave to rest. If there's nothing pressing, please refrain from disturbing me. Additionally, summon that lad Xiao Mo and inform him that I intend to take him out for a stroll shortly. Understood. With that, Xiao Changsheng departed. Observing the slightly pale complexion and the somewhat feeble aura of Xiao Changsheng's retreating figure, Xiao Yuanshan could not help but sigh. It seemed the ancestor had been, diligently toiling away during this time. Xiao Ke instantly understood. Indeed, even someone as robust as the ancestor had become so worn down. How remarkable. But returning to the subject, if only I could have an ancestor like that, a kindred spirit, I would gladly embrace such a fate. Oh, Xiao Ke, it seems you are also aware of the ancestor's romantic entanglements? Xiao Yuanshan raised an eyebrow, smiling gently. Of course. That day, I witnessed her sweetly addressing the ancestor as brother Xiao with my own eyes. Xiao Ke replied. Indeed, it is astonishing to think that someone as extraordinary as Her Majesty the Empress would affectionately call the ancestor brother Xiao. It is truly difficult to fathom, Xiao Yuanshan reflected. The Empress? Are you not referring to the Linglong Sword Immortal of the Linglong Holy Land? Xiao Ke inquired, puzzled. Linglong Sword Immortal? What does this have to do with her? Xiao Yuanshan responded, equally baffled. After a mutual exchange of glances and a moment of silent understanding, they quickly grasped the revelation. It appeared that the ancestor was indeed navigating two vessels. A scoundrel, and not just any vessels, but the illustrious Empress of the Tianyuan Dynasty and the Linglong Sword Immortal, both of whom captivated countless souls. In the quiet chamber, achoo, achoo, achoo. Xiao Changsheng sneezed thrice in rapid succession. What is happening? Am I catching a cold? Or is someone behind my back whispering enviously about my handsome visage? However, he dismissed such thoughts, his mind shifting as the divine demonic scroll materialized in his hand. To the untrained eye, it appeared as a mere tattered scroll, devoid of any visible content. Yet Xiao Changsheng was acutely aware that it concealed profound mysteries within. This grand world, with its 9 heavens above and 10 realms below, included the Kanglan realm as one of those 10 realms. The purpose of the Divine Demon Scroll is to illuminate a path leading to the sacred road of the 9 heavens. Within the vast expanse of this celestial realm, the laws of heaven are remarkably lenient. Achieving sainthood or becoming an emperor is not merely a dream. In the narrative of the original text, many protagonists within the 10 realms have embarked upon this sacred road, entering the 9 heavens. For instance, Yi Feng attained sainthood amidst the 9 heavens. However, for Xiao Changsheng, the so-called sacred road to the 9 heavens holds little significance. In truth, there are numerous such paths, albeit deeply concealed, often eluding even the protagonists. Possessing a profound understanding of the original storyline, Xiao Changsheng is well aware of these hidden sacred roads. Over the past millennium, he has traversed these obscure paths countless times, strategizing in the upper 9 heavens. When the sacred road indicated by the Divine Demon Scroll eventually opens, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of protagonists, presenting an excellent opportunity to ensnare them all. Thus, he is determined to acquire the Divine Demon Scroll. However, the time has yet to come, and the scroll remains unresponsive for now. After stowing away the Divine Demon Scroll, Xiao Mo soon arrived. "Ancestor, did you call for me?" "Indeed. I wish to take you out for a matchmaking meeting." "Ah, a matchmaking meeting? Is that really appropriate?" Xiao Mo was taken aback. "What is inappropriate about it? Enough talk. Just follow me. I assure you I want to sell you off," Xiao Changsheng declared, dismissing any objections with a wave of his hand, forcibly leading Xiao Mo away from the Xiao family. Fengyun City, situated on the border of the Kanglan realm near the vast desert, frequently suffers from harsh sandstorms. This abysmal environment results in a scarcity of cultivators within this small celestial city, with only 3 insignificant cultivation families, each led by a patriarch of merely the nascent soul realm. Among these families is the Lin family. In the Lin family estate, 3 stages of spiritual power. The excitement in the young girl's eyes was unmistakable as she gazed at the inscription on the testing stone. The elders of the family were equally elated. 3 stages of spiritual power, equivalent to the Golden Core realm. This is truly magnificent. To see Shi Ruoxue break through to the Golden Core realm at such a young age is a blessing for our Lin family. By the way, didn't that elder mention 3 years ago that when Shi Ruoxue breaks through to the Golden Core realm, he would come to take her away to explore the broader world of the Kanglan realm? Now that Shi Ruoxue has finally achieved her breakthrough, how should we contact that elder? No need to contact him, for he has arrived. A voice resonated through the void as Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mo materialized slowly. "Xiao Sr. We pay our respects to Xiao Sr." The members of the Lin family immediately knelt in excitement upon seeing him. 3 years ago, a once-in-a-century sandstorm ravaged Fengyun City, and despite their valiant efforts, the Lin family was unable to withstand this natural disaster. Just as the city seemed destined for ruin, Xiao Sr. appeared. With his formidable power, he quelled the storm, rescuing them from despair. Moreover, Xiao Sr. took a special interest in Lin Shi Ruoxue, promising that if she could break through to the Golden Core realm, he would take her to the grand sects of the Kanglan realm. To the Lin family, the enigmatic elder Xiao is their great benefactor. Enough of the formalities. Rise, please. I am not fond of such elaborate ceremonies, Elder Xiao remarked with a gentle smile as he entered the courtyard. He soon stood before the young maiden Lin Shi, dressed in a simple, pale blue long gown. She exuded an air of purity and grace that was hard to conceal. "Ah, quite lovely," Elder Xiao nodded slightly. Lin Shi, one of the protagonists from the original tale, was indeed a character steeped in tragedy. She had devoted herself entirely to one of the male leads. the ancient son from the Ice Palace, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. 3 years prior, Elder Xiao had meticulously orchestrated his plans, bestowing favors upon the Lin family and engaging with Lin Shiruo in hopes of altering her destined path. Elder Xiao contemplated whether, for some protagonists in the original story, a strategy of persuasion might be more effective than mere suppression. Could he perhaps ensnare her to his side? Chapter 55. You dare to reject us? Lin Shiruo presents an excellent target for conquest. Originating from a humble background, she possesses no intricate history or experiences. Although she is one of the female protagonists in the original narrative, her status is quite lowly, incomparable to a main character like Yifeng. Therefore, she poses little threat to the villainous Xiao family. The original text never depicted any direct interactions with her. Thus, Xiao Changsheng has chosen her. Moreover, there is a crucial aspect. She is a celestial spirit body, an exceptional physique for alchemical purposes. In the original story, she aided the ancient progeny of the Ice Palace in rapid development through her celestial body, albeit out of her own Navi willingness. By conquering her this time, the threat posed by that ancient progeny can be significantly diminished, achieving a dual advantage. Shiruo has met Elder Xiao. The young lady gracefully lifted her skirt and bent slightly in greeting. There is no need for excessive courtesy, Miss Lin. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. I have come specifically to fulfill my promise. I will take you to the Linglong Sacred Land in the Kanglan realm. Of course, arrangements will be made for your family as well. Thank you, Elder Xiao. No need for thanks. Xiao Changsheng waved his hand and continued with a smile. By the way, this foolish lad is a prodigy of my Xiao family. Though he may appear somewhat simple-minded, he is honest and straightforward. He is a few years older than you. Why not get to know each other? I have matters to discuss with your father, so you two young people can chat. With that, Xiao Changsheng patted Xiao Mo on the back and walked toward the Lin family's main hall. His intentions in bringing Xiao Mo were indeed to foster a connection, solidified by the gratitude from 3 years prior along with the potential for marriage, minimizing the risk of complications. Otherwise, that ancient progeny from the Ice Palace possesses an inexplicable allure towards the opposite sex, and should Lin Shiruo encounter him in the future, who knows whether she might be captivated. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Mo approached the elegant young woman with a goofy smile, scratching his head as he spoke. Hello, Miss Lin, I am Xiao Mo, like the Xiao in Xiao, and Lin Mo in Xiao Mo. It's a pleasure to meet you. By the way, have you ever heard the saying, a Lin sister fell from the heavens? Xiao Mo chuckled awkwardly, only to find Lin Shiruo's gaze icy, concealing a sharp intensity. She stepped forward and firmly grasped Xiao Mo's collar. Young man, I understand Elder Zhao's intentions, but my heart is solely devoted to him. In this life and the next, I wish to remain by his side, so I have no interest in you whatsoever. You would do well not to harbor any ulterior motives, otherwise. I shall not spare you. Do you understand? I understand. As long as you comprehend. Lin Shiruo released Xiao Mo and skipped towards the main hall. Elder Xiao, Shiruo is here to pour tea for you. As he watched the young woman's retreating figure, Xiao Mo found himself speechless for quite some time. Oh, ancestor, are you here to arrange a match for me or for yourself? That evening, the Lin family held a grand banquet. Although it may not be particularly lavish, it is quite a remarkable feat for the impoverished Lin family. Glasses clinked and toasts were exchanged. Xiao Changsheng observed meticulously, noting that Xiao Mo seemed to have exchanged little conversation with Lin Shiruo. In fact, the little girl had spoken more to him than to her. Could it be that they simply did not see eye to eye? Never mind. Xiao Changsheng shook his head. He believed in letting things unfold naturally and would not impose his will. Should Lin Shiruo indeed be captivated by the ancient son of the Ice Palace in the future, he would not hesitate to bring her downfall himself. As he downed his drink, Xiao Changsheng's expression suddenly shifted. Lin family head, it seems we have guests arriving. The latter, still bewildered, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming pressure. Where's the head of the Lin family? Come forth and welcome our guests. A cold voice resonated throughout the entire Fengyun city, compelling the Lin family head to act without delay, hastily leading the family's formidable members out of the hall. I, Lin Budong, the younger head of the Lin family, greet the esteemed immortals. Indeed, we are disciples of the Ice Palace. I trust you are familiar with the name. One of them spoke icily. To think, it is indeed the immortals of the Ice Palace. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to my humble abode? Lin Budong was taken aback, even in this remote town. He was well acquainted with the four great powers of the Kanglan realm. His demeanor grew increasingly respectful. We are here to fulfill the will of heaven. Seeking a young lady named Lin Shiruo from your family. Is she present here? The crowd could not help but frown slightly at this revelation. The Ice Palace immortals were here to seek Shiruo. What could their intent possibly be? Lin Shiruo stepped forward, gracefully curtsying. I am Lin Shiruo. Honored to meet you. Esteemed Senor. You seem quite promising. Lin Shiruo, we have come on the orders of the Ice Palace's sovereign to invite you to join us, to study under the great master. What say you? The Lin family was immediately thrown into a state of uproar. The Ice Palace immortal was here to accept a disciple. They understood that gaining entry into the Ice Palace was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Yet today, an immortal had come personally to recruit a disciple. Moreover, the chance to study under the great master himself? What an extraordinary honor. What a fortuitous opportunity. It was as if their ancestors' graves were smoking with prosperity. However, Lin Shiruo's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly grappling with some inner conflict, and she remained silent. What is this? You hesitate to join the Ice Palace and study under the great master? Noticing Lin Shiruo's silence, the Ice Palace immortal furrowed her brows in displeasure. Countless individuals yearned to enter the Ice Palace. How could Lin Shiruo hesitate when such an opportunity lay before her? In their eyes, every moment of hesitation was a sign of disrespect towards the Ice Palace. After a brief pause, Lin Shiruo took a deep breath, her gaze resolutely firm. I apologize, esteemed seniors, but I have already chosen a mentor of my preference. I fear I cannot join the Ice Palace. I hope you can understand. What did you just say? How could you possibly refuse us? Lin Shiruo, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? Are you aware of how rare and invaluable an opportunity it is for the prodigies of the Kanglan realm to enter the Ice Palace? Several esteemed seniors, I understand your sentiments. However, my resolve is unwavering, and I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. Yet, Lin Shiruo remains unmoved. Lin Deng and the others are beset by a tumult of emotions. They realize that her actions stem from the presence of Elder Xiao within the chamber. Yet, to forfeit the chance to become a disciple of the illustrious master of the Ice Palace, a figure whose renown echoes throughout the Kanglan realm, is an utter travesty. I cannot believe you would turn this down. Lin Shiruo, you are truly full of surprises. The expressions of the Ice Palace representatives grew increasingly frigid, as a subtle yet palpable aura of danger began to permeate the air. Chapter 56, it must be that scoundrel, Xiao Changsheng, without a doubt. Lin Shiruo, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you acquiesce, or will you refuse? High above in the clouds, the Ice Palace fairy's murderous intent was palpable. Lin Shiruo took a deep breath, sensing the dangerous aura in the air. However, her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. I'm sorry, but Before she could finish her sentence, the Ice Palace fairy struck. Her mission was to bring Lin Shiruo back, regardless of her consent. If she agreed, all would be well. If she resisted, the Lin family would easily coerce her. Unwilling or not, she would comply. With great swiftness, the fairy approached Lin Shiruo, reaching out to grasp the girl's shoulder, only to be abruptly repelled by an overwhelming force that sent her flying back. Do you not have any shame? Did you not hear her refusal? Xiao Changsheng stood in front of Lin Shiruo, a cold smile on his face. At this moment, he was quite pleased with her performance. His efforts to engage and strategize 3 years in advance had not been in vain. Senior Xiao, Lin Shiruo exclaimed with delight upon seeing his figure, contemplating whether to feign unconsciousness and collapse into his arms. Who are you? The Ice Palace expert gasped in astonishment. I am the Xiang Wang of the Tianyuan Empire, and my name shall never change. Xiang Wang? You are the Xiang Wang? No, it's impossible. You cannot be the Xiang Wang. How could he possibly be here? Although they were uncertain of the identity of the man before them, They understood he was unfathomable and seemingly disregarded the ice palace entirely. They exchanged glances, quickly reaching a consensus. Retreat. He is beyond our capability to confront. We must return and summon reinforcements. These individuals arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Xiao Changsheng did not intervene to stop them, for Lin Shuruo's situation would inevitably lead to conflict with the Ice Palace. He intended to seize this opportunity to engage in amicable discourse with them. Shuruo, we must not delay. We shall depart tomorrow. Very well. I shall follow Senior Zhao's arrangements. The girl felt immense joy, elated that Senior Xiao had called her by name. Xiao Changsheng then turned his attention to Lin Budong and others. I will take Shuruo with me. I anticipate that the Ice Palace will seek retribution in the future, and they may even capture you all to threaten her. Therefore, I suggest you accompany me to the Xiaolong city of the Tianyuan Empire, where I will ensure your safety. Xiao Changsheng stated calmly. At present, Xiaolong City was entirely under the Xiao surname as dominion. Accommodating a small family posed no challenge. Thank you, Senior. Lin Budong and the others expressed their gratitude, relieved by his proactive offer amidst their concerns about potential retaliation from the Ice Palace. In the Ice Palace, within the Ice Source Hall. What? The Xiang Wang intervened and abducted Lin Shuruo? How could the Xiang Wang be present there? And why would he take Lin Shuruo? The Palace Master, Mou, felt a headache coming on. Why must an unexpected incident occur precisely when the Son of the Ancient awakens? The matter regarding the Empress remains unresolved. And now the King of Xiang has intruded as well. We are left perplexed, merely observing the seemingly extraordinary relationship between the King of Xiang and Lin Shuruo. The powerful beings who escaped from the Ice Palace remarked, how can the King of Xiang, at such an advanced age, possibly have an unusual connection with Lin Shuruo? There has been no indication of him possessing a proclivity for younger companions. Or is it that the Empress has orchestrated this, deliberately placing obstacles before us? But how could they have learned of Lin Shuruo's existence? The Palace Master, Mou, was greatly bewildered. Beside her, Bai Ruoxue pondered thoughtfully, inquiring, is the King of Xiangyu encounter a rotund man who appears rather amiable? No, not at all. He is a youthful man, his age indiscernible, but undeniably extraordinarily handsome. Do you know his name? His name eludes us, yet it seems that Lin Shuo refers to him as Senior Xiao. Senior Xiao? His surname is Xiao? No, it cannot be. Xiao Changsheng. Bai Ruoxue suddenly comprehended, realizing that it must indeed be Xiao Changsheng. This individual is deliberately masquerading as the King of Xiang to obscure their vision. Perhaps he is also seizing this opportunity to incite hostility between the Ice Palace and the Tianyuan Dynasty. His intentions are exceedingly malicious. Ruoxue, are you speaking of Xiao Changsheng, the ancestral figure of the Xiao family? Mou's brow furrowed in concern. Without a doubt, it is him. Only that rogue would impersonate another and deceive. Bai Ruoxue asserted with unwavering conviction. But how did he become aware of Lin Shuruo's existence? This remains unclear, yet this person is shrouded in mystery and possesses numerous stratagems, undoubtedly harboring secrets unbeknownst to others. Palace Master, Lin Shuo has fallen into his clutches. This matter may prove troublesome. You may not be aware, but this individual is a thoroughly shameless rogue. To retrieve someone from his grasp would be akin to scaling a mountain. Moreover, he is closely associated with the Linglong Sword Fairy of the Linglong Sacred Land, making a forceful confrontation rather precarious. Bai Ruoxue added, troubled. Fear not, for despite his despicable nature, he is merely an elder of a small family. We can easily extinguish him. Mou scoffed dismissively. As for the Linglong Sword Fairy, unless she has lost her sanity, she would never align herself with that elder of the Xiao family against us. Mou then issued a solemn command. Ruoxue, you shall personally visit the Xiao family, extending my invitation for him to bring Lin Shuruo here. Understood, Palace Master. However, what if Xiao Changsheng refuses to come? He dares not decline an invitation from me. Palace Master, he truly would. Not only that, but he may even dare to berate the Palace Master. Mou's lips twitched. How has it come to this? I, the esteemed Palace Master of the Ice Palace, once revered by the world, am now in such a state of decline that even the elder of a mere family dares to refuse me? Mo, you let out a cold snort, resolutely determined to bring him over, even if it required coercive measures. The following day, in the courtyard of the Xiao family, Elder Xiao, are you thirsty? Allow me to brew you some tea. Elder Xiao, are you tired? Permit me to give you a shoulder massage. Elder Xiao, are you sleepy? Allow me to sing you a lullaby. Enough, enough. I say, Su Ruoxue, why do you keep wandering around aimlessly before me? If you have nothing to do, go find Xiao Mo and let him show you around Xiaolong City. I have important matters to attend to. Xiao Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. He was perplexed. In the original narrative, this girl had always maintained an air of aloofness towards others, yet now she was exhibiting such enthusiasm towards him. It was a warmth he found somewhat overwhelming. Elder Xiao, do you dislike me? Lin Shi Ruoxue stammered, her face a picture of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Changsheng was left in a state of exasperation. One might think he had been bullying her. This girl was truly a handful. Chapter 57. The shamelessness of Xiao Changsheng redefines perception. After much negotiation, I finally managed to secure the cooperation of that young lady. Suddenly, Xiao Ke appeared, his expression fraught with anxiety. Ancestor, it's bad news. The Ice Palace has come knocking. Their demeanor is far from pleasant. On that day at Linglong Sacred Land, Xiao Changsheng had severely offended the Vice Master of the Ice Palace, even going so far as to proclaim intentions to annihilate them. Their sudden visit surely harbored ill intentions. How tardy they are. These individuals truly do take their time. Come, let's procure some treasures. Let us welcome our guests. Having forcibly taken Lin Shi, it was only natural for them to send someone to negotiate. This was entirely within Xiao Changsheng's expectations. An opportunity to deceive had presented itself, and if it were not seized, it would be a disservice to oneself. Leading Xiao Ke into the main hall, Xiao Changsheng soon encountered a familiar face by Ruoxue, the Vice Master of the Ice Palace. It is an honor to host you, esteemed Taoist Bai. Your presence truly illuminates this humble abode. Xiao Changsheng's exuberant smile left by Ruoxue momentarily taken aback. One might mistakenly believe they were longtime friends, despite their recent conflict at Linglong Sacred Land. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, Bai Ruoxue reluctantly softened her expression. Taoist Xiao, to be brief, I have come specifically to seek someone. Who, may I ask? Why ask when you already know? Oh, now I understand. Xiao Changsheng replied with a sweeping gesture. Xiao Mo, you heartless scoundrel, come forth. Confess, have you entangled yourself with some maiden of the Ice Palace, inciting Taoist by S. ire? Taoist Xiao, by Ruoxue's temper flared. Do not obfuscate matters. I am here to find Lin Shi Ruoxue. Lin Shi Ruoxue? Oh, so you seek her. Is this little girl truly worth the personal visit of the esteemed Vice Master of the Ice Palace? Xiao Changsheng remarked with a bemused smile. Since she holds little significance in your eyes, how about this? If you relinquish her to us, we shall consider our grievances settled? Bai Ruoxue proposed. Not a chance. Xiao Changsheng retorted, scratching his nose nonchalantly. Bai Ruoxue sighed inwardly. Indeed, this fellow was not easily swayed. Very well, I shall not press you further. However, due to our previous misunderstandings, our palace master has organized a banquet in the Ice Palace, inviting both you and Lin Shi to discuss resolutions together. What say you? A meal, you say? I fear that. You are aware that the Ice Palace lies thousands of miles from here. My physique is rather delicate. Without 8th or 9th grade elixirs to bolster me, the journey may prove quite arduous. Xiao Changsheng narrowed his eyes, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxue's expression darkened significantly. Although I hold the esteemed position of the Deputy Master of the Ice Palace, I possess neither 8th nor 9th grade elixirs. The absence is undeniable. Even if you were to sell me, I would still lack them. Bai Ruoxue's tone was resolute. This individual clearly harbors ulterior motives, and I shall not allow this scoundrel to succeed. 8th grade and 9th grade elixirs, what audacity you possess. Alas, by doubt you has misunderstood, sighed Xiao Changsheng. I am a venerable ancestor of the Xiao family, revered and upright. How could I stoop to the despicable act of covertly demanding elixirs from you? Rest assured, I shall summon Lin Shiruo at once, and we shall depart immediately, shall we? Bai Ruoxue was taken aback. Could it be that this is truly Xiao Changsheng, the same rascal who caused chaos at the Linglong Sacred Land, now seemingly transformed? She had prepared herself to part with resources, while 8th and 9th grade elixirs were unavailable. 7th grade ones could suffice. After all, it was the command of the palace master, and any cost would be justified to bring this fellow along. Yet unexpectedly, he had not pressed further for treasures and had readily agreed. What scheme is this rogue concocting? As they departed the Xiao residence en route to the Ice Palace, Bai Ruoxue remained wary of Xiao Changsheng, fearing he might devise some trickery. However, to her surprise, he maintained a quiet demeanor throughout the journey. Even upon reaching the domain of the Ice Palace, he stirred no trouble. Could it be that he has genuinely changed? Doubts lingered in Bai Ruoxue's heart. Upon arriving at the edge of a precipice, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. The setting sun mingled with solitary wild geese, and the autumn waters harmonized with the vast sky. A crystalline bridge of ice traversed through the sea of clouds, reaching towards the heavens. At the far end of the bridge lay the hidden summit of the Ice Palace, where the palace master, Mou, resided. This bridge is truly magnificent, Xiao Changsheng remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Walking upon it, one could feel the invigorating chill of pure spiritual energy, a significant boon for practitioners of the cold element. Indeed, Bai Ruoxue replied with pride. The ice that forms this bridge originates from a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sacred peak of the Ice Palace, where the essence of cold energy has accumulated over millennia. Its spiritual purity is unmatched, indestructible, and eternally unmelting. As Bai Ruoxue spoke, she regretted her words upon observing Xiao Changsheng halt, squatting beside the crystalline bridge, extracting a hammer and beginning to strike at the ice. Such precious millennia-old cold ice, wasted beneath the feet of others, is a lamentable squandering of resources. Wastefulness is a shameful act, akin to a crime. Thus, to prevent the fair maidens of the Ice Palace from straying further down the path of waste, I shall reluctantly excavate some of this ancient ice to bring back to the Xiao family as a means of preservation, thus ensuring its proper utilization. Bai Ruoxue was left speechless. She could hardly believe that Xiao Changsheng had the audacity to start undermining her bridge. Ah, dear friend Bai, there is no need for gratitude. It is but my duty. Rest assured, I shall not collapse this bridge entirely. I will excavate it partially, leaving it intact and aesthetically pleasing, thus avoiding waste. How splendid! However, this icy bridge is rather too sturdy. My humble hammer, a heavenly artifact bestowed upon me by the formidable demons of the southern realm, proves quite laborious to wield. I fear it may be rendered useless after this endeavor. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could reimburse me for this battered hammer. After all, the Ice Palace is quite affluent and should not concern itself with heavenly artifacts. Am I wrong? Bai Ruoxue's lips twitched uncontrollably. Her perception of Xiao Changsheng's shamelessness once again shattered. Have you lost your mind? You dare to excavate the crystalline bridge of my Ice Palace and expect my gratitude in return for the reimbursement of your digging tool? Where is your sense of propriety? At that moment, a clear and resonant voice echoed through the heavens. Chapter 58. What nonsense face do you have? Xiao Daoyu, we possess an abundance of eternal ice crystals here. What harm is there in gifting you a few pounds? A voice, akin to celestial music, resonated from the main peak. Mou observed intently, but when she saw Xiao Changsheng begin to dig at the bridge, she was momentarily taken aback. Who is this individual? Is his strength truly unfathomable? His conduct resembles that of a shameless ruffian on the streets. Might you be the Ice Palace's master, the enchanting Mou? The voice exuded beauty, and Xiao Changsheng bowed respectfully towards the main peak, introducing himself. There is no need for excessive courtesy, Xiao Daoyu, Mou replied. Nay, courtesy is indeed necessary. After all, esteemed Mou has graciously promised me several dozen pounds of eternal ice crystals. It would be remiss not to express my gratitude, Xiao Changsheng insisted. Urging the young girl beside him, Come now, Shiro, why are you still standing there? Did you not hear the esteemed Mo you mention a gift? Do not hesitate to show your appreciation. Lin Shiruo quickly regained her composure. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generous gift. I am deeply grateful. An abrupt silence enveloped the main peak. Mo comprehended why Bai Ruoxue had spoken of Xiao Changsheng with such venom. This scoundrel was indeed deserving of a good thrashing. Forget the eternal ice crystals and the gifts. Say what you will, I shall not offer any, Mo thought resolutely. Soon, Xiao Changsheng and his companions arrived at the ice source hall on the main peak. Without further ado, Mo addressed him directly. What have you decided regarding Shi Ruo? Unfortunately, she is already a member of the Xiao family, so I regret to inform you that your request will be difficult to fulfill, Xiao Changsheng replied. Then it appears you do not intend to grant me this favor. Mo's eyes narrowed, becoming increasingly dangerous and frigid. It seems you are not a particularly astute individual. Though I may not shine as brightly as the Linglong Sword Immortal, few dare to disregard my authority in the Kanglan realm. Even the Linglong Sword Immortal, in my presence, is merely a fledgling. Therefore, Xiao Daoyu, I advise you to think carefully. After all, you do not stand alone. The Xiao family stands behind you. Mou, have you finished speaking? Indeed, I have concluded my remarks. It is my turn to speak, is it not? Please voice what you wish to say directly. Very well. Xiao Changsheng inhaled deeply, then smashed the table before him with a resounding slap. The hell with it. Are you attempting to assert seniority over me? What if you are of higher rank? Does that entitle you to command me like a dog? Do you think you are worthy? Your so-called face is less than that of a stray dog begging at my feet. You even dare to threaten me and the Xiao family, do you? Has that scoundrel, Bai Ruoxue, not informed you of my previous declarations at the Linglong sacred ground? How dare you exhibit such rudeness before me and utter such audacious words? Montag Yue exclaimed, Astonishit. She could hardly recall the last time someone had been so disrespectful in her presence. What of rudeness? What of audacity? Do you dispute it? If you do, step forward and fight. The loser shall be silent and depart. What a fine display from the Xiao family. A commendable ancestor indeed. Mou scoffed, as an icy chill surged through the void, and a crystal-clear, celestial sword materialized before her. The sword, entirely forged from ice, emanated an oppressive chill, adorned with starry glimmers that rendered it both mysterious and profound, as if capable of tearing apart the very fabric of existence. Oh, the Qin Shuang sword, is it? Xiao Changsheng sneered dismissively. You think to intimidate me with a mere celestial-grade artifact? Do you truly believe I am unaccustomed to the world? How did you come to know of the Qin Shuang sword? Mou inquired, her brow furrowing. The sword had only recently been forged during her seclusion and had never been revealed to the world. How could this ancestor of the Xiao family possess such knowledge? How'd I know? Naturally, I infiltrated your seclusion and discovered it. I observed everything, even your most private moments. What audacity! You, the esteemed ruler of the Ice Palace, brandishing such a worthless trinket as a treasure. If I were you, I would feel utterly ashamed. As he spoke, Xiao Changsheng waved his hand, and the Qin Shuang sword appeared in his grasp. He then slashed it towards the entrance of the Grand Hall, unleashing a brilliant beam of sword energy that pierced the void, followed by the distant sound of a thunderous crash. In the distance, one of the 9 main peaks of the Ice Palace was cleaved in half by that strike. Worthless as expected. Xiao Changsheng cast aside the Qin Shuang sword with disdain. Xiao Changsheng, you are outrageous. How dare you wreak havoc on my Ice Palace's territory? Do you truly believe us to be defenseless? Bai Ruoxue exclaimed in fury. Just as she was about to take action, Mou interposed her hand to halt her. Ancestor of the Xiao family, you are indeed full of surprises, she remarked, her eyes narrowing, her voice as calm and gentle as it had been at the outset, as if the previous events were nothing but fleeting clouds in her sight. No wonder you are the Ice Palace's sovereign. You possess remarkable composure. Enough of this idle chatter. I am hungry and wish to return home for a meal. Bring me the Tianyuan stone. How did you come to know of the Tianyuan stone? Mou gasped once more. The Tianyuan Stone is a divine gem capable of fully awakening the potential of the Tianyuan spiritual body, exceedingly rare. Presently, Lin Shuruo's Tianyuan spiritual body had only recently awakened and was not particularly strong, necessitating the Tianyuan Stone to stimulate and elicit her latent abilities. Mou had initially intended to acquire Lin Shuruo before presenting it to her. She never anticipated that Xiao Changsheng would also be aware of the Tianyuan Stone's existence. This was classified information. Even by Ruoxue was oblivious to it. Why is there so much nonsense? Just one question. Will you give me the Yin Stone? If not, I shall linger in your ice palace, spying on your female disciples during their baths every night. You shameless, Bai Ruoxue retorted. Am I shameless? How is it that you're only realizing this now? Tonight, I shall indeed sneak a peek at you. Of course, you may attempt to evade my gaze. Should you possess the ability, very well, I shall grant you the Yin Stone. Mou's thoughts stirred as she presented a jade box to Xiao Changsheng. The Yin Stone is contained within. Your Majesty, Bai Ruoxue could not contain herself. If we allow this scoundrel to act recklessly, what will become of the Ice Palace's reputation and prestige? Yet, Mou paid her no heed. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned away, her voice icy as it echoed. All right, the Yin Stone is yours. I shall retire now. Please excuse my lack of further hospitality. Chapter 59, what are you sending? What is there to send? I have no intention of leaving. You promised to give me 100 pounds of eternal ice crystals, and I still haven't received the greeting gift from this girl. How could I possibly depart? Xiao Changsheng plopped down. Ruoxue, proceed. Your Majesty, I have spoken. Proceed. Yes. Bai Ruoxue ground her teeth in frustration, but had no choice but to follow Mou's orders. Having successfully obtained the eternal ice crystals and the greeting gift, Xiao Changsheng's anger dissipated, and he instantly broke into a smile. Mou, you truly are generous. All right, I shall take my leave. May we meet again by fate. With that, Xiao Changsheng departed with Lin Shuruo. Your Majesty, are you really letting him go just like that? Bai Ruoxue was filled with reluctance. In the eyes of the world, the Ice Palace was a transcendent existence. When had anyone ever been so audacious? Mou offered no explanation, merely retrieving the Linglong Sword and handing it to Bai Ruoxue. Draw a sword, and you shall understand why I acted thus. Skeptical, Bai Ruoxue gathered her spiritual energy and executed a sword strike. A radiant sword aura erupted, piercing through the void, leaving a profound scar in the distant sky that lingered long after. However, compared to the effortless strike Xiao Changsheng had delivered moments ago, the disparity was glaringly evident. Moreover, Bai Ruoxue felt as though her very essence had been drained by that single strike. Her complexion paled, and her breath grew shallow. Such was the chasm of power. The Linglong Sword, the mightier the wielder, the more terrifying the force unleashed. From that last strike, it appears this Xiao family ancestor is no ordinary foe. Mou remarked slowly. But no matter how formidable he is, our Ice Palace boasts countless strong warriors. Can we truly be afraid of him? Bai Ruoxue remained unwilling to concede. Ruoxue, remember this. Small grievances can disrupt grand schemes. If we truly act against him, even if we subdue him, consider the cost we would incur. Bai Ruoxue fell silent, realizing that if Xiao Changsheng were to resist with all his might, the Ice Palace's millennia of foundation could be obliterated. Was it worth sacrificing the Ice Palace's legacy to bury that Xiao Changsheng? The answer was clear. Do not rush. Our foremost task now is to await the awakening of the ancient child. As for that Xiao family ancestor, let him frolic for a few more days. To eradicate him, one must first drive him to madness. Once the ancient child awakens, I shall personally visit the cold spirit realm to gather allies. Then, annihilating the Xiao family will be a matter of moments. Bai Ruoxue nodded in understanding and added, But your Majesty, Lin Shuruo has been taken away by that scoundrel. What shall we do? Fear not. Mou replied with a mysterious smile. It will not be long before Lin Shuruo comes knocking at our door willingly. Senior Xiao, you are truly impressive. Even the Ice Palace's mistress is intimidated by you. Senior Xiao, how do you curse so adeptly? Teach Shuruo, will you? Senior Xiao, you mentioned your own shamelessness. Can such a trait lead to strength? If so, I too wish to embrace shamelessness. On their return journey, Lin Shiruo's incessant chatter became a source of vexation for Xiao Changsheng. Could this girl not maintain a semblance of quietude? With her persona as a cold, pure jade maiden, could she not exercise a little discretion? Xiao Changsheng chose to disregard Lin Shiruo's inquiry, merely allowing his thoughts to drift as he retrieved the jade box. Upon opening it, a chilling aura enveloped him, revealing a black stone nestled within. Is this the Tianyuan stone? It felt oddly familiar. Lin Shiruo, curious, reached out her hand, only to be halted by Xiao Changsheng. Indeed, this is the Tianyuan stone, capable of awakening the latent, formidable talents within you. However, it has been cursed by Mou. Should you utilize it, the curse will corrupt your mind, ultimately rendering you one of Mou's own. Do you still wish to employ it? Xiao Changsheng fixed his gaze upon Lin Shiruo, his tone somber. Absolutely not. The girl replied decisively, devoid of any hesitation. Are you unaware of the gravity of the situation? Should you harness the Tianyuan stone, your innate abilities would surge at an astonishing rate. Perhaps within 3 to 5 years, you could transcend to the harmonization realm, or even beyond. Are you certain you will not use it? Is there anyone stronger than Senior Xiao? She pondered. Certainly not, he affirmed. Then why would I even consider using it? Senior, you may as well discard it. Lin Shiruo's disappointment was palpable as she pouted. Little girl, do you aspire to surpass me? If such a day were to arrive, what would you wish to accomplish? Xiao Changsheng inquired, intrigued. Lin Shiruo's gaze drifted sideways. She could not voice her aspirations of growing powerful enough to compel Senior Xiao into submission. Xiao Changsheng, disinterested in further questioning, handed the Tianyuan stone to her. Rest assured, I have dispelled the curse. Additionally, keep this Xianling short sword for self-defense. As he spoke, he could not help but curse under his breath. How miserly of Bai Ruoxue to present only a mere Xian-level artifact as a meeting gift. Was that not a disgrace? Upon returning to the Xiao family, Lin Shiruo entered seclusion. With the absence of her incessant chatter, Xiao Changsheng enjoyed a rare tranquility for several days. Subsequently, Xiao Mengjun arrived. Xiao Changsheng recalled their prior agreement and, after imparting a few words regarding Xiao Ke, departed alongside her. Xiao Mengjun hailed from the demon Sect, which does not belong to the Kanglan realm, but rather to the Tianmo realm, one of the 10 realms. The 10 realms are categorized based on strength, generally divided into 4 tiers: the lower 3 realms, the middle 3 realms, and the upper 3 realms, in addition to a realm that exists only in legend, never witnessed by any. The Kanglan realm, Tianmo realm, and Hanling realm constitute the lower 3 realms, recognized as the weaker entities among the 10 realms. However, in contrast to the Kanglan realm, where 3 major forces coexist in a state of relative peace interspersed with localized conflicts, the Tianmo realm is far more perilous, with the demon sect frequently embroiled in large-scale battles, even those rivaling the scale of the Linglong Sacred Land. Upon entering the demon realm, Xiao Mengjun did not lead Xiao Changsheng to perilous places. Instead, they arrived at a relatively tranquil borderland. Here, verdant waters and lush mountains stretched endlessly, presenting a breathtaking panorama. However, the sole drawback was the scarcity of spiritual veins, rendering this area arid for cultivators. Little Demoness, is the elder you mentioned residing here? Xiao Changsheng squinted, evoking fragments of his past memories. Once, he had confided in her that his ideal life lay in seclusion amidst verdant hills and flowing waters, laboring at dawn and resting at dusk, free from the entanglements of the mortal realm and the strife of the world. Regrettably, while ideals may be grand, reality often proves stark and unyielding. To survive, Xiao Changsheng had no choice but to take action. As for which elder he had spoken about, that detail had slipped his mind. Yes, Elder Xiao, we are nearly there. Oh, Xiao Changsheng nodded slightly. Yet, at that moment, the system's voice suddenly emerged. Chapter 60. Am I truly that scoundrel? Ding. The relevant fairy of beauty, Qianmei Yao Ji, has been activated. Qianmei Yao Ji, a formidable being at the late stage of the Tribulation Realm, the holy maiden of the renowned demon sect, Tianyuan Sect. From a millennium ago, she departed from the sect due to certain circumstances, and her subsequent whereabouts remain unknown. Current affection for Qianmei Yao Ji has reached 60. Reward acquired. Transformation technique. Alter one's appearance and aura, undetectable by others. Can be used on others. Current affection has reached 70. Reward acquired. System virus trial version. Immune to the effects of other systems, while simultaneously infecting theirs. But as it is a trial version, unpredictable outcomes may arise. Current affection has reached 80. Reward acquired. Tianyuan Divine Palace. Tianyuan Divine Palace. A celestial grade treasure, truly magnificent. No further words needed. Current affection has reached 90. Reward acquired. Demon Slayer Sword can be gifted. Demon Slayer Sword. Initially a superior earth-grade treasure, can be infused with the bloodline of the demon sect to enhance its quality, with no upper limit. Current affection has reached 100. Reward acquired. Invincible title, the Father of Heavenly Tao. Damage from Heavenly Tao reduced by 99. 99999, while damage inflicted upon it increased by 999,999, along with unexpected effects. The sudden emergence of system rewards left Xiao Changsheng momentarily astounded. Not to mention the consistently extravagant rewards. But why they've been triggered so abruptly? According to prior conventions, a certain connection with the Fairy of Beauty should have been established first. Yet he had not yet encountered Qianmei Yao Ji. Wait, Xiao Changsheng suddenly realized something quite absurd. Xiao Mengjun, do tell me honestly, who exactly is that senior you mentioned? If I don't say, do you believe I will smack your backside? Well, all right then. Xiao Mengjun sighed. After all, it would need to be clarified eventually. She is Qianmei Yao Ji, once the holy maiden of the demon sect, Tianyuan sect. Xiao Senior, I refrain from telling you out of fear that you would be frightened upon hearing that title and would hesitate to approach. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Changsheng's face twitched. It truly is the case. Upon further reflection, it was not difficult to deduce, as there were few female demon lords renowned for both beauty and power in the demon realm, and only Qianmei Yao Ji could match the praises sung by Xiao Mengjun. So, what is your relation to Qianmei Yao Ji? Xiao Changsheng inquired once more. Xiao Mengjun hesitated, but decided to speak the truth. I am the daughter of Qianmei Yao Ji. Xiao Changsheng's expression darkened instantly. Qianmei Yao Ji has a daughter? Then who is your father? Xiao Changsheng asked seriously. This inquiry was crucial, as it pertained to whether he had been unwittingly adorned with an additional title. I do not know who my father is. He departed before I was born. My mother only told me that he was a very interesting and lovable person. She also mentioned he was a superhero from planet Sion, setting off on a grand nautical journey in search of treasures. Xiao Changsheng remained silent for quite some time. The good news was that he was not wearing a hat. The even better news was that this whimsical enchantress of the demonic sect, Xiao Mengjun, was actually his biological daughter. What a stroke of serendipity. No wonder there was no mention of Xiao Mengjun in the original storyline. It turned out that the circumstances were such. Xiao Changsheng could not help but scrutinize Xiao Mengjun intently. Indeed, she was a natural beauty, pure yet alluring, truly deserving of the lineage of himself and the enchanting Qianmei. In terms of appearance, she was simply exceptional. However, regarding her actions, Xiao Changsheng felt an urge to chastise her. How could she be attempting to find a man for her mother? Was this behavior even appropriate? Fortunately, she had inexplicably found him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Of course, Xiao Changsheng did not genuinely intend to reprimand her. He smiled brightly and cheerfully inquired, Tell me, Junjun, what kind of person do you imagine your father to be? Xiao Mengjun immediately frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Changsheng. What was the matter with this man? Junjun, could the term be any more nauseating? Nonetheless, recognizing her inability to overpower him, Xiao Mengjun refrained from further protest. When the topic of her father, who existed only in legend and whom she had never met, arose, Xiao Mengjun's frustration boiled over, and she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, He is nothing but a scoundrel, a deceitful man. When the day comes that I finally meet him, I shall sever all his limbs and cast them into the mountains to feed the wolves. Xiao Changsheng responded, Junjun, perhaps you shouldn't be so ruthless. A young lady ought to maintain her composure, civility, and politeness. Resorting to violence is hardly becoming. But Senior Xiao, you didn't say that before, Xiao Mengjun retorted, pouting in dissatisfaction. Back in the abyssal Forbidden Land, you were quite supportive of my intentions. Xiao Changsheng's expression darkened. How was he to know that the scoundrel she referred to was, in fact, himself? Was he truly supporting her in dismembering himself? Clearing his throat, he hastily shifted the topic. Let's not dwell on that matter any longer. He gazed ahead, where, amidst the misty mountains, a picturesque expanse of fertile fields, quaint bridges, and bamboo houses came into view, serene and elegant. Is that where you and your mother reside? He inquired. This sight stirred memories deep within Xiao Changsheng's heart. He had been here before, even having lived here for a time. It was during that period that he had been ensnared by the enchanting Qianmei. Yes, the spiritual energy here has waned significantly. I have always urged my mother to leave, but she refuses. She insists that the scoundrel loves this place, that it is where they once dwelled together, and perhaps one day he would return. Yet, she has waited for hundreds of years. Xiao Mengjun huffed. If he were to return, All right, you wish to dismember him, I understand. You needn't elaborate further. Xiao Changsheng felt somewhat perplexed. If she were to discover that he was indeed the scoundrel she spoke of, would she truly rush over to confront him? However, as the two descended from the clouds, they found the house utterly deserted, with no trace of the enchanting Qianmei. How odd. Where could their mother have gone? At this hour, she would typically be here, tending to the garden. Not long ago, outsiders had visited this place, and he surmised she had left with them. Xiao Changsheng detected a faint lingering presence. Outsiders? Xiao Mengjun found it even more perplexing. How could their mother permit strangers to enter? Just then, a fluffy head suddenly emerged from the dense flower garden. Meow. Upon closer inspection, it was an unremarkable cat, its fur in neat black and white, symmetrically arranged. It appeared quite adorable, harmless even. Yet, Xiao Changsheng sensed an unprecedented and exceedingly perilous aura emanating from it. Chapter 61. The extraordinary celestial man, Xiao Changsheng, furrowed his brow. Of course, the menacing aura did not imply that the cat harbored any hostility towards him or Xiao Mengjun. It was simply a creature of formidable strength, enigmatic and far beyond any adversary he had encountered in recent days. Perhaps the cat itself was blissfully unaware of its own power, considering itself merely an ordinary feline. Xiao Mengjun appeared quite fond of the cat, cradling it affectionately in her arms while softly calling its name, Troublemaker. Where did it come from? Xiao Changsheng inquired. You mean Troublemaker? I'm not sure. One day, I went out to play, and when I returned, there was this cat by my mother's side. Perhaps she thought a bit lonely by herself, she explained. Senior Xiao, it's so adorable and quite perceptive. Meow, the cat, mewed innocently, then darted from Xiao Mengjun's embrace, its azure eyes gleaming with brilliance. Vivid scenes unfolded before the two of them. In these visions, outsiders intruded and forcibly took away the enchanting Qianmei Yaoheim. It's the people from the Tianyuan Sect. Xiao Mengjun recognized them at once, her teeth clenched in indignation. Currently, the Tianyuan Sect is at war with the second largest sect of the demon realm, the Fengling Sect, and the conflict is intensifying. My mother must have been taken back to serve as a conscript. Those scoundrels from the Tianyuan Sect are truly despicable. My mother has distanced herself from them for hundreds of years, yet they still dare to harass her. Now that we know our destination, things will be simpler. Junjun, there's no time to waste. Let us depart and pay a visit to the Tianyuan Sect. Xiao Changsheng stated nonchalantly. You intend to go to the Tianyuan Sect? That is the foremost sect of the demon realm. Though it has waned over the years, its foundations remain strong. As a righteous cultivator, should they discover your presence, it could spell dire consequences for you. Xiao Mengjun exclaimed in astonishment. Fear not, for the sake of Qianmei Yaoheim. And for you, I shall brave any peril. Xiao Changsheng proclaimed with righteous fervor. This declaration prompted a scrutinizing gaze from Xiao Mengjun. This fellow is certainly motivated by appearances. He is willingly risking everything simply because my mother is beautiful. However, she considered that this might be favorable. His unfathomable strength could potentially rescue her mother from the clutches of the Tianyuan Sect. Thus, The trio, 2 humans and a cat, set forth. Yet, Xiao Changsheng did not hasten directly to the Tianyuan sect. Instead, he made his way to a place known as the Dihua Fire Domain. This locale was a bottomless volcanic crater, perpetually engulfed in raging flames, posing immense danger. Even those of the Tribulation Realm had perished here. What brings us here? Xiao Mengjun questioned curiously. I seek the Earth Lotus Heart Herb. The Earth Lotus Heart Herb? Senior Xiao, are you truly serious? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mengjun could scarcely contain her excitement, her eyes sparkling and her voice trembling slightly. Indeed, of course. You have long sought it, have you not? Yes, I have been in search of it for years, but alas. Xiao Mengjun sighed. Such rare treasures, existing solely in ancient texts, are indeed arduous to locate. The Earth Lotus Heart Herb is a miraculous remedy capable of fortifying one's essence and healing wounds, particularly beneficial for cultivators whose core has been damaged. The ailment afflicting the enchantress of 1,000 charms stems from such core damage, causing her to regress in cultivation over the years, plummeting from a peak Tribulation Realm expert to the depths of the Void Realm. Her previous quest to the Kanglan Realm in search of the Demon Pearl was also aimed at healing, yet the formidable demonic energy within merely mitigated the regression, addressing only the symptoms rather than the root cause. To truly remedy her condition, the Earth Lotus Heart Herb is essential. It lies within the deepest recesses of the volcanic crater, remarked Xiao Changsheng nonchalantly. Then why do we linger? Xiao Mengjun exclaimed impatiently, poised to leap forward, only to be yanked back by Xiao Changsheng. The area was engulfed in raging flames, with those infernos having brewed beneath the earth for millennia, presenting a grave danger. Even so, for my mother I must go, she insisted. No, allow me to finish, Xiao Changsheng replied, stretching lazily before reclining on a smooth, flat stone. Someone will assist us in obtaining the Earth Lotus Heart Herb. We merely need to wait for him to present himself. Someone will assist us? Xiao Mengjun questioned, bewildered. Below, the volcanic crater descended into an unfathomable abyss, with an endless expanse of flames burning fiercely, devoid of any semblance of life. Yet, since Xiao Changsheng had spoken, she resolved to trust him for a while longer. This waiting stretched into half a day. Just as impatience began to creep into Xiao Mengjun, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Flames surged explosively from the crater, transforming into 2 ferocious fire dragons that rampaged upwards with alarming speed. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Mengjun realized the dragons seemed to be pursuing someone. That individual appeared utterly beleaguered, on the verge of being consumed. Could he be the one Elder Xiao mentioned would help us? Without hesitation, Xiao Mengjun intervened, vanquishing the 2 frenzied fire dragons and rescuing the man. However, after being saved, the man did not express gratitude. Instead, he regarded Xiao Mengjun with suspicion and queried, "Who are you? Why are you here?" "I saved you. And this is how you address your benefactor?" Xiao Mengjun retorted, displeased. "Did I ask you to save me? Furthermore, unsolicited kindness often conceals ulterior motives. Are you infatuated with me? I assure you, I have encountered many such heroic rescue scenarios. Do not presume I will be deceived. Perhaps those 2 fire dragons were a ploy of yours." Xiao Mengjun's lips twitched in disbelief at the audacity of this individual, who seemed to hold himself in such high regard. Did he not take a moment to reflect on his own appearance? Did she truly have any interest in him? Enough of this banter. There is no need to waste words with such a character. Actions speak louder than words. Xiao Changsheng approached, waving his hand, producing an object in his grasp. A delicate and exquisite jade box. Within the jade box lies the astonishing Earth Lotus Heart Herb. You! How dare you steal my possession? Upon discovering the theft of the Earth Lotus Heart Herb, the man bellowed furiously. I grant you 10 seconds to return it immediately, and then to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Xiao Mengjun was utterly speechless. Senior Xia, is this item of any use? If not, I shall go and crush him. The demonic sect has its own rules. Acts of murder and theft are commonplace within its ranks. Moreover, it is unnecessary to mention that the adversary is merely a foolhardy, insipid little celestial man. It serves little purpose. However, You might find it difficult to kill him, Xiao Changsheng replied, shaking his head. Xiaoming Yun scoffed disdainfully. He is but a mere cultivator at the integration stage, akin to an ant. In an instant, she struck out, vanishing from sight. Yet, the man was even swifter, as if performing a magic trick, disappearing into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Even his aura had completely vanished. Chapter 62. Would you prefer to call me father? Or has he vanished? Or was he merely hiding? Xiao Mengjun pondered in surprise. Yet after a thorough search, she discovered no trace whatsoever. He has escaped. Xiao Changsheng remarked indifferently. After all, he is one of the protagonists endowed with fortune in the original narrative, albeit among the weaker ones. Nevertheless, he possesses certain unique methods for evasion. Xiao Changsheng could not prevent this. The fact that he has fled. This individual possesses quite extraordinary abilities. Suggesting an extraordinary background, Xiao Mengjun mused thoughtfully. There is no need to speculate. He is none other than Feng Han, the holy son of the current Tianyuan Sect. Xiao Changsheng stated calmly. In the storyline, this character sought the Earth Lotus Heart Herb, using it as a means to approach Qianmei Yeoheim, ultimately succeeding in winning her affections. However, as a protagonist blessed with fortune, he is rather inept. Having been defeated by the holy son of the Fengling Sect during the conflict between Tianyuan Sect and Fengling Sect, leading to the tragic demise of Qianmei Yeoheim on his behalf. This time, Xiao Changsheng has come to the demon realm, with Feng Han as one of the targets. Though not the most crucial, the holy son of the Fengling Sect is of paramount importance. He is the reincarnation of a demonic sovereign who has undergone 10 lifetimes of cultivation, possessing an exceptionally potent bloodline. If left unchecked, he is destined to unify the entire demon realm. Subsequently, a war will erupt between the demon realm and the Kanglan realm, during which the Xiao family will inexplicably become the sole victims and meet their demise. In a clash of two great realms, the obliteration of an inconspicuous lineage raises the question of whether the original author was in their right mind when penning such absurdity. The holy son of the Tianyuan Sect? This sect truly seems to be in decline, having chosen such a ludicrous character for their holy son, Xiao Mengjun remarked, somewhat speechless. However, the prospect of successfully obtaining the Earth Lotus Heart Herb filled her with immense excitement. The two set off, without hesitation, towards the territory of the Tianyuan Sect, specifically to a demonic city named Zhen Tiancheng. This location serves as the front line in the conflict between the Tianyuan Sect and the Fengling Sect, with Qianmei Yeoheim stationed there. Along the way, Xiao Mengjun expressed her concerns. Senior Xiao, I say Junjun. We have known each other for quite some time now. Referring to me as Senior Xiao feels excessively formal. How about we adopt a different form of address? A different form of address? Then, how about Daoist Xiao? Changsheng? Brother Changsheng? Ugh, that's too mushy, quite repulsive. Ahem, Junjun. I believe none of these are particularly suitable. Then what do you suggest I call you? Father. Xiao Mengjun nearly twisted her back, staring at Xiao Changsheng in utter bewilderment. What did you say? Please repeat that. You may call me father. Naturally, terms such as father, daddy, old man, or simply dad are all acceptable. I am quite easygoing. Are you jesting with me? Xiao Mengjun's expression darkened. Of course not. I say, Junjun. You summoned me here with the intention of bringing me and Qianmei Yeoheim together, did you not? If that is the case, calling me father is merely a matter of time. You would gain nothing from resisting. Moreover, if you were to call me father now, wouldn't it imply to the enchanting and beguiling Qianmei that you have already acknowledged my identity? Such a declaration might prompt her to consider your feelings, potentially allowing her to forget that scoundrel from her past and more readily accept me. Xiao Changsheng chuckled softly. This seems to pose no significant issue, does it? Xiao Mengjun replied with an expression of wisdom. Yet, she soon shook her head. No, do not attempt to deceive me and take advantage of my feelings. While I indeed wish to facilitate a connection between you and my mother, this matter has not even begun to take shape. And for you to ask me to address you as father is simply outrageous. That is utterly impossible. Do not entertain such thoughts. Xiao Changsheng felt a tinge of regret. This little girl is not so easily swayed. However, Perhaps that is for the best. If she could be so easily manipulated, what would happen if she were to fall prey to some rogue in the future? This matter was set aside for the moment, and a day later, they finally arrived at Zhentian City. Due to the ongoing conflict, Zhentian City was now heavily fortified, and the scrutiny upon entry was exceedingly rigorous. Shall we disguise ourselves? Xiao Mengjun suggested. After all, having just had a disagreement with Feng Han of the Tianyuan Sect, encountering him here, while unlikely, would indeed spell trouble. I concur, we should adopt a disguise, Xiao Changsheng agreed, then proposed, let us pretend to be father and daughter. I shall call you darling daughter, and you shall call me father. Absolutely not. I meant to disguise our presence and appearance, not our identities. Xiao Mengjun retorted with a frown. Why is this fellow so eager to play the role of my father? Is he out his mind? Xiao Changsheng felt somewhat disappointed. Ultimately, they did not proceed with any disguise. He intended to swiftly eliminate that individual anyway, so such subterfuge would be superfluous. The two entered the city boldly, but it was not long before a large contingent surrounded them. At the forefront stood a general clad in silver armor, his expression grim and exuding a palpable aura of menace. Gentlemen, I am Feng Wei, one of the 8 demon generals of the Tianyuan Sect, currently overseeing the security of Zhentian City. We have received intelligence that the Feng Ling sect has dispatched spies to infiltrate Zhentian City. Therefore, I must ask you both to accompany me. Spies? We are not spies. There must be some misunderstanding. Xiao Mengjun furrowed her brow. Xiao Changsheng shook his head and chuckled softly. Junjun, you are still too naive. What nonsense about spies is merely an excuse. I suspect that your so-called intelligence came from the Holy Sun, Feng Han, did it not? Upon hearing this, Feng Wei dropped the pretense and smirked coldly. Huh, I am uncertain whether to commend your cleverness or deem you foolish. Knowing full, while you have offended the Holy Sun, you dare to brazenly enter Zhentian City? Are you seeking death? Xiao Changsheng's expression remained impassive as he glanced at Xiao Mengjun beside him. Junjun, he exclaimed, it seems we are courting death. What do you propose we do? Xiao Mengjun remained silent, her resolve unyielding as she struck with astonishing swiftness. Feng Wei, quick to react, raised his silver battle axe to defend himself. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air, transforming the street into a desolate wasteland. Feng Wei was propelled backward for hundreds of meters, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his mighty axe developed cracks that spread like a spider's web. His complexion darkened with disbelief. He had not anticipated such formidable strength. How could a prominent figure of the Tianyuan sect, one of the 8 demon generals, find himself so utterly outmatched? Wait, are you the legendary shape-shifting enchantress? Haha, only now do you recognize me, dear sir. Xiao Mengjun replied with a scornful smile. The moniker of the shape-shifting enchantress was one that Xiao Mengjun had earned through her solitary ventures in the demon realm, having severed the limbs of many, thus earning a reputation for danger, particularly among the loathsome men. Of course, no one was aware of her connection to the enchanting Qianmei. Chapter 63, Meow, well. I never expected it to be you. What a twist of fate. It seems that the vendetta against the blood demon elder can finally be avenged today. With that, Feng Wei swiftly sounded an ancient horn, its resonance echoing throughout the entire town of Tianjin. Soon, several formidable presences rushed over with great urgency. Feng Wei, what is happening? Which audacious scoundrel dares to cause a ruckus in Tianjin? These individuals were clad in similar armor, yet their aura far surpassed that of Feng Wei. It's these 2 rascals, especially her. Feng Wei gritted his teeth, pointing accusingly at Xiao Mengjun. This individual was the shape-shifting enchantress who had mercilessly slain the only descendant of the blood demon elder, and she must not be allowed to escape. Is it you? You are the shape-shifting enchantress. Enchantress, prepare to meet your demise. Upon hearing this title, the group was instantly consumed with rage, charging fiercely toward Xiao Mengjun. However, one person stood defiantly in their path. Do you dare to lay a hand on my Junjun without consulting me first? And who might you be? Me? I am the unchanging and unyielding, the prince of the Xiang kingdom from the celestial Yuan dynasty of the Kanglan realm. And of course, I bear another title, father of the shape-shifting enchantress. Xiao Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Beside him, Xiao Mengjun was left utterly speechless. How could this scoundrel so brazenly utter such nonsense without the slightest hint of shame? So, he is the father of this enchantress. Very well, this is splendid. Let's kill. Feng Wei and several other demon generals charged forward in unison. Xiao Changsheng turned to glance back, but did not rush to engage. Instead, he calmly retreated. Not far away, a carriage stood silently, and within, Feng Han had been observing the fierce battle unfolding not far from him. Since Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mengjun entered the city, he had immediately noticed them and had been secretly watching. I never expected this individual to possess such strength. No wonder he dares to confront this holy son. Feng Han marveled inwardly, then turned to an elder clad in black robes beside him. Elder Feng, what do you think of this person? The elder merely opened his eyes to take a quick glance before closing them again, a voice laced with disdain escaping his lips. Tribulation crossing realm, mere ants. Then I can rest easy. Feng Han's heart swelled with joy, and he focused his mind, summoning a virtual light screen visible only to him. Today's check-in location, the boudoir of the enchantress Qianmei. Successful check-in will yield generous rewards. Why are there some fractured cracks appearing on this light screen? Feng Han furrowed his brow slightly, but did not dwell on it. The crucial point was the location for this task's check-in. The boudoir of the enchantress Qianmei was indeed an exceedingly demanding venue. Who was the enchantress Qianmei? Once the holy maiden of the Tianyuan Sect, she was celebrated as the most talented individual of the past millennium, although he too held the title of Holy Son in terms of talent and status. He was utterly incomparable to the enchantress Qianmei. Thus, he sought to utilize the earth lotus heart grass to ingratiate himself with, or even seduce, the enchanting Qianmei Yaoji, only to find himself ambushed midway. This time, he vowed not to let these two escape. He must reclaim the earth lotus heart grass. Feng Han silently swore. He had experienced the wondrous capabilities of the system countless times. Not to mention, this elder in the ink robe, Feng Yihan, was summoned through a sign-in, possessing strength surpassing that of even the transcendent beings. At that moment, the commotion outside grew increasingly tumultuous, and Feng Han realized that Xiao Changsheng and his group had actually come to his vicinity. This man was deliberate in his actions. Feng Yihan spoke slowly. With such prowess, this individual could have easily dealt with those demon generals, yet he intentionally refrained from intervening, drawing them here instead. It appeared he had discerned the presence of the Holy Son. In that case, I shall rely on your assistance, Elder Feng. Feng Han intoned solemnly. Not a problem. Just as Feng Yihan was about to rise, a cute voice suddenly interrupted. Meow. Turning around, Feng Han spotted a black and white cat that had mysteriously appeared in the carriage. Its azure vertical pupils fixated on Feng Yihan, exuding an aura of innocence and harmlessness. Where did this wretched cat come from? Shoo shoo, get out. Feng Han waved his hand to shoo it away. The cat nimbly darted outside. However, Feng Han noticed that Feng Yihan, who had seemingly been ready to act, had plopped back down, his eyes tightly closed in meditation. Elder Feng, are you all right? Weren't you about to intervene? Feng Han asked anxiously. What was happening with Elder Feng? Why had he suddenly fallen silent? You must hurry. Those fellows are already upon us. Feng Han was in a state of desperation. At that moment, Feng Yihan finally reacted, but not in a manner befitting a human. Meow. Feng Han's mouth twitched in disbelief. Meow? What has happened to you, Elder? Have you been possessed by that cat? Boom. Xiao Changsheng led his cohorts to utterly destroy the carriage, reducing nearby buildings to mere rubble. Feng Han clambered out of the debris, somewhat disheveled, though unscathed, as Feng Yihan had protected him in that critical moment. Yet now, Feng Yihan had vanished without a trace. The absence of such a formidable trump card left Feng Han feeling uneasy. At that juncture, Xiao Changsheng suddenly bellowed. How daring of you demon generals from the Tianyuan Sect to rebel, laying hands upon the Holy Son. Should this matter reach the ears of the Sect Master, I shall relish witnessing the consequences you face. The demon general stood there, awestruck. Holy Son? How was the Holy Son here? Observing Feng Han's disheveled state, they hurriedly approached. offering apologies and concern, fearful of incurring the Holy Sun's displeasure. Xiao Changsheng watched the spectacle unfold, sensing something amiss. He had distinctly felt a powerful aura moments ago, likely that of a concealed Holy Realm expert. Thus, Xiao Changsheng intentionally lured these individuals over, seeking to uncover the truth. Yet now, the aura of that formidable being has inexplicably vanished. It was undeniable moments ago. How disappointing to flee so swiftly. Xiao Changsheng shook his head. At this moment, the demon generals below fixed their fierce gazes upon him once more. Evidently, Feng Han preferred to target him rather than blame those demon generals. System, what is the current progress? A thought crossed Xiao Changsheng's mind. Previously, within the Earth Lotus Fire domain, he had covertly implanted a virus into Feng Han's system. However, the rate of transplantation was exceedingly slow. Progress, 25, merely a quarter complete. Xiao Changsheng let out a quiet sigh. Feng Han's signing system had afforded him numerous treasures, such as the previously escaped transportation talisman. Hence, to eliminate him, it was imperative to first incapacitate his system. Once the virus transplantation was complete, his system would be rendered useless, and any rewards obtained through it would become void. At that moment, it would be as effortless as swatting a fly. However, the time was not yet ripe. It seems he must exercise patience. Acting rashly would only prompt this fellow to flee and conceal himself, leading to potential complications later on. Xiao Changsheng contemplated vanquishing these demon generals first, but suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed down. Stop! Chapter 64. The greatest foe in this life and world. A booming voice resonated like thunder, shaking the very air. A figure descended like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The formidable aura of the Tribulation Realm enveloped the surroundings, prompting Feng Wei and the other demon generals to halt their actions and bow respectfully. Greetings, esteemed Blood Demon Elder. What is the meaning of this? The Blood Demon scanned the area, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon spotting Xiao Changsheng, his brow furrowed slightly. In response to the Elder, these two are spies from the spirit-sealing sect who infiltrated Jintian City. My junior discovered them and was about to apprehend them for interrogation, but unexpectedly, he resisted. Feng Wei respectfully clasped his fists. I implore the Elder to take action and personally subdue this individual. Oh, the spirit-sealing sect dares to send people into Jintian City? Oomph. The Blood Demon scoffed repeatedly. Curse you. Xiao Changsheng erupted with crude words. A mindless fool like you can become the Grand Elder of the Thousand Illusions sect? No wonder the Thousand Illusions sect grows weaker with each passing day. Just because he calls me a spy, does that make it true? If he claims I'm your father, would you kneel and call me father as well? Impudent. To dare show disrespect to this elder. The Blood Demon Grand Elder snorted coldly, his blood-red hands lunging toward Xiao Changsheng. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice descended from above. Oh, Grand Elder, why are you here idling in Jintian City instead of keeping an eye on the front lines? The mere sound of her voice sent shivers down the spines of those present, causing some with wavering resolve to feel lightheaded. It is Mother, she has arrived. Xiao Mengjun exclaimed, astonished and excited. Her aura is formidable. Could it be that her essence has been restored? Xiao Changsheng looked up to see a figure gracefully descending under the blazing sun. Clad in a flowing scarlet gown, she embodied elegance and allure. The gentle breeze accentuating her breathtaking curves, rendering it difficult for one's gaze to wander away. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes perpetually radiated temptation, captivating hearts as if a single glance could ensnare one's soul, compelling all to bow before her, becoming willing servants. As Xiao Changsheng beheld the familiar figure, memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Time does not diminish beauty. Even after centuries apart, the captivating enchantress remained as stunning as ever, stirring the heart profoundly. Yet, at this moment, apart from Xiao Changsheng, everyone present quickly averted their gaze, or perhaps they simply dared not look too long, fearing they might become ensnared and lose themselves completely. Hey, don't stare at Mother like that. She despises such attention. Don't ruin the first impression. Xiao Mengjun urgently nudged Xiao Changsheng's arm. Xiao Changsheng, however, remained unfazed. Perhaps she enjoys my gaze? The Thousand Enchantress also noticed Xiao Changsheng, yet her eyes betrayed no emotion, as though he were merely a stranger in her sight. With graceful steps, she approached Feng Wei. With cherry lips slightly parted, a voice as ethereal as the heavens emerged. You claim these two individuals are spies from the Fengling sect? Stammered Feng Wei, his head bowed and voice trembling. Although the enchanting Qian Mei had long since departed from the Tianyuan sect, her reputation loomed large, and even the sect leader would not dare to underestimate her. In her presence, Feng Wei felt an overwhelming pressure, rendering his breath uneven. Indeed, Qian Mei, you cannot possibly intend to shield the spies of the Fengling sect, can you? Blood Demon stepped forward, his expression foreboding. Elder, do you possess any evidence to substantiate their status as spies? Qian Mei's lips curled into a faint smile. Well, Lady Saint, I do. Hast interjected Fang Han, bowing respectfully. I am Fang Han, the holy son of the Tianyuan sect. It is an honor to meet you. Present your evidence, she commanded. Not long ago, I ventured to the Earth Lotus Fire domain in search of the Earth Lotus Heartgrass, hoping to aid you in strengthening your foundation. To my astonishment, these two ambushed me, not only insulting me, but also stealing the Earth Lotus Heartgrass. Thus, they must be dispatched by the Fengling sect, aiming to thwart your recovery. Is this what you call evidence? She inquired. Indeed, Fang Han did. Does this qualify as evidence? Certainly not. But does the matter of evidence hold significance? Not at all. What truly matters is that this serves as an excellent pretext for Elder Blood Demon and Qian Mei to capture these two and subject them to interrogation. Once apprehended, anyone could be deemed a spy. Elder Blood Demon immediately grasped the implication, letting out a cold snort, his murderous intent palpable. The Holy Sun speaks wisely. Feng Wei, apprehend these two at once. Yes, Feng Wei rejoiced. Yet, as he extended his right leg to step forward, a piercing pain surged through him and his leg shattered. Flying away, blood gushed forth as Feng Wei collapsed in agony. Qian Mei, what is the meaning of this? Blood Demon glared at her with hostility. Nothing much. Merely finding some worthless individuals too audacious. Qian Mei replied languidly. What nonsense evidence? It is sheer folly. I derived no conclusion from this young man's words that these two are spies. Only a fool would believe them to be spies. Indeed, Elder Blood Demon, I am referring to you. You merely wish to seize this opportunity to capture them and exact revenge for your blind-blooded descendants. Am I right? And if so, are you attempting to obstruct me? Qian Mei, congratulations, you are correct. For the sake of two chance acquaintances, you dare oppose me? Chance acquaintances? Who are you to say that I am merely a chance acquaintance with these two? Qian Mei smiled sweetly before declaring each word with precision. She, the ever-changing enchantress, is none other than your enemy and my own flesh and blood. As her words echoed, the entire assembly stood in stunned silence. In the realm of celestial demons, the enigmatic transformation of the shape-shifting enchantress, which has instilled terror in countless hearts, is astonishingly revealed to be the daughter of the illustrious Thousand Charms Demoness. Who would have imagined such a startling revelation? It is no wonder that I, as an elder, have encountered inexplicable obstacles in my repeated covert investigations of this shape-shifting enchantress. It turns out you were orchestrating this behind the scenes. The Grand Elder of Blood Magic's countenance darkened ominously. No, you are mistaken. I am not the one scheming in the shadows. Rather, it is your own incompetence that has led to these failures. Do not attempt to concoct excuses for your inadequacies. The Thousand Charms Demoness retorted, rolling her eyes in disdain. At that moment, Xiao Mengjun pulled Xiao Changsheng closer. Mother, allow me to introduce him. He is an esteemed elder I encountered in the Kanglan realm, known as... no need for introductions. The Thousand Charms Demoness interjected with an enigmatic smile, her tone revealing a sense of familiarity. He is someone I know all too well. He is my greatest foe in this life, my most formidable adversary. Chapter 65. A sharp tongue with a soft heart, Xiao Mengjun was taken aback. Enemies? How could the ancestor of the Xiao family and her mother hold a grudge against each other? One hailed from the Kanglan realm, while the other belonged to the Timor realm. How could animosity arise between them? Observing her mother's clenched teeth, it was clear that no one had ever evoked such hatred in her before. It seemed their feud was substantial indeed. The thought prompted Xiao Mengjun to glare fiercely at Xiao Changsheng. Why didn't you mention your enmity with Mother earlier? Now look, you are her enemy, and the blood demon and his ilk have set their sights on you. I am curious to see how you will navigate this predicament. Upon hearing the word enemy, Fang Han's eyes lit up. Excellent. You are indeed the enemy of the Holy Maiden. You must not be spared. We're the 8 great demon generals waiting for. Seize this scoundrel at once. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Yet at that moment, the enchanting Qianmei Yaoheim suddenly waved her hand. A surge of energy rushed past them, leaving them feeling as though they stood at the precipice of an abyss, as if taking a single step forward would lead to their souls being scattered. Qianmei Yaoheim regarded them with a smile that was both playful and disdainful. Does my enemy require your assistance? Holy Son Fang, should you dare to meddle further, do not blame me for disregarding the sect leader's authority. Qianmei Yaoheim, how dare you? The blood demon elder raged upon hearing this. Do you dare to dismiss the sect leader? What of it? Qianmei Yaoheim chuckled softly. In my heyday, what was he but a mere trifle? Now, with no one left in the Tianyuan sect, he has climbed to the position of sect leader. No wonder the Tianyuan sect is declining, with such a waste in charge. How could it not? You, how dare you insult the sect leader? What of it? Begone. All of you get lost. I intend to return and settle scores with my enemy, and anyone who dares to obstruct me shall face the consequences. Qianmei Yaoheim's voice echoed throughout the venue, and where her gaze fell, none dared to speak. Thus, she swaggered away with 2 companions and a cat in tow. Elder, shall we simply allow them to act with such impunity? After Qianmei Yaoheim and her party departed, Fang Han's expression darkened, unable to contain his frustration. Qianmei Yaoheim has indeed concealed her strength. Today she has fully revealed herself, and the sect leader will undoubtedly seek retribution against her. The blood demon murmured softly before vanishing without a trace. The others soon followed suit. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Fang Han. Predecessor, where did you go just now? Why did you suddenly disappear? Fang Han felt a sense of grievance. If Feng Yihan had been present earlier, would Qianmei Yaoheim have dared to be so arrogant? I discovered some crucial information, which compelled my departure. Feng Yihan replied slowly. I cannot very well say that I, a mighty sage, was frightened away by a mere cat. Can I? Sensing Fang Han's resentment, Feng Yihan offered a comforting smile. Rest assured, I understand your sentiments. That Qianmei Yaoheim will inevitably become yours. No, predecessor, I have changed my mind, Fang Han said with a stern expression. Not merely the enchanting seductress, but also her daughter, the shape-shifting enchantress, who delights in the art of dismemberment. I, the Holy Son, shall afford her a taste of such torment, and the enemies of the enchanting seductress. That scoundrel shall not escape retribution. Feng Yihan twitched the corner of his mouth. You certainly know how to choose your adversaries, selecting only the most troublesome foes. Yet, Feng Yihan acquiesced. Though formidable, they posed no real threat in his eyes, provided that enigmatic cat was not present. As night descended upon the residence of the enchanting seductress, a lavish banquet was laid out for merely 3 individuals: the enchanting seductress, Xiao Changsheng, and Xiao Mengjun. The enchanting seductress drank deeply, 1 cup after another, enveloped in silence, her lips unparted. Xiao Changsheng, oblivious to the atmosphere, devoured meat with abandon, remaining equally taciturn. Xiao Mengjun, seated beside them, felt an inexplicable discomfort akin to sitting on pins and needles. The atmosphere at the dining table was decidedly peculiar. She had anticipated that upon returning home, her mother would confront her nemesis, Xiao Changsheng, with great fervor, and she had been contemplating how to mediate the conflict. Yet, unexpectedly, events had unfolded in this manner. While no altercation had erupted, the stifling awkwardness was nearly unbearable. Observing her mother's flushed cheeks and her tipsy demeanor, Xiao Mengjun could no longer restrain herself and spoke up. Mother, Perhaps you should cease drinking. You're already intoxicated. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Go play elsewhere. The enchanting seductress retorted sharply. Xiao Mingjuan's expression shifted, for she recognized that such a tone from her mother signified her deep displeasure. Indeed, extreme displeasure. Stealing a glance at Xiao Changsheng, she nudged his arm. What enmity exists between you and my mother? I have never witnessed her this enraged. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Go play elsewhere. Xiao Mingjuan's lips twitched in frustration. Very well, if I am to be cast aside, then I shall take my leave. I have little desire to remain here. With that, she exited. A loud thud echoed as the enchanting seductress slammed her wine glass onto the table. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, her alluring gaze captivating, exuding a mesmerizing charm. Yet her voice was chillingly cold. Do you not wish to say something? Say something? Xiao Changsheng arched an eyebrow, placing a morsel of fatty meat into his mouth, contemplating before responding with calmness. Enchantress, I have returned, and I have missed you. Furthermore, you have grown more beautiful, and it delights me that your affection for me remains unchanged. Clang! An icy celestial sword materialized before Xiao Changsheng, mere millimeters from his throat. Love? Preposterous. Since that day you vanished without a trace. My heart has been consumed by hatred, devoid of love. Choose your method of demise. Xiao Changsheng maintained his composure, smiling nonchalantly. Is this what they call deep love, intertwined with profound hatred? Enchantress, you remain as you were, sharp of tongue, yet tender of heart. The once vibrant and captivating enchantress you knew is no more. I am now merely a vessel filled with revenge. If you believe I am too timid to slay you, you are gravely mistaken. The enchantress's gaze was piercing, her overwhelming aura of menace enveloping the entire estate. Xiao Changsheng sighed inwardly. Women truly are a source of trouble. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality fading rapidly as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. What is wrong with you? Changsheng, what has happened? Did the blood demon do something to you? Please don't frighten me. Sensing Xiao Changsheng's life force dwindling, the enchantress hastily cast aside her celestial sword and cradled him in her arms, crystalline tears cascading down her flushed cheeks. However, at that moment, Xiao Changsheng swiftly regained his strength. With a mischievous grin, he mocked, I told you that beneath your sharp tongue lies a tender heart. Now, do you believe me? Chapter 66. A chance encounter to resolve past grievances. The enchanting and beguiling Qianmei Yaoheim felt an overwhelming urge to slap this man into silence. Yet, he was indeed the Changsheng she remembered, the one who had once driven her to an obsessive frenzy, for whom she would have willingly sacrificed everything. He had returned, truly returned. Xiao Changsheng sighed softly, his voice tinged with resignation. That day, I did not wish to leave. However, there were matters I had to attend to, thus, I had no choice. My abrupt departure was merely to spare us both the heartache of seeing each other's sorrow at parting. Such smooth talk. No, this time it's the truth. I have been sincere with you Linglong, and with Su Ruoxue. Xiao Changsheng felt equally helpless. This time it's the truth? She echoed incredulously. Does that imply that your previous words were mere fabrications? Xiao Changsheng's lips twitched slightly. Your focus seems rather peculiar. Enough of the past, Yaoheim. From now on, if you desire, you may seek me out at the Xiao family in the Kanglan realm. Speaking of which, since you are aware of my true name, I presume you have already uncovered my identity? Forget the past, she retorted, a hint of derision in her tone. I never claimed to have forgiven you. That is of no concern. There is a saying, a chance encounter can resolve past grievances, so. Shameless. Indeed, I am shameless, Yaoheim. Were you not already aware of this? Furthermore, you needn't put on a brave front before me. Your current situation must be quite dire. Am I correct? Qianmei Yaoheim fell silent. Her predicament was indeed grave. The issue of her missing essence remained unresolved. The earlier display of power before Blood Demon and others was merely the result of years of accumulated strength. Now, with her reserves depleted, she had grown weaker, likely beneath even a cultivator of the cave void realm. Fear not, I shall address this matter, Xiao Changsheng stated calmly. He then produced the Earth Lotus Heart Herb. Qianmei Yaoheim cast a glance at it, surprised that Xiao Changsheng had managed to procure such a rarity. Yet she felt little intrigue. Changsheng, this is futile. I'm aware of my own issues. The loss of my essence cannot be remedied merely by the Earth Lotus Heart Herb, she replied, shaking her head. Xiao Changsheng, however, was unfazed. How can you ascertain its efficacy without attempting it? Just as in the past, had you not bravely endeavored to explore the mysteries of life? How would we have been blessed with such a delightful daughter? Yaoheim, to be candid, I have delved deeply into the mysteries of life's origins over the years. My expertise has grown significantly. I'm no longer the person I once was. Would you care to give it a try? Absolutely not. Based on my experience, when a woman says no, it often signifies a yes. Before Qianmei Yaoheim could voice her protest, her lips were unceremoniously silenced. At this moment, she felt utterly weak and devoid of any will to resist, not wishing to oppose anything further. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Over the past few days, Xiao Mengjun found it rather peculiar. She had been anxiously anticipating a confrontation between Xiao Changsheng and her mother, yet to her astonishment, the two not only refrained from conflict, but appeared to share a surprisingly amiable relationship. From her mother's face, she beheld an unprecedented smile, a genuine expression of joy that left Xiao Mengjun greatly astonished. Seizing the opportunity, while the enchanting Qianmei Yaoheim was absent, she approached Xiao Changsheng. Senior Xiao, please be honest with me. How did you resolve the animosity and bring joy to my mother? Well, do you wish to learn? I do not wish to. Xiao Mengjun's expression darkened as she recalled how this scoundrel had deceived her into relinquishing a treasured Earth-level artifact back at Linglong Sacred Land. Forget learning. Truth be told, you likely could not master it. Xiao Changsheng spoke candidly, for there were certain qualities she simply did not possess. I say, Junjun, isn't the current situation what you desired? While his words held some truth, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Xiao Mengjun pouted, sensing that her mother was being swept away from her by Xiao Changsheng. Senior Xiao, could you promise me one thing? Xiao Mengjun shifted her tone. Of course, but I haven't even stated what it is yet. Anything you say is acceptable. Very well then. Xiao Mengjun's gaze suddenly became fierce as she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. It seems my mother is on the verge of forgetting that scoundrel. I hope you can assist me in locating him, and together we shall sever that wretch's 5 limbs. Xiao Changsheng's expression darkened. No, anything else is permissible, but not this. Why not? For no particular reason. Xiao Changsheng found himself unable to explain. After all, he could not reveal that he was, indeed, the scoundrel she referred to. Now was not the moment. He feared the repercussions of what might transpire if he spoke further. Ahem. Noticing that Xiao Mengjun appeared somewhat displeased, Xiao Changsheng cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. Junjun, are you bored in Jintian City? Would you care to accompany me for a stroll? That would be splendid. I'm nearly suffocating in Jintian City. I've longed to escape this place. Xiao Mengjun exclaimed with excitement. Let us take my mother along and venture into the demon realm, or perhaps to the other 10 realms. I've heard tales of the formidable powers in the upper and middle 3 realms. I've always yearned to see them. You and Changsheng are welcome to go. But I must remain here, Qianmei Yaoheim interjected softly. Why not? Mother, join us. Please, it's dangerous to stay here. Xiao Mengjun pleaded, tugging at Qianmei Yaoheim's arm in a charming manner, all the while casting desperate glances at Xiao Changsheng, who unfortunately offered no assistance, leaving her somewhat displeased. I cannot leave, Qianmei Yaoheim stated resolutely. The relationship between the Thousand Illusions Sect and the Spirit Sealing Sect has become increasingly strained, with numerous minor skirmishes erupting. As the Holy Maiden of the Thousand Illusions Sect, it is imperative for me to remain here to oversee the situation. However, the title of Holy Maiden feels like a relic of the past. Junjun, you do not comprehend. I was nurtured by my master within the Thousand Illusions Sect since my childhood. Such kindness is as vast as the heavens. Even though my master is no longer with us, I cannot bear to witness the destruction of the sect to which my master devoted his life. Furthermore, The plans laid out by my master during his lifetime. I must see them through. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. The master of the enchanting demoness, in the original narrative, was reputed to have mastered the art of external incarnation to its pinnacle, yet little is mentioned about him. It is only known that he seemingly perished in a fierce battle against a powerful foe from the spirit-sealing sect. This plan of his is something I am hearing of for the first time, Xiao Mengjun lamented. But mother, given the current situation, enough. This matter is not open for discussion. Junjun, you and Changsheng must depart swiftly, as far away as possible. Once the turmoil here subsides, I will seek you out. The enchanting demoness spoke gently. No, mother, I cannot leave. I refuse to abandon you in this perilous place. Junjun, heed my words. No, I cannot simply watch as my mother remains in this dangerous environment. Child, you. The enchanting demoness felt a pang of headache. Although Xiao Mengjun's reputation was well established and she had reached the tribulation stage, she understood that in the face of those formidable old monsters from the spirit-sealing sect, Xiao Mengjun would be utterly outmatched. Remaining here would be exceedingly perilous. At that moment, Xiao Changsheng suddenly rose and whispered something into Xiao Mengjun's ear. Instantly, she broke into an excited smile. All right, Senior Xiao, we shall set off at once. Chapter 67, Thunder on the Chest. Changsheng, what did you say to Junjun? The enchanting Qianmei Yaoji was perplexed, wondering how the girl had so suddenly changed her mind. He chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing much. But tell me, how are you faring now? Quite well. I've nearly regained my former strength. Qianmei Yaoji exclaimed in astonishment. How did you manage that, Changsheng? After days of intense battle, she was astounded to find that although her essence remained unrepaired, her cultivation level was astonishingly recovering at an incredible pace. It was evidently due to the influence of Xiao Changsheng. It's merely a little trick, he replied nonchalantly. The power of creation aids in restoring your strength. It's not particularly challenging. However, it is only a temporary measure. After all, your essence is yet to be mended. Xiao Changsheng had attempted to use the power of creation to repair her essence, but to his surprise, he had failed. Logically, that should not have happened. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste at the moment. The power of creation he had left within her was sufficient for her to navigate through the impending battle against the two great demonic sections. Be cautious in Zhentian City these days. I suspect that the Blood Demon Elder and Feng Han will undoubtedly be keeping an eye on you, especially Feng Han. You must not underestimate him. If an opportunity arises, eliminate him without hesitation. Xiao Changsheng warned sternly. Rest assured, I will. Qianmei Yaoji nodded, then inquired, by the way, what do you plan to take Junjun? Just wandering about, letting the wind guide us wherever it may lead, he replied. You don't mean to take Junjun to Fengling Sect, do you? Cough. Yaoji, you're overthinking it. Indeed, you do intend to take Junjun to Fengling Sect. Qianmei Yaoji crossed her arms, a derisive smirk on her lips. It seems you cannot forget your old flame. The Earth Mother from Fengling Sect. No, Yaoji, you misunderstand. Xiao Changsheng waved his hands repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In the past, to contend with the Fengling Sect as Holy Son, the reincarnation of a 10-era demon lord, he had strategized to win over the Earth Mother, a significant elder to that Holy Son. Yet, before he could fully succeed, he had inexplicably been discovered by Qianmei Yaoji. Since then, he had not seen the Earth Mother again. This time, he intended to assess the situation, perhaps to deal with the Holy Son while finding a use for the Earth Mother. He had not anticipated being seen through. Enough. I want to interfere in whom you seek. I know you have many beautiful acquaintances besides the Earth Mother. However, I must say this. Whatever you do, prioritize Junjun's safety above all else. Otherwise, I will not spare you, no matter the distance. This is no jest. Rest assured, I am aware, Xiao Changsheng replied calmly. Before departing, he left behind a reward from the system, the demon-slaying sword. When the enchanting Qianmei Yaoji finds herself in peril, she can summon her innate magical lineage, bolstered by the formidable Zhuma sword. Even if those ancient, concealed beings from the Tianyuan sect were to emerge, they would scarcely pose a challenge to her. In the afternoon, Xiao Changsheng departed with Xiao Mengjun, journeying towards the Fengling sect. He deliberately brought along the mischievous cat, a creature shrouded in mystery, which might prove useful at an unexpected moment. According to the narrative of the original tome, he and his feline companion arrived at the vicinity of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, near the Fengling Sect. Should all proceed as anticipated, the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Fengling Sect would soon make his appearance. At that juncture, we shall assume false identities and execute the plan I have devised. Xiao Changsheng instructed. Very well. However, let it be clear that while I am amenable to disguising our identities, I will not address you as father. Do not presume to take advantage of me. Xiao Mengjun retorted, her demeanor cautious. Xiao Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Why was she so resistant to this notion? He decided to let things unfold naturally. With a gentle shake of his head, he divulged his entire scheme to Xiao Mengjun. Upon hearing it, her expression darkened, and she could not help but give him a thumbs up, declaring, in terms of shamelessness, I would gladly acclaim you as the foremost figure in the realms of Tianma and Kanglin. Enough with the trivialities. Let us prepare for action. That inept second-generation demon is about to make his appearance. As he spoke, Xiao Changsheng noticed a group of individuals arriving at the entrance of the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Among them, a striking young man mounted on a pristine white steed, exuding an air of authority, was none other than Chu Zhongtian, the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Fengling Sect. This individual was a fervent warrior, harboring an intense admiration for the strong. According to the original narrative, this was his customary hunting period, during which he would venture into the 10,000 Demon Mountains in pursuit of demonic creatures. However, Xiao Changsheng discerned a deviation from the expected. Xiao, look closely at those individuals trailing behind the Fengling Sect cultivators. They're shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. It seems they are all cultivators from the Kanglin realm? Xiao Mengjun inquired, perplexed. Indeed, they are from the Kanglin realm. Yet it appears they have become prisoners of the Fengling Sect. Xiao Changsheng replied, his brow slightly furrowed. What scheme did this Chu Zhongtian have in mind? He refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. The group proceeded to a clearing within the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Chu Zhongtian commanded that the shackles of the Kanglin realm cultivators be removed and uttered some words thereafter. The expressions of these cultivators were filled with fury, as if they had been subjected to humiliation. At the command of Chu Zhongtian, they promptly scattered, fleeing into the depths of the 10,000 Demon Mountains. In that instant, Chu Zhongtian sprang into action, pursuing the fleeing Kanglin cultivators with unrelenting speed, mercilessly slaying them. One by one, he dispatched them with ruthless efficiency, and before long, 1/3 of them had met a gruesome fate. In this fray, Chu Zhongtian reveled in an unprecedented exhilaration, laughing maniacally amidst the crimson carnage. It became evident that he viewed these Kanglin realm cultivators as mere prey in his hunt. Xiao Changsheng regarded himself as shameless and selfish, not a paragon of virtue. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but feel a surge of anger. However, reflecting on the matter, he realized that this individual belonged to the demonic sect, and such bloodshed seemed rather commonplace. Xiao Mengjun, on the other hand, was consumed with indignation. How utterly despicable, she exclaimed. To commit such heinous acts, our demonic sect's reputation is tarnished by scoundrels like him, leading to universal disdain wherever we go. Elder Xiao, may I sever his 5 limbs to vent my frustration? Cough, cough, do not be hasty. This fellow will inevitably face retribution. For now, we must not jeopardize our plans. Very well, she replied. I shall take my leave first. With that, Xiao Mengjun leapt forward, charging towards Chu Zhongtian. Xiao Changsheng immediately employed the transformation technique, altering his appearance and aura, though only slightly, with a great thunder emblazoned upon his chest. Chapter 68. Chu Zhongtian. I am truly brilliant. Within the depths of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, a tattered female cultivator fled in a desperate escape, while Chu Zhongtian pursued her leisurely from behind. Run, keep running. Give it your all. Just a little further, and you shall be free from this forest. With his arms crossed, and a mocking smile gracing his lips, Chu Zhongtian watched her plight with the amusement one might reserve for a circus act. As one of the few female cultivators among the prey, He intended to relish the moment fully. Seeing her exert every ounce of strength to nearly break free from the woods, he swiftly closed the distance. Alas, what a pity! She was so close. The female cultivator clenched her fists in frustration, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. With her last vestige of strength, she charged recklessly toward Xiao Changsheng. Yes, resist. Fiercely resist. Do not be like those useless wretches before you. The more you fight back, the more I shall revel in it. Xiao Changsheng licked his lips, excitement coursing through him. Just as he prepared to strike, an unexpected figure emerged. Who are you? His brows furrowed as he gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared before him. Danger. This was the sole thought that surged through his mind. Me? Since you are so earnestly inquiring, I shall graciously enlighten you. I am Xiao Changsheng, the ancestral figure of the Xiao clan from the Kanglan realm. As soon as her words fell, several figures materialized beside Xiao Changsheng. These were his guards, led by a formidable figure of the Dongxi realm. With the guards at his side, Xiao Changsheng felt emboldened. What nonsense about the Kanglan realm and the Xiao clan. How dare they impede my endeavors? Seeking death. His eyes widened as he bellowed. Seize her, but do not kill her. I wish to have some fun first. With that, he broke into a mocking laugh. The guards immediately surged forward. In that instant, the air shimmered with ripples, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Yet, to Xiao Changsheng's utter astonishment, aside from the Dongxi realm guard, all the others lay lifeless. Their limbs were gruesomely severed, bodies a gory mess, their deaths a sight too horrific to behold. You are the shape-shifting demoness? The Dongxi realm guard gasped in terror. Such brutal methods, such terrifying prowess. There is none other like her in the demon realm. Without a second thought, he turned to flee, only to be effortlessly pursued and dispatched by Xiao Mengjun in an instant. Approaching Xiao Changsheng, the latter had long shed his previous arrogance, trembling as he retreated. You cannot kill me. I am the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Spirit-Sealing Sect. If you slay me, my grandfather will undoubtedly seek retribution. He is a transcendent being, far more formidable than you. Oh, is that so? Xiao Mengjun replied with a bewitching smile, both scornful and alluring. Do you think I would be afraid? Sensing her unwavering murderous intent, Xiao Changsheng's mental defenses shattered completely. He fled frantically, but Xiao Mengjun was relentless. Just as she was about to catch up, another figure suddenly appeared. It was also a woman, mature and voluptuous, her ample bosom exaggerated to an almost absurd degree. In an instant, she intervened, blocking Xiao Mengjun's path. Enchantress, I have finally caught you. The latter uttered a cold snort, her murderous intent palpable. Xiao Mengjun frowned, seemingly wary of the person before her. You again? How tiresome. Is it amusing to chase me endlessly? The grudge for my brother's death is one that will not be easily forgiven. Enchantress, today, is either your demise or mine. As she charged forward with fierce momentum, Xiao Mengjun's figure flickered and she instantly appeared hundreds of meters away. I have no desire to engage with you. It would merely squander time. Xiao Changsheng, dear brother, you are far more intriguing. Be patient and wait for your sister for a few days, and I assure you, you will be thoroughly delighted. With a peal of laughter, Xiao Mengjun vanished. Xiao Changsheng shivered, a wave of fear washing over him. The reputation of the shape-shifting enchantress echoed throughout the demon realm. He understood that once she fixated on a target, she would pursue relentlessly, never yielding. What could he do? Although Xiao Changsheng held a prestigious status, this time, the trouble was immense. The enchantress's power was formidable. Only an ascendant could stand against her. Only his grandfather, the Grand Elder of the Fengling Sect, could offer protection. Yet, with the impending war between the Fengling Sect and the Tianyuan Sect, the Grand Elder was stationed at the front lines, unable to safeguard him. At that moment, another figure clad in green appeared, accompanied by a black and white spirit cat. Sister, where is that enchantress? She got away. No matter, I brought our spirit cat. It will surely be able to track the enchantress's scent. As they conversed, the spirit cat sniffed the air, seemingly unable to find any clues. Just as the two were at a loss, Xiao Changsheng had a sudden inspiration and rushed over. Esteemed Signor, I have a way to locate the shape-shifting enchantress. You? The previously mentioned mature woman lowered her head, frowning. Indeed, esteemed senior, to be candid, I am the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Fengling Sect. That enchantress has set her sights on me and intends to deal with me. She never abandons her pursuits, and she will surely return to kill me. Therefore, there is no need for you to search for her. Simply remain by my side, and she will come to us. Are you suggesting that we become your guards? Your bodyguards? No, I absolutely do not intend that. I merely wish to propose a strategy for you to deal with that enchantress. Chu Zhongtian replied, Sister, this person's words hold merit. I believe it is worth a try. Indeed, it is certainly worth a shot. It is better than searching for a needle in a haystack. However, you and I, after all, are formidable beings of the tribulation realm. It seems rather unbecoming to offer our services as bodyguards for free, thus diminishing our stature. My sister's words carry wisdom, and given that her celestial sword has been shattered by that enchantress, we must journey to the sword-forging peak to seek our senior brother's aid in its restoration. We simply do not possess the time to act as bodyguards. The two engaged in their conversation, but upon hearing this, Chu Zhongtian suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. Rest assured, esteemed elders, although my strength may be lacking, I possess an abundance of treasures. I have numerous celestial swords, so there is no need for you to seek someone else for repairs. I would be honored to present one to you as a token of gratitude for your protection, esteemed elders. What do you think? Well then, since this young master has offered so generously, let it be as you say. From this day forth, we shall remain by your side to safeguard you until that shape-shifting enchantress makes her appearance. Fear not, for with us around, that enchantress shall not lay a finger on you. Thank you, esteemed elders. Chu Zhongtian expressed with heartfelt gratitude, his heart brimming with joy. I truly am quite clever. Chapter 69. Chu Hongsheng. I am truly too clever. Esteemed seniors, just ahead lies the city of annihilation, Chu Zhongtian proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Currently, it stands as the foremost demonic city within the territory of the spirit-sealing sect. In just a few days, once we have leveled the Thousand Illusion sect, a significant portion of the demon realm will fall into our grasp. Despite having no direct stake in the matter, he radiated an uncontainable pride. He had indeed heard tales of the impending clash between the two sections. However, the notion of subduing the Thousand Illusion sect seemed far from a trivial endeavor. Perhaps, he mused, yet my grandfather previously mentioned that victory is assured, and the Thousand Illusion sect shall be brought to its knees. My grandfather is a man of his word. Therefore, there is no doubt about it. As they spoke, the group arrived at a spacious residence. Esteemed seniors, regarding the matter of the transformative enchantress, I must report to my grandfather. I have already dispatched someone to find him and hope you can bear with me for a moment. By the way, may I be so bold as to inquire your names and origins? I am known as Chuanxiang, and this is my sister Chuyue. We hail from a secluded sect, but our master has instructed us not to disclose any information about our sect lightly. Then I shall refrain from further inquiry, Chu Zhongtian replied with a smile, instructing his servants to attend to the two seniors before taking his leave. In the grand hall, the two appeared silent, yet their spiritual energies were engaged in a covert exchange. Xiao, this is dire. We failed to reach the spirit-sealing sect and instead arrived at the city of annihilation. What shall we do next? Xiao Mengjun expressed her dilemma. The so-called secluded sect was, in fact, a facade for Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mengjun. Xiao Mengjun had initially created a crisis under the guise of the transformative enchantress, allowing Xiao Changsheng to emerge as the savior of Chu Zhongtian, thereby establishing a natural rapport and gaining his trust, along with a potential acquisition of magical artifacts. Subsequently, Xiao Mengjun would alter her appearance and aura to pose as Xiao Changsheng's sister. Their original plan had been to utilize this individual to directly confront the holy son of the spirit-sealing sect, but unexpectedly, they found themselves in this location instead. That's quite all right. Arriving here first can also be advantageous. We shall have the opportunity to proceed to the spirit-sealing sect later, Xiao Changsheng responded calmly, believing in the necessity of a gradual approach. Though Chu Zhongtian was rather foolish, he was not entirely devoid of wit. In his eyes, Both of them were formidable Tribulation Realm experts, among the strongest in the demon realm, making it exceedingly perilous to escort them directly to the spirit-sealing sect. Chu Zhongtian lacked the audacity for such a bold move, which was why he sought out the Grand Elder of the spirit-sealing sect in the City of Annihilation for guidance. Very well, but why must you insist on transforming into a woman? Xiao Mingjun shuddered at the thought. Who would have thought that you had such a penchant, Xiao? Ah, dear Junjun, sometimes women possess inherent advantages that facilitate matters. Do you comprehend? As he spoke, Xiao Changsheng deliberately emphasized his prominent physique, remarking that without such attributes, Chu Zhongtian would not have been so easily swayed. Throughout their journey, the fellow had been casting furtive glances that nearly betrayed his astonishment. Comprehend? Perhaps not. However, I merely wish to inquire, Senior Xiao, is this genuine? Xiao Mingjun gazed intently, overwhelmed by the grandeur before her. It is indeed authentic. Why? Would you care to test it? Xiao Changsheng replied nonchalantly. This is the remarkable aspect of the transformation technique. One's appearance and aura can effortlessly shift, all of which are veritable and genuine, devoid of any fabricated elements. I would rather not. Xiao Mingjun shook her head. The mere thought that the enchanting mature beauty before her was merely an illusion conjured by Xiao Changsheng sent a shiver down her spine. Before long, Chu Zhongtian returned, accompanied by his grandfather, the esteemed elder of the Fengling sect, Chu Hongsheng. Moreover, several formidable cultivators from the Fengling sect were present, including two of significant prowess at the Tribulation Crossing stage. The sudden appearance of three such powerful beings did not surprise Xiao Changsheng. After all, with the arrival of two unfamiliar Tribulation Crossing cultivators amidst the current tense circumstances, they would naturally exercise caution. Grandfather, these two are the seniors I mentioned. Seniors, this is my grandfather, the elder of the Fengling sect, Chu Zhongtian enthusiastically introduced. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Hongsheng cut to the chase. May I inquire, from which hidden sect do you hail? Grandfather, Chu Zhongtian hastily interjected. Do we not agree that their master forbids the disclosure of sect information? Why ask further? Silence. Chu Hongsheng scolded, his brows furrowing. He was already somewhat displeased, and now, at such a critical juncture, this reckless lad had brought forth two unknown Tribulation Crossing experts, introducing an unpredictable variable. Chu Zhongtian immediately withered under his grandfather's reprimand, while Chu Hongsheng continued, I understand this matter may be difficult for you to address. However, with impending conflict, it is imperative that I ascertain the truth. You have your reasons for seeking clarity, yet I too am bound by unspoken rules. Should friend Chu find it intolerable to accommodate us, we shall take our leave and not impose further. Saying this, Xiao Changsheng rose. Xiao, let us depart. Indeed, sister. As the two prepared to leave, Chu Zhongtian grew anxious and urgently grasped Chu Hongsheng's arm. What if that shape-shifting enchantress were to come after them? Chu Hongsheng found himself in a quandary. While it was indeed preferable for them to depart, with the impending battle, he could not spare the time to protect Chu Zhongtian. This was his only grandson. He could not bear to witness him perish at the hands of the shape-shifting enchantress. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Hongsheng spoke, Friends, I harbor no such intentions. If you truly cannot divulge information, then so be it. However, I do possess a small piece of intelligence regarding that shape-shifting enchantress. I wonder if you might be interested? Pray do enlighten us, friend Chu, Xiao Changsheng responded. A clandestine informant from the spirit-sealing sect has reported that the ever-changing enchantress appears to be the illegitimate daughter of the former saintess of the Thousand Illusions sect, the captivating Qianmei. From Qianmei, the two of you may effortlessly locate her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changsheng could not suppress a smile. Daoist Chu, do you wish for us to intervene and confront Qianmei? Indeed, I assure you, the revelation that the ever-changing enchantress is Qianmei's daughter is no deception. I can guarantee this under the esteemed title of Grand Elder of the Spirit-Sealing Sect. Ha! Since you have articulated it so, then let us agree that when the impending conflict ignites, Qianmei shall be our responsibility. We shall not spare anyone associated with the ever-changing enchantress. Xiao Changsheng feigned indignation. Very well. I invite you both to rest at my residence. In 3 days, when the battle commences, I shall personally escort you to the front line. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changsheng was elated, realizing his own cleverness. Should a bloody conflict indeed ensue, it would validate their identities, ensuring they were not affiliated with the Thousand Illusions sect, and perhaps even allow them to deliver a significant blow to Qianmei. It was truly a situation ripe with benefits. Chapter 70. An intense battle erupts. 3 days later, the great confrontation commenced. Before the City of Destruction, a vast battlefield was suffused with a chilling aura of impending death. Not far away, the formidable forces of the Tianyuan sect loomed, their overwhelming presence darkening the horizon. Remarkably, even the sect leader had come to oversee the event personally. It seemed today would indeed witness a thrilling clash. Gentlemen, once the battle commences, I entrust the Qianmei Demoness to your capable hands, declared the Grand Elder, Xiao Changsheng. Rest assured, we shall not let anyone associated with that shape-shifting enchantress escape, vowed Xiao Changsheng resolutely. Beside him, Xiao Mengjun cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Changsheng, her mind racing with uncertainty. What was he contemplating? Did he truly intend to confront his mother? Or was he merely planning to feign a conflict? However, the discerning eyes of the onlookers would surely not be deceived by a mere charade. Should they discover the ruse, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Xiao Mengjun dared not transmit her thoughts through spirit communication. Instead, she silently scrutinized her storage pouch. In the 2 days leading up to the great battle, Xiao Changsheng had taken her through the bustling markets of the City of Destruction. Compared to the Tianyuan Sect's Tiancheng, this place offered a plethora of goods, an array of unfamiliar fresh vegetables and exotic meats of various beasts. After meandering through the market and purchasing an abundant assortment, Xiao Mengjun was left bewildered. What purpose did these acquisitions serve? Xiao Changsheng had offered little explanation, merely stating they would be useful on the battlefield. But how could they be employed? Were they to be used as makeshift projectiles? Feeling exhausted by her thoughts, Xiao Mengjun found slight comfort in Xiao Changsheng's assured demeanor. Soon, the powerful combatants ascended into the sky, taking their respective positions. After a brief exchange of words, a striking red silhouette soared forth from the Tianyuan sect, revealing the Qianmei Demoness. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mengjun surged forward to intercept her. Who are you two? Begone, and summon Xiao Changsheng to face me. Ha ha ha, Qianmei Demoness. These two fellows are reclusive masters. If you seek to blame someone, direct your ire towards your troublesome daughter. Xiao Changsheng bellowed with laughter. So you are foes of Junjun. Since you are colluding with the Fengling sect, there is nothing more to discuss. Qianmei Demoness retorted coldly, and then she struck with ferocity. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the battlefield, and though Xiao Mengjun was also at the tribulation stage, she felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon her. Was this the true power of her mother? So formidable. Such seasoned tribulation-level experts were indeed beyond her capacity to contend with. Xiao Mengjun marveled inwardly. Fortunately, most of the pressure was absorbed by Xiao Changsheng, leaving Xiao Mengjun unharmed. She quickly retaliated, and soon the three parties were entangled in a fierce struggle, none holding back. Grandfather, what do you think? Can we trust these two? In the Fengling sect, Chu Zhongtian could not contain his curiosity. For now, it appears there is no issue. Their battle is exceedingly fierce, verging on life and death. Xiao Changsheng replied gravely. In other words, are they trustworthy? How splendid! Chu Zhongtian exclaimed. However, it is still premature to draw any conclusions. The process of determining their identities is inconsequential, while the outcome is paramount. Only upon witnessing the Qianmei Demoness severely wounded and retreating, or these two individuals vanquished, can a final judgment be rendered regarding them. Xiao Changsheng narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms, preferring to await the results of this grand battle in silence. Before long, the three combatants became breathless, their energies significantly depleted. Sister Chuanxiang seemed to be enraged, and with a fierce shout, a magnificent palace suddenly descended from the heavens. Qianmei Demoness, perish! Boom! The grand palace crashed heavily to the ground, enveloping all three within its confines. Xiao Changsheng could not help but furrow his brow. The peculiar palace shrouded them, and he felt utterly devoid of any aura emanating from within. It must at least be a treasure of celestial rank. From which hidden sect do these two hail? Possessing such formidable techniques? Xiao Changsheng marveled inwardly, then cast a glance at the powerful figure from the Tianyuan sect beside him. The latter understood immediately and promptly produced a mystical mirror. The image within the mirror revealed the three figures inside the grand palace. Within the palace lay a void of chaotic space, where fierce flames, malevolent auras, and toxic thunder clashed in ceaseless eruptions, rendering it exceedingly perilous. The three continued their fierce clash within this treacherous realm, seemingly locked in a battle to the death, neither willing to yield an inch. Quite intriguing. A slight smile graced Xiao Changsheng's lips as he awaited the outcome in silence. On the Tianyuan sect side, they too possessed a mystical mirror before them, broadcasting the unfolding events within the magnificent palace in real time. This treasure was indeed astonishing. The Tianyuan Demons, ensnared, facing two adversaries, would undoubtedly find it challenging to prevail against them. Lord Sect Master, let us intervene. We cannot stand idly by and watch the Tianyuan Demons perish. Lord Sect Master, the powerful members of the Tianyuan sect could no longer contain their eagerness and clamored for action. Silence. Heed the sect master's directives. The elder blood demon suddenly barked, his voice sharp. Su Sheng, the sect master of Tianyuan, wore an expressionless countenance. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke solemnly, "Do not rush. The time is not yet ripe. Although the Tianyuan Demoness is at a disadvantage, she has not yet fallen. If we rashly intervene, the expert from Fengling's sect will surely respond, and we may not gain the upper hand. It is better to place our trust in the Tianyuan Demoness. She will undoubtedly carve her way through the turmoil, for she is the most gifted of our lineage in millennia. She will surely prevail." Though Su Sheng spoke thus, the members of the Tianyuan sect were acutely aware that he was seizing this opportunity to suppress the Tianyuan Demoness, harboring private grievances. Her return had been so overpowering that it posed a significant threat to his position as sect master. Hence, Su Sheng now stood by and watched. A sense of melancholy pervaded the hearts of the crowd, yet they felt powerless to act. Meanwhile, within the grand palace, there were no raging flames, no toxic thunder. All that surrounded them was a steaming hot pot, with three individuals and a cat gathered around it, relishing their meal. Above them, a luminous screen displayed the unfolding situation between the Tianyuan sect and the Fengling sect. Damn! That old wretch from the Tianyuan sect truly intends to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate you, Demoness. Once we return, do not hold back. Simply give him a thrashing, dipping a piece of meat into the pot. Xiao Changsheng savored his meal. Yet, the external circumstances greatly displeased him. The Tianyuan Demoness was at least fighting for the Tianyuan sect, but that sect leader, Su Sheng, was absurdly preoccupied with eradicating dissenters at such a critical moment. I have long seen through this man's true colors. Once this trouble is resolved, he shall not escape retribution. The Tianyuan Demoness chuckled coldly. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengjun expressed her genuine concern. I ask, are you truly not afraid of being discovered? Chapter 71. This performance was indeed not in vain. Xiao Mengjun felt a genuine sense of concern, although Xiao Changsheng assured her that everything had been arranged. And even the Xian Guang treasure mirror could not discern the true situation within the palace. She couldn't shake the feeling of unease. After all, the Tianyuan sect and the Fengling sect collectively boasted several powerful beings at the crossing tribulation stage. Could they truly detect no abnormalities? Moreover, Xiao Changsheng had mentioned that the son of the Tianyuan sect, Feng Han, had an even more formidable hidden master by his side. Would he not be able to sense anything unusual? Xiao Changsheng smiled serenely, stating, "The Tianyuan Divine Palace is endlessly mutable and is a treasure of celestial quality. How could those outsiders possibly see through it? Furthermore, with my ability to fabricate reality, I have created an illusion of a fierce battle among three individuals, which the Xianguang treasure mirror has captured. Let those fools observe for now. We shall decide when we are fully sated. By the way, Yeoheim, in order to execute our subsequent plan, You must feign serious injuries when we return, Xiao Changsheng instructed. No problem, Changsheng. Yes, you. I will assist you in concealing my aura, such that no one will be able to discern the truth. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengjun stood by, dumbfounded, observing the two. Yeoheim? Changsheng? How had their relationship transformed so dramatically in such a short span? Were they not adversaries mere days ago? She felt an unsettling sensation in her heart, as if she had made a gravely erroneous choice, inviting danger into her abode. Am I perhaps a superfluous presence? A sudden wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over Xiao Mengjun. The three of them, along with the cat, indulged heartily in a hot pot. The grand fabrication was nearing its conclusion. With a sweeping gesture, Xiao Changsheng dismissed the Tianyuan Divine Palace. Where do you think you're running, Qianmei Yeoheim? A voice brimming with murderous intent resonated through the heavens. The wounded Qianmei Yeoheim let out a cold snort, turning to unleash a strike that forcefully impeded her pursuers, allowing her to retreat safely to the Tianyuan Sect's ranks. Do not flee. Hand over the transmorphing demoness. Xiao Changsheng insisted relentlessly, attempting to breach the Tianyuan Sect's defenses. However, he was halted by Su Sheng, the sect leader of the Tianyuan Sect. Friend, do not be excessive. Ha! Su, you old rascal, since battle has commenced, what does excess even matter? Chu Hongsheng bellowed, joining the fray. Oomph. The weather is unfavorable today for combat. Let us settle this another day. Su Sheng retorted, waving his hand, causing a thick, nebulous mist to envelop the area. Retreat. This old fellow has employed a heavenly grade formation. Once ensnared, it would spell trouble, Chu Hongsheng warned urgently. The crowd withdrew, as the mist enshrouded the entire town of Tianyuan, making it exceedingly difficult to mount an offensive anytime soon. This old fellow truly has many tricks up his sleeve. Chu Hongsheng remarked coldly. Does this mean we cannot pursue Qianmei Yeoheim? Xiao Changsheng inquired. It is not entirely the case. Although this formation is formidable, the old fellow can maintain it for at most 7 days. After 7 days, the formation will collapse of its own accord, and that will be the time for the grand showdown. Although the enchanting demoness, Qianmei, has been injured by the two of you, when a moment of life and death arrives, she will certainly manifest again. That will be the optimal opportunity for the two of you to seek vengeance. Chu Hongsheng remarked. While this assertion is indeed valid, Elder Chu, it is worth noting that today's anticipated battle involved only the two of us engaging the enchanting demoness, while the rest of you merely observe from the sidelines. To speak candidly, this has left me rather displeased. Xiao Changsheng retorted with irritation. Oh, my friend, please do not take offense. Your intervention has significantly wounded Qianmei, which is a commendable achievement. I have already reported this to our sect leader, who has specifically invited you both to Fengling Sect for commendation. Commendation? Ha! I am indifferent to such accolades, Xiao Changsheng scoffed. Alas, I understand your discerning taste. However, Fengling Sect has experienced rapid ascendance in these few short years. To be forthright, there exists a secret within Fengling Sect. Once you encounter this secret, it will undoubtedly bring you great surprise. Hearing this, Xiao Changsheng felt a stirring in his heart. The secret this fellow spoke of must be the demonic cultivator, the holy son of Fengling Sect, who is trained for 10 lifetimes. Finally, an opportunity to meet this individual has arrived. Well, since you have put it that way, I shall indeed look forward to it, Xiao Changsheng replied nonchalantly. It appears I have gained this person's trust. This performance has not been in vain. In the city of Zhentian, within the spacious hall of the city lord's mansion, the protective formation established by our sect has shielded Zhentian City. For the next few days, we need not worry about the assault from Fengling Sect. You all may take this time to rest well. Sect leader Su Sheng spoke slowly, casting a discreet glance at the elder of blood magic. The latter immediately understood and stepped forward. Sect leader, I have something to say. The defeat in this battle is solely due to the fact that the enchanting demoness was overpowered by 2 young generals from the enemy and fled in disgrace, leaving us in our current predicament. As the saying goes, rewards and punishments must be clear. Since Qianmei has committed such a grave transgression, she must be punished accordingly. Indeed. Master, I share the same sentiment, Feng Han echoed. Su Sheng did not hastily issue a command, but instead turned his gaze toward the powerful members of Fengling's sect. What do you all think? The elder is justified. Let everything be decided by the sect leader. The expressions of the crowd shifted, as they were reluctant to conspire in such matters. Yet under Su Sheng's almost threatening gaze, they could only acquiesce. Very well, in that case, after this battle, the enchanting demoness shall be sentenced to guard the illusionary celestial tomb for 100 years, and she shall not take a single step away without my command. Su Sheng declared coldly. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew chillingly tense. No one dared to utter a word. Only the enchanting demoness offered a disdainful smile. A grave sin? Punishment? Utterly ludicrous. Previously, during the great battle, I valiantly contended against two formidable generals of the Thousand Illusions sect, sustaining grievous injuries in the process. Yet you mere spectators stood idly by, refraining from intervention. Now, you audaciously attempt to impose upon me the disgrace of defeat? Such folly is utterly laughable. What nonsense punishment is this? Su Sheng, you lack the authority to penalize me. With a sweeping gesture, the enchantress Qian Mei turned on her heel and began to depart. Stop! Su Sheng exclaimed, fury igniting within him. Qian Mei, how dare you exhibit such arrogant disdain for me, the sect leader? Do you intend to rebel? Rebel? Huh! How could that be? Qian Mei retorted with a mocking smile. I am the sacred maiden of the Thousand Illusions sect. Rebellion is beneath me. However, her tone shifted, becoming chillingly frigid. I could easily dispatch you. Su Sheng. Chapter 72. The Fate of the Protagonist, the Illness of the Protagonist. The Fengling sect resides within a unique chaotic space, its location in the demon realm shifting erratically. Only the disciples of the Fengling sect can locate it with precision. Within this realm, majestic mountains and flowing waters, pavilions and towers present a scene of flourishing beauty. Finally, I have returned. Indeed, it is good to be back. Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. His commendable performance in the recent battle had led the sect leader of Fengling sect to personally greet and reward him. Thus he was tasked with escorting Xiao Changsheng and another to the sect. Despite the protection of two esteemed predecessors, he remained apprehensive about the possibility of being ambushed by the ever-changing enchantress. Should she discover that the two elders had engaged in combat with the alluring demoness, she would undoubtedly make every effort to retaliate. In conflicts among the powerful, it is often the bystanders who suffer the most. Fortunately, the journey proceeded smoothly. Xiao Changsheng's spiritual sense quietly expanded. Most of the Fengling sect was within his perception, save for a few secret realms that remained elusive. He sensed neither the presence of the sect's holy son nor that of the Earth Mother. With a sigh, he realized that in order to locate them, he must continue to disguise himself. Under Chu Zhongtian's guidance, they arrived at the main hall of the sect's principal peak, where they were greeted by the sect leader, Fan Hai, a venerable elder with a kind and gentle demeanor. Upon seeing the two, he expressed his gratitude for their assistance and promised to grant them access to a particular secret realm, the Demon Abyss. This revelation took Xiao Changsheng by surprise. Is the sect leader truly willing to grant us entry to the Demon Abyss? He pondered. The Demon Abyss, a powerful secret realm of the Fengling sect, was scarcely described in the original texts, yet was renowned for its might. Any cultivator who entered would see a significant enhancement of their bloodline from the Demon Gate, and some would even experience a qualitative transformation, achieving breakthroughs in their cultivation. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Generally, only those who had rendered great service to the sect were qualified for entry. It seems you have indeed heard of the Demon Abyss, Fan Hai remarked with a smile. Do not be surprised, my friends. Your remarkable feat of severely wounding the alluring demoness is sufficient merit for both of you to enter the Demon Abyss for cultivation. Xiao Changsheng did not decline, while he was indifferent to the cultivation opportunities within the Abyss. He surmised that it might lead him to the Holy Sun and the Earth Mother. The Demon Abyss would open in 2 days, and he decided to rest for the time being. Once the two departed, a figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in a white robe, with a countenance as refined as jade, He exuded an air of cultured elegance, embodying the ideal of a gentleman. Upon his appearance, Fan Hai, a powerful being of the Tribulation Crossing realm, displayed great respect and saluted him with cupped fists. Your Holiness, may I inquire about your thoughts on these two? Their auras are mysterious and formidable. They are indeed remarkable. The Holy Son responded with a slight nod. These two could serve my purposes well. However, Your Holiness, their identities remain shrouded in mystery, and their origins are unclear. It cannot be ruled out that their prior battle with the alluring demoness was merely a ruse to infiltrate the Fengling sect. The sect leader is overthinking. Such a possibility is exceedingly slim. Moreover, even if that were the case, would it not be advantageous? The young man smiled faintly and remarked, the Earth Mother's bloodline is ultimately too feeble. It can no longer suffice for this Holy Son. Perhaps these two could suitably replace the Earth Mother. With that, he stepped forward, instantly appearing outside the hall. His calm voice echoed, Fan Hai, this Holy Son is going out to converse with the people of the Thousand Illusions sect. If fortune smiles upon us, the enchanting demoness might soon be within reach. In the 2 days leading up to his descent into the abyss, Xiao Changsheng remained vigilant, secretly seeking the presence of the Holy Son of the Spirit-Sealing sect and the Earth Mother. Yet, he was still devoid of any clues, which left him quite vexed. He had scoured every possible location, yet found not a trace. Hey, you silly cat, I didn't bring you along just for you to slumber. Think of a solution. Xiao Changsheng vigorously shook the mischievous cat, managing to rouse it from its slumber. However, its adorably foolish expression only deepened his exasperation. This cat was undeniably powerful, yet it remained blissfully unaware of its strength, behaving like an ordinary feline, spending its days either napping or eating, utterly nonsensical. The cat stretched lazily before curling up to sleep once more. Xiao Changsheng felt an urge to give it a good thrashing, but decided against it. Who knew how that would turn out in a real scuffle? 2 days later, Fan Hai personally guided the two into the fabled abyss, located deep underground, segmented into various chambers of differing potency, each capable of refining bloodlines. The stronger the chamber, the more effective the refinement, yet also the more perilous. Such a forceful refinement of bloodlines must surely incur a considerable toll, Xiao Changsheng remarked with a frown. Indeed. However, you need not concern yourself with the costs. Fan Hai replied with a gentle smile, leading them to the most heavily guarded area of the abyss. To their astonishment, 2 tribulation-stage demon lords were stationed there, master of the sect. Upon the arrival of Fan Hai and his companions, the two immediately bowed respectfully. Fan Hai nodded slightly. Before them stood an ancient tree towering several dozen meters high, lush and brimming with vitality. Is that the primordial demon tree? Xiao Mengjun suddenly inquired, as she recalled seeing it in an ancient tome. It was said to exist in a legendary era of antiquity, a divine tree that could drive countless demon cultivators to madness. My friend possesses a wealth of knowledge. Indeed, it is the primordial demon tree. Fan Hai replied with a smile, a hint of pride in his tone. The immense energy required for refining our bloodlines is sourced from the primordial demon tree. Fan Hai gazed at the flourishing ancient tree, its robust branches and trunk concealing dark spots that, upon closer inspection, Xiao Changsheng was startled to discover were cultivators. They were not demons, but practitioners from the Kanglan realm. The dark spots were densely packed, likely numbering in the hundreds, including a formidable tribulation-stage expert among them. Now I understand, Xiao Changsheng said, narrowing his eyes. The cultivators from the Kanglan realm were ensnared tightly by the primordial demon tree, its sharp branches penetrating their bodies, continually siphoning their life force. These vibrant lives embody a potent energy that refines the bloodline. Xiao Changsheng scanned the figures before him, and soon a familiar silhouette caused his gaze to shift dramatically. It was a member of the Xiao family, the 3rd ancestor, Xiao Lingyuan. How did this foolish girl end up in such a cursed place? Xiao Changsheng felt a sense of helplessness. From a young age, Xiao Lingyuan had been overflowing with a sense of justice, always rushing to aid those wronged, harboring an intense disdain for cruel demonic cultivators. despite his numerous attempts to educate her, reminding her that he belonged to a villainous clan and questioning her righteous pursuits. He ultimately failed to alter her convictions. Later, as Xiao Changsheng became preoccupied with his own ambitions, he had no time to concern himself with her. By the time he returned, Xiao Lingyuan had left the Xiao family after breaking through to the Void Realm, disappearing without a trace. It seems she ventured into the demon realm to champion justice and eradicate demonic cultivators, only to be captured by the spirit-sealing sect, lacking the fate of a protagonist. She has instead acquired the plight of one. Xiao Changsheng couldn't help but silently scoff. Chapter 73. A mysterious sense of defeat, while discontent lingered in his heart. Xiao Changsheng was resolute in his determination to assist Xiao Lingyuan, who had found herself ensnared in this predicament. However, he refrained from acting impulsively. Fan Hai had arranged a refining space for the two of them before departing. Though he had left, Xiao Changsheng was acutely aware that the two magical cultivator sentinels from the Tribulation Realm had been monitoring them closely. Any hint of unusual behavior would prompt their immediate intervention. Although these two were not particularly formidable, a confrontation could lead to significant trouble, especially considering the presence of powerful members from the spirit-sealing sect within the Demon Abyss, who had undoubtedly come to Fan Hai's aid. Until he located the Earth Mother and that Holy Sun, Xiao Changsheng was unwilling to resort to the power of the divine. He needed to devise a plan to lure them in and eliminate them first. He formulated a strategy. Xiao Mengjun smiled faintly. Is it not simple to draw them in? As she spoke, she adjusted her clothing slightly, revealing her fair, jade-like shoulder, and then cast a few flirtatious glances at Xiao Changsheng. What do you think, Senior Xiao? Am I beautiful? Xiao Changsheng had to admit that, were Xiao Mengjun not his daughter, he would certainly reprimand her for such behavior, imparting a lesson on the perils of the world. But she was his daughter, and all he desired was to deliver a sound reprimand. A firm tap on Xiao Mengjun's head was in order. Remember, this beauty trap must never be employed again, under any circumstances. Do you understand? Why? For no reason at all. My commands are absolute. Otherwise, I shall spank you. You scoundrel. You are unreasonable. Indeed, I am a scoundrel, and I am unreasonable. Besides, you cannot defeat me. If you defy my orders, I shall spank you. Do not doubt it. You. Xiao Mengjun gritted her teeth in indignation, feeling utterly helpless. What could she do against someone stronger and more obstinate? Nevertheless, Xiao Mengjun's suggestion sparked inspiration in Xiao Changsheng. The art of seduction was indeed a clever strategy. He had previously noticed that, while the two individuals appeared solemn, their gazes toward Xiao Mengjun and himself were decidedly inappropriate. Perhaps seduction could prove effective after all. Xiao Changsheng tugged at his own garment, revealing his shoulder, and with a smile, he addressed Xiao Mengjun. What do you think, Junjun? Am I beautiful? Xiao Mengjun nearly choked on her own breath. So you forbid me from using seduction, yet you employ it yourself? The audacity! And you, a man, resorting to such tactics, what about your dignity? Yet, Xiao Mengjun had to concede that, bolstered by the presence of the Great Thunder, Xiao Changsheng now appeared strikingly fair, alluringly mature, and exuding an irresistible charm. The potency of this seduction technique might indeed surpass her own. A strange sense of defeat washed over Xiao Mengjun. How could she, in the realm of feminine allure, be outshone by a man? Utterly disgraceful. She huffed in discontent. Xiao Changsheng recognized her jealousy and promptly resolved to test his newfound strategy. Before long, the sound of Xiao Changsheng speaking in a deliberately affected voice echoed through the air. Indeed, my esteemed companions, it is right here. Just moments ago, the refining process was interrupted, and inexplicably, the energy within this space vanished. Please come quickly to investigate. Once the issue is resolved, I am entirely at your service for whatever you desire. The sound grew increasingly near, the instant the two entered the space. Before they could comprehend the situation, a pitch-black palace enveloped them. The Palace of Illusions. What do you intend to do? The two suddenly realized they had been deceived and immediately attempted to dismantle the Palace of Illusions to escape. Yet their full force strike merely created a ripple, failing to even scratch the surface. Xiao Changsheng effortlessly incapacitated them. All set. Junjun, let us proceed together. With a subtle thought, Xiao Changsheng employed the art of disguise to transform himself and Xiao Mengjun into the likeness of these two old fellows. Additionally, he used his fabrication ability to leave a false version of himself and Xiao Mengjun within the space, with the mischievous cat remaining here as well. Listen, foolish cat. You're responsible for this place. Should any trouble arise, you shall never taste hot pot again in this lifetime. After a brief but stern warning to the cat, Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mengjun strode out confidently. Occasionally, they encountered some formidable practitioners of the spirit sealing sect who had come to refine their bloodlines. And upon seeing the two, they all bowed respectfully. Xiao Changsheng responded graciously, soon returning to his post. Xiao Mengjun glanced back at the ancient demon tree, her brows furrowing in concern. What are you planning to do? These individuals have been completely ensnared by the ancient demon tree, to the extent that they have virtually merged with it. Forcibly separating them could very well cost them their lives. Moreover, should we engage, the practitioners of the spirit sealing sect will undoubtedly come to eliminate us, which would be perilous. This is straightforward. We shall simply purify the ancient demon tree. Xiao Changsheng had already devised a strategy. The purifying dew from earlier is still available, and purifying this ancient demon tree is no great challenge. As for the practitioners of the spirit sealing sect who will soon arrive, Junjun, I shall rely on you to hold them off for the time being. Understood. Xiao Mengju nodded. With that, Xiao Changsheng began to act. Under the influence of the purifying dew, the ancient demon tree emitted crackling sounds, visibly withering at an astonishing rate. In that moment, the entire demon abyss began to quake violently, prompting many practitioners within to rush out in panic. What is happening? Esteemed seniors, what are you doing? What has happened to the ancient demon tree? Without hesitation, Xiao Mengjun struck, instantly vanquishing a void realm practitioner. The remaining practitioners of the spirit sealing sect scattered in fear, and Xiao Mengjun swiftly pursued them. Before long, the aura of a tribulation realm practitioner descended. The sect leader, Fan Hai, along with two other formidable tribulation realm demon lords, rushed over, and upon realizing the current situation, his expression darkened ominously. Fan Hai Baolao, slamming his palm towards Xiao Mengjun. Halt! Guardian Elder, what are you doing? Xiao Mengjun forcefully intercepted the strike, yet the immense power propelled her backward, crashing heavily to the ground. This individual is suspicious. He is not the Guardian Elder. Fan Hai immediately recognized this fact. Paying no further heed to Xiao Mengjun, he turned his gaze toward the direction of the ancient demon tree. For them, the ancient demon tree was of paramount importance. However, upon closer inspection, Fan Hai was taken aback. The once towering ancient demon tree, which had shielded the sky and blocked the sun, had now transformed into a desiccated and withered trunk, continuously emitting white smoke, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The bound cultivators from the Kanglan realm had also vanished without a trace. The ancient demon tree had only managed to awaken and grow to its current stature through the power of the Holy Sun. Yet now it was utterly destroyed. Who are you? Fixated on the two false guardian elders, Fan Hai's expression twisted with rage, barely containing his fury. We? Xiao Changsheng replied with a faint smile, then swiftly altered his technique. I am by Ruoxue, the deputy master of the Ice Palace in the Kanglan realm. I have come under the secret orders of the Palace Master to rescue the captured cultivators of the Kanglan realm. You demonic cultivators, why do you not hastily kneel and surrender? Chapter 74. Master Fan is jealous of the talented. The Ice Palace of the Kanglan realm? Fan Hai's expression shifted dramatically. Naturally, he was familiar with the four major powers of the Kanglan realm, and now, the Vice Master of the Ice Palace had unexpectedly appeared here. How did she manage to infiltrate? Shaking his head, Fan Hai realized that now was not the time for such thoughts. He swiftly acted, the space trembling as a colossal hand descended from the heavens like a mountain. Overestimating yourself. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. Xiao Changsheng scoffed, his energy surging. Yet, at the very moment the gigantic hand was about to descend, Xiao Changsheng seized Xiao Mengjun and turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Curse you! Fan Hai was left speechless. Was every practitioner in the Kanglan realm like this, resorting to underhanded tactics? What on earth was happening? A figure with a delicate demeanor appeared, and upon seeing them, Fan Hai's face changed instantly as he waved his hand for everyone to retreat. Only then did Fan Hai speak. South Saint, an ant from the Kanglan realm has intruded into the demon abyss and damaged the ancient demon tree. This is my failure. I implore you to punish me. Fan Hai knelt before the figure, his demeanor respectful. For the person before him was a loyal guardian of the Holy Sun from the other 9 heavens, a true powerhouse who had entered the sacred realm. In their presence, Fan Hai felt as insignificant as an insect, now drenched in sweat, his voice trembling slightly. What did you say? The ancient demon tree has been damaged? The individual turned to glance at the withered ancient demon tree, their fury igniting as they lifted Fan Hai by the collar, their expression twisted with rage, exuding a lethal aura. Do you have any idea what great cost the master incurred to revive it? Please, South Saint, quell your anger. I have already located the culprit. Fan Hai's face turned crimson, feeling as though he could barely breathe. And what of it? Can the ancient demon tree be revived? The South Saint snorted coldly, yet still released Fan Hai. Who did this? Bring me to them at once. I shall flay them alive. Yes, yes. South Saint, please follow me. Fan Hai led the way to the entrance of cultivation space. It was none other than the training area of Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mengjun. South Saint. These two previously engaged in battle with the Thousand Charms Demonists in Tianyuan City, prompting the Holy Sun to consider recruiting them as subordinates, inviting them to the Sect to temper their bloodlines within the demon abyss. In recent days, only these 2 outsiders have entered the demon abyss. So the Ice Palace's cultivators that infiltrated must be their accomplices. If we capture them and conduct thorough interrogations, we will surely uncover leads. Huh? Recruit as subordinates? Do the ants of the Kanglan realm even deserve to serve the master? The South Saint questioned vehemently. I understand my error. Should such a situation arise again, I will do everything in my power to prevent it from happening. Fan Hai responded respectfully. Yet unexpectedly, the South Saint's fury reignited, a chilling murderous intent enveloping the atmosphere. Audacity, Fan Hai. How dare you obstruct the endeavors of your master? Do you harbor disdain for your master? Fan Hai was rendered speechless. Was it not you who insisted that I intervene? Why then do you cast the blame upon me? This is utterly nonsensical. Thus, Fan Hai chose silence, recognizing that excessive dialogue only leads to further misunderstandings, for this individual was not one for meaningful communication. Upon arriving outside the cultivation space, he waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy. Gentlemen, to remain so composed in such circumstances is indeed admirable, he remarked. Patriarch Fan, might I inquire if you have summoned me for a specific purpose? The languid voice of Xiao Changsheng echoed, soon followed by the emergence of Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mengjun, or rather, Chuanxiang and Xue, along with the mischievous cat from the cultivation space. It appears that the most formidable of the Kanglan realm have infiltrated the demon abyss, brazenly ravaging the ancient demon tree before making their escape. I wonder what you two make of the situation. The most formidable of the Kanglan realm? How could they possibly infiltrate here? Xiao Changsheng feigned astonishment, then nonchalantly shrugged. Patriarch Fan, your words prompt me to ask, how else can I perceive this but with my own eyes? Enough of your prattle, Fan Hai retorted, barely containing his fury. Confess honestly, did you two secretly usher in the formidable beings from the Kanglan realm? Or perhaps those 2 formidable beings were, in fact, you? The Patriarch jests. We are practitioners of demonic arts. How can we be associated with those from the Kanglan realm? Indeed, the demon abyss has enjoyed tranquility for many years. Yet the moment you 2 outsiders arrive, chaos ensues. Who else could be responsible, if not you? Xiao Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. What absurd logic is this? Could it not be that the formidable beings from the Kanglan realm had malicious intent to disrupt the demon abyss, only to be fortuitously encountered by us? Wait, Xiao Changsheng appeared to have an epiphany, eyes alight with understanding. I see now. This is but a scheme of Patriarch Fan, fearing that our presence might severely undermine your standing. But let me assure you, Patriarch, you are mistaken. We have no intention of lingering here. Had it not been for your invitation, we would not have come at all. Therefore, there is no need for you to harbor jealousy towards our talents. We hold no interest in your position as patriarch. As for the formidable beings from the Kanglan realm, they bear no relation to us whatsoever. If I utter a single falsehood, may I, Changsheng, be struck by divine retribution and meet a wretched end. Xiao Changsheng swore with conviction, for the wrath of heaven would befall Changsheng, not him, even in the unlikely event that it did. With a father known as the Heavenly Path to shield him, he would remain unscathed. Fan Hai furrowed his brow. Typically, a cultivator's oath manifests into reality, suggesting this individual was not lying. This left him to ponder. Could it be that this matter truly bore no connection to the two? Indeed, as expected of one favored by the master, so eloquent and astute. However, in the face of absolute power, any petty trickery is rendered futile. Nansheng let out a cold laugh, and with a surge of divine might, the entire demon abyss trembled violently. Regardless of your involvement in this matter, you are compelled to account for the ancient demon tree. Moreover, with my master by my side, there is no need for you worthless beings. This is divine might. You are indeed a formidable saint-level expert. How dare you unleash your power so recklessly? Are you not afraid of the heavenly Tao's retribution from the demon realm? Xiao Changsheng exclaimed in shock. Outside the demon abyss, countless divine thunders converged, and the might of the heavenly Tao enveloped the entire Fengling sect, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Nansheng, cease this at once. If this continues, the Fengling sect may very well meet its demise. Fan Hai was nearly paralyzed with fear. At this rate, that terrifying and vast divine thunder could obliterate the entire Fengling sect in an instant. Has Nansheng gone mad? Chapter 75. Senior Xiao, what is your relationship with her? At this moment, Nansheng was consumed by an overwhelming desire to eliminate the two individuals before him. Whether it was due to the connection with the ancient demonic tree or the jealousy stemming from their master's favor, these emotions spurred Nansheng into action. As for the Fengling sect, he regarded it with utter disdain. What did it matter if it were destroyed? His master should never be confined to such a trivial place. The heavens above were where he truly belonged. Seeing that Nansheng had completely disregarded all warnings, Fan Hai quickly reached out to the holy son of the Fengling sect, praying for his swift return, for without him, the sect was on the brink of annihilation. This fellow was truly ruthless. Not far away, the genuine Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mengjun observed from the shadows. Xiao Changsheng hesitated, contemplating whether to unleash the power of the divine. After all, he had yet to locate the Earth Mother, and if the Fengling sect were to be mercilessly ravaged by the divine thunder, what would become of the Earth Mother? Just then, an unexpectedly cute voice broke the tension. Meow, a black and white spirit cat, appeared before Nansheng, its gem-like eyes fixed intently upon him. For reasons unknown, Nansheng's aura gradually receded, his holy might dissipating, and the impending divine thunder halted just before its strike. Gazing at the spirit cat before him, Nansheng remained silent for a long while. Once the spirit cat nimbly returned to the shoulder of the false Xiao Mengjun, Nansheng finally uttered his last words. Fan Hai, I leave this to you. With that, he vanished without a trace. Fan Hai let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Fengling sect was spared. However, a new concern emerged. Now that Nansheng was no longer present, he had to face two transcendent beings alone. Moreover, the spirit cat that had just appeared was a significant worry. If even Nansheng could be intimidated, what was he to do? Patriarch Fan, do you require anything else? And no, nothing at all. Upon further reflection, it seems the strongest from the Kanglan realm who infiltrated us bears no relation to the two of you. Please continue your seclusion here. After speaking, Fan Hai hurriedly departed, with the Holy Sun negotiating with the Tianyuan sect and Nansheng proving unreliable. Fan Hai, as the patriarch of the Fengling sect, felt quite frustrated. When had he become so constrained, bowing and scraping before his enemies? Well, you truly are impressive, cat. Once the others had left, the real Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mengjun revealed themselves. The prowess of this mischievous cat had indeed startled even a genuine sage. Which was beyond Xiao Changsheng's expectations. In truth, Xiao Changsheng had deliberately left behind two illusory forms, both to deceive Fan Hai and to test the capabilities of the mischievous cat. The results were quite satisfactory. This cat was indeed formidable. Regarding its origins, Xiao Changsheng had previously inquired with the enchanting Qianmei, but she was also uncertain. It had simply appeared one day, displaying an affectionate demeanor toward her. Thus, Qianmei decided to keep the mischievous cat. As Xiao Changsheng stroked the cat, he playfully tapped its head. "I say, silly cat, can't you put in some effort to help me find those two individuals?" The mischievous cat wore an adorably foolish expression, leaving Xiao Changsheng utterly exasperated. If only this feline could assist him, perhaps he would swiftly locate the Earth Mother and the Holy Son of the Ling Sect. Is it possible that this mischievous cat is unaware of their appearances, or even their aura, thus rendering it incapable of helping you find them? Xiao Mengjun timidly interjected. Xiao Changsheng's lips twitched in realization. Indeed, he had been so preoccupied with expecting the cat to locate individuals without providing a single clue. How could it possibly succeed? Ahem. Jun, you misunderstand. I am deliberately testing this foolish cat to see if it possesses any telepathic abilities. However, I must confess, it has left me quite disappointed. Xiao Mengjun scoffed disdainfully. Do you think I am foolish? You simply forgot. With a flicker of the Yi Shi technique, Xiao Changsheng transformed into a mature, graceful woman clad in a purple gown. Foolish cat, this is the Earth Mother. As for her aura, I can only simulate it to a degree, he stated nonchalantly. Whether the cat responded was uncertain, but Xiao Mengjun immediately reacted. The aura of the Earth Mother elicited an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that the person Xiao Changsheng sought was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, rivaling even his own mother. As the brilliance faded from her eyes, Xiao Mengjun inquired, Xiao Changsheng, what is your relationship with her? Xiao Changsheng sensed the shift in atmosphere, and his heart skipped a beat. He had completely forgotten that this girl was beside him. More critically, she harbored a deep disdain for a particular type of person, scoundrels. Ahem, she is merely my sister, he stammered. Sister? Indeed, my half-sister by different parents. Clearing his throat again, he added, Jun, this matter is of little importance. What truly matters is what comes next. Xiao Changsheng transformed once more, assuming the appearance of the Holy Son of the Ling Sect. Foolish cat, what do you think? Can you do it? He inquired. The mischievous cat swayed unsteadily, as if thoroughly dazed. Xiao Changsheng could not help but sigh inwardly. This foolish cat was utterly unreliable, possessing immense power, yet lacking the ability to wield it. Just then, the cat's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a vision materialized before them. The image depicted an aerial view of the Ling Sect, with one particular location shimmering brightly. Foolish cat, are you suggesting that they are here? Gazing at the view, Xiao Changsheng recognized it as an inconspicuous little peak within the Ling Sect. He had previously probed this area with his spiritual senses, but found nothing. Perhaps the Southern Saint had imposed a restriction that prevented his detection, he mused. The mischievous cat's vision shifted once more. Within the peak, a serene paradise unfolded, revealing the gentle and kind Earth Mother tending to an injured spiritual beast. Yet, the Holy Son of the Ling Sect was conspicuously absent. Where could he be? Had he departed? The mischievous cat swayed its head from side to side, leaving one uncertain whether it was nodding or shaking its head. Xiao Changsheng chose not to inquire further. After all, this saint son of the spirit sect would visit the Earth Mother every few days, utilizing her powers to awaken the formidable bloodline of his magic gate. Eventually, he would seek out the Earth Mother. Xiao Changsheng gently patted the cat's head. Foolish cat, keep a watchful eye on this location. Inform me immediately upon the saint's son's appearance. Understood? Once this matter is resolved, I shall treat you to a feast that surpasses even the last hot pot. For the moment, he refrained from approaching the Earth Mother. In the original narrative, that saint was quite cunning, and it was imperative not to alert him prematurely. He would wait until the moment of the saint's emergence to act. Meow! The mischievous cat exclaimed with excitement, seemingly brimming with enthusiasm. Yet in the next instant, it sprawled onto the ground and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 76. It feels as though my intelligence has been forcefully diminished. In recent days, Xiao Changsheng and Xiao Mengjun have been residing in the abyss of demons. Although the ancient demon tree has been purified, the very essence of this place lies deep within the demonic spirit veins, rendering it an exquisite environment for cultivation for those who practice demonic arts. Xiao Mengjun has been diligently honing her skills, while Xiao Changsheng has not been idle either. He first assisted Xiao Lingyuan from the Tianyuan Divine Palace in restoring her vitality. Subsequently, due to the persistent absence of news from the mischievous cat regarding the Holy Sun's visit to the Earth Mother, Xiao Changsheng sought out Fan Hai for diversion. I must inquire, Sect Master Fan, why does this bewitching bell appear so familiar, resembling the one I previously lost? And lo and behold, how does my sect's ancestral mixed heaven axe find its way into your possession? Sect Master Fan, I demand an honest account. This 8th grade spiritual elixir is hardly impressive. Sect Master Fan, as the leader of a sect, I would presume such trifles hold no allure for you, correct? In these past few days, Fan Hai has been on the brink of madness. This rascal visits him daily, concocting an array of excuses, clearly intent on swindling him. Fan Hai has never encountered someone so brazen and shameless. Is this the demeanor of a formidable figure in the Kanglan realm? To make matters worse, the southern sage insists he endure this humiliation, keeping these two at the Fengling sect until the Holy Sun returns to settle accounts. Fan Hai finds himself utterly exasperated. As the esteemed leader of the Fengling sect, on the verge of ascending to the position of the foremost sect leader of the Tianma sect, when did he become so subjugated? Regrettably, Sect Master Fan, our time is limited today. Let us conclude here, and I shall return tomorrow. Having successfully acquired a high-grade demonic artifact, Xiao Changsheng received a message from the mischievous cat, indicating that the Holy Sun of the Fengling sect had indeed proceeded to the Earth Mother. He hurried back with urgency. Shortly after his departure, the southern sage made his appearance. Gazing toward the direction Xiao Changsheng had gone, a smirk crept upon his lips. Sect Master Fan, your performance these past few days has been commendable. With the Master's return, a web of plans has already been meticulously woven. Sect Master Fan, you are to lead the remaining strong practitioners of the Fengling sect in alignment with the Master's strategy. Furthermore, our adversary is not limited to these two individuals. There exists another. Who might that be? The enchantress of Qianhuan's sect, Qianmei. Her. Fan Hai was taken aback. Isn't she stationed in the Heavenly Suppression City? What brings her here? Ah, indeed. The Holy Sun previously mentioned negotiations with the Qianhuan sect. Could it be that an accord has been reached with them? Or perhaps a scheme? Noting Fan Hai's confusion, the southern sage couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe the Master's declaration of war against the Qianhuan sect is merely to secure the title of the foremost sect in the demonic realm for the Fengling sect? How ludicrous! In this diminutive Tianma realm, such a title holds no significance whatsoever. The Master's aim is to wield war as a means to compel the Qianhuan sect into seeking terms of peace, thereby acquiring the enchantress Qianmei. From the very beginning, the Master's sole objective has been Qianmei. Hence, it is certain that she will make her appearance shortly, within the abyss of demons. Though the mischievous cat still bore that adorably dazed and confused expression, it was certain that the saint son of the Fengling sect had already gone to the Earth Mother. It was indeed time to eliminate him. At that moment, Xiao Mengjun also emerged from her seclusion. Junjun, you and the mischievous cat should depart first. The second great war between the Qianhuan sect and the Fengling sect is about to erupt. You should assist thee in defending the city, Xiao Changsheng stated calmly. He had no intention of bringing Xiao Mengjun along this time, as they were confronting a supreme demonic cultivator who had practiced for 10 lifetimes, even possessing saint-level experts as subordinates. Her strength was inadequate and would be of little use, so it was better to concoct a reason for her to leave. I will return, but let the mischievous cat remain by your side. I am not a child. I do not need the mischievous cat's protection. Then be careful. Xiao Changsheng did not refuse. Having the mischievous cat nearby was indeed quite convenient. After Xiao Mengjun departed, Xiao Changsheng took the mischievous cat and made his way toward the Earth Mother. He forcefully breached the barriers and intruded, only to find the Earth Mother all alone. with no sign of the saint's son. What is happening? Xiao Changsheng gazed at the mischievous cat in confusion. Could it be that this cat had made a mistake? Meow. The mischievous cat let out a plaintive meow. Is it you? Upon suddenly seeing Xiao Changsheng, the Earth Mother was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a gentle smile like flowing water. Young Master Xiao, welcome back. Xiao Changsheng felt a sense of disorientation. She had once been so gentle and kind, never rejecting anyone, an archetypal, good-natured person. All these years had passed, yet she seemed unchanged. Yes, I have returned, Xiao Changsheng replied with a smile as he approached the Earth Mother. However, he grew increasingly puzzled. Why had the Earth Mother not triggered the system rewards? Was it possible she did not fall within the system's criteria for an exceptional fairy? Or perhaps, since he had previously abandoned his pursuit of her midway, the lack of full affection had led to a withholding of the earlier rewards? At that moment, a voice imbued with disdain and allure suddenly echoed. Oh, how intimate! I seem to have arrived at an inopportune time. Xiao Changsheng's body stiffened. He was all too familiar with that voice. It was the Qianmei. Looking up, he beheld the suspended in mid-air, arms crossed, wearing a knowing smile as she observed the two below. Welcome, esteemed guest, the Earth Mother said as she lifted her skirt gracefully, displaying impeccable manners. Xiao Changsheng's face twitched uncontrollably. They had not engaged in any wrongdoing, and he had no intention of doing so. After all, his relationship with the Earth Mother had merely been that of ordinary friends, not yet fully pursued. Yet the sudden appearance of the filled him with an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, as if he had been caught in an act of infidelity. I am innocent. You may have misunderstood something. Oh, misunderstood? Changsheng, what do you mean by that? Ahem, let us not dwell on that. What brings you here? Xiao Changsheng inquired, perplexed. Should she not be engaged in the great battle at Jintian City? Quite simply, I have been assigned a special task. The task is to infiltrate the rear of the spirit-sealing sect and assassinate the Earth Mother, causing turmoil in their ranks. So, Changsheng, how will you choose? Will you assist me in dealing with the Earth Mother, or support her against me? The enchanting and mysterious Qianmei Yaoji spoke with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. Xiao Changsheng's expression darkened. How to choose? Who knows? He could not aid Qianmei Yaoji against the Earth Mother, given their shared bond. Equally, he could not assist the Earth Mother in confronting Qianmei Yaoji. Both paths were blocked, leaving him with no choice. He felt a sense of absurdity. Noticing Xiao Changsheng's hesitation, Qianmei Yaoji suddenly burst into laughter. Changsheng, do you know what I'm trying to say? Are you disappointed in me? No, I'm quite satisfied with you. You have not abandoned the Earth Mother. Your loyalty and affection are precisely what I admire in you. Well then, the mission is nullified. I shall spare the Earth Mother's life. Xiao Changsheng was left speechless. Was Qianmei Yaoji's thought process truly so peculiar? Even the Earth Mother, a formidable rival and leader of an opposing sect, would be spared? It felt as though Qianmei Yaoji had been forcefully rendered foolish. Something was amiss. He was not the protagonist, so why would Qianmei Yaoji's intellect be so inexplicably diminished? Chapter 77. A conspiracy between both parties regardless of the circumstances. This outcome is rather favorable. Now, only one last trouble remains. Earth Mother, do you know the whereabouts of the holy son of the Ling sect? Xiao Changsheng inquired in a solemn tone. I do not know. He only comes by every few days. Logically, he should have arrived today, yet he has not appeared thus far, the Earth Mother replied, shaking her head. Xiao Changsheng pondered momentarily. What is going on? Could that troublesome cat have made a mistake? He lifted the mischievous cat. Foolish cat, where is the holy son of the Ling sect? If you let him escape, I shall pluck your fur and boil it in a pot. Meow. The mischievous cat seemed to protest, as if attempting to convey something, clawing at Xiao Changsheng's attire. Soon, a familiar voice reached Xiao Changsheng's ears. Xiao, Senior Xiao? Yun. Xiao Changsheng looked around, initially thinking that Xiao Mengjun had returned, but after searching, he realized that it was not the case. Senior Xiao, I never expected this to truly happen. Xiao Mengjun exclaimed with delight. Jun, do not tell me you are currently at Jintian City. Indeed, Senior Xiao, I am right there. Xiao Changsheng was taken aback. Jintian City was quite distant. and it was improbable for even a Tribulation Realm expert to transmit thoughts from such a range. Yet, it had succeeded. He could not help but re-evaluate the seemingly innocent cat. It was due to this cat that he was able to communicate with Xiao Mengjun. This cat truly was remarkable. Senior Xiao, the situation here seems rather peculiar. Xiao Mengjun's voice came through, tinged with confusion. Although a great battle had erupted, the actual participants were few. Neither the Tianyuan Sect nor the Fengling Sect had any significant presence. Only a single Tribulation Realm expert was stationed, with no sight of others. The sect leader of Tianyuan, the Grand Elder, and the Holy Sun Feng Han, along with the Grand Elder of Fengling, Fan Hai, and others were conspicuously absent. Senior Xiao, could something have gone awry? Xiao Mengjun expressed her deep concern. Unusual occurrences often herald otherworldly anomalies. This irregularity is exceedingly significant. All gone? Xiao Changsheng furrowed his brow. With the appearance of the enchanting demoness Qianmei here, the narrative had deviated entirely from the original tale, leaving him bewildered. However, if he were to speculate on the worst-case scenario, Xiao Changsheng surveyed his surroundings. Although he sensed no imminent danger, a cold smile crept across his face. Since they have come, why must they cower in fear? Are the experts of the Tianyuan Sect and Fengling Sect akin to mice, only daring to hide in the shadows? Qianmei was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of his words. Yet, she quickly comprehended. In an instant, the once clear sky darkened ominously. Figures materialized in the heavens. Su Sheng, the leader of the Tianyuan Sect, the Grand Elder Shui Mo, the Holy Sun Feng Han, along with the leader of the Fengling Sect, Fan Hai, the Grand Elder Chu Hongsheng, and Nan Sheng, all making their presence known. Qianmei's expression darkened immediately. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, she could no longer feign ignorance regarding the situation. Su Sheng, it is utterly astonishing that you have betrayed the Tianyuan Sect and colluded with the enemies of the Fengling Sect. Although I have returned, I have never coveted your position as the sect leader of Tianyuan. What has driven you to such treachery? This is an insidious trap. The Tianyuan Sect and the Fengling Sect have clandestinely reconciled, even forging an alliance. Su Sheng, under the pretense of assigning a task to the enchanting Qianmei, aimed to eliminate the Earth Mother, all the while conspiring with the Fengling Sect to ensnare her and eliminate her. The motive, of course, stems from his perception of Qianmei's threat to his leadership, forming cliques and eliminating rivals. Qianmei, some matters cannot simply be disregarded at your whim, Su Sheng stated expressionlessly. Qianmei's reputation is undeniably formidable, being the most potent prodigy awakened from the demonic lineage of the Tianyuan Sect over the millennia. Even though she now bears the title of a former saintess, the formidable members of the Tianyuan Sect regard her with greater reverence than Su Sheng. This has significantly heightened Su Sheng's sense of crisis. As long as Qianmei remains, he cannot find peace. Now, the opportunity has finally presented itself. Moreover, it involves the formidable allies from the Fengling Sect. This time, Qianmei is assuredly doomed. At long last, clarity has been achieved regarding the situation. However, one aspect still puzzles me, Xiao Changsheng remarked softly. Su Sheng has allied with the Fengling Sect to eliminate Qianmei, but what about the Fengling Sect? Why have you agreed to collaborate with Su Sheng? Are you not wary of this being a plot by the Tianyuan Sect? Xiao Changsheng's gaze drifted toward the Fengling Sect, resting on the youthful figure among the crowd, whose visage was like jade, exuding elegance. Tianxia, I trust my memory served me correctly? The holy son of the Fengling Sect, the demon lord of 10 lifetimes, it is time you provided me with some answers, is it not? Insolence! How dare you utter the master's name so casually? You seek death. Tianxia's companion, Nan Sheng, suddenly erupted in fury. Xiao Changsheng was not one to yield easily. To hell with it. Isn't a name meant to be called? If I don't call him Tianxia, should I call him Tiango instead? If you continue to babble, do you believe I won't shut the door and let the cat bite you? Oh, whoa. The mischievous cat playfully swatted its paw, appearing adorably fierce. Xiao Changsheng couldn't help but give it a light smack. How can you, a mere cat, mimic a tiger's roar? Are you trying to be cute? Enough, Nan Sheng. Step back. Tianxia began to speak slowly, then turned his gaze toward Xiao Changsheng. You are impressive, quite impressive indeed. I hold you in high regard. How about it? Would you consider joining me? This minuscule realm of the demon world is but a trifling place. Your true destination should be the vast expanse of the upper 9 heavens. Come, join me, and I assure you shall not be neglected. Tianxia opened his arms, a warm smile adorning his face. Xiao Changsheng's expression darkened. My suggestion is that you take a moment to reflect. What do you mean? Relieve yourself and gaze into the mirror. See if you are worthy. Ah. Tianxia did not exhibit anger. Rather, his smile gradually faded. Those who comprehend the times are indeed wise. It is merely a pity. What was it you inquired about earlier? Ah, you wish to understand why this holy sun aligns with the Tianyuan Sect to confront the enchanting Qianmei? The answer is, in truth, quite simple. Tianxia's thoughts stirred momentarily before he struck with sudden force. With a sharp gasp, the Earth Mother instantly expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion swiftly draining of color, her body gradually losing its vitality, like a flickering candle in the wind, exceedingly feeble. So, do you comprehend now? Tianxia remarked with a cold smirk. Xiao Changsheng could not help but narrow his eyes. He understood. In the original narrative, the Earth Mother utilized her unique abilities to help Tianxia draw forth the potent bloodline power concealed within him. However, the roles had now reversed. It was Tianxia who forcefully seized the Earth Mother's strength to swiftly awaken his own bloodline power. The consequence of such actions was akin to draining a pond to catch fish. The Earth Mother could not withstand this depletion, leading her to the brink of exhaustion. Therefore, Tianxia required a substitute. Qianmei, indeed, was the most fitting replacement, without exception. Chapter 78. After all, it's not the first time for shameless acts. The scheme was indeed quite clever. As expected, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only everlasting interests. Driven by these interests, the two opposing factions have surprisingly formed an alliance. Xiao Changsheng couldn't help but express his sentiments with a sigh, then leisurely stretched his arms. This arrangement works well. Eliminating all troubles in one go saves the hassle of dealing with them later. He chuckled lightly. It seems you possess great confidence. Tianxia smiled softly, then waved his hand gently. The sky transformed dramatically, revealing an array of dazzling crimson lights that twisted and morphed, ultimately forming an immense and enigmatic ancient formation. This formation was the long-lost demon extermination array. Those who fell within its confines would have their demonic bloodline forcibly extracted and utilized by the array's caster, Tianxia. Such crafty methods abound. It appears you have been preparing for quite some time. Since that is the case, let us dispense with idle chatter and dive straight into action. Xiao Changsheng rolled up his sleeves, his energy surging forth, causing many present to change their expressions drastically. He had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing realm. Mere steps away from the sacred realm. Xiao Changsheng began to strategize. Demoness, you handle the Tianyuan sect. Ignore that sacred being, Feng Yihan. I shall take on the Fengling sect, and I too will disregard this southern saint. Then who shall contend with those two? Asked Qianmei Yaoheim. Currently, they faced the formidable powers of both the Tianyuan sect and Fengling sect, with over a dozen experts at the tribulation crossing realm. Yet what troubled Qianmei most were the two sacred beings, genuine sacred beings. Even if they could not fight at full strength due to the heavenly Tao, they were still incomparable to those at the tribulation crossing realm. Of course, I shall entrust them to the most adorable and formidable Lord Cat, Xiao Changsheng replied, lifting the bewildered, mischievous cat with a grin. I say, Lord Cat, those two rascals are yours to handle. Don't hold back. Give them a proper thrashing. Meow, meow, meow. The mischievous cat cried out in indignation, vigorously waving its paws as if to slap Xiao Changsheng's face. Truly, this rascal had no shame. When there was nothing to do, it was always calling him foolish cat or silly cat. Now that there was a task at hand, it was suddenly Lord Cat. Xiao Changsheng paid it no mind and tossed it aside. After all, shameless acts were not new to him. One more instance was of no consequence. Thus, the grand battle erupted swiftly. Both Xiao Changsheng and Qianmei Yaoheim found themselves ensnared in a fierce confrontation. However, In contrast, the situation for the mischievous cat was remarkably tranquil. Meow, the mischievous cat rolled in the void, then mewed adorably, seemingly attempting to charm Feng Yihan and the Southern Saint into refraining from combat. To everyone's surprise, Feng Yihan and the Southern Saint appeared to share an unspoken understanding, and neither made a move, merely watching the playful little cat before them. Senior Feng, what are you doing? Act swiftly, strike down that foolish cat, and then confront the enchanting demoness. Not far away, Feng Han was in a state of desperation. He had made an agreement with Tian Xie. The bloodline of the enchanting demoness would belong to Tian Xie, but she would be granted a single life, and her soul would remain his. Feng Han had longed to trample upon this haughty woman, to indulge in unrestrained violation and domination. Silence. Feng Yihan suddenly bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, an overwhelming pressure enveloping Feng Han, leaving him gasping for breath. A deep sense of dread gripped his heart. He clearly sensed that the system's summon, Feng Yihan, who was 100% loyal to him, had almost turned to kill him in that fleeting moment. Ignoring Feng Han's plea, Feng Yihan was drenched in sweat, his back soaked. Before him stood what appeared to be an ordinary cat, yet in his eyes it resembled an ancient behemoth, baring its fangs and glaring at him with murderous intent. It seemed that any movement on his part would lead to certain death. Not only he, but Nansheng also felt the same, refraining from any rash actions. This cat seemed perilous and oddly familiar. Tian Xie furrowed his brow. After 10 lifetimes of cultivation, he retained some memories from those past lives. Perhaps in one of those existences, he had encountered this cat, leaving a profound impression on him. Nevertheless, he decided to cast aside these thoughts for the moment. He turned his gaze toward the Tianyuan Sect. Let us commence. The warm-up should end now. Currently, the sect leaders and the grand elders, the pinnacle of the crossing calamity realm, had yet to join the fray. As he observed Xiao Changsheng and the enchanting demoness besieged by 4 or 5 crossing calamity experts, yet managing to gain the upper hand, Tian Xie decisively issued the order. Su Sheng nodded. He could no longer contain himself and immediately plunged into the battlefield. A far more intense battle erupted in an instant as over a dozen crossing calamity experts clashed, causing the heavens to change color and the earth to tremble. Even the void began to collapse and twist, had it not been for Tian Xie's prior establishment of spatial restrictions. The entire Fengling sect would have likely been devastated by the residual shockwaves. Boom! Suddenly, a figure, unable to withstand the onslaught, plummeted swiftly to the ground. It was none other than the enchanting demoness. The intervention of Su Sheng and the others had overwhelmed her first. Enchantress, take a moment to rest. I shall handle these adversaries, Xiao Changsheng reassured her, offering a thread of primordial power. Initially intending to wait for Tian Xie to act before unleashing his divine strength, he found himself compelled to act prematurely. Changsheng, do you underestimate me? Not at all. I seek only to protect you. I require no protection. The enchanting demoness chuckled lightly as her cultivation aura rapidly began to stabilize. Xiao Changsheng glanced toward the Tianyuan sect, where the 4 divine beasts, Xuanwu, Zhuke, Qinglong, and Baihu, stood sentinel. The powerful figures of the Tianyuan sect were ensconced within their presence, under the divine radiance of the 4 beasts. The earlier fierce skirmishes did not seem to have left a trace of fatigue on their faces. The 4 symbols, heaven formation. Enchantress, you cannot break this array, Xiao Changsheng declared, shaking his head. The enchanting and beguiling Qin Mei laughed softly and remarked, Changsheng, do you know from whom the 4 symbols celestial array of the Tianyuan sect originated? Your master, a divine being who has perfected the art of external incarnation. Indeed, given this knowledge, do you truly believe that I, as the sole direct disciple of my master, would be unaware of the array's weaknesses? Yet, knowing the weaknesses proves futile. Xiao Changsheng replied, to dismantle the array, one requires absolute strength. However, Qin may precisely lack such power. If Changsheng thinks I lack the strength to break the array, then he is gravely mistaken. As she spoke, she approached the exhausted Earth Mother, who lay on the ground. Enough, rise. Yes, my master. The Earth Mother stood, her previous warmth and kindness replaced with an overwhelming coldness, rendering her utterly indifferent. Xiao Changsheng felt as though she had transformed into a complete stranger. Chapter 79. The External Incarnation. Merging as one, Xiao Changsheng stood in a state of shock. What did I just hear? Master? The Earth Mother actually referred to the enchantress Qianmei as her master? Had they known each other all along? Changsheng, you are mistaken. Our relationship is far more intricate than mere acquaintanceship. The enchantress Qianmei seemed to sense the astonishment in Xiao Changsheng's heart, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. The so-called Earth Mother is in fact me. As soon as Qianmei's words fell, everyone was left dumbfounded. The Earth Mother is the enchantress Qianmei. What on earth is happening? Tianyuan seemed to grasp something and suddenly exclaimed, "External incarnation?" In that instant, Xiao Changsheng also came to a realization. The technique of external incarnation. The Earth Mother is actually an avatar of the enchantress Qianmei. No wonder. Xiao Changsheng finally understood. It made sense why the enchantress Qianmei's essence was missing, to the extent that even the power of creation could not compensate. Her lost essence had transformed into the Earth Mother. However, how did this come to be? When did the enchantress create this avatar to impersonate the Earth Mother? Where had the true Earth Mother gone? Not only Xiao Changsheng, but the members of both sects were equally intrigued. "Oh, it seems you all are quite eager to learn about this matter," Qianmei remarked with a smirk, then suddenly added, "Alas, I shall not divulge it. How does that make you feel?" The crowd. Xiao Changsheng's expression darkened. When did the enchantress become so infuriatingly teasing? As the saying goes, one becomes red when close to vermilion and black when close to ink. Who had influenced her to behave in such a manner? Changsheng. The truth is rather simple. The enchantress Qianmei transmitted privately. Centuries ago, my master foresaw the emergence of an exceedingly terrifying demon sovereign son within the Fengling sect. Should this individual grow in strength, the entire demon realm would likely fall prey to his malevolence. Thus, my master began to scheme. He imparted the essence of all external incarnations to me, then deliberately provoked the Fengling sect, engaging in a cataclysmic battle with the Earth Mother for 91 days. The world believes that the Earth Mother vanquished my master, but in reality, both sides perished, a result my master desired. From that day forth, I forcibly split my essence, transforming into the Earth Mother and infiltrating the Fengling sect, patiently awaiting the arrival of this 10-lifetime cultivated demon sovereign son. It is as simple as that. The narrative was indeed uncomplicated, yet Xiao Changsheng remained speechless for an extended period. The Earth Mother is the enchantress Qianmei. Thus, his earlier attempts to infiltrate the Fengling sect and win over the Earth Mother had been, in fact, efforts to win over the enchantress. No wonder she had quickly caught on back then. No wonder she had seemed as if her intellect had been forcibly diminished when she opted to spare the Earth Mother. No wonder the system had never regarded the Earth Mother as a target for conquest, nor had it offered any rewards. It turned out they were one and the same. For the first time since his arrival in this world, Xiao Changsheng felt utterly played, ensnared in the clever machinations of the enchantress Qianmei. Recalling the words spoken during the confrontation with the Earth Mother, all were known to the enchanting demoness, leaving Xiao Changsheng in a state of acute embarrassment, as if his toes were about to excavate the ground beneath him. Now, the moment had arrived. The avatar was set to return. The ethereal voice of Qianmei Yaoheim resonated softly. In an instant, both she and the Earth Mother radiated a resplendent divine light, their forms gradually merging into one. Act immediately. At all costs, prevent her. Tianyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he issued a swift command. The so-called external avatar, originally conceived by Qianmei Yaoheim's master, was intended for cultivation, transforming into avatars for individual training, resulting in doubled enhancement and rewards. Ultimately, when the time was ripe, they would merge, achieving a qualitative leap and elevation. Fan Hai and others promptly engaged, launching an assault on Qianmei Yaoheim. Meanwhile, Su Sheng was not idle. The four divine beast apparitions of the four symbols heaven array began to roar menacingly, brewing a formidable attack capable of annihilating all. Why the haste, you rascals? Can you not wait a moment? You exhibit no semblance of a protagonist's demeanor. Xiao Changsheng sighed as the Tianyuan Divine Palace descended, allowing those frenzied attacks to ensue. The Tianyuan Divine Palace stood resolute like an unyielding mountain, nullifying all assaults effortlessly. Nansheng, upon witnessing this, Tian Xie suddenly barked an order. Meow. The mischievous cat instantly bristled, arching its back in apparent anger. An overwhelming dread surged within Nansheng. In the fleeting moment of his hesitation, the Tianyuan Divine Palace was retracted by Xiao Changsheng. A figure slowly materialized before the crowd. Qianmei Yaoheim. At that moment, she appeared unchanged from before, save for a fleeting frown. Boom! The heavens erupted. The four divine beast apparitions of the four symbols heaven array suddenly collapsed into nothingness. Crash! Sect Master Su Sheng plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, incapacitated and grievously injured. Ah, you should recall that I once stated, eliminating you is as effortless as a mere whim. The cold voice echoed, and it dawned on the crowd that Qianmei Yaoheim had manifested before them, shattering the four symbols heaven array and inflicting severe harm upon Sect Master Su Sheng. Oh, half-step Saint Realm? Xiao Changsheng raised an eyebrow, realizing that the merging of her avatars had indeed granted Qianmei Yaoheim formidable power, allowing her to transcend the peak of the Tribulation Realm and attain the half-step Saint Realm. In this grand era, the half-step Saint Realm was considered the pinnacle of strength. After all, true saints would invoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao. In the half-step Saint Realm, as long as one refrained from excessive display of saintly might, one could evade the retribution of the heavenly Tao. Qianmei Yaoheim's expression remained impassive, as if dispatching Su Sheng were akin to swatting a mere mosquito. Her icy gaze fell upon Feng Han, the holy son of the Tianyuan sect. Elder, what shall we do? Feng Han was utterly panicked. Despite the mightiest forces of both factions converging to besiege Qianmei Yaoheim, the outcome had turned out to be entirely unforeseen. The Elder of Blood Demon wore an exceedingly grim expression. His body was rigid, paralyzed by fear of inciting the wrath of the enchantress Qianmei. At that moment, a figure appeared before Feng Han. Senior Feng. Feng Han exclaimed joyously, for Feng Yihan had arrived. Qianmei's brows furrowed slightly as she glanced toward the mischievous cat. Her expression filled with incredulity. This cat was indeed unreliable. At such a critical juncture, it had fallen asleep, snoring audibly. Qianmei shook her head, lamenting the fact that a powerful being of the sacred realm was being so easily manipulated by such trivial creatures. If I were you, I would have long since dashed my head against a wall in shame. Feng Yihan turned to glance back, but remained silent. Feng Han's arrogant voice rang out, "Ha ha, Qianmei, do you think you can sow discord between me and my esteemed senior? Is that within your power?" As he spoke, he produced various magical artifacts, including a heavenly grade demon sword. These treasures were hard-earned through his efforts, and he was now willing to risk it all. Senior Feng, capture her alive. If you succeed, all these artifacts will be yours. Chapter 80. The betrayal of Feng Yihan was evidently swayed. With a grand gesture, he collected all the treasures into his possession. How disgraceful it is for a formidable being of the sacred realm to be tempted by such trivial possessions. One cannot fathom how you, a so-called sacred being, ascended to this level. Qianmei Yaoheim scoffed disdainfully and shouted, swiftly charging forward. Nansheng, assist her. Tian Xie spoke slowly, his gaze fixated on Xiao Changsheng. Am I insane? Why are you staring at me? Even if I possess good looks, you cannot gaze at me incessantly. Otherwise, I shall charge a fee. Xiao Changsheng rolled his eyes. This time, it was not just Tian Xie. The watchful eyes of Fan Hai and the other powerful members of the Fengling sect were now trained on Xiao Changsheng. How bothersome you lot are. I am aware that you are wary of me suddenly intervening to aid the Yaoheim against those two so-called saints. Am I correct? Indeed, Tian Xie affirmed. Then rest assured, I have no intention of intervening. It is entirely unnecessary, Xiao Changsheng replied with a leisurely smile. Tian Xie's brow furrowed as he observed the three engaged in battle above. Although the two saints were not exerting their full strength for fear of attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao, they were still saints, not to be compared to mere half-saints. Moreover, it was a 2-on-1 scenario, and Qianmei Yaoheim was soon falling to the disadvantage. Xiao Changsheng appeared oblivious, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, humming a cheerful tune as if in a splendid mood. "Your calmness is unexpectedly surprising," Tianyuan remarked. "Fear not. There will be many more things to astonish you shortly. For instance, your subordinate, Nansheng, may well be beaten half to death." How absurd. Do you not believe me? If you doubt it, shall we wager? If Nansheng truly is beaten half to death, you shall take your own life to avoid the hassle of further conflict. Conversely, if he remains unscathed, I will submit to your will. What say you? Tianyuan disregarded the proposition. While he did not believe the two saints would fail in their collaboration, he would never accept such a nonsensical wager. A worthless being, to not even dare accept such a bet. If I were you, I would have already severed my own meridians and embraced death. Xiao Changsheng sneered disdainfully. Then, with a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "Now, let us commence." The crowd was puzzled, yet they witnessed Qianmei Yaoheim suddenly summon a pitch-black celestial sword, exuding an ominous aura. A demonic sword? Merely of earthly grade, what use is that? Such swords number at least a dozen within the Fengling Sect. A member of the sect scoffed. However, their expressions soon froze in disbelief as they observed the bloodline demonic energy surging forth, causing Qianmei Yaoheim's sword to undergo evolution and transformation, from earthly upper grade to heavenly lower grade, then heavenly middle grade, and finally heavenly upper grade. But did not stop there. The demonic sword shattered its limits, unleashing a magnificent divine might. It attained the quality of a pseudo-immortal grade. The strength of the Yaoheim's bloodline is truly formidable. Xiao Changsheng could not help but reflect on the fact that the bloodline of the enchanting Qianmei Yaoheim was indeed one of the legendary 10 bloodlines of the demon sect. Now, having merged into a new form, she had become immensely powerful. Of course, she was incomparable to Tianyuan, who also possessed one of the legendary 10 bloodlines of the demon sect, but had cultivated through 10 lifetimes, embodying all 10 bloodlines. The mere existence of a single bloodline could elevate the Zimojian to the level of pseudo-immortal. One could only imagine the devastation should Tianyuan obtain the Zimojian. Xiao Changsheng shuddered at the thought. Indeed, upon sensing the extraordinary power of the Zimojian, Tianyuan was stirred. "Nansheng, seize that sword." It was a command that must be executed. "Yes," Nansheng roared, his cultivation surging wildly. At that moment, the heavens above roiled with divine thunder, and an aura of divine might enveloped the surroundings. "Fellow cultivator, please hold back Qianmei Yaoheim for a moment. Once the task is accomplished, I shall reward you generously." With that, Nansheng gathered his magical arts in the void, radiating a divine brilliance akin to the sun itself. Feng Yihan, upon hearing this, swiftly entangled himself with Qianmei Yaoheim. Before long, just as Nansheng's magical arts were on the verge of success, the previously engaged Qianmei Yaoheim and Feng Yihan unexpectedly ceased their battle in perfect unison and, to everyone's astonishment, launched a joint assault against Nansheng. Poof! Caught completely off guard by their sudden attack, Nansheng suffered a grievous blow. His magical arts failed to coalesce, resulting in a backlash that diminished his cultivation aura rapidly, reducing him to the level of an ordinary tribulation stage expert. The unforeseen turn of events left everyone astonished. What was happening? Qianmei Yaoheim and Feng Yihan had actually allied? How could this be? Tianyuan Sect. Tianyuan's expression darkened, his furious voice sending chills through the ranks of the Tianyuan Sect. Feng Han trembled in fear. "Feng, Senior, what has happened? Qianmei Yaoheim is our enemy. Why have you allied with her? Senior Feng, you haven't fallen victim to some devious scheme of this woman, have you? Oof. If anyone were to be ensnared by schemes, it would be you, worthless fool." Feng Yihan retorted coldly, and shockingly, he turned to attack Feng Han directly. The Saint Realm expert's fury left Su Sheng and others from the Tianyuan Sect too terrified to intervene. Watching helplessly as Feng Han was reduced to mere pulp by a single strike, Xiao Changsheng observed from a distance. Huh, you shall die without ever understanding why Feng Yihan betrayed you, he mused. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the invincible sign-in system. By completing sign-ins at special locations, one may receive a variety of rewards. This was the system Feng Han relied upon, which had granted him those magical treasures and coerced the formidable Saint Realm expert Feng Yihan into servitude. However, he had encountered the system virus of Xiao Changsheng. The virus had been implanted, reaching 100%. The system's power could no longer restrain Feng Yihan, liberating him from the shackles that had bound him, and naturally, he would not spare Feng Han, the one who had imposed those chains upon him. At the moment the virus was successfully implanted, Xiao Changsheng comprehended Feng Yihan's intentions. Consequently, he meticulously orchestrated a grand performance alongside the enchanting Qianmei. In retrospect, the outcome was remarkably effective. The Southern Saint was caught off guard and sustained grievous injuries. On their side, they had gained an additional formidable presence in the realm of saints, complemented by the semi-saint Qianmei. Initially, the two supreme powers of the sects had aimed to encircle Xiao Changsheng and Qianmei. Yet now, numerous elite figures lay dead or wounded, and even the Saint Feng Yihan had turned traitor. The tides of the situation had been irrevocably altered. The advantage resided with us. However, Xiao Changsheng remained far from complacent. In contrast to the Southern Saint, who possessed strength yet refrained from unleashing his full potential, the 10th-generation cultivator of the evil path posed the gravest threat. At this moment, he too was preparing to make his move. Chapter 81. Perhaps it's better to let it go? The celestial evil was about to make its move. Xiao Changsheng also stepped forward. The enchantress Qianmei had successfully completed her task. Now it was his turn. Changsheng, be exceedingly cautious. I can sense that this celestial evil is far more perilous than Nansheng. Qianmei urged, unable to suppress her concern before retreating to rest. Feng Yihan quietly departed, having only agreed to assist Xiao Changsheng in dealing with Nansheng, thus repaying the favor of having his system restrictions lifted. The imminent battle with the celestial evil was no concern of his. The aura of the celestial evil surged wildly, reaching the pinnacle of the tribulation realm in mere moments, accompanied by a faint, divine majesty. Is this truly your strength? To be honest, I find myself quite disappointed, Xiao Changsheng mused, having anticipated a greater challenge. Instead, he discovered a mere insignificant foe, barely above the level of a saint. Such an opponent hardly warranted the invocation of divine power. Yet at that moment, the celestial evil did not strike directly. Instead, it turned its gaze toward Fan Hai and the others from the Fengling sect. Do you believe I stand a chance against him? Fan Hai and his companions found themselves in a quandary. Although they remained silent, the weight of their silence spoke volumes. And what do you think? The celestial evil then directed its attention to another group, revealing Su Sheng and his comrades from the Tianyuan sect, who had, in their desperate bid for survival, hidden behind the celestial evil. Su Sheng and his peers were similarly mute. The truth can be a bitter pill to swallow. They could hardly declare that this wretch was no match for him. Could they? With a soft sigh, the celestial evil remarked, indeed, you all believe that this holy sun is no match for him. And so it was. With a mere gesture, the heavens above erupted in a cascade of crimson, spreading for miles. Within that sanguine hue, ancient runes and prohibitions seemed to stir, prompting Xiao Changsheng to furrow his brow. Such powers were not present in the original narrative. As the glowing runes radiated their energy, weaker individuals from the two sects began to levitate uncontrollably, swiftly drawn toward the celestial prohibitions above. Soon, the air was filled with anguished cries. The crimson hue intensified ominously. Simultaneously, the celestial evil's power escalated exponentially, effortlessly surpassing the limits of the tribulation realm to attain the saint realm. Boom! The divine might of the heavens erupted, enveloping everything in a deluge of thunder. Yet, after the storm of divine lightning raged, the celestial evil emerged unscathed before the gathered crowd. The only discernible change was his newfound strength. Impressive, Xiao Changsheng remarked. One of the bloodlines of the 10 great demon gates, the blood of Tao Tai, utilizing the blood of Taotai to forge formations, forcibly absorbing the bloodlines of these powerful demons to enhance oneself and break through to the Saint Realm. Then, employing another bloodline from the 10 great demon gates, the blood of thunder and darkness, to withstand the punitive wrath of the Tao of Heaven. Indeed, this demon lord, having cultivated for 10 lifetimes, lives up to his reputation. Xiao Changsheng smirked. It seemed this was still insufficient. Tianyuan fixed his gaze upon Xiao Changsheng, whose calm demeanor suggested that it was far too early to feel at ease. The runic restraints radiated a brilliant light, ensnaring every formidable figure from the 2 great sects, including their respective leaders, who were forcibly bound and propelled towards the blood-red firmament. At that moment, a streak of sword light pierced through the heavens, shattering the binds that held Su Sheng, Fan Hai, and the others, granting them a reprieve from the jaws of death. The alluring demoness had intervened, not out of concern for Su Sheng and his companions, but rather to prevent Tianyuan from absorbing any more powerful bloodlines. The thought of how formidable Tianyuan might become was beyond her imagination. Xiao Changsheng could not help but sigh. Ah, my dear demoness, why must you interfere with someone else's good fortune? Such actions are rather impolite. We are the villains, and villains must possess a certain foolishness. We should never interrupt the protagonist during their incantation. You understand? The demoness was taken aback, puzzled by his words. What do you mean? Am I wrong to stop him from growing stronger? She wondered, bewildered by Changsheng's seemingly nonsensical remarks. Well, that was an accident. Please, continue and absorb the rest of these fellows as well. Oh, and if you find yourself lacking, there's no use in keeping Nansheng around. Severely wounded by the extermination sword, he is unlikely to ever regain his former sanctified state, Xiao Changsheng stated nonchalantly. Changsheng, what are you saying? The demoness exclaimed, furrowing her brow. It felt as though he had suddenly lost his mind. Allowing the enemy to grow stronger, wasn't that akin to digging one's own grave? Tianyuan, too, was perplexed, sensing that the other party was plotting something insidious. Nonetheless, he wasted no time. Regardless of their intentions, becoming stronger was always a prudent choice. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries of Su Sheng and the others, Tianyuan drained their bloodlines entirely. In that moment, his power surged to unprecedented heights. With gritted silver teeth, the demoness poured every last ounce of her strength into the extermination sword, unleashing an unparalleled strike that rent the void asunder, as if capable of annihilating all existence. Yet, Tianyuan merely cast a casual glance and extended his right hand. An invisible wave emanated from him, effortlessly dissipating the full force of the demoness strike. A sense of despair welled within her. The disparity in power was undeniable. At this moment, Tianyuan was not merely at the sanctified realm. He was a powerhouse among the sanctified. It seems we are nearing a conclusion, Xiao Changsheng mused with narrowed eyes. He then waved his hand, summoning the Palace of Illusions. However, instead of enveloping Tianyuan, it ensconced the demoness within its confines. Very well, demoness. You shall rest here in the Palace of Illusions. Leave this to me. With that, he retracted the palace and, without hesitation, harnessed the power of the divine. In an instant, his aura underwent a profound transformation. Yet, to his disappointment, the 10 probability had not triggered, and he found himself at the peak of the sanctified realm, merely a perfect embodiment of the sanctified state. Regrettably, had it not been so, matters would have been considerably simpler. Xiao Changsheng let out a gentle sigh. Were he to attain the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, he could effortlessly vanquish this celestial evil with a mere slap. However, he was grateful for his preparations. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he observed that at this moment, the celestial dome above had transformed into an unprecedented display of formidable power. Within the vastness of the thunder, hints of purple began to emerge. The divine thunder of the purple clouds. The potency of this phenomenon should be immensely formidable. Even the blood of the thunder underworld would likely find it challenging to withstand. He murmured softly to himself. He then cast a seemingly amused glance at the celestial evil, whose countenance bore an expression of grave concern. After considerable contemplation, The celestial evil slowly exhaled a breath. Perhaps it would be best to let bygones be bygones. Shall we reach an amicable agreement? Chapter 82. You shameless scoundrel. Tianyuan no longer wishes to fight. He has realized that the suddenly unleashed Xiao Changsheng now possesses a cultivation aura that is on par with his own. No, Tianyuan believes that even after absorbing the bloodlines of the two formidable sect leaders present, his own power pales in comparison to that of his opponent. He has a strong premonition that should a battle commence, he would undoubtedly face defeat. More critically, the divine might of heaven has reached an unprecedented level of terror. The purple cloud divine thunder is reputed to have the power to obliterate all things within the universe. You say you want to fight? Who do you think you are? Xiao Changsheng sneered, launching a fist the size of a sandbag towards him. Tianyuan forcefully blocked the blow, his anger evident. I admit, at this moment, I am indeed no match for you. However, I believe you must understand that you cannot kill me. I am endowed with the bloodline of the evil phoenix, one of the 10 dark sects, and I can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Do not think that even my previous self at the tribulation stage could be completely annihilated by your current strength. Given this, why waste any more time? You are correct. The evil phoenix bloodline is indeed troublesome and difficult to extinguish. In the original storyline, Tianyuan relied on the formidable resurrection ability of the evil phoenix bloodline to escape from adversaries who were one or even two major realms stronger than him on multiple occasions. Xiao Changsheng is fully aware that he cannot kill his opponent, even when he was at the tribulation stage. Hence, he allowed Tianyuan to absorb the bloodlines of those dark sect powerhouses to become stronger, to become unprecedentedly powerful, to become a force that heaven could not possibly tolerate. A smile curled at the corner of Xiao Changsheng's lips. I may not be able to kill you, but what if it were the purple cloud divine thunder? Or perhaps the even more powerful 9 mysterious golden thunder that exists solely in legends. Under such divine might, do you think you could escape unscathed? Upon hearing this, Tianyuan laughed heartily. You are right. I cannot. Not to mention the 9 mysterious golden thunder, even the purple cloud divine thunder could claim my life. But what about you? Do you truly believe you can withstand the might of the purple cloud divine thunder? Or do you intend for us both to perish together? Are you mad? I am someone who fears death immensely. How could I possibly choose to perish alongside you? You are not worthy of that. I am merely waiting for the purple cloud divine thunder to descend and strike you down. It is as simple as that. Xiao Changsheng rolled his eyes. If that is the case, then let us wait and see. Tianyuan remained unperturbed, and neither of them suppressed their realms, allowing their power to surge wildly. Above the heavens, the purple cloud divine thunder had amassed into a formidable presence, emanating a destructive aura, as if it would strike down at any moment. You still have time to regret your choices. Tianyuan spoke slowly. He indeed feared the purple cloud divine thunder, but he did not believe that he, possessing the thunder underworld bloodline, would exhaust himself against Xiao Changsheng. However, such an approach would incur substantial consumption and could potentially lead to injury. No, it is too late for regrets now. You may as well await your demise. Xiao Changsheng scoffed coldly. As he spoke, a thunderous boom echoed. The first bolt of the purple cloud divine thunder descended abruptly, enveloping both individuals in its overwhelming might. Tianyuan let out a muffled groan. Under the protection of his bloodline, he forcibly withstood the impact of the first bolt, sustaining only minor injuries. Upon closer inspection of Xiao Changsheng, it was evident that he had spat out a mouthful of old blood, his complexion now considerably pale. It seems you have underestimated the power of the purple cloud divine thunder. Tianyuan chuckled triumphantly. Such divine thunder of the celestial path is not something an ordinary cultivator can withstand. Even if you are a formidable saint, what difference does it make? This divine thunder will only pose an even greater threat. I merely let my guard down earlier. This minor injury is of no consequence. Let's continue. Xiao Changsheng retorted coldly, which Tianyuan perceived merely as a feeble excuse. As the second bolt of the purple cloud divine thunder was about to strike, this one promised to be even more formidable than the first. Tianyuan, not daring to be careless, quickly donned a high-grade celestial robe. This robe possessed remarkable resistance to lightning. Though it might not offer substantial protection against the divine thunder, it was better than nothing. However, he did not anticipate that the moment he donned it, Xiao Changsheng's eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to a wolf pouncing upon its prey. "You despicable Tianyi! You have dared to steal my family's ancestral treasure, the infinite holy garment. Return it at once." Tianyi was rendered speechless. "The infinite holy garment belongs to you? How dare you utter such words?" Yet Xiao Changsheng, like a rabid dog, lunged forward to forcibly seize it. Tianyi clung to it fiercely, seething with rage. "Scoundrel, do you have no shame? This infinite holy garment is mine." "Nonsense. The infinite holy garment is undeniably a treasure of my Xiao family. Tianyi, I never would have imagined you to be such a shameless person. You pilfered my family's treasure, and now you accuse me unjustly. There are limits to what one can endure, and today I shall reclaim the infinite holy garment, even if it means we both perish. What is death to me? Who fears whom?" In response to Tianyi's words, Xiao Changsheng fired back with several retorts. At this moment, the two resembled children quarreling over a toy, each grasping tenaciously. As they stood in close proximity, the bolts of purple cloud, divine thunder began to merge, amplifying their power exponentially. "Curse madman, you lunatic!" Tianyi cursed furiously, witnessing the fused thunder approaching. Reluctantly, he released his grip. Boom! The terrifying divine thunder struck. Xiao Changsheng clutched the infinite holy garment at the center of the blast. Tianyi managed to evade slightly, but still suffered grievous injuries. Despite the protection of his bloodline, he felt a surge of warmth in his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This shameless wretch, sacrificing his life for a mere high-grade celestial garment. "I truly cannot fathom how such a fool possesses such formidable strength," Tianxia could not help but exclaim. He released a quiet sigh, and just as he prepared to suppress his cultivation level, a figure appeared before him, as if conjured by magic. It was none other than Xiao Changsheng. Though he appeared charred and tender from the recent ordeal, he was still very much alive. With a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, Xiao Changsheng beamed at Tianxia. "I have finally retrieved my family's ancestral treasure." The corners of Tianxia's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This fellow truly had a charmed existence. However, this was where it would end. The third bolt of the divine purple cloud thunder was about to descend. This time, the already exhausted individual would have no chance of withstanding it. Tianxia cared little for a dead man. His sole concern now was how to mitigate the impact of the divine purple cloud thunder with minimal cost. Tianxia's mind raced. He gathered the mid-grade heavenly jade pendant, the mid-grade heavenly crown, and the mid-grade lightning warding talisman. He prepared to focus entirely on resisting the divine thunder. Yet, that rabid voice emerged once more. "Oh, you shameless Tianxia! How dare you steal the 3 ancestral treasures of my Xiao family? Return them at once." Chapter 83. Opportunities for eunuchs are not common. Boom. The third bolt of the purple cloud divine thunder struck, as expected. Once the divine might dissipated, Tianxia was left battered and bloodied, appearing utterly disheveled. Of the treasures he once possessed, only a damaged jade pendant remained. It was inevitable. A reckless madman was intent on seizing it. Willing to perish together, he still sought to claim it. A surge of fury brewed within Tianxia. In 10 lifetimes of cultivation, he had never encountered someone so obsessed with wealth, or rather, someone who valued riches above their very life. Fortunately, that madman was dead, struck directly by the third bolt of purple cloud divine thunder while already gravely injured. There was no chance he could survive. With this thought, Tianxia sighed deeply, attempting to calm his emotions. Yet at that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the air. "You, Tianxia, have the audacity to ruin my Xiao family's ancestral treasure. The jade pendant. You shameless scoundrel. Compensate me with 10 of them, or this matter will not end here." The sight of a blood-soaked figure charging towards him sent a chill down Tianxia's spine. Although the man was barely recognizable, it was evident that he was indeed that madman from before. "You're still alive?" Tianxia, usually composed and elegant, could no longer contain his expletives. What kind of monster was this? Struck by 3 bolts of purple cloud divine thunder. How was he still standing? He had been at the end of his rope just moments ago. Yet here he was, alive and seemingly thriving. Why? Why was this happening? Tianxia's mind was ablaze with fury. The 4th bolt of purple cloud divine thunder was already gathering, shimmering with hints of the 9 Xian golden thunder. Tianxia forced himself to regain his composure. Before confronting the potentially lethal 4th bolt, he needed to clarify one thing. His energy surged forth, and his right hand morphed into a sharp black dragon claw, radiating an overwhelming dragon might as it reached for Xiao Changsheng, one of the 10 bloodlines of the demon sect, the Yazi bloodline. However, this claw bizarrely grasped at nothing but air as that madman continued to charge recklessly toward him. Despite this, Tianxia understood a crucial truth. This rogue was feigning injury to toy with him. Tianxia's expression darkened. He realized that the madman had withstood the purple cloud divine thunder not by mere fortune, but through undeniable strength. He was not a fool willing to forsake his life for treasure, but an extremely greedy and cunning fiend. His state of injury was nothing but an act, a ruse to deceive and confuse him. Oh dear, I didn't expect you to see through it. Since you have, I shall drop the pretense. Xiao Changsheng shrugged nonchalantly. In an instant, the blood vanished from his form, his weakness and injuries completely erased, and a powerful aura emerged, revealing no trace of exhaustion whatsoever. He bore the title, Father of Heavenly Tao. The damage from the Heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation had been reduced by an astonishing 99.99999 to Xiao Changsheng. The so-called purple cloud divine thunder felt akin to a mere massage, lacking even a sufficient degree of intensity. Injury? That was utterly non-existent. Regrettably, he was discerned by this nefarious entity. Otherwise, who knows what further treasures this fiend might have summoned to withstand the 4th strike of the purple cloud divine thunder. The thought ignited a surge of ire within Xiao Changsheng. Treasures that rightfully belonged to him had been lost due to this wretch. Blocking one's path to wealth is an intolerable offense. The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became, charging forth in a fit of rage. How dare you withhold your treasures from me? I shall contend with you fiercely. Tianyuan nearly suffered internal injury from the sheer absurdity of it. Is this truly human discourse? How dare you speak so? However, this time, Tianyuan swiftly regained composure, deftly parrying Xiao Changsheng's fierce onslaught while concocting a strategy. As the 4th purple cloud divine thunder loomed ominously, a glint of malice flashed in Tianyuan's eyes. You shameless scoundrel, perish! He no longer paid heed to the impending thunder, instead engaging in a frenzied struggle with Xiao Changsheng. Their clash erupted into a cataclysmic battle, their power surging uncontrollably, amplifying the might of the 4th purple cloud divine thunder. At last, a thunderous roar resonated. The 4th divine thunder descended with a destructive force beyond comprehension, far surpassing the 3rd. Yet for Xiao Changsheng, it was still akin to a mere massage. However, as the celestial might dissipated, he squinted against the aftermath. In a pool of blood lay a charred figure, utterly unrecognizable, its essence extinguished. Tianyuan dead? As Xiao Changsheng approached, his brow furrowed slightly. If it were anyone else, he would confidently declare that this fellow had perished. But in the case of Tianyuan, with the bloodline of the evil phoenix coursing through him, he could hardly meet his end in such a manner. Numerous antagonists in the original tale had been deceived by this trickster, allowing him to escape unscathed and rise anew. Nevertheless, Xiao Changsheng had no intention of exposing this charade. If he feigned death, let him relish the experience. Observing the figure closely, Xiao Changsheng soon discerned a glimmer of interest. A storage pouch, an extraordinarily crafted spatial storage pouch, capable of housing treasures of heavenly tier and above. Xiao Changsheng glanced inside. Goodness, what a pauper. Merely 3 heavenly treasures. As a dignified demon lord who had returned after 10 lifetimes of cultivation, to possess so little was a source of profound shame. If I were you, I would have long since dashed my head against a wall in embarrassment. Xiao Changsheng could not help but mutter in irritation, delivering a kick to the wretch. Utterly worthless, squandering his own potential. After securing the treasures, Xiao Changsheng drew forth a celestial sword. Dealing with such a pretender was remarkably simple. A swift strike would suffice. The villains in the original tale lacked the awareness to deliver the final blow, which allowed this rogue to slip away time and again. Raising the celestial sword, Xiao Changsheng aimed for the arm and struck down. With a sickening squelch, dark blood gushed forth. The feigned death of the malevolent entity elicited no response. Xiao Changsheng pressed on. With a series of swift strikes, he pierced the arms, shoulders, and legs of the dark creature in succession. Yet, the fiend continued to feign lifelessness. Not one to linger, Xiao Changsheng decided to unleash his most formidable technique. This time, he aimed directly at the creature's most vulnerable spot. Although the regenerative prowess of the evil phoenix bloodline could restore even the gravest of wounds, the agony inflicted by severing such a vital part was not something an ordinary being could endure, neither mortal nor cultivator. Tiangxi, in life I would acknowledge you as a formidable adversary, but now that you are dead, let us indulge in something novel. Let us experience the fate of a eunuch. Opportunities such as this are rare, and you ought to express your gratitude toward me, Xiao Changsheng mused. With a decisive swing of his sword, the figure on the ground vanished abruptly. Not far away, an enraged voice of Tianxia echoed, "You scoundrel, this is utterly excessive." Chapter 84. What have they done? Tianxia was utterly enraged. Having severed his hands and feet was one thing, but now they aimed to strike at his very essence. Could such a place truly be severed? Even if he were to recover afterward, Tianxia would be left with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. You truly cannot contain yourself, Xiao Changsheng chuckled lightly. Tell me, Tianxia, what are you truly contemplating? You must be aware that I already know about the evil phoenix bloodline. If that is the case, why persist in feigning ignorance? Is it merely a futile endeavor, a self-imposed torment? Tianxia remained silent. His actions stemmed from a mindset of indifference. If he succeeded, it would be splendid, and if he failed, it would matter little. More importantly, he intended to forcibly awaken another characteristic of the evil phoenix bloodline, which was his most reliable means of survival after 10 lifetimes of cultivation. Tianxia lifted his gaze and noticed that the heavenly Tao appeared to be thoroughly enraged. Even the purple sky divine thunder began to slowly dissipate, making way for the vast expanse of the 9 mysterious golden thunder. It is time, Tianxia thought, his mind stirring as he fully activated the Yazi bloodline. The originally ethereal dragon claw transformed into a menacing phantom of a blue dragon, enveloping the surrounding space. Moreover, Tianxia successively awakened 2 additional bloodlines. Eerie black flames ignited the heavens, while an icy chill threatened to freeze the very fabric of space. Awakening 3 bloodlines consecutively? Yet, something feels amiss, Xiao Changsheng mused. Surprised, the power of the bloodlines that Tianxia was currently unleashing bore no effect in resisting the overwhelming 9 mysterious golden thunder. What was his intention? Would he not perish if the 9 mysterious golden thunder struck him down? Soon, Xiao Changsheng understood Tianxia's purpose. He completely disregarded the 9 mysterious golden thunder and charged madly towards Xiao Changsheng. Without hesitation, Xiao Changsheng engaged in battle, increasingly bewildered by Tianxia's reckless fervor. Was he not planning to resist the 9 mysterious golden thunder? Did he intend to perish alongside him? This was not typical of his character. As Xiao Changsheng pondered, he suddenly sensed something and summoned the 1,000 illusion divine palace, from which a figure emerged. The 1,000 charmed demoness. Changsheng, how dare you imprison me without a word? You. The 1,000 charmed demoness was somewhat displeased, but then she suddenly sensed something was amiss. Oh my, what is happening now? Changsheng's power is so immense. It turns out he is among the pinnacle of the holy realm. And what are the heavenly Tao's divine thunder in the sky? Golden? The 9 mysterious golden thunder? In such a grand epic, how could the 9 mysterious golden thunder be summoned? What have they done to provoke the heavenly Tao into such a frenzy? The Thousand Charmed Demons suddenly felt a twinge of regret for emerging. If the 9 mysterious golden thunder were to descend, even the slightest residual impact would likely lead to her certain demise. However, the Thousand Charmed Demons had her reasons for forcing her appearance. Sensing the 3 bloodlines that Tianyuan had unleashed, she felt an unmistakable familiarity. As her thoughts stirred, she suddenly opened her eyes, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood, her complexion paling as if she had sustained significant injury. Meanwhile, the once ferocious attacks of the heavenly evil abruptly faltered, forced to a halt. The tumultuous black, demonic flames and icy chill became utterly uncontrollable, akin to wild horses that had broken free. The colossal explosion resulting from the clash of the demonic flames and icy breath ensnared the heavenly evil within its chaos. What is happening? The sudden turn of events left Xiao Changsheng genuinely astonished. A glance at the weakened Qianmei Yaoheim suggested she was the architect of this chaos. As the dust settled, the heavenly evil's expression darkened to an extreme, the demonic flames and icy chill having vanished entirely. Qianmei Yaoheim, you wretch, what have you done? The heavenly evil roared in a frenzy, his rage surpassing that of earlier when Xiao Changsheng had dared to seize his treasures. What have I done? Huh? Do you truly believe that my incarnation as the Earth Mother would assist you in awakening the bloodline power for free? Qianmei Yaoheim scoffed repeatedly. This was the moment she had been waiting for. The heavenly evil's bloodline power, ignited by the Earth Mother, was precisely that black demonic flame and icy chill. Years ago, Qianmei Yaoheim and her master had devised a plan. She could forcibly disrupt the heavenly evil's control over these 2 bloodlines. The once supreme bloodline of the 10 great demon gates had now diminished to 8. Very well, all of you are excellent. All of you shall perish for this holy sun. The heavenly evil, consumed by rage, seemed utterly mad as he forcibly summoned all the bloodline powers he still commanded. In an instant, the entire space trembled violently. Above the heavens, the 9 Xian golden thunder was provoked anew, instantly amplifying its might several-fold. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Changsheng utilized the 1,000 illusion divine palace to once again conceal Qianmei Yaoheim. The next moment, boom! In that instant, it felt as if the entire world was enveloped in resplendent golden radiance, the supreme divine thunder erupting in a cataclysmic display. As the divine brilliance gradually faded, Xiao Changsheng was astonished to discover that not only had a small peak of the spirit-sealing sect been annihilated, but the entire sect lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate wasteland. The concealed space of the spirit-sealing sect was collapsing, dissipating. Countless disciples perished amidst the chaos, while those fortunate enough to escape were left kneeling on the ground, their expressions vacant. For them, in that moment, it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Suspended in the sky, Xiao Changsheng had entirely repressed his aura, his eyes tightly shut as his spiritual force expanded, leaving no corner of space unexamined. The aura of the heavenly evil had vanished. Completely vanished. Was he dead? No. A being capable of enduring 10 lifetimes could not simply perish in such a manner. Xiao Changsheng shook his head, convinced he had fled, employing some arcane means. At that moment, Xiao Changsheng abruptly looked up. Above him, the divine might of the heavenly Tao had dissipated, leaving only 3 mysterious spiritual lights shimmering, as if they were discarded pawns. Could these be the powers of 3 supreme demon bloodlines? Had they coalesced into spiritual orbs, cast aside by the heavenly evil? Xiao Changsheng found himself bewildered, increasingly unable to comprehend the current situation. At that moment, the Tianyuan Divine Palace trembled, and Xiao Changsheng released the enchanting Qianmei Demons once more. Upon beholding the 3 great bloodline spirit orbs in the sky, she instantly comprehended the situation. Tianyuan had fled, utilizing the power of his sinister phoenix bloodline. Her master had once stated that in moments of dire straits, he could forcibly activate the sinister phoenix bloodline, sacrificing one bloodline to gain an opportunity for survival. Such a tactic is beyond anyone's ability to thwart, Qianmei explained. Hearing this, Xiao Changsheng could not help but let out a soft sigh. What a pity. He understood that Tianyuan was not akin to the previous trifling foes. He was indeed formidable and difficult to vanquish. Unexpectedly, the challenge was so great. However, it was not without its gains. Although Tianyuan had escaped, he had lost 3 kinds of the Demon Gate's supreme bloodlines, 2 of which could be forcibly disrupted by Qianmei, and 1 was the cost to survival. In his current state, it could be said that his strength had significantly diminished. Chapter 85. Speaking Cat Language. Although it is somewhat regrettable that the troublesome entity known as Qianxia could not be entirely vanquished, it is undeniable that it has been significantly weakened, making the endeavor worthwhile. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Changsheng summoned 3 types of demonic bloodline essence. He presented them to the enchanting Qianmei Yaoji. While these essences held little value for him, they were treasures beyond compare for her. Once refined, although her realm may not elevate, her power would certainly surpass her current capabilities. Qianmei Yaoji graciously accepted the gifts without hesitation. At this moment, the Fengling sect was effectively finished, and the remnants in Jintian City could not stir any significant turmoil. The losses on the side of the Tianyuan sect were grievous, with the sect leader Su Sheng and other formidable figures meeting untimely ends. However, with Qianmei Yaoji present, after a period of recuperation, the Tianyuan sect would soon recover. With matters resolved smoothly, Xiao Changsheng felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness. What had he overlooked? The mischievous cat. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Where was that cat? Surely it hadn't perished in the recent Jiu Xian Golden Thunder, had it? Swiftly, Xiao Changsheng's spiritual awareness located the troublesome feline. It was buried beneath a pile of rubble, and upon clearing the debris, he discovered the creature curled up, soundly asleep. Xiao Changsheng was astounded. Even the Jiu Xian Golden Thunder had struck, yet this cat slept so deeply, seemingly unaffected. Of course, it wasn't entirely unscathed. At the very least, its fur was frizzed up, standing on end like a hedgehog. At that moment, the mischievous cat awoke, stretching as if yawning, then gazing blankly at Xiao Changsheng. Is it time to eat? Xiao Changsheng was taken aback, utterly astonished. You can speak human language? Of course I can. Is that difficult? Many spirit beasts with developed intelligence can speak, and some can even transform into human forms. The mischievous cat replied nonchalantly. Then why didn't you speak before? I didn't want to. It was too much trouble, it retorted lazily. Xiao Changsheng's lips twitched in disbelief. He then proceeded to give the cat a playful thrashing. Why on earth could you speak all along, yet continue to meow? Are you out of your mind? The mischievous cat looked utterly wronged. I am, after all, a cat. Is it not right for me to meow? Subsequently, the duo set off towards Jintian City. Along the way, Xiao Changsheng, intrigued, asked Silly Cat, since you can speak human language, can you transform into a human form? How about conjuring a beautiful maid with fair skin and long legs clad in black stockings for me to see? Meow. Speak human language. This cat cannot speak human language. It replied defiantly. Xiao Changsheng's lips twitched again. Very well, this foolish cat was clearly obstinately opposing him. He promptly took out the Tianyuan Divine Palace, igniting a fire, preparing a pot, and adding ingredients, including meat and vegetables. Xiao Changsheng invited Qianmei Yaoji to join him for a hot pot feast, deliberately excluding the cat from the gathering. The mischievous cat was nearly frantic. The enticing aromas wafting through the air made its mouth water as it persistently nudged Xiao Changsheng. Xiao Xianbei, Xiao Gij, Grandpa Xiao, just let me have a little bit, just a tiny morsel, all right? Xiao Changsheng cast a careless glance at the mischievous cat. Speaking cat language, the cat meowed playfully. Yet it took quite some time for Xiao Changsheng to respond. I can't understand cat language. Whatever you say is futile. The mischievous cat appeared puzzled, as if to say, didn't you ask me to speak in cat language? Now you claim you don't understand? Are you playing tricks on me? Angered, the cat pouted and retreated to a corner. If you want tea, let me eat, then so be it. No big deal. However, the cat's resolve faltered within half a minute, shattered by the enchanting Qianmei. She beckoned the mischievous cat to join her feast. Xiao Changsheng did not intervene, for the cat had indeed contributed during their previous battle, even if it had dozed off midway. After a hearty meal, Qianmei continued her journey on her sword towards Jintian City, while Xiao Changsheng remained at the Tianyuan Divine Palace. Having regained her vitality, Xiao Lingyuan finally awoke. The moment she laid eyes on Xiao Changsheng, she immediately drew her sword. Brother, I never expected that one day you would ally with the demonic sect. Today, I shall purge the Xiao family of this disgrace. With a swift strike, Xiao Lingyuan lunged at him. Xiao Changsheng, his strength diminished from the divine powers, could only hastily grab the sleeping mischievous cat and hurl it towards her. Meow. The sudden turn of events startled the cat awake, emitting an indignant cry. Instantly, it intercepted Xiao Lingyuan, leaving a small plum blossom mark on her forehead. Xiao Lingyuan was sent staggering back by the cat's paw. Infuriated, Xiao Changsheng scolded her. I say, "Little girl, are you lacking in common sense? What do you mean by me allying with the demonic sect? I have saved you from its clutches, do you understand? How dare you raise your hand against me? You have truly crossed the line." Upon returning to the Xiao family, reflect on your actions and compose a heartfelt 400,000 word introspection that is both moving and tear-jerking. Xiao Lingyuan was taken aback. 400,000 words of introspection? Is that even feasible? Yet, upon closer inspection, she realized she was indeed not trapped in that demonic tree, but had been rescued. Brother, you truly saved me? What else could it be? How did I manage it? It was merely a matter of vanquishing the villains. Besides, the Fengling sect is no more. It has been obliterated. Brother, have you lost your mind? Are you imagining things? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Lingyuan fell silent, but in her heart, she had already concluded that Xiao Changsheng had gone mad. The second largest sect of the demonic realm, the Fengling sect, how could it possibly have been annihilated? Her brother was indeed not normal. A sigh escaped her lips as she silently lamented. It is no easy feat for the elder brother to lead the Xiao family to prominence, transforming it into a top-tier cultivation family in Xiaolong City. One must not forget the well digger when drinking water. Xiao Lingyuan silently resolved to find a capable immortal master to cure her elder brother's ailment. As she contemplated this, the mischievous cat's chuckle echoed in her ears. Xiao Changsheng's expression darkened instantly. He first delivered a punch to the gloating cat, and then turned to strike Xiao Lingyuan, who appeared utterly bewildered. How could she be reminiscent of those three foolish individuals from before, searching for some nonsensical immortal master? The members of the Xiao family truly lacked insight. Wait, why am I scolding myself? Shaking his head, Xiao Changsheng addressed Xiao Lingyuan. You little rascal, do not entertain any frivolous thoughts. Stay here in the Thousand Illusions Divine Palace for a few more days. This is the domain of the demon sect, and it is unwise for you to be seen. After a few days, I will take you back to the Xiao family. Chapter 86. The greatest crisis in the history of the Xiao family. Xiao Lingyuan gradually realized that she had indeed been rescued, pulled from the clutches of the Fengling sect by her elder brother. How had he accomplished such a feat? His strength alone surely could not suffice, indicating that he must have employed alternative methods. After much contemplation, Xiao Lingyuan could only conceive of one possibility: seduction. It seemed her brother had the greatest advantage in that regard. Rumor had it that a formidable figure, the Earth Mother, lurked behind the scenes of the Fengling sect, wielding control over all. Alas, the thought weighed heavily on her heart. Her brother had made an enormous sacrifice, selling himself to the demonic forces for the sake of saving others. Surely, he had endured unspeakable torment at the hands of that Earth Mother during these past days. Noticing the peculiar glances Xiao Lingyuan cast in his direction, which seemed tinged with pity, Xiao Changsheng sensed that she had likely conjured some unfounded fantasies in her mind. He could not be bothered to clarify matters. Just as he prepared to depart, Xiao Lingyuan suddenly spoke. Elder brother, what about the other fellow cultivators? At that moment, those who had been trapped by the demonic tree, alongside other cultivators from the Kanglan realm, had also been rescued by Xiao Changsheng. However, unlike Xiao Lingyuan, he had not restored their vitality, leaving them abandoned in their weakened state. Do not fret, they will not perish, merely lacking some vitality. Once they return to their realms, a few days of nurturing with heavenly materials will suffice, he assured her. When the time comes, the task of returning these individuals will fall to you. Of course, such assistance cannot be rendered without recompense. Each must contribute at least one terrestrial-grade magical artifact as a fee for their rescue. Xiao Changsheng pondered whether one artifact was truly adequate, considering the strength of these individuals. Xiao Lingyuan's lips twitched slightly as she timidly suggested, "Elder brother, would it not be better to restore their vitality as well?" Xiao Changsheng, upon hearing this, was momentarily struck with exasperation. "You need to amend this misguided sense of compassion. My dear sister, they are of no relation to you. The mere act of rescuing them is already a tremendous favor. To restore their vitality as well? Absurd. I shall not do it." With a roll of his eyes, he departed. Even if he were not in a weakened state, Xiao Changsheng would have declined. The downfall of the Fengling sect swiftly quelled the tumult in Jintian City. Naturally, the enchanting Qianmei demoness emerged as the sole authority of the Tianyuan sect. Yet, rather than assuming the role of sect leader, she chose to maintain the position of the former saintess. Given the current chaotic circumstances, her presence was essential to navigate the turmoil. However, Xiao Changsheng had matters to attend to. Having temporarily resolved issues with the demonic sect, he needed to prepare for the next act, the next trouble that awaited him. Alas, the fate of a villain afforded him no respite, compelling him to persist in his endeavors, lest he face the ruin of his family. Having been away from the Xiao family for so long, he felt a twinge of concern regarding the Ice Palace. Was the ancient progeny of the Ice Palace on the verge of awakening? In comparison to the malevolent Tianxia, the theoretical prowess of the ancient son of the Ice Palace is somewhat inferior. However, his background is substantial. It pertains to one of the 3 middle realms within the 10 realms, the Xiankong realm. In contrast to the lower 3 realms, the middle 3 realms boast a greater number of formidable beings, which presents a more considerable challenge. Upon learning that Xiao Changsheng intended to return to the Kanglan realm, the enchanting Qianmei Yaoheim refrained from further commentary. She understood that Xiao Changsheng would inevitably return, for he was not one of the Tianma realm's denizens. Originally, Xiao Changsheng had planned to linger for a few more days to accompany Qianmei, but she resolutely refused. Parting would only intensify sorrow as time passed, so it was better to be decisive. Moreover, Qianmei had long since devised a plan to seek out Xiao Changsheng in the Kanglan realm once the Tianyuan sect had gradually regained its vitality. This was also the reason she chose not to assume the position of sect master. However, when Xiao Mengjun learned that Xiao Changsheng was to depart, she insisted on accompanying him. Life in the Tianma realm was exceedingly dull. It would be far more entertaining in the Kanglan realm alongside Xiao Changsheng. Mengjun, the Tianyuan sect is in the midst of reconstruction. You should stay by the Yaoheim side and lend your assistance. No, Mengjun, please listen. Xiao Mengjun clenched her teeth and declared in a low voice, "If you do not agree to take me with you, I shall sever your limbs." Mengjun, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? You know very well, scoundrel. Xiao Changsheng finally grasped the situation. Xiao Mengjun had undoubtedly surmised his true identity. Yet, judging by her current demeanor, she seemed less extreme than before. "Very well, you may accompany me." Xiao Changsheng sighed inwardly with relief and smiled. "Mengjun, come now. Call me father for me to hear." "Dream on." Xiao Mengjun huffed, turning her head away and ignoring him. Xiao Changsheng felt somewhat helpless, but he understood that such matters could not be resolved in a day or two. Originally, the mischievous cat intended to leave with them and mooch off meals every day. But Xiao Changsheng firmly declined. Without Mengjun, there were few helpers remaining by Qianmei's side. Although the cat was sometimes unreliable, it could indeed prove invaluable at crucial moments. Thus it was. On a clear morning 3 days later, as the dawn broke, Xiao Changsheng departed, just as he had done hundreds of years prior. Only a stunning figure silently watched until he completely vanished from sight, reminiscent of the past. However, this time, she wore a smile. A few days later, within the grand hall of the Xiao family, the 3 brothers, Xiao Ke, Xiao Xian, and Xiao Yan, gathered. They had received word that their ancestor was soon to return, bringing with him the long-absent 3rd ancestor, Xiao Lingyuan. This was undoubtedly monumental news. In their excitement, however, they found themselves in a quandary, for they had also learned that their ancestor had brought someone else back with him. His daughter? When did our ancestor have a daughter? This is a significant matter, a matter of great importance. The 3 huddled together, their brows nearly knitting into a frown. "Do you think the esteemed Linglong Sword Immortal is aware of the matter concerning our ancestral daughter?" Xiao Ke inquired. "I suspect she is likely unaware. Indeed, she must be oblivious. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would have already stormed the Xiao residence with sword in hand. And it is not just the Linglong Sword Immortal. If the Empress of the Tianyuan Empire were to discover this, the Xiao clan would find themselves facing yet another formidable adversary. At that juncture, shudder, the Xiao family would be in peril. This truly marks the gravest crisis in the history of the Xiao clan." The three men felt a chill run through them. "What do you propose we do? We cannot simply allow the ancestral daughter to return to the Xiao family, can we? If I may suggest, we could conceal her identity as the ancestral daughter and instead present her as a suitor we have arranged for Xiao Mo. That might not be quite appropriate." Xiaoyan replied timidly. "What is inappropriate about it? It is merely a ruse, a fabricated identity to placate outsiders. It is not the truth. Do you truly wish to witness the Linglong Sword Immortal and the Empress descending upon us? Very well, it is settled then. We, the three brothers, have truly sacrificed much for the Xiao family." Chapter 87. She is my daughter upon returning to the Xiao family. Xiao Mengjun, excited by her first visit to Xiaolong City, dashed out to explore. Xiao Changsheng harbored a lingering suspicion regarding the intentions of the three seemingly carefree individuals, particularly in their gaze directed towards Xiao Mengjun. Were these three up to some mischief again? Nonetheless, Xiao Changsheng dismissed the thought. He prepared a cup of tea, reclined in his chair, and leisurely inquired, "Has the Xiao family encountered any troubles during my absence?" Xiao Ke pondered for a moment before responding, "Nothing much. Except there's been a minor issue with the Xianling mine. For some unknown reason, both opportunities and spiritual energy have surged in that area. Just a couple of days ago, a legendary 8th grade treasure, the Xingming grass, was discovered. Additionally, several thefts have occurred at the mine. According to Lord Lin, it appears that these incidents are the work of a single individual. Lord Lin has brought a formation from the Linglong Sacred Land, enveloping the entire Xianling mine, determined to capture the thief." "Oh, is it already underway?" Xiao Changsheng raised an eyebrow at the mention of the thefts, which were perpetrated by a rather incompetent yet exceptionally fortunate protagonist named Jiang Chun. While he was deemed a failure due to his mediocre talent among the vast number of cultivators, he was ironically graced with an extraordinary koi physique, capable of attracting treasures to him as he walked. Xiao Changsheng was eager to return, partly due to this individual. It would be a disservice to himself not to exploit this treasure-seeking anomaly for the benefit of the Xiao family. He instructed Lord Lin that this matter no longer required her involvement,